The War of the Gods tournament was the largest of its kind since it first started. After going on for 3 months, it had finally reached the grand finals. The winner of the War of the Gods tournament would walk away with a spokesperson contract worth 50 million issued by the organizing party. He would also represent the entire Chinese community of participants to take part in the International War of the Gods meet, where the most advanced technologies of humankind converge, the capsule of revitalization. Let us welcome the two finalists of the War of the Gods. As the host of the tournament fervently announced the finalists, two shadows slowly and steadily emerged into the battle arena. This ancient Roman-style arena was filled with the laws of space and spanned almost infinitely. Could house a crowd of nearly 1 billion spectators. He possesses the world's one and only Asian heritage set and one of the 12 heritage treasures, Broken Blade. He has never appeared in any technical tournaments, and yet he is the leader of the top Sidith City of Light, the guardian of the Chinese nation. With an armor drenched in a pool of fresh blood he conquered. Let's all shout his name, Battle Emperor, Fu Sheng, yeah. The thunderous roar of the crowd was filled with life and seemed to almost split the earth as it was. Battle Emperor, Battle Emperor, Battle Emperor Fu Sheng. Number 1, the best warrior of the century, the strongest and most ferocious, my idol. In the midst of all the uproar, Lin Jai slowly entered the battle arena with steady footsteps. A pool of fresh blood caused the sunlight shining down to appear bright red. As it got reflected back, it seemed to make the sun appear bright red as well. Who is the Battle Emperor's opponent? That's right. He is the contending champion of the past 7 tournaments, the number 1, the Elemental Sword Emperor Bailey Chang Chang. Yeah, Bailey Chang Chang. Bailey Chang Chang. The Elemental Sword Emperor is an unbeaten sword artist who is highly and technically skilled. He will definitely win. Since the Battle Emperor decided to take part in this tournament, I am sure he has the confidence to bring it back home. I think Bailey Chang Chang is sure to lose this time. Bailey Chang Chang is already the widely accepted number 1 fighter. Any move he makes is as if it is a hex. He will definitely destroy this Battle Emperor Fu Sheng. Both warriors, fans started trash talking to each other in a bid to win some favor for their idols. Haha, what a joke, haven't you heard of their legends? The Battle Emperor Fu Sheng and the King of the Sword Bailey were sworn brothers for 7 years. They conquered the most dangerous of places and earned themselves the name of the 2 strongest warriors of the new age. Fu Sheng possesses the heritage Broken Blade, the strongest weapon of the century. Legend says that if its locked abilities were unleashed, it could even kill gods. On the other hand, Bailey Chang Chang possesses the Coldless Winter, also a top-class legendary longsword. Coupled with his heritage set, passed down from generations ago, this fight between the two is difficult to predict. Look, the Battle Emperor is about to reveal his blade. The arena immediately turned silent, as everybody held their breaths and waited for the eruption of the final battle. The spectators looked on fervently at Lin Jai, looking forward to the moment he would reveal the heritage sword, Broken Blade. However, the longsword that Lin Jai slowly pulled out was instead a pure and flawless ice crystal longsword, the Coldless Winter. The entire crowd was dumbfounded. Why did the Elemental Sword Emperor's weapon appear in his hands? Bailey Chang Chang looked at Lin Jai pulling out the Coldless Winter and kept his hands at his back. He stood with his chest upright and said, "Do it." Lin Jai paused for a moment. "If not for our family, I would not have been standing here with you. Your dream is to become a world champion. I have never forgotten." Lin Jai's Coldless Winter emanated waves of chilling air and thrust straight towards Bailey Chang Chang's chest. The Coldless Winter stabbed right through Bailey Chang Chang's sub-legendary armor. The chilling air conjured into a layer of strong ice crystal on his armor, and its explosion was imminent. "You're welcome, my dear brother." Bailey Chang Chang lowered his head to look at the longsword thrust through his chest. No one could see the expression on his face at that moment. That scene startled Lin Jai, stirring a sense of danger in him. Oh no, something is wrong. Bailey suddenly grabbed onto the Coldless Winter, and the ice crystal slowly started melting. The armor had already morphed into something else. It was actually one of the 12 heritage treasures, the heritage armor. He had made use of an illusion ability to alter the look of his armor, fooling Lin Jai's eyes. Power of the elements, ice explosion. Bailey suddenly started counterattacking. With a flick of his palm, the Coldless Winter ended up in his hands. Lin Jai was shocked to the core. How could there be 2 of the Coldless Winter? Clank. The clash between the 2, Coldless Winter, caused the one belonging to Lin Jai to shatter into pieces. As the Battle Emperor, Lin Jai's sharpened battle instincts and quick reaction skills helped him to immediately react as he pulled out the heritage Broken Blade. However, when it came to a battle between 2 elites, whoever made the first move had the advantage. Lin Jai could not even find the tiniest of windows to retaliate and could only parry the incoming attacks to survive. However, Broken Blade was a heritage treasure after all. Even with the Coldless Winter being a legendary weapon, it could not so easily penetrate through Broken Blade's defense. After a continuous parrying of tens of strikes, Lin Jai finally saw a window of opportunity. He swung his weapon and activated its ability, Cross of Blood. The Cross of Blood was the strongest ability of Broken Blade since its ban had been lifted. It required a blood price of 90 of the user's health and could completely penetrate the defenses of the victim. Bailey Chang was an elemental sword artist with expertise in both weaponry and magic. However, his health points were definitely incapable of withstanding such an attack. Die, Heritage Shield. Bailey Chang's body suddenly radiated with a bright light, and various pieces of equipment suddenly fell into place. Heritage armor, Heritage war boots, Heritage helmet, Lin Jai's broken blade was the top of the entire collection of the 12 Heritage treasures with unparalleled power. However, Bailey had equipped himself with the other 11 Heritage treasures. The Cross of Blood could penetrate any kind of defense. However, the defense mechanism provided by the combination of the powers of the 11 Heritage treasures was able to block the Cross of Blood. Whoosh, a power blast exploded out, causing the ground to split apart. The entire arena exploded into smithereens and the ground cracked layer by layer, unable to withstand the impact caused by the clash of the treasures. Lin Jai, you lose. The coldless winter pierced right through Lin Jai's chest. Due to the casting of the Cross of Blood, Lin Jai had lost a huge portion of his health. Coupled with the fact that he was recovering from the spell cast, he was completely unable to defend the thrust, as the sword pierced right through his heart. 10,296. The Heritage set's defense is indeed fearsome. If you had not cast the Cross of Blood, I think I would have most definitely been defeated by you. Broken Blade possesses infinite potential. No wonder it is the best of all the 12 treasures. Bailey Chang gingerly retracted the coldless winter from Lin Jai's body and looked at him. My dear brother, I hope you won't blame me, said Bailey, in a seemingly sorrowful yet relieved tone. Lin Jai stared at Bailey Chang's back as he could not imagine why his dearest brother would kill him. The capsule of revitalization was merely a tool to enhance his abilities, but to himself, it was the key to saving his life. Brother, Lin Jai let out a faint mocking laugh and upon his death released the Heritage Broken Blade. The 12 Heritage treasures are finally together. They're all mine now. Bailey Chang picked up Broken Blade and looked at Lin Jai with the eyes of a victor. He slowly squatted and shut the fiery eyes of Lin Jai and said, Goodbye, brother. If it was not the case, I really had no confidence in defeating you. The victorious one is always right, don't blame me. The War of the Gods, loser, battle emperor. The moment the results were announced, Lin Jai felt dizzy as waves of anger spread through his head. Throughout the entire month, one whole month, he had only either been competing in tournaments or training his battling skills on the snow mountains. After a month of grueling training, even if Bailey Chang had 11 of the Heritage treasures, he had a fighting chance. However, he had fooled himself. If he had not been fooled, he would not have used Broken Blade. If he had not been fooled, he would not have cast the Cross of Blood in desperation. If he had not been fooled, he would have claimed the capsule of revitalization and headed back home to save his family. The instant before his brain stopped functioning, Lin Jai's heart was filled with huge regret and guilt. In order to win the grand prize of the War of the Gods, the capsule of revitalization, so that he could bring his mother and sister, who were in a comatose state in the hospital due to a road accident, back to life, he had been training and persevering for an entire month. His mental and physical capacity had been being drained to the core every single day, with the only fuel being the hope that his family could be saved. Yet he was completely defeated. Finally, he felt tired. Father, mother, sister, Lin Jai whimpered on as he closed his eyes. I can't accept it. Why betray me, passing me the coldless winter? The previous night was actually a scheme against me. What is this all about? Lin Jai whimpered as a clear string of words sounded beside his ear. He touched his ear. Oh, would a dead person create an echo? He sat up suddenly and looked around in a daze. His nostrils felt uncomfortable and his limbs felt hot and weak. Is this a cold? Brother, I'm back. As the door lightly opened, his sister Lin Xiaoxu entered carrying a bag. She said, I brought you some fruits, but take your medicine first. His mother entered through the door as well, as she gingerly patted Xiaoxu's head and slotted a toy helmet onto Lin Jai's bed under his sheets. She said, take good care of this. You are right, all roads lead to Rome. Who is to say that playing games will not help you succeed? But don't let your dad see it. In future, you can pretend to head out for work and actually head over to Xiaoliang's to play to work. Lin Jai's memories were slowly getting clearer. That fateful year, he had ended his high school education thinking that he would not pass the exam. That was also the year when the second world of the game, the New Age, had been released, and from then on he had decided that he would become a professional gamer. Of course, that incident had incurred the wrath and objection of his father. After getting badly beaten up in the middle of a heated argument, Lin Jai had rebelliously decided to leave the house. He had ended up being stranded in the rain for the entire night and caught a fever. However, his mother had withdrawn the money meant for emergencies and bought him a helmet and even helped him to cover up about going to Zhang Ziliang's, his best friend, house to work. His family relations were at its worst, until when they had unexpectedly received the notice of acceptance. It was then that his father relaxed a little after an entire month of anger. Mother, Zyoksu, Linjai cried as he hugged them both. His mother laughed dotingly. Isn't it just a helmet? It's a trivial thing, don't cry. She thought that her son was moved. Brother, you're snot. Zyoksu helplessly lamented as Linjai rubbed against her. Hee, sorry. Linjai wiped off the snot from his nose and asked, where is Dad? Zyoksu wiped off the dirt on her shirt and handed a piece of tissue over to Linjai. She shook her head and said, he is still angry. How can he not be angry at you leaving the house? I'll go and find Dad to apologize, said Linjai as he jumped off the bed past his mother's and sister's shocked eyes. Jai, just as Linjai left the house, a well-dressed young man donning a tuxedo rushed in and threw a small box towards Linjai. That man, whose attire seemed a little overboard, was Linjai's good friend, Zhang Ziliang. His father, Zhang Guangming, was one of the wealthiest businessmen in the entire city, and there are even rumors that his company had sponsored the new age. Normally speaking, the heir of a wealthy man should have been partying, toying and sleeping around with women, and enjoying the vices of life. Yet that guy was passionate about carrying the load of his family's money and doing good deeds on the streets, doing what was known as stealing from the rich and handing it to the poor. Keep this thing safe. If my dad sends people over, say nothing about having met me. Zhang Ziliang panted, seeming as if the contents of the box were a horrifying thing. Lin Jai was curious. Since the two of them were very close, he naturally did not care about his restrictions and opened the box straight away. It was 10 bottles of exceptional nutrient serum. That serum was light green and was luminous. The bottles were made of finely processed crystal and were likely highly expensive. With the huge advancements in technology, the human body had been improving under the influence of various medication, and genes were also getting stronger. Then it was already considered normal that humans were able to live a long life. The nutrient serum was a high-tech and expensive product. It would have almost had no destiny at all with a poor family like Lin Jai's. One bottle of such a serum could replace 10 days' worth of food, allowing consumers to experience a lack of hunger and at the same time replenish an abundant amount of nutrients. The body would then not only not shrivel due to a lack of food, but it would also become bright and energetic and possess improved functions. This is a nutrient serum, right? Not like you have not taken it before. Why are you so scared? Zhang Ziliang gestured. Don't even bring it up. How can that be considered as a nutrient serum? This thing tastes like SH'd. My dad said this is some special nutrient serum, and he could get it only through his connections. He forced me to drink a little of it, and immediately after I drank it, my whole body hurt a hell lot, as if my veins were about to pop out. I even almost went to run against the wall. After drinking this thing, you have to train like there is no tomorrow and keep surpassing your own limits. Only then it will unleash its true potential effects. Isn't this akin to stealing my life? I can't take this anymore. Anyhow, you keep this thing with you. You can either throw it away or sell it. I have not a single clue how my dad got this thing. That's it, I'm leaving. When he was done, Zhang Ziliang left the box and ran off in a hurry. Lin Jai simply laughed and brought the box back into his room. Then he set off to his father's workplace to find him. His father's name was Lin Jiawu. He was 42 years old and was working as a construction worker at a construction site. As Lin Jai got nearer to the site, the guilt in him got increasingly pronounced. Previously, when he left his own house for Zhang Ziliang's and entered the new age, it was a rather well-known incident. However, during that period, his sister was about to enroll in university, and the family needed to bear the burden of 2 members' education. Both parents worked very hard, and yet he used his pocket money to go around freely spending it. If his mother had not accidentally blurted out the situation in the family and wept, Lin Jai would still have not known that the family was in such a bad situation. Under the promise given by the government to its citizens, it would only provide subsidies for one child's studies. And Lin Jai's sister, Lin Xiaoxu, was about to become a university student. The huge tuition fees would definitely become a significant burden on a family's finances without any government subsidies. It was only after that did Lin Jai start to help provide for the family. Even so, the past 2 years had already taken a toll on his father's body. After the family's financial situation got better, his body would still ache so much during rainy days that he could not sleep well. Father, mother, sister, sorry, Lin Jai whispered. I admit my mistakes. This time I want to give you the best, the most stable life. Previously, when his mother and sister had gotten into an accident, it was as if something had deeply pierced through Lin Jai's heart. In his new life, he would become selfless and shower with love only those he truly loved and cared about. In this life, he would definitely not let the road accident happen again. Comparatively, Bailey Chang's betrayal seemed insignificant. Without fear before rebirth, Lin Jai would have gathered his entire strength and asked, why? If everything could start over again, what was there that was more important than family? At the construction site, Yo, Jai is here. Your father was just nagging about you. SHH, stop talking nonsense, you know very well his temper. Jai, it's been hard for your dad. He's so honest and never has he taken any shortcuts in his work. You have to sympathize with him. The moment he reached the site, a few of his colleagues began to talk nonstop. His father had always kept his feelings hidden unless he could not hold it in anymore. Given so, Lin Jai's leaving the house had definitely hurt his father to the core. Lin Jai nodded his head politely and proceeded to the site. "Oh, Jai, you naughty brat. What made you so obedient all of a sudden?" one of the workers asked. Lin Jaiwu was carrying a clay shovel and judiciously carrying out his work. Gone were the days of him standing upright, as he could only stand with his back hunched. That sight made Lin Jai very sad. He stood in front of his father and lightly called out, "Dad." Lin Jaiwu kept a straight face, slightly wiggled his nearly scorched lips, turned his back and continued working. Lin Jai went in another direction and continued to call out, "Dad, what?" Finally, Lin Jaiwu stood up and looked calmly at his son. That face was haggard and aged. Many people said that Lin Jai looked like his mother and did not seem to inherit any of Lin Jaiwu's genes. Whenever this happened, his mother would jokingly reply, "Give Jai another few more years to grow, and he will be exactly like his dad." "Dad, I am here to apologize, I'm sorry," Lin Jai said seriously. It was as if he wanted to repent for his entire life's worth of guilt. Lin Jaiwu let out a laugh, gulped down a bottle of mineral water, let out a long sigh and sarcastically replied, "How would I not know of your temper? If your mother said I am as stubborn as a bull, then you must be a rhinoceros." Now has the rhinoceros finally gotten it? "Dad, I want to be frank with you." Mother, Lin Jai stuttered and thought about revealing the truth about his mother buying the gaming set for him. "I have already known about it since a very long time ago." Lin Jaiwu glanced at his son and gleefully continued, "I was the one who gave your mother the money. All roads lead to Rome. You are still young. Since you want to head down this path, you had better try your hardest." Between the past and present lives, the invisible ideological barrier between father and son instantly broke down and vanished. Even if crowned as the Battle Emperor, had Lin Jai not gotten the gaming helmet bought by his dad, he would not have had such an achievement. Besides, his mother and sister did not have a single complaint about his rebellious attitude. Even years after, when Lin Jai had become rich from playing the New Age and flaunted his riches and properties in front of his family, they still cared about his health and work. His father had not praised him for his success, but instead wanted to teach him to be humble and avoid going down a misled path. However, that was a time when Lin Jai was young and hot-blooded. He had not heeded his father's advice. The moment he realized that, he felt even more guilty and teared up even more. In this life, he decided to properly make up for his misdeeds, to properly love and care for his family. He put his heart into freeing his father, mother, and sister from such a painful life. As for the sudden car accident, it had to be prevented. Also, after Bailey Chang's betrayal and all of those events came to an end, new possibilities had arisen. In this life, all sufferings had to be changed. The love of his father was not less than that his mother's. However, their love was a tough one. It was silent and at times hurtful. This was why when he was young, he fell out with his father, almost to the point that they became strangers living under the same roof. When one's father aged and lost his temper, strict nature and usual energy to beat them up, one started to gloat. However, at the same time, one realized the sad reality that their father was getting old. "Dad, I promise you that I will become successful and give you, sister and mama good. Don't make empty promises," Lin Jaiwu said sternly as he showed Lin Jai the look that he once had whenever he was about to start nagging. He continued, "When a man makes a promise, he must make sure he can keep it. Before you achieve what you promised to, don't talk so much. Speak only after you have attained whatever you set out to achieve." Lin Jai nodded his head in approval and said, "Yes, Dad." Lin Jaiwu looked at his son with a puzzled face, and immediately after let out a laugh. "Well, brat, quickly go back home." "Just kidding, go and work." "Hee hee, I'm not in a rush. Let me help you." "Anyway, Dad, since whatever salary you're getting from this job is merely the minimum wage, why don't you just slack off a little while working?" "While working, slack off. What do I normally teach you? One has to keep his end of the word always. I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I have heard this 800 times already." Then listen to it for the 801st time. One has to keep his end of the word. For the entire afternoon, Lin Jai helped his dad work as he listened to him preaching for a good 4 hours. Those words, which he had found annoying in his previous life, were starting to resound with him. Even his dad was so surprised to the point where he tried to touch his son's forehead to check if he had a fever. As the father and son pair ended their work for the day, they surprisingly went to get a few cans of beer and went home for a usual dinner. However, as times passed and circumstances changed, that meal was the most heartwarming meal that Lin Jai had had. This led to Lin Jai becoming much more steadfast in his mission to protect his family. As long as the family was present, the road ahead would shine brightly. In the evening, Lin Jai hugged the smooth gaming helmet as his eyes almost seemed to shine brightly. "The new age, I am back. The Battle Emperor, Fu Sheng, is back." That midnight was when the new age was officially launched. Along with this news came the news that many established gaming companies had folded, and the news that the world was facing a temporary shortage of electricity supply. countless people were waiting for the launch of the second world of the game. At that moment, Lin Jai's heart felt heavy. When he touched the gaming helmet, the image of his best friend betraying him with the ice-cold look on his face flashed past his eyes. The story shared by Lin Jai and Bailey Changcheng started as such. At first, Lin Jai had obtained the Heritage Blade but came under attack by the three alliances Kingdom of Glory, Mage Heavens, and Dark-Robed Knights. The person who had come to Lin Jai's rescue was none other than Bailey Changcheng. It was then when the two of them formed a strong bond with each other. Immediately after, Lin Jai found out that the leader of the three organizations was one of Bailey Changcheng's family members. He was a person who plotted to control the entire economy, and his name was Bailey Xunyuan. The two of them had fought in arms and in the game destroyed 3 guilds. Since then the nicknames Battle Emperor, Fu Sheng, and the King of Swords, Bailey, spread afar. Everything, until the day of the War of the Gods, had ended with flaws. Lin Jai put on the helmet, cleared his thoughts, and waited just like any other normal person for the game to start. However, he kept thinking about his path. His memory of the game surpassed that of normal people. Since he had been reborn, he would definitely be more glorious than in his previous life. In his previous life, when he had first started the game, he had treaded multiple erroneous paths and even ended up working as a measly soldier for the Grand Guild before slowly becoming stronger and finally becoming the Battle Emperor. In this life, he had to take a different path. He had to devise a path best suited for leveling up, and at the same time address the regrets left behind in his previous life. Not only that, but in real life, he also had to try his utmost best to improve his own health. Had he been stronger and healthier in his previous life, he would not have lost his life in the game. It seemed like the nutrient serum that Ziliang sent earlier in the day could be put to good use. Ding, as the bright light shone, the blurry fog started to disperse, and the sky and earth started to split. As the war started, the Guild of Light's paladins and priests immediately chanted the holy light. The sky turned wholly clean as brave warriors let out a war cry. The tribe of Darknesses Undead crawled out from the ground, dragging along a piece of bloodied meat. The flames of war burnt on without an end. Despite seeing this scene countless times in his previous life, this was still as mind-blowing as ever. Under the control of Lin Jai's mind, the image started to zoom in. He could analyze all the available jobs and races and could also choose what job he wanted. There were 2 opposing sides in the game: the Guild of Light and the Tribe of Darkness. Those 2 organizations spoke different languages, and whenever they met, there would definitely be bloodshed. Killing a member of the opposing organization would grant glory and equipment. Of course, if one disliked war, he could choose to work in a neutral organization, such as the Goblins' Trade Union and the Giants of the Mountains. My choice, warrior. Lin Jai commanded, as the system immediately removed a warrior from the battleground. The warrior looked on in a daze as his well-built muscles blocked the secret attacks directed at him. Is this your final decision? Human warrior? Yes, the warrior was a job class suitable for strength-based and melee brawls. At level 10, the character could evolve into a berserker, weapon specialist, shield specialist, elementalist, etc. At a command, that warrior limped off. In the land of the New Age, a sudden combination of a natural disaster, the undead, and demons started to spread. The commoners prayed to the gods to send their prayers to dispel the evils. As a result, the gods borrowed the bodies of humans and sent the representatives of the gods with the invulnerability and growth capabilities, which were the players themselves. Please choose your starting talents and basic abilities. Note, if you make a random choice, you have a chance of acquiring hidden talents and abilities. Several hundreds of ability icons floated in the air for players to choose. In the New Age, players could delete their accounts and reconstruct them. This was also to provide players with the opportunity to choose their jobs, but the talents of each job could only be selected once. If a change was desired, one had to wait for a month to change their talents or their jobs. In the previous life, starting gamers naturally thought that they would be the lucky one and ended up choosing the random talents, resulting in many rubbish talents and wasted accounts. Those groups would either change their jobs or wait for an entire month before changing their talents. Only a handful of gamers had obtained the special talents, one of which was the Kingdom of Glory's 18 Massacres. Lin Jai chose the Grip Strength Multiplier, talent, and the Fire Gun Specialist, ability. In his previous life, he had chosen the Ambidextrous talent, which allowed him to wield 2 weapons at once. That talent allowed for a very high initial damage output and also had a high equipment requirement. However, after switching to the Berserker job after level 10, that ability would become useless. The Berserker's specific ability had the same effect and even had an additional plus 15 damage increase. It was as if he was 1 talent down compared to other players, and that had nearly made him delete his account. For the basic ability, he did not choose the skill most effective for warriors, the Double Strike, and instead chose the Fire Gun Specialist. Basic skill books could be bought at a low price. After level 5, killing monsters would spawn skill books. That meant that before level 5, players could only use their basic ability as their primary form of offense. Talent and ability successfully chosen. Please enter your character's name. Fu Sheng. This name can be used. Character loading, choosing birthplace. Ding, you have chosen the City of Light as your birthplace. A ray of bright light teleported him in front of a silver-white ancient European-style city. In the middle of the city was a tall tower, which was the icon of the City of Light, the Tower of Light. The City of Light's rulers were the priests, paladins, and other holy job holders who held godly powers. They were situated at the forefront of the border between the New Age and the Devils. It was also one of the previous few avenues where one could come into contact with the undead. Besides, that birthplace was directly related to the plans that Lin Jai had made. Lin Jai looked on at the all-too-familiar sights and let out a long sigh. And then, he casually browsed through his own stats. Fu Sheng, Human Warrior, Level 1. HP 100. Mana 30. Rage 0. Your attacks generate rage, which causes some of your ability casts to cost resources. Attack 2-5, Grip Strength Multiplier +1 Defense 4. Strength 8. Endurance 8. Agility 6. Wisdom 3. Spirit 3. Resistance 2. Determination affects the time under crowd control effects. Grit 1. Your grit affects your offensive judgments. Block 0. Starting shield causes you to gain 10 of your starting block. Parry 1. Parry chance 5. Load 1035. Talent Grip Strength Multiplier increases your attack by 1 point, reduces your equipment load by 5. Ability Fire Gun Specialist, Fire Gun type weapons, damage +1, critical hit damage +1, armor ignore +1. In the New Age, all equipment had no job restrictions. In other words, a mage could also level up by training using an axe. However, the limitations fell under the load. A heavy axe would be akin to a golden pole at later stages of the game. New players did not possess any starting equipment, and they had to start off attacking monsters without any weapons. Consequently, those with low attack points were bound to die. In his previous life, Lin Jai had foolishly gone head-on against monsters with his bare fists and ended up being bitten to death by rats multiple times before finally realizing that he could have visited the shop to buy starter items. He had truly regretted his decisions. He teleported to the town of Mayer, which was the town of hundreds of new players. Players could purchase starter items for 1 bronze coin each. Clothing, helmets, shoulder guards, bottom armor, boots, weapons, capes, 2 rings, and 1 necklace were available. These were just enough for a new player to spend all the 10 coins given to them. Lin Jai spent 1 coin on an inferior bronze sword with an attack of 1-2. Should he have gone on with the selection, the price would have increased to 3 coins. Wielding 4 inferior bronze swords and rushing to the doorstep, the town of Mayer was the front line of the land of the New Age. That was one of the areas most badly affected by epidemics and natural disasters. That also caused the level 1 monsters in the town of Mayer to be called Fear Devils, with an attack that was twice that of rats and other monsters of the like. Soldiers, hold your ground. Fight. Screams spread from the doorstep. The NPC guards fought valiantly and prevented the Fear Devils from infiltrating the town easily. Lin Jai maneuvered past the group of guards and headed towards the outer perimeter, entering the looming plains. The surrounding Fear Devils looked on at Lin Jai with a laugh. They were neutral monsters and could not directly attack him. Coordinate. 1 soldier sat down on the ground handicapped. His weapon was turned back. Unless a miracle happened, he was destined to die there. Hello, human. The soldier lifted his head, revealing that he was a half-elf warrior, and smiled. I may die here. Please send a message to my parents. Ding, do you accept this mission? The warrior's last wishes. No. Lin Jai pulled out his inferior bronze sword and laughed. I'm afraid you won't get to say your last wishes. Please find your own way back. He set the longsword in front of the warrior and left. After donating 3 of his weapons to the warrior, Lin Jai held his last weapon and headed deeper, where there were more and more Fear Devils. The settings of the New Age were interesting. NPCs and monsters all obeyed the rules of real life. This also caused the accumulation of a majority of monsters before the map opened up. Nearby, 10 Fear Devils formed a circle. Among them was a sword assassin wearing a tattered robe. His longsword was already broken as he tried his best to slash the surrounding Fear Devils. He was displayed as the anonymous sword artist with a ragged kit. He was obviously cannon fodder. Only Lin Jai knew his real name, Wind Rider Sword Saint Karsi Mayer. The Sword Saint shouted while wielding a tattered wooden pole. To a sword artist, his weapon was akin to his life. The Wind Rider Sword Saint was one of the warrior heroes. Every job had 3 heroes. The difference lied in the location in which they were guarding in the mainland. The Wind Rider Sword Saint was one of them. After a particular natural disaster, the heroes together created a seal, and each of them contributed their powers to sustain the seal. The Wind Rider Sword Saint was an honest and upright person, and hence he contributed all of his powers. After he lost all his powers, he went into hiding. However, the natural disaster's seal showed signs of weakening, and thus he had no choice but to come out of hiding and try his best to ward off the monsters causing the natural disasters and look for a promising warrior to undergo his training. In time to come, becoming a disciple of the Sword Saint was a necessary requirement to have a job change to become a legend. Whoosh, an inferior bronze sword flew across, forming the trajectory of an arc, into the hands of the Wind Rider Sword Saint. A sword was still a sword regardless of how inferior it was. Go to hell, the Sword Saint shouted, as a sudden burst of the sword's aura immediately killed all of the fear devils. Lin Jai ecstatically picked up the coins on the ground. 10 monsters dropped merely 4 bronze coins. This showed how low the drop rate for the in-game coins really was. Lin Jai respectfully said, "Hello, respected warrior." The Sword Saint kept hiding his real identity. If he had pretended to be smart and revealed his identity, his favorability points would have been reduced by 10. In the previous life, Lin Jai had naively done that and had learned his lesson for this time. Unless the Sword Saint revealed the identity on his own, Lin Jai knew that he should never do so. There it is. Lin Jai held his breath in sharp focus. NPCs had their own personalities. The Sword Saint's personality was one of directness, or rather, bluntness. Take the current situation as an example. If one shyly said, "It is only right to help you," then they would not have gotten anything in return. On the other hand, if one wished for too much, they would not only not get what they wanted, their favorability points would also get deducted. "I want to learn the way of the sword," Lin Jai said in a serious tone. "Sure." The Sword Saint nodded his head and continued, "The way of the sword lies in being agile. Ding. The anonymous sword artist explained to you the skills of using the sword. Your attacks while equipped with a sword will now deal +3 damage. You have learned Blade Aura Executioner. The anonymous swordman's favorability towards you has increased by 10 points. Young man, I hope you practice diligently and may we meet again." The Sword Saint smiled and made an elegant exit. Lin Jai was thrilled. In his previous life, the first player who accepted the Sword Saint's quest was also the one who had received the Heritage Cape, a fatty wantless. He was said to have obtained a treasure map and from there unearthed a skill book. But so what? It was utter trash compared to the personal coaching provided by the Sword Saint himself. Blade Aura Executioner. Level 1, Familiarity 0 3000. Active ability. Once activated, your attacks drain 3 mana and gain the Blade Aura, increasing damage by 10. That ability's crux did not lie in its damage. It was a symbol of acceptance by the Sword Saint himself. Although he kept a low profile, in the eyes of an NPC, he was a hero. As long as he cast that skill, he could show off in front of powerful NPCs. Ding, you have gained 200 experience points. You have gained 30 bronze coins. You have gained 200 points of popularity from the town of Mayor. Your favorability in the eyes of the town of Mayor's captain has increased by 50. Gaining the favor of the captain was the biggest reward of this quest. The favor of the NPCs influenced the attitude of other players, according to the words of the captain of the guards. His responsibility was to kill all the monsters in the vicinity of the town of Mayor. After players obtained his favor, he would ensure their safety. War is imminent. The Guild of Light is already worn out from its defense efforts. You all will become the mainstay in the defense against the enemies from hell. The captain said in a serious tone, "However, you're still too weak right now. Young man, remember, you can explore the vicinity of the town of Mayor, but please do not ever venture too deep into the Umbral Plains." Lin Jai nodded and left for the town of Mayor under the pleas of the captain of the guards. Lin Jai had obtained 30 bronze coins, so he headed to the equipment store. "Hello, young adventurer." The equipment store owner, who was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a huge mustache, politely acknowledged Lin Jai. That kind of artificial intelligence had widespread applications within the new age. This equipment store sold magic equipment as well as engineering equipment. Lin Jai spent 20 bronze coins and bought 5 simple freeze traps, 5 touch-triggered shackles, and life powder, and even spent 8 bronze coins on a fire gun with an offense point of 1-2. Simple freeze trap. You set a freeze trap, causing anyone triggering it to have 35 reduced movement speed lasting for 3 seconds. This trap is completely effective against monsters of level 3 and below. Touch-triggered shackles. Every set of touch-triggered shackles consists of 100 venomous snake eggs, which die after 30 seconds. When there are more than 20 eggs alive, the target is stunned for 15 seconds. This shackle is completely effective against organisms of level 5 and below. The effective range of the fire gun was 30 yards. In the new age, the 2 melee jobs, warriors and bandits, could use ranged weapons including the fire gun and the bow. Among them, the bandit could also use flying daggers. After donning his equipment, he spent a further 2 bronze coins on a bundle of 20 loaves of bread. Lin Jai spent the entirety of his quest reward of 30 bronze coins. His destination was the place that the captain of the guards had said that he should never go, the Umbral Plains. The Umbral Plains lied in the west part of the town of Mayer. The lowest leveled organism there was level 3, and the monsters there were highly aggressive. It was a place that new players should never go. Hey kid, do not go too deep into the Umbral Plains. The captain of the guards warned Lin Jai before he left. The difference brought about by the increase in favorability points was evident. Lin Jai headed northwest. The surrounding ground gradually turned from black to green. You have entered the Umbral Plains. Lin Jai carefully treaded on the plains. This place spawned new level 3 flame demons, level 4 fear devils, level 4 bare-bone skeletons. After forging a path through those monsters, Lin Jai reached his destination, the Dark Servant spawning grounds. Dark Servant, level 5 biological creature, health points, 250. Dark Servants were fallen humans who willingly gave up their beliefs in order to survive. They could use stealth and were one of the few monsters which used magic as their primary offense. Their damage experience points were especially high. One Dark Servant could barely be killed by a small level 5 team. However, that wasn't Lin Jai's target. His target was the lead chanter chanting the Bible of Darkness in numerous Dark Servant centers. Chanter Griffin, level 5 bronze-tiered boss, health points, 1100. Chanter Griffin was one of the few bosses with a name. Bosses with a name proved that they had a past. They had much better skills and drop rates than other bosses of the same level. Lin Jai retrieved the simple freeze trap and started assembling it. This kind of equipment was classified as something meant for new players to experience and was only effective against low-leveled monsters and almost completely ineffective against high-leveled monsters. Assembling the trap required 1 minute. After Lin Jai assembled the simple freeze trap, he retreated 30 yards and retrieved a cloth bag containing many small snake eggs, which served as the shackles. The principles of how it worked were similar to that of making use of the heat generated by stepping on it to incubate it. The venomous snake would bite and inject venom into its target, incapacitating it. The touch-triggered shackles' effective time was very short. Although the venomous snake eggs could survive for 30 seconds, if the buried assembly lasted for more than 10 minutes, the inner parts of the venomous snake eggs would die in large batches. They would then completely lose their effectiveness. The life powder was a fertilizer in the new age. Normally it was meant for farming, but it could also increase the lifespan of the venomous snake eggs and reduce the chances of death of the venomous snake. That, in turn, increased the rate of success of the incapacitating assembly. After spending 10 minutes, Lin Jai completed setting up all of his traps. In the Dark Servant spawning grounds far away, Chanter Griffin stood there and became the target of Lin Jai's fire gun. Bang! A bullet engulfed in flames penetrated the boss' skull and caused 1 point of damage. The boss got furious and charged towards Lin Jai. Lin Jai started fleeing, but the boss had a very fast basic movement speed, which was faster than Lin Jai's by more than 30. Bang! The boss stepped right on the freezing traps, causing multiple ice shards to fly out and securely root its legs, which greatly reduced its movement speed. When the boss freed itself, Lin Jai had already fled for about 20 yards. When it once again caught up with Lin Jai due to its speed advantage, the ground sank in again. Chanter Griffin was immune towards crowd control abilities, and the same trap was ineffective when used twice in succession. However, this time it was not the freezing traps, but a group of small venomous snakes. They sank their fangs deeply into Griffin's body, causing it to be stunned instantly and unable to move. Lin Jai made use of this time to continue retreating. After the 2 traps were set off, Lin Jai had already fled more than 30 yards. If he had continued retreating, the boss would have given up its hostile intents. Luring a prey was a skill to master. Indeed, the boss' movement started to become slower, and it even looked back at its own territory. Those were signs of giving up its hostile intents. Lin Jai raised his fire gun and shot a bullet once again. This time it was a critical hit. After being repeatedly taunted by a human, the boss became furious and its hostility stabilized. Immediately after, the cycle of getting trapped and then freeing itself repeated until Lin Jai and the boss gradually got near the town of Mayer. Lin Jai noticed that the captain of the guards had already caught sight of him, and hence he retrieved his rusting bronze sword. He swung the sword across, exuding its blade aura, which burst in the boss' chest. 2. Finally, the boss caught up and shot a dark arrow, which viciously knocked Lin Jai back. He was badly damaged by 45 health points. It, Lin Jai cursed as he noticed the blood spurting out. He retreated a few steps and ended up within 20 yards of the captain of the guards. The captain of the guards frowned and shouted, "Get ready." The guards' responsibility was to protect the town, and they would retaliate only if monsters threatened the safety of the town's residents. At the same time, Lin Jai was nearby fighting monsters and was in a precarious position. The captain looked at the 3 soldiers, whom Lin Jai had rescued, and let out a look of seriousness. He conjured a beam of holy light between his hands and cast a holy spell on Lin Jai. Plus 50, Holy Strength. You gain 3 reduced damage from dark-type attacks, and your attacks become augmented with 2 points of light-type damage. Lin Jai was delighted, as his plan worked. In his previous life, the person who had invented that method was Afadi Wantless. He had gotten an idea after gaining the favor of the captain, had baited the fear devils outside the town of Mayor to fight in front of the NPC, and realized to his surprise that even though the captain had not intervened directly, his healing spells were able to boost his own blessing status and could infinitely stack. When Afadi Wantless realized this secret, he was already level 6, and hence mere level 3 fear devils naturally could not satisfy him. However, at that time, his capabilities had not reached their peak yet. Even though they could delay the boss attacking the town of Mayor, it eventually failed after countless experiments. Now, Lin Jai accomplished what he was not able to. Light-type attacks were 100 more effective against dark-type monsters. Lin Jai endured the boss, attacks, and slashed it once, damaging it for a huge amount of 6 health points. This was 3 times more effective than the previous attack. The boss attacks were not sufficient to one-shot Lin Jai. Every attack would trigger the captain to cast his healing spell on Lin Jai, allowing Lin Jai's health points to remain stable and the stacked light-type damage to keep increasing. 18, 20. A flurry of attacks rained upon the boss, and its health points kept decreasing. Darkness prevails. Griffin's robe exploded into pieces, and its lean body suddenly exploded in size enrage mode. After the boss went into enrage mode, its attacking speed increased by 50 and the rate of dipping of Lin Jai's health points increased sharply. The captain's healing spell was showing signs of weakening, so he gathered all his might to bathe Lin Jai in a protective Holy Light Shield. Holy Light Shield. For the first second of receiving the shield, the player gains immunity to any forms of damage, and for the next 10 seconds, gain the ability to absorb 60 of the health points deducted from the largest damage attack. This was one of the trademark abilities of the paladin. With the augment of the shield, the bronze sword in Lin Jai's hand slashed across the boss' throat, and it spectacularly fell to the ground. Ding, you have killed the bronze-tiered boss, Chanter Griffin. You have gained 2780 experience, overlevel victory 350. You have leveled up to level 2 and gained 5 free stat points and 2 fixed stat points. A warrior's fixed stat points could only be used to increase his strength, endurance, and health points. Lin Jai thought about it. In his previous life, his strategy was an all-in strategy as a berserker would pay little heed to survivability. To a berserker, offense was the best defense. This resulted in him being very frail and having a lousy leveling ability. This time, he used his free stat points to increase his strength by 4 and endurance by 1, and used all of his fixed stat points to increase his health points. Health points could be increased via equipment and endurance points, but their effects were definitely not as pronounced as directly increasing health points. 1 point in endurance could increase 8 health points, warrior augmentation, whereas 1 fixed stat point pumped on health points could grant 20 health points. Given this strategy enhanced his own attacking capabilities and augmented his defenses. After all, the amount of health points was a direct representation of a player's defense capabilities. Lin Jai squatted and pocketed the bronze coins that dropped from the boss. A level 5 boss, under the scenario of over-level victory, had dropped merely 12 bronze coins. The drop rate was really pathetic. Without accounting for other rewards, killing that boss surprisingly cost 16 bronze coins, which was enough to squeeze dry the entire life savings of a new player. Ding, you have obtained a Chanter Longsword Bronze. You have obtained a black wrist guard. Chanter Longsword Bronze requires level. Attack 3-9. Strength +1. Additional effect. Your attacks deal an additional 1 dark-type damage. Lin Jai was elated. Such luck. It was unexpected that the boss dropped its directly equipped weapon. A weapon was the most important item in the early game. Wielding the longsword, a gust of eerily strong strength was transferred into his arms. Due to the augment of 1 point in damage, this longsword's actual attack was 410, which was simply strong. The black wrist guard was, on the other hand, a blank wrist guard whose use was restricted to only the Holy Paladin. It increased defenses by 1/4 and most importantly, it could be used by a level 1. It seemed to be a pretty decent defensive equipment. Lin Jai calmly forced the black wrist guard on himself. Strictly speaking, the equipment in the New Age had no equipment restrictions. The Butcher Mage, Arcane Paladin, and others could put it on, but it would just accordingly deduct their relevant stat points. For example, after equipping himself with the Paladin's wrist guard, his movement speed was reduced by 20. This was just a piece of equipment. If he had equipped himself with 2 or 3, he would have been useless. Currently, Lin Jai's battle stats were as follows. Health points 148. Attack 716. Defense 58. They were almost double that of those when he was still level 1. This was the immensely strong effect brought about by the combination of a level and equipment advantage. It would have been such a pity to not make use of such an advantage. Lin Jai recalled that while players trained, their recovery methods involved either eating or consuming potions. It was a widely accepted standard to carry 2 sets of value for money bread and water, whereas potions, which were considered to be instant recovery items, were a luxury good. In the early game, many players started learning the way of the potioneer. However, the 60 chance of failure in concocting a potion deterred many players from actually going into potioneering. Only a few large guilds would nurture specialized potioneers. Besides, he was broke. Lin Jai knew of a place where he could learn perfect potion mastery. After returning to the town, the captain of the guards sternly said, "Young man, you should learn to heed your elders' advice. If you are going to be stubborn again, I will not save you." The captain of the guards' willingness to help was temporarily gone. He would have to wait for 6 hours before he would be willing to help in killing the monsters. Lin Jai bought a set of bread and a set of water and went on to spend 4 bronze coins to buy a bottle of elevation potion. He then headed to the eastern part of the town. Players could partake in consumption while not engaged in battle. Bread could restore health points, whereas water could restore mana. As the monsters in the town of Mayer were generally higher leveled, players gradually congregated at this location. At the doorstep of the town, there were now groups of players killing the fear devils. When Lin Jai held the brightly shining bronze sword and headed out, he invited a swarm of envy. A level 2 player with bronze equipment was enough to attract the attention of many people. At the eastern areas of the town lied a dense forest. The trees there were completely shed of leaves and looked much like the claws of a ghost, eerily scary. You have entered the stumbling forest. A short while after entering the forest, one could hear a kaka sound, which came from the undead skeletons in the stumbling forest. They were level 2 creatures with higher stats and experience than other creatures of the same level, had a slow movement speed and no ranged skills. Shortly after, this would become the heaven for mages aspiring to train. TSSSS, the dried twigs got broken from stepping as a dark gray skeleton reached out its hands and started to attack Lin Jai. Rotting skeleton, level 2 undead, health points, 120. Lin Jai was shocked. He swung forth a blade aura, causing a 12-point damage. The skeleton had strong defenses. Had it not been for the bronze longsword and aura, Lin Jai would not have been able to penetrate its defenses. 11, 12. He immediately retreated after swinging forth the blade aura. The skeleton's movement speed was slow, and hence they were always at least 10 yards apart. Lin Jai had zero interest in tasting the skeleton's potent attacks. After consecutively swinging forth 10 waves of blade aura, the skeleton's health points decreased to a measly amount, but so did Lin Jai's mana. He could only wield up his longsword and go up close. He got hit in the chest by the dried-up skeleton. 19. This was the strong inherent capability of the rotting skeleton. Lin Jai ate a blow and finished it off with a slash. You have killed the rotting skeleton. You have gained 110 experience points. High risk, high reward. The rotting skeleton had experience points worth 30 more than other same-leveled creatures, and many times more than level 1 monsters. Lin Jai's experience bar had visibly filled up a little more. However, the price to pay for killing a skeleton was too huge. Lin Jai retrieved bread and water to consume, and restored his health points and mana quickly. Had it been in the past, in order to learn perfect potion mastery, Lin Jai would have dove in head first given that the skeletons moved very slowly and had absolutely no chance of surrounding him. However, this time, the situation was different. The stumbling forest was the place in the town of Mayer where battles among players were the most rampant. All this violence was for the one and only treasure chest. In the New Age, treasure chests were classified into bronze, silver, soul, dark gold, and legendary. Apart from the treasure chests hidden within the dungeon, most chests were not locked. However, here in the New Age, it spawned a one and only pre-level 10 gradeless treasure chest. The gradeless treasure chest could only be opened 10 times. Every time it was opened, the level of the contents inside would be reduced. The first to open the gradeless treasure chest was named the Heavenly Shield, the chairman of the Ironwall Empire. He was the first player in the early game to pioneer the idea of increasing his health point stats. In his previous life, via the gradeless treasure chest, the Heavenly Shield had obtained a gold grade shield. He had become arrogant and scorned others while amassing a huge advantage. Coordinates 17,283, 47,271. Lin Jai looked at the map. To advance to the gradeless treasure chest's coordinates, he had to eliminate at least 10 skeletons. Besides, there were also many monsters guarding the chest. Hopefully, there were enough replenishment items. At this moment, there was a public announcement. Regional announcement. The Ironwall Empire has cleared the site. Uninvolved players, please leave as soon as possible. Lin Jai's gaze froze. The game service just started not long ago, and yet someone was clearing the map already. Ironwall Empire had initially been arrogant for a few months. When the game launched, they cleared maps, killed many, and were extremely overbearing. There was a saying, brutal to the meek and meek to the brutal. There were a lot of players who, after being trampled on, joined the guild for security, thereby expanding the guild, and it could seemingly become the #1 guild. However, the Ironwall Empire looked tough only on the outside and was weak on the inside. They had easily been taken out by the Kingdom of Glory. In the distance not far away, there was a conspicuous group of 5. The 5 of them were in the same silver armor, with the team leader appearing to be in his 30s, carrying a shield half the size of a grown man. This person was a team leader of Ironwall Empire, Silver Shield. The guild had blacksmiths, leathersmiths, potioneers, and other jobs for players. Those players would be in charge of providing the guild members with the same set of blank equipment at the initial stages. While the equipment was ordinary, their appearances were neat and homogeneous and could be considered a standard package. If Lin Jai was not mistaken, the armor in Silver Shield's hand was also at the bronze level. Because of stumbling forest skinny branches and sparse leaves, Lin Jai was quickly discovered. Silver Shield was surprised as he sized up Lin Jai, who possessed a bronze sword. His eyes gleamed with greed as he yelled, "The Ironwall Empire has cleared the map, are you deaf?" Lin Jai coolly stared at them. Silver Shield's name appeared light red, an indication that he had killed at least 3 civilians. When a player maliciously attacked others, his name would turn red, and if he were killed at this juncture, there would be additional punishments such as level down and fold increase in spawn rate, etc. While Silver Shield was greedy, Lin Jai was too. The race selling price of a bronze shield was not low. Silver Shield lifted his chin slightly, and 2 soldiers with default swords were ready on command. With their weapons tight in their hands, they rushed forward. When they were born into the game, they had chosen the basic warrior skill, Forward Charge. This skill allowed them to quickly close up the distance between them and their enemies while stunning the enemies. That was the specialty of a warrior, Forward Charge. Forward Charge, the 2 soldiers menacingly shouted. Their aura was impressive. Lin Jai was calm and composed, resting almost half his body on the trunk of the tree. When the warriors were making a beeline for him, he took a small sidestep. The 2 warriors were unable to stop mid-track and knocked into the tree branch with a loud bang. The conclusion of the attack was formed. Player Silver Shield's team started a malicious attack against you. You have 20 minutes of official defense time. The player's name would not turn red when he killed the malicious attacker during official defense time. Blade Aura. Lin Jai's sword had already cut across one of the warrior's neck before he even appeared in front of the warrior. 21. Lin Jai disregarded the warrior's weak defense and attacked straight at his most vulnerable area. The tremendous damage immediately depleted 1/5 of the warrior's health level. Such strong damage. Lin Jai's continuous 2 sword strikes left the warrior in a state of shock and only half of his health level remaining. At that moment, the other warrior's attack finally landed on Lin Jai. 5. The corner of Lin Jai's mouth curled up. Just how much damage could a warrior with default weapon deliver? Moreover, with the wrist guard protecting him, it was impossible for anyone to kill Lin Jai unless the other party also had bronze equipment. At this stage, the warriors had only mastered the skill, Forward Charge. They were, however, at the complete mercy of Lin Jai in near-body combat. Damn it, Silver Shield cursed. He initiated relief and suddenly appeared in front of his teammates. Clang 10. Blocked. Lin Jai's attack was blocked by Silver Shield, but the tremor from the immense force caused slight pain for Silver Shield. If Silver Shield did not have something up his sleeves, how else could he have become a team leader in the Ironwall Empire? With both the bronze shield and the capability to initiate relief, he was indeed quite capable. Lin Jai struck his sword forward. Silver Shield raised his armor against the tip of the sword. He was taking Lin Jai's attack head-on. At that crucial moment, with one turn of the sword blade, the sword diagonally struck Silver Shield's shoulder, exploding 16 damage points. Silver Shield's gaze turned cold and continued to block the next attack, but was still struck by Lin Jai from a weird angle. Being able to successfully block attacks with the shield was the prerequisite of a shield warrior's strong defense capability. Without his shielding capabilities, Silver Shield was just but a warrior equipped with blank equipment. Lin Jai's consecutive strikes with his sword had left Silver Shield's health points hanging by a thread. Forward Charge. A loud yell and a metal meat grinder like shield warrior rushed over. He sported a flat head, with huge visible pores on his face, and an especially prominent scar at the corner of his lips. With his bronze shield and bronze armor, he was really quite chunky. That person was Ironwall Empire's President, the Heavenly Shield. Lin Jai was taken aback. The skill level of the Heavenly Shield was much stronger than the 2 rookie warriors. While the Heavenly Shield was charging forward, he changed his direction rapidly, and Lin Jai couldn't avoid him even if he tried to reposition himself. Bang! Lin Jai was charged straight on, stunned. 10. The Heavenly shield struck Lin Jai's face. The damage was incredible. He covered Silver Shield with his body and forced Lin Jai back by half a step. Lin Jai's sword hung down, taking in the sight of Silver Shield, who was covered in blood. He sniggered coldly. The Heavenly Shield's gaze became heavy and ordered, "Protect Silver Shield." "You do not have the capability to do so," Lin Jai declared. He struck his sword across the air, and a flash of blade aura flew towards Silver Shield. Who would have imagined that a warrior could utilize long-range attack? Silver Shield had fallen. You killed the malicious attacker. You gained 1 point of Guild of Light reputation. The Heavenly Shield was triggered, and he held his shield vigorously, charging towards Lin Jai. Lin Jai harshly bit down his teeth and gulped down his elevation potion. His body weight suddenly lightened, and he straightened his sword as the shield hit him. Under the effects of the elevation potion, Lin Jai's body floated. Stepping on the big tree, he used the power of levitation to kick a few strides and ran towards the top of the tree, disappearing in sight. Boss, shall we chase after him? For what? The Heavenly Shield's face froze, and he turned back to look at Silver Shield's corpse, his bronze shield already spawning out. Luckily, that warrior could not pick it away, otherwise we would have suffered huge losses. Gather and obtain the treasure box first. Yes, then about team leader Silver Shield, he was too self-conceited. It is good to have been dealt a blow. Scrape off his team leader position, and I want him to be suspended for a bit. Lin Jai hid among the tree leaves, removing his chanter longsword and wrist guard into his bag. He had to purchase the elevation potion because the gradeless treasure box was located at the top of the big tree. Since he was forced to drink the potion earlier, he could only think of other solutions. Lin Jai probingly crawled to the end of the tree branch, forcefully jumped ahead, and landed stably on the branch of another big tree. He hugged the branch and slid his way towards the tree trunk, making his way forward like that. As he approached the spawning area of the gradeless treasure chest, the noise level increased. Lin Jai brushed aside some of the tree leaves and saw that the bottom had been surrounded by the Heavenly Shield's men. They could only stare as they did not have the means to climb the big tree. Not far away, a well-camouflaged treasure box hid in plain sight among the tree leaves, leaving only a small corner visible. Being able to notice the presence of this treasure box, the Heavenly Shield was quite a talent. Lin Jai forcefully jumped and landed next to the treasure box and immediately squatted down while holding his breath. Whoosh, what's that sound? The Heavenly Shield sensitively yelled. Maybe it's the wind. Silver Shield, who was only at level 1 after reviving, laughed obsequiously. The Heavenly Shield frowned and didn't pursue the topic. He waved his hand and said, "Stack yourselves, go." The subordinates followed his orders, leaned against the big tree and started stacking themselves. On the other hand, Lin Jai squatted next to the gradeless treasure chest and started to open it. Box opening. 1-3. The sound from below was fast approaching as the Heavenly Shield had begun stepping on his guild members' shoulders to reach the treasure box. Catcha, the treasure box opened. You have gained a silver coin. You have gained a feather drop gem, gold. You have gained a skill book, wild charge. Lin Jai continued ransacking, ensuring that there were no other items before removing his hand from the box. Half a second later, the treasure box disappeared. Feather drop gem, gold can be used by all jobs. Requires level 0 accessory. All attributes +1. Additional effect, feather drop skill. You shall have the weight of a feather, allowing you to float momentarily, with a cooldown time of 10 seconds. Lin Jai's eyebrows jumped wildly. It was actually a feather drop equipment. In the game, there were many types of magical equipment. They did not have strong attributes, but had various special effects. The feather drop equipment, for example, were spawned only before level 10, with the only announced spawning area at level 4 Arasso's Peak Dungeon, and the spawn rate was extremely low. In his previous life, feather drop equipment had fetched extremely high prices. If a new player obtained a feather drop equipment before level 10 and sold it, the golden coins he could get was sufficient to get all of the best equipment below level 50. Unable to believe the feather drop gem could actually be spawned here, plans to clear Arasso's Peak could be cancelled. In order to obtain the Heritage Broken Blade, he had to be fully prepared, and feather drop equipment was one of the most important and difficult aspects of it. As for the other skill book, it was essential for every skilled warrior. Skill book, wild charge casting resource. Action, costs mana. Skill description, you can increase 30 of your movement speed while charging forward rapidly, causing 70 damage to the first target you attack, stunning them for 0.5 seconds. When you forcefully cancel the skill, the cooldown time reduces by 2 seconds. Job restriction, warriors, bandits, paladins. Charging type skills were essential near combat skills. They provided the warrior a slow attack job with a very good speed increasing skill, allowing them to achieve better effects when coupled with forward charge. When Lin Jai attached the feather drop gem to his chest, he could almost feel the Heavenly Shield's breath. Wild charge. Lin Jai's speed increased to a whole new level, activating the feather drop gem as he rushed out of the tree branches. With his body as light as a feather, he floated far away, to another tree as feather drop gem entered cooldown. After the cooldown was done, Lin Jai continued escaping. At that moment, the Heavenly Shield, who had witnessed the disappearance of the treasure box, was extremely angry and yelled, "Chase him. Kill him at all costs." The entourage hunting down Lin Jai was huge, while Lin Jai continued floating up towards his targeted destination. Within the stumbling forest was a lake, the spirited lake of the undead. The key to learning perfect potion mastery was there. That piece of flat gray lake was within meters as Lin Jai activated the feather drop skill. He jumped from the top of the big tree and slid towards the lake. Stop. The heavenly shield stared at Lin Jai's disappearing figure and angrily shouted, "Without the potion for breathing underwater, you will drown." Silver Shield unhappily said, "Then we simply give up chasing. See conquering, bring men with you, and stay guard here." The heavenly shield mumbled, "The item that allows him to slide is most likely from the treasure box, which means that the treasure box is very high level. All members are to clear the stumbling forest until it spawns again." The spirited lake of the undead was a magical lake. When players fell into it, they would be damaged by decomposition for 50 points per second. Any person's first instinct upon getting damaged by this would be to escape as soon as they could. However, if one could withstand more than 20 ticks of the corrosive damage, they would gain a corrosive immunity buff, allowing them to become immune for 30 seconds to the damage from the spirited lake of the undead. This 30-second window would be enough to swim across to the other end of the lake. However, with the help of the feather drop gem, Lin Jai had saved a great deal of time. The opposite shore of the spirited lake of the undead was one of the few places where monsters would not respawn. The cold and damp ground granted visibility of the dense pile of bones. The dead bodies of humans and various creatures were strewn everywhere like trash. Lin Jai looked around and found a dying dwarf on the shore, which looked like a mass grave. His eyes were seemingly peacefully closed. If it had not been for his shivering lips, anyone would have thought he was dead. That NPC had no name, or rather, his name was simply the Wandering Dwarf. In his previous life, the first player to arrive there was known as the Seven Ears, who was a young hothead. When he had attained level 10, he had been shocked to discover the spirited lake of the undead hidden in the stumbling forest. Hence, he had started his heroic but tragic adventure. The first time he had entered the water, he had died. The second time he had entered the water, he had died. When he first triggered the undead immunity sequence of events, he had only been level 5. After 7 Ears had completed his mission, he had arrogantly pasted the entire process of the mission on the forum and even displayed the reward for completing the mission, the perfect potion mastery. That had caused countless adventurers who had been hesitating along the lake to feel much regret. Lady Luck only dawned upon the prepared that adage was not for show. 7 Ears had made a name for himself through the perfect potion mastery and had been bought over for a high salary by the Kingdom of Glory, eventually becoming known as the Potion King. Recalling his previous life, the images in Lin Jai's mind gradually became clearer. He had a shocking memory of the in-game data and stats. When 7 Ears had announced the flow of the mission, even though it could no longer be replicated, Lin Jai could still remember it. To save the Wandering Dwarf, one needed to fork out 10 pieces of fresh meat, which had the same effect as bread, but was better tasting and hence cost as much as 1 bronze coin per piece. Even Lin Jai could not afford that huge amount of extra cash. However, the spirited lake of the undead contained many piranhas, whose flesh could serve as a substitute, just weaker. Lin Jai gathered a few pieces of rotten, maggot-infested flesh on the land filled with dead bodies, and carried the flesh towards the spirited lake of the undead. In reality, due to the overly pronounced simulative nature of the new age, players had to overcome their own psychological issues first. If one were weak, timid, and did not dare to face the abominable-looking undead, one would find it very difficult to survive in the later stages of the game. Hence, the new age had become the training ground for females to steal them up. Rotten flesh, consumable, reduces 20 health points every second, lasts for 10 seconds. Lin Jai felt a deathly chill and hurled the rotten flesh into the water. The smell of blood and flesh spread throughout the spirited lake of the undead, and the piranhas swimming around in the lake eagerly rushed over. One piranha bit the rotten flesh and tore it apart. However, Lin Jai's finger was cut by the tearing as well. 8 blood spread among the lake. Hundreds of piranhas excitedly hovered below the water surface. It seemed like they wished they had legs so that they could rush up to the land and devour Lin Jai. Come up, kids. Lin Jai had no fear, as he held up a huge piece of rotten flesh and threw it in the air. The enticing smell captured the eager looks of the piranhas as the flesh landed on the land. The hungry and tortured piranhas could not resist the urge of consuming the rotten flesh as they jumped out of the water to devour the flesh. 20. Having lost the nourishment of the water, the health points of the piranhas dipped sharply and they ended up dying. Lin Jai was glad as he used his long sword to slice off the piranhas' gills and stored them in his bag. In reality, the mouth of the piranha was 2/3 of its body, and hence the lips that were full of sharp teeth could not be consumed. The tail was poisonous as well. The only part that could be consumed was the disgusting gills. Lin Jai replicated the same method and gained 10 sets of piranha gills. This thing has a much smaller amount than fresh meat, Lin Jai looked at the piranha gills, which filled merely half of his palm, and then glanced at the piranhas waiting eagerly at him to throw them more rotten flesh. He let out an evil smile, dug a hole in the ground half a yard deep, and threw all the rotten flesh. Flop flop, hundreds of piranhas jumped onto the land and madly sank their teeth into the flesh, losing their lives after a few seconds. You have gained piranha gills. You have gained piranha gills. Lin Jai looked at his bag. He had 101 pieces of fish gills, which should be enough to feed that dwarf. Carrying a bag full of his spoils, Lin Jai walked to the wandering dwarf. "Save me, give me food, please." The wandering dwarf's eyes suddenly opened as he feebly spoke. "Do you accept the wandering dwarf's request?" "Yes." Lin Jai thought about it and retrieved some bread for him. Smack! The wandering dwarf hit the bread away with his palm and shouted, "I don't eat these." "Give me something edible." 120. Due to the fact that he had shouted those words, the dwarf's health points had been reduced in half. Ding. Mission notice: the wandering dwarf seems to be uninterested in the food of the living. The spirited lake of the undead seems to have some food. Gather 100 sets of this food and hand them to the wandering dwarf. You have 5 minutes. Lin Jai was astounded, but he immediately figured it out. The potion King Seven Ears had not posted the correct mission flow onto the forum. If players were to repeat this mission once again and foolishly follow the process flow and brought the fresh flesh to the dwarf, they would realize that the dwarf did not consume those sorts of food. During the time that players fought valiantly to get the piranhas, the dwarf would have starved to death. Cunning. His idea was to make use of false information to prevent a second player from learning the perfect potion mastery skill. Here, have it. Lin Jai handed all of the fish gills to the dwarf, who opened his mouth and signaled for Lin Jai to feed him. Lin Jai grabbed the fish gills and threw them into the dwarf's mouth. Ding, you have completed the request of the wandering dwarf. You have gained 3,000 experience points. You have gained starting health potions 10. You have gained the starting special health potion 1. Lin Jai was elated. They were health potions. Starting health potions could instantly restore 120 health points. The cooldown of potions were 2 minutes, items that could save lives. The large amount of experience points allowed Lin Jai's experience bar to spike to the maximum. He was about to level up. Starting health potion helps you restore 120 health points and temporarily increase your maximum health points by 60, lasts for 10 minutes. As you can see, I am a potioneer. The dwarf grabbed a piece of rotten flesh from the ground and swallowed it in one mouth. "I still have not asked for your name, young man. What is your name?" Ding, do you want to tell the suspicious dwarf your name? A few options appeared in front of his eyes. 1. Tell him your name. 2. Reject. 3. Maybe I need some other lines. Indeed, Lin Jai's suspicion of Seven Ears not having given the real information was more likely to be true now. NPCs had a high level of intelligence. Below level 10, players had system guidance for answering questions from NPCs. When players were over level 10, all answers would be given solely by the players themselves. Lin Jai looked at the dwarf chewing on the rotten flesh and recalled something. When Seven Ears announced the presence of the dwarf, the Dark-Robed Paladins Guild had sent members to this location, and immediately after, this dwarf NPC went missing. There was speculation that the Dark-Robed Knights Guild might have completed a particular hidden mission. Looking at the ensuing information notice, among the Dark-Robed Knights Guild, there was one who had suddenly risen up to power. Could this be related to this NPC? Lin Jai chose option 3 and said, "A name is nothing but a code in the previous life. Would I look the same after dying? If this is the case, what point is there in asking for a name?" The dwarf laughed, grabbed a piece of rotten flesh and held it in front of Lin Jai. "Good. I'm starting to like you. Since you see so clearly, it would not be that difficult to eat a piece of rotten flesh, would it?" Looking at this piece of rotten flesh, Lin Jai almost puked. Even with 7 years' worth of in-game experience and mental fortitude, he could not bring himself to face matters of this sort. At the current stage, players' psychology would never have been so hardy. Anyone would probably have rejected it. Lin Jai gritted his teeth and smiled. The nature of all objects is the same. What could be so difficult about eating a piece of rotten flesh? Catcha, he bit into the rotten flesh. To his surprise, Lin Jai found that this meat tasted surprisingly fresh. Turning back to look, he realized that it wasn't a piece of rotten flesh he was holding. It was actually a piece of fresh and tender barbecued lion meat. It was a high-class food that only high-level cooks and potioneers could work together to produce. Ding, you have consumed barbecued lion meat. Strength +1. Potioneer Alasso's favorability of you has increased by 100. Lin Jai opened his eyes. Alasso, this person was the head of the liches. Alasso, what constituted a catastrophe? There was no accurate definition. To a normal person, undeads were a catastrophe. As a researcher of undead magic and dark magic, liches faced the banishing by residents of the mainland and got exiled to a corner in the mainland. When the devil catastrophe happened, players and NPCs died in huge numbers. They had to retreat to the Atlas Peak to survive. The group of Lycan, ostracized by many however, suddenly appeared and acted as the primary defense force, neutralizing the attacks of the devils and paying a huge price for their efforts. Alasso was the head of the Liches. It was no wonder that the wandering dwarf went missing after the mission's announcement. It was no wonder that after the information board was put up, somebody had risen to power. That was it. "Young man, I need some information. Can you help me?" Alasso asked with a smile. Ding, do you accept the potioneer Alasso's request? Linjai gladly accepted. This is the death language potion. Use this to revive the body of the dead, defeat them and bring me their wretched thoughts. Alasso paused and added, I will give you a reward you deem sufficient. Beside the spirited lake of the undead, it seemed as if it were the 18 levels of hell. A strewn mess of corpses all had their dried-up palms stretched out. It was as if there was a ray of hope for survival. Linjai held onto the death language potion, brows furrowed, and searched for a suitable target. Death language potion, number of uses left, 100. Allows you to revive a corpse. This effect has no use on an entity above level 20. When the corpse is revived, there is a 1 chance that it may be converted into your servant. Lin Jai was surprised. In his previous life, amongst the information that the potion King Seven Ears had released, the number of times that the death language potion could be used was only 30, yet the one in his possession could be used 100 times. Given this, the wretched thoughts of the dead souls that Alasso required shouldn't be just that. Lin Jai felt glad. Different people would get different outcomes while performing the same mission. At least this potion proved that uncovering the mission himself was more thorough. If the information was accurate, collecting 30 sets of the dead souls, wretched thoughts, was sufficient in exchange for the perfect potion mastery. That ability was of utmost importance to Lin Jai. He carefully swept past the corpses on the floor. The type of monsters that the death language potion could revive was different, and this difference was due to the equipment that they had before they died. Although Lin Jai had learned Blade Aura Executioner, his equipment was not complete, and hence his output and defense capabilities were not strong. If he were to face a stronger type undead or even an elite undead, he was sure to die. After some time, he caught sight of a skeleton with a torn and tattered shirt strewn on it. It not only did not have any proper clothing, its hands were also crushed. Lin Jai was ecstatic as he dropped some of the death language potion onto the corpse. After a long time of unresponsiveness, the skeleton let out a series of knocking sounds as it dragged its empty body and stood upright. Crawling corpse, level 3 undead, health points, 140. The skeleton that had lost its hands tried to get near Lin Jai. Its skull kept advancing. What a fearsome sight. Lin Jai remained calm and composed and unleashed the blade aura. 11. With the bronze longsword in his hands, Lin Jai no longer had to worry about staying alive with just a sliver of health. The new age heavily suppressed the attributes of players. While having the idea of prolonging the course of the game, the main purpose was to help players learn about the importance of teamwork. The strength of one person could never match that of a team. The blade aura exploded in the skeleton's chest. It did not feel any pain and kept advancing towards Lin Jai. However, as it did not have arms, it had to use its skull to bite. At this moment, the advantage provided by the longsword and the blade aura was evident. The undead's attack range was 5 yards, whereas that of the longsword was 3 yards, and that of the blade aura was 10 yards. The movement speed of the skeleton was as slow as a tortoise. Lin Jai simultaneously attacked and retreated and easily killed the skeleton. The skeleton got crushed into pieces and dropped a small bag of bone dust and the dead soul's wretched thoughts. The bone dust would only have a reduced drop rate if it came from an undead that had been decomposed for many years. Normal undead would drop ribcage and broken bones. At that moment, all the broken corpses had already been cleaned up by Lin Jai. The remaining corpses still had an intact body, equipped with a complete set of cloth armor. Some were wearing helmets and wielding longswords. Should that kind of corpse be revived, Lin Jai thought that he would not be able to kill them. When Lin Jai decided to revive some of the cloth-armored skeletons, he had a shocking discovery. Not far away, in a mud hole, there was a corpse lying in it, and its chest and skull were cracked open. Its helmet and chest armor were partly damaged, but apart from that, its armor was pretty much intact, and it even wielded a giant axe. This person was probably a soldier when he was still alive, and was left here when he died. His heart and brain juice were already eaten by corpse-consuming ghosts. Lin Jai looked at the death language potion in his hands and thought. The death language potion provided a 1 chance of converting a revived target into his own servant. However, this soldier had already lost his brain and heart, hence his chance of being converted into a servant was increased by 50. If he were a spellcaster who learned dark magic or a shadow priest, the success rate would have been 100. Looking at its outlook, it was at least elite level. Lin Jai gulped down his saliva and thought, an elite-level servant was worth the risk. Should the conversion be unsuccessful, there were 3 huge trees further down in the northwest direction. The trees had very little space between them, and could thus be used to block any further advancement. After making his decision, Lin Jai dripped some death language potion onto the soldier's body. Dang, a clear and crisp sound echoed as the death language potion flowed down the decomposed body into its limbs and bones. A wave of strange energy emanated from the body of the soldier. Suddenly, his eyes opened, revealing a ray of blood-red light that could almost pierce right through the sky. Immediately after, that ray of blood-red light got covered by a pale blue and again turned back into blood-red. I succeeded. Lin Jai clenched his fists. As long as the pale blue light triumphed, the soldier would be his. The blood-red and pale blue lights kept alternating, and its frequency got higher and higher. Finally, the pale blue light seemed to get an advantage as it started to linger around the soldier's eyes. Success was imminent. At that moment, a small piece of his heart the size of a fingernail fell out from his open chest. Roar. The soldier's corpse let out a loud roar, as the blood-red light immediately took over his body. It held up his longsword and rushed towards Lin Jai, which FC King Undead didn't finish its meal. Lin Jai cursed as he quickly retreated and tossed in Inspect. Lost Soldier Major, Level 3 Rare Elite, Health Points, 450. It seemed that misfortune never comes alone. It wasn't just an elite, it was a rare elite. Rare elites had a spawn rate 1,000 times less than that of a normal elite. They had their own names and pasts and had stronger capabilities. Hence, they also had proportionately better drop rates. Some rare elites could even drop items that even bosses could not drop. However, now Lin Jai was only completing a mission. Lin Jai turned his back and started running away with a bitter look on his face towards the trees that he had recognized earlier. However, the rare elite's combined stats were too strong. Its movement speed was very fast, and hence it caught up with Lin very quickly as he slashed Lin Jai with its sword. 49 FCK. Lin Jai's pupils constricted. The rare elite's attributes were too high. Luckily, the three trees forming the shape of a triangle were nearby, as Lin Jai squeezed inside. Dang, half a second later, an attack rained down on the trees. The rare elite's longsword had been decomposed for a long time and had lost its sharpness. It got stuck on the tree trunk on its first slash. The soldier, which had a greatly reduced intelligence due to the loss of its brain, tried to retrieve its weapon. Lin Jai's eyes brightened as he immediately took the soldier's back and attacked it. Using his rapid sword thrusts, a flurry of 8 and 9 health point damages were dealt. The rare elite's defense was no joke either. 3 seconds later, the rare elite's sword was finally pulled out as the slashed tree let out a sad howl. The tree trunk was slashed into half. One more strike to the same spot would fell the tree. The rare elite's attack was aimed at Lin Jai once again. Strike. Dang, once again the strike landed on the tree. Lin Jai deliberated. When the weapon got stuck, he had already decided on his battle plan would make use of the tree's blockage to kill the soldier. Apart from this, Lin Jai intentionally used the fragrance and blood-rich scent of his brain to lure the direction of attack of the rare elite's sword and tried his best to avoid the chopped down part of the tree. Looking at the stuck rare elite, Lin Jai continued attacking. This time he aimed at the pierced chest and dealt multiple strikes repeatedly. 8, 7, 20. Weak point attack, critical hit, a large number appeared. Attacking the weak point of an enemy would increase between 15 and 40 of the initial damage, and coupled with the critical hit, Lin Jai destroyed 4 of the rare elite's health points. The rare elite was hurt as it retrieved its weapon and continued attacking. It was lured to the trees by Lin Jai once again. Seconds passed, as Lin Jai used the blocking and baiting method to gradually deplete the rare elite's health points. Success was imminent. Experience and equipment were almost in his hands. Only 10 of health points to go. Lin Jai was ecstatic. 7 more strikes at most would be enough to kill the soldier. Dang, this sound had already become the sweetest music to Lin Jai's ears as the weapon of the rare elite got stuck on the tree trunk once again. The moment when Lin Jai decided to attack, his weapon suddenly revealed a ray of blood-red light. Ka-cha, the tree fell. The rare elite roared and the attack struck Lin Jai's chest, causing him to fly all the way out. 41, 49. 2 huge numbers appeared as Lin Jai's health bar dropped dangerously low. This was the ability double strike. DMN it must have been a skill the rare elite would suddenly gain and understand when its life was critically low. Lin Jai drank a bottle of special health potion, and his health got restored fully, and in addition, his maximum health was increased by 60. He then sped back to the middle of the 3 trees. However, when the trees got slashed down by the repeated attacks of the rare elite, Lin Jai knew that the blocking method was of no use anymore. Now he had to fight head-on. Lin Jai summoned the blade aura and slashed right across the rare elite's body. 10. At this moment, the rare elite prepared its attack's double strike again. Lin Jai struck once more while it was attacking. 47, 45, 12. Lin Jai gritted his teeth as his health points were down to 110, which was enough to withstand only 3 more normal strikes. Yet the rare elite's health points still required Lin Jai to slash another 3 times. A gamble was the only option. Lin Jai could only hope that one of the strikes would be a normal strike. This was the only way he could emerge victorious. Come on, Lin Jai gritted his teeth. The rare elite attacked again. It was the double strike again. 41, 49, 13. Lin Jai was only left with a sliver of health. The health potion was still on cooldown, but the next strike was essential. If it was another double strike again. As if to confirm Lin Jai's guess, the rare elite held his weapon up high and attacked double strike. FCK it. Lin Jai thrust his longsword into the chest of the rare elite mercilessly. Although this was a suicidal attempt, as long as it was a critical hit, there was still a chance of an internecine outcome. At this time, a dark fog appeared in front of the rare elite's eyes. Miss. 16 weak point damage, boom. The rare elite corpse fell heavily. Ding, you have killed the lost soldier major. You have gained 2100 experience points. Overlevel kill. You have gained 100 popularity from the town of Mayor. If I were you, I wouldn't sit just at any place to rest. A serious female voice sounded from behind him. If I were someone with bad intentions, you would have been dead and level downed, losing all your battle gains. She was dressed in a light purple full-body dress and held a shadow magic staff, which was the reward of the mission, the lure of the ghost. Although it was a blank equipment, other than the fact that it did not add any additional stats, it did not lose out to bronze equipment. That was one of best early game blank weapons that players could get. However, all those were not of Lin Jai's concern because the moment he saw how she looked, he had lost his ability to think rationally. Qiu Yuan, while Lin Jai had been training hard for the War of the Gods, two girls had been supporting him. One was the one he would never ever forget and for whom he would try his utmost best to repay. The other was her. The way those two had met was particularly interesting. Qiu Yuan had wanted to get a gold chest, and she had gotten chased down by the dark shadow wolves of the entire White Cloud Valley. Lin Jai had happened to be nearby and saved her. The two were supposed to not have much interaction and just part their ways. However, Qiu Yuan had gotten thick-skinned and asked Lin Jai to help her with her quest to open the gold chest. That was how the two had formed their friendship. After that, it had become the story of how Lin Jai, under the influence of his own ego and her looks, repeatedly helped her and ended up becoming her good friend. Due to Qiu Yuan, Lin Jai had got to know that girl. She was Qiu Yuan's roommate and also the girl of Lin Jai's dreams. Eventually, they had got together. However, the story that had ensued made Lin Jai unsure of whether to cry or laugh. Qiu Yuan would often appear and act as a third wheel. Even during the time when Lin Jai had been feeling high from drinking and decided to have sex with the girl, Qiu Yuan had appeared and stopped Lin Jai, leaving with the girl, who was red with embarrassment. On the second day, Lin Jai received a message. Don't even think about flirting with my wife. Looked enough. Indeed, the critical hit nearing the end of the boss, life had to do with her. Qiu Yuan's job was a shadow priest, the most unpopular job among all priests. That job was meant to provide healing to some extent, but could not compare to the jobs practicing the way of the holy light, the holy priest and ascetic priest. That job was also capable of using dark shadows to attack enemies, but its damage was meager, and hence, it was considered as a definite fringe job. The only thing worth mentioning was its various crowd control abilities. The skill that Qiu Yuan used was the most essential skill of the shadow priests, the dark speech. That skill could conjure an assembly of shadows to attack enemies, causing fixed damage 5 points of dark shadow damage per second. It was affected by skill level and magic attack and lasted for 6 seconds. When that skill critically hit the enemies, their critical strike chance would be reduced by 10. The level 3 rare elite's critical strikes against Lin Jai had a 100 chance, but just by reducing it by 10, there was a chance for a miracle. Lin Jai's luck was exceptionally good, as he consecutively avoided the 2 critical strikes using just that 10 chance. Since Qiu Yuan had appeared here holding her shadow magic staff, she must have definitely accepted the sequel mission to the Lure of the Ghost to collect bone dust. Although the price of bone dust was not high, its drop rate was especially low, and it was only available here. After accepting the mission, NPC would teleport players to the shore of the spirited Lake of the Undead. However, new monsters would not spawn to this place, and hence, players needed to search for 4 runes before they could temporarily possess the ability to revive corpses. The sequel mission was to collect 50 sets of bone dust. It sounded very cumbersome, as it definitely was. However, the mission reward was a level 10 ability of a dark priest. Enjoying the benefits of having a level 10 skill prematurely was definitely worth a player's sweat. Lin Jai picked up the items dropped by the rare elite's body. Other than the undead's hatred, which was about the size of a brain, there were also a pair of boots and a skill book. That was considered a massive drop. Decomposed battle boots, white, no job restriction. Requires level 2. Defense 2-4. Movement speed +1. It was not a bad pair of war boots. On the contrary, it was useful as it could even help remove the pain of walking barefoot. The other skill book had a carving of a light purple flower on it. It seemed like it was not just an ordinary skill book. Skill, Kiss of the Dark, casting resource, mana. Skill description: the caster can shoot a dark laser beam at a targeted enemy within 30 yards, dealing 10 points of basic damage. When the target is infected with the dark speech skill, 5 additional points of damage are dealt. Job restriction: priest, this skill book is for you. Lin Jai smiled. The Kiss of the Dark was a rare direct attack skill in the Shadow Priest skill inventory. Although it was useless in the later stages of the game, at the current stage of the game, having an additional output skill was a huge boost in a player's capability. Qiu Yuan crossed her arms and pouted. No need, I was just helping in passing by. Lin Jai smiled bitterly. It was definitely his lecherous look that left a bad impression on her. Well, any girl would feel disgusted by being stared lecherously on their first meet. In his previous life, it was him who had saved her. At that time, Qiu Yuan had been more open and cheerful. Unlike now, the only thing on her face was a polite smile and nothing else. Naturally, after his second chance to life, many things would change. It was better to leave some things to progress steadily, letting them flow. In his previous life, they had become best friends, but who knew what they would become in this life? However, Lin Jai did not obstruct her and just said, if you don't mind, we could form a team. I can directly summon the undead. Although Qiu Yuan did not really like that guy, since he could help her save a large amount of time in her mission, she saw no point not forming a team. She nodded and said, let's form a team. Let me put it straight, we will share equally the dropped items, and all of the bone dust will be mine. I don't want that skill book. Lin Jai nodded and sent a team request. Qiu Yuan's temper was worse than a bull, and he knew that. Player, name hidden, joined the team. Lin Jai smiled bitterly and did not speak anymore as he used his death language potion to revive a corpse. This corpse was a normal undead and had better than normal stats compared to a handicapped corpse. However, with the help of an additional person, killing it was not that difficult. Qiu Yuan only knew the dark speech skill. 5 damage per second was really not that significant. She tried her best to use the dark speech skill to cover the undead's eyes, but the 10 reduction in critical strike chance was seemingly ignored. And in line with a gambler's fallacy, having used that skill to avoid 2 consecutive strikes, it would appear that Lin Jai would not enjoy the reduced chance of critical strikes for a long time. 11. Compared to Qiu Yuan's damage, Lin Jai's damage was much more effective. To feed his ego and also to add some relief to an otherwise tense situation, Lin Jai unleashed his Blade Aura attack. The bronze sword and the Blade Aura attack immediately killed most of the warrior players that Qiu Yuan knew. Thud, the undead fell and dropped a set of bone dust and wretched thoughts. Bone dust. Qiu Yuan was delighted as she stored it away. Lin Jai conveniently asked, what mission do you need the bone dust for? I have 12 sets of bone dust here and I have no use for them. I'll give them to you. Lin Jai retrieved his bone dust and smiled. Lin Jai did not pursue it as he composed himself and continued killing monsters. Qiu Yuan looked at the back view of Lin Jai fending off monsters on his own and snorted. No use trying to act gentlemanly now. To a girl, the first impression was very important. That line of thought was relevant to her female roommate. However, Lin Jai's skills did impress her. Accurately maintaining distance control, dealing weak point damage in every 3 strikes, and making use of blind spots to destroy undeads were things that only a high-skilled expert could achieve. With time, the chemistry between the two improved greatly. Lin Jai naturally did not have to say anything, as they had worked together many times in his previous life. However, Qiu Yuan thought that this feeling was peculiar. Lin Jai would execute everything that she had thought. For a good 2 hours, the two of them had not talked at all. Yet Lin Jai's steady way of luring monsters and superb skills eventually did impress Qiu Yuan, as her disgust completely vanished. Be careful. At that moment, Lin Jai screamed. While reviving a corpse, Lin Jai surprisingly discovered a rotten handicapped corpse. Little did he expect that after dripping the death language potion, the corpse would disintegrate due to being extremely decomposed. The death language potion ended up touching a warrior class corpse. This was an elite level undead. The instant it was revived, the highly intelligent warrior locked onto the target with no melee battling abilities, Qiu Yuan, and charged forward. The warrior's decomposed face got scarily close to Qiu Yuan's nose. Its rotten smell and hideous face scared the SH out of Qiu Yuan. In the new age, dark creatures normally had a safe look. To become an expert, one had to keep training to become immune to the hideous looks of such undeads. If someone was afraid of ghosts, they would find it very difficult to survive in this world. Currently, Qiu Yuan's emotions were nowhere near as stable as they were in the previous life. When the undead got close to her, she was already scared out of her wits. At that moment, the undead flew out with a whoosh. Lin Jai held his longsword up high and did not care that he had only half of his health points left as he pushed the hideous-looking undead warrior away. 21. The elite warrior's damage was far weaker than that of the rare elites, but was still rather high. Lin Jai had to keep repeatedly retreating, as his health was dropping dangerously low. Qiu Yuan panicked and continuously cast the dark speech skill to cover the warrior's eyes. However, the 10 reduction in critical strike chance was of not much use, as Lin Jai was dealt a large amount of damage again and had only 10 health points left. As death was near sight, Lin Jai gritted his teeth and poured the death language potion all over the floor. Ding, you have used the death language potion and successfully converted the wandering corpse into your servant. A desiccated skeleton stood up and got pushed by Lin Jai towards the elite warrior to soak up his damage. Lin Jai went all in and used the death language potion's effect to successfully save himself. Lin Jai started to use the servant as a shield, soaking up the damage, while he was on the offense attacking the elite warrior. Every time the elite warrior attacked, the damage was soaked up by the servant. As time went by slowly, the health points of the elite warrior continuously dipped. Boom, the servant had been slashed into pieces, and Lin Jai's sword's breath had successfully penetrated the elite warrior's chest and killed it. The elite warrior dropped 5 sets of bone dust and 3 sets of wretched thoughts. Lin Jai opened his bag and was elated. He had collected 30 sets of wretched thoughts for the mission. The perfect potion mastery was at hand. Qiu Yuan patted Lin Jai's back as her words came off as soft as a mosquito's sound. Lin Jai smiled and glanced at the wretched thoughts in his bag and asked, "How many more mission items do you need?" Qiu Yuan read between the lines and understood it as a precursor to a teammate leaving the party. It was common knowledge between all players that the purpose of joining a party was to increase the effectiveness of killing monsters in mission mixed monsters, and each would leave the team to embark on their own path after completing the mission. I am 16 items away. Qiu Yuan took a look and got ready to exit the group. Here's 12 for you, let's fight 4 more. Lin Jai retrieved the bone dust, again and motioned for Qiu Yuan to keep it. I don't want it. Don't be wishy-washy. Just take it if you wish to do the mission by yourself, as you still have to search for runes. The random spawning of runes already takes up more than an hour. Lin Jai paused and joked, moreover, there's no reason for me to leave the group having just met a pretty girl out in the wild while training. At least let us develop some degree of liking. Qiu Yuan giggled out loud and gave Lin Jai a look. Do you think I'm an NPC? What degree of liking are you trying to develop? It would have been so much more convenient if you were an NPC. Lin Jai laughed and opened the trading column, placing the 12 bone dust atop. Skill, Rebels Fight, Casting Resource, Action, Anger. Skill description, when you're attacked, hold your weapon across horizontally to enter Judgment. Successful Judgment will annul the damage from the attack while causing an additional 5 damage points. When you own the skill and expand 5 anger points, your damage level increases by 5 additional points. Cooling time of 30 seconds. Job restriction, Warrior, this is great stuff. It would totally be disrespectful of me to reject it, Lin Jai said merrily and passed her the skill book. Kiss of the Dark, don't reject it. We will become more efficient at killing monsters after you've mastered it. Okay, each went on to learn the skill, and Lin Jai's skill column gained an additional small icon, Rebels Fight. Rebels Fight was an extremely challenging skill. It was invincible in the hands of the strong, and yet really it was also nothing special in the hands of an average. However, that sort of skill was highly valuable in the market and could easily fetch a selling price of at least 60 bronze coins. Damage-related skill books like this, including the Kiss of the Dark, were valued possessions. Using the death language potion to create an undead, Lin Jai struck his longsword forward, hitting 12 points of damage while attracting hatred to himself. And at that moment, the undead raised its rotten hand to strike. With a swift positioning of his sword horizontally, a crisp sound followed. Rebels Fight 22. The damage from the skill was generated and the undead's health level reduced by a small bar. Qiu Yuan enchanted the undead with dark speech while amassing a shear-like beam in her right hand and sent it straight into the undead's chest. 21. Such strong damage. Qiu Yuan was inwardly surprised, as this further emphasized the value of the Kiss of the Dark skill book. This was, after all, a skill book that spawned from an elite, and was definitely not something that the other basic skills sold by players in small villages could compare to. And as for Lin Jai, she had finally let her guard down. After all, in these few hours spent together, Lin Jai emitted the vibe of a matured, highly skilled, and someone not bothered by small matters. Coupled with their telepathic coordination, she could not help but feel like they had known each other before. What a peculiar feeling. With their new skills, their speed of killing monsters doubled following the death of one undead, out-generated the wretched thoughts and its bone dust. While Qiu Yuan was collecting the bone dust, she suddenly said, "My name is Qiu Yuan. Hi, I am Fu Sheng." Lin Jai smiled. Revealing her name to him was proof that they were no longer strangers, but there is still quite a long time required to accumulate favorable impression before they could return to their friendship in the past. "Fu Sheng, you're so capable, I bet you must have a group." "No, I like to travel alone." "Hey, why don't you just join our group then? After we reach level 3, we could go to the cat demon lair together." Qiu Yuan smiled, thinking that Big Sister would be happy to know that she had pulled in such a skilled person. Lin Jai blocked the undead's attack with Rebel's fight, smoothly sending the sword straight into its skull and said, I don't fancy joining groups as they're too restrictive. But if your team has vacancies, reserve one for me. I'd probably be making a trip down to Cat Demon Lair. Okay. While Qiu Yuan agreed, she felt a bit uncomfortable. It was a weird feeling that probably arose because of those infatuated stares she received all these years, and how the guys in the group had been overly zealous towards her. And now, disappointment filled her having gotten rejected so bluntly. Lin Jai, on the other hand, did not notice anything amiss in his opinion. There were many chances for them to meet in the future. The pleasure he derived from Rebel's fight was out of the world. Having such skill so early in the game was thrilling. While it was a far cry from the diversified and adventurous battles in his past life, it was at the same time much comfortable than the cutthroat killing. When the fourth undead collapsed, Qiu Yuan's 50th, bone dust, from the mission was generated. Here. Lin Jai passed it to Qiu Yuan and smiled, mission accomplished. Qiu Yuan froze. Why did his tone sound like he could not wait to leave? Qiu Yuan, who was consumed by her thoughts, suddenly came to her senses. What the hell? Why should I care so much about what he thinks? Qiu Yuan, being her rational self again, smiled coolly, kept the bone dust, and waved, well then I'm going back. Okay. Remember to call me along when you are heading down to the dungeon. I'm waiting to scale to greater heights under your wings. Sure. The two temporarily separated. Lin Jai looked at his experience bar and figured he should be able to advance to level 3 shortly after completing the mission. Once players reached level 3, the dungeons officially welcomed them. The dungeons were categorized into simple, ordinary, normal, difficult, master, and expert, 5 different levels. Drop rate of equipment in the dungeon was higher yet harder, and it severely tested the group's coordination. It was also when the disparity between guild players developed. In level 3 dungeons, the most popular one had got to be the Cat Demon Lair, and there was something extremely important which Lin Jai had to acquire. Focusing back to the present moment, Lin Jai walked towards Alasso, with the 30 sets of wretched thoughts in his hands. Have you found what I wanted? Alasso, who was fiddling with a corpse, raised his head and asked. Yes, I found 30 of them. Lin Jai took out the wretched thoughts. Very well, very well. Alasso put away the wretched thoughts and said merrily, this is your reward. Ding, you have completed Potion Master Alasso's mission, 30 completion. You received 3125 experience points. Potion Master Alasso taught you perfect potion mastery. You absorbed his teaching and proficiency level increased by 50. Perfect potion mastery. Lin Jai suddenly recalled the undead's hatred that was generated from the rare elite, took it out and asked, what use does the undead's hatred have? This is a powerful cry from the undead that can cast dark magic while providing the potion effect from 10 sets of wretched thoughts. Alasso said, you can give it to me. Ding, you have completed Potion Master Alasso's mission, 40 completion. You received 800 experience points. You received Rune's Cape. Rune's Cape can be used by warriors and paladins. Requires level 3 heavy armor. Defense level 5-8. Health points plus 20. Endurance plus 1. Additional effect, Rune's energy. You sparked Rune Cape's energy, increasing your health level limit by 20, lasts for 3 minutes. This mission's reward was too generous, and it looked like there was still follow-up. However, collecting wretched thoughts was simply too time-consuming. While Lin Jai was highly interested to see the mission's final reward, it would take up a few days just to accumulate the 100 sets of wretched thoughts required. However, in the equipment store, there is an item called the Holy Flame Torch, exclusive for players under level 5. Its function was to kill an ordinary undead below level 10 in seconds. The flip side was, players would not be able to gain any experience nor equipment, only mission items. This was an item only filthy rich players who were trying to complete missions would purchase. A Holy Flame Torch cost 5 bronze coins, quite an expensive price tag. Lin Jai returned to town of Mayor, set up a sign at the area where Fear Devils spawned, and acquired massive amounts of Fear Devils spit at 1 bronze coin per set. Fear Devils spit was the only thing that generated out of level 1 Fear Devils, but NPCs did not keep such disgusting stuff, causing most players to casually throw it aside. 1 bronze coin could be traded for a loaf of bread. Many players' eyes sparkled and rapidly collected the Fear Devil's spit from the floor and dumped it at Lin Jai. His bag was quickly filled. Dude, why would you want to keep this? A player asked. Lin Jai did not even answer and simply set up automatic trading until his available coins were depleted. At that moment, the 1 silver coin from the gradeless treasure box was significantly useful. In less than half an hour, his bag was filled with Fear Devils, spit, and emptied of his bronze coins. Hey, don't go, I've still some more here. I've got 4 more sets. Lin Jai hurriedly said, everyone, please wait. My bag is full. I will come back and collect in half an hour's time. Passion from the people was overwhelming. The Fear Devil's spit had one extremely great use potion creation. The failure rate of potion creation at proficiency level before 1,000 points for ordinary potion mastery was as high as 50, with a small probability of obtaining bad quality potion, causing the potion mastery to be a money-burning job at the early stages. The pros of perfect potion mastery were, it did not have the system's default failure rate correction. As long as one was skillful enough, the chances of successful potion creation were very high, with a small probability of obtaining high-quality potions even. Now, what he needed to create was the specialty potion of the Potion King in his previous life, and that was the creator's ultimate get-rich item, the slow-restoring mana potion. Magic was the second life of mages and priests among other jobs, and was also the tripping stone of their level advancement. At the current stage, nobody could afford to drink magic bottles or wait for the plain water to take effect and slowly restore magic, plus players had to step away from a battle with the latter method. Then what was going to happen? That was how the slow-restoring mana potion came to be. 10 Fear Devils spit with 1 crystal bottle, 2 dissolving potions, and 1 set of neutralizing potion could create a bottle of slow-restoring mana potion. Linjai vividly remembered this potion had an incredibly huge market before level 10, when not many were proficient in potion mastery. With the monopoly of such potion, Potion King did not hold back from accumulating his wealth and was said to have earned tens of golden coins. Now, this advantage had landed in Linjai's hands. He first add in the dissolving potion, then add the Fear Devils spit, Linjai mumbled on, as the Potion King did. Funny how that guy was his enemy but had now become his mentor. Gently shaking, the potion turned from yellow to blue and eventually froze, like how pudding instantaneously diluted. You have created the slow restoring mana potion, proficiency level of perfect potion mastery +1. Slow restoring mana potion. You recover 2 points of magic level every second in the 10 minutes following the use of the potion. Subsequent usages will have its effects to a maximum of 200. In his previous life, Potion King was extremely greedy. He had sold 1 slow restoring mana potion for 15 bronze coins. This caused many to be dissatisfied, and Linjai was one of them. He must be crazy to be selling 1 potion at such an exorbitant price. This time, however, Linjai was going to place the slow restoring mana potion up for auction, with the starting base price at 15 bronze coins and 20 bronze coins as the final buy now price. At the early stages when one did not have to spend much mana, a bottle of slow restoring mana potion could let them endure 10 minutes of magic casting, highly increasing the efficiency of level advancement. Moreover, that was such an exclusive creation. After creating a batch of potions, Linjai continued to purchase the Fear Devil's spit. This item was only generated at Town of Mayor. A lot could be gathered at first, after which would require players to kill monsters. When the second batch of potions appeared, the system notification alert rang continuously. Your slow restoring mana potion was auctioned at a price of 17 bronze coins. Your slow restoring mana potion was auctioned at a price of 16 bronze coins. The coins in Linjai's bag increased at a tremendous rate and quickly turned into a silver color. Silver coins already. This was, moreover, only just the beginning. Linjai had at least more than 200 potions in his bag that were not yet sold. Scarcity resulted in demand. He had only sold 20 bottles at any one shot. Continuously placing 20 bottles of the potion up for auction, Linjai started to search for another item, low-level, poison antidote potion, and all its ingredients. The dungeon Castlewood would open when one reached level 5. It generated most jobs, armor, and equipment, but all the monsters, attacks in Castlewood were laced with poison which could be accumulated, and hence the demand for poison antidote grew. In his previous life, when Castlewood had opened, the price of low-level poison antidote potion had rolled by 10-fold, and the value of potioneers who had learned the recipe for poison antidote rapidly rose with the tides. There are prescriptions. Linjai couldn't help but smile. The prescription low-level poison antidote potions was of marginal value. The reason was simple: the proficiency level increased by very little, with a low probability of successful potion creation. A prescription cost only 15 bronze coins. Linjai swept up all 13 pieces of them. At the same time, the slow restoring mana potion was wiped out again. The Headhunters Guild was patrolling in the auction house in an attempt to find the person selling the potion. Linjai placed another batch of potion for auction, while ensuring all the low-level poison antidote potions and its relevant information disappeared from the auction house before he left satisfactorily. He wanted to stockpile the potions. The inflation and decrease of item prices were not controlled by humans, but he could influence the prices to some extent. In this life, the rebound price of low-level poison antidote potion could be much scarier. Ding! District announcement. To the friends selling the slow restoring mana potion, I, the Heavenly Shield from the Ironwall Empire, am sincerely inviting you to join our guild. I will give you the preferential treatment of that of a vice chairman. Contact me if you are interested. Lin Jai couldn't help but laugh. He used the bulletin board to invite people. This guy is quite the spender. He must be trying to gain some fame while riding on the coattail of this matter, joining the Ironwall Empire. Lin Jai did not think even need to ponder over it. Their disbandment was almost predictable, but Lin Jai was interested in speeding up the process. This time the turnover rate of the potion had slowed by a lot, but Lin Jai was not anxious. He carried the silver coins in his bag and went to the general store and bought 5 silver hurler guns, 3 capturing traps, 1 shape-transforming scroll, and lastly reluctantly spent 60 bronze coins on an additional teleporting scroll. That thing could let a player instantaneously move a distance of 3 million. As for the potions in the auction house, Lin Jai couldn't help but smile. Could he not understand the players' thoughts well enough? The buyers were playing hard to get in an attempt to get him to clear his stocks. If that were going to be the case, Lin Jai would simply recall all the remaining potions. Ah, I'm so frustrated. Qiu Yuan suddenly sent a message, sounding exasperated. What's wrong? I wanted to purchase the slow restoring mana potion, but my elder sister told me the seller was intentionally trying to raise the prices and made me wait a bit as the price would go down within 5 minutes. However, it was cleared off the racks by some others, and it even seemed like it was wiped out. Ah, Lin Jai laughed. How could you still laugh? I really want to pity you, but I will do it after I'm done laughing. Ha ha ha. Thinking of how the sexy and strategic lady got tricked and her resulting embarrassing situation, Lin Jai couldn't help but laugh before clearing his throat. I bought quite a few. I'll send you some. Qiu Yuan skeptically said, why would a warrior like you purchase slow restoring mana potions? Li Jai earnestly and solemnly said, I wanted to wait for that guy to finish selling so I would throw it out again in the market at the double price. Pui. Evil traders, all of you are evil traders. Qiu Yuan was scornful for quite a while before exuberantly saying, wouldn't I then make you suffer a deficit? Yeah, such loss, I take back my words, Lin Jai teased. HMPH no, give me the potions now. Imagining the adorable image of Qiu Yuan shaking her fist, Lin Jai couldn't help but smile and sent her 20 bottles of slow restoring mana potion. I'm going to switch off messages. You might not be able to contact me from now on. What are you going to do? Mission. Oh, Qiu Yuan did not press any further as she could hear the reluctance in Lin Jai's tone to share. Lin Jai closed the chat message and walked towards the exit of Town of Mayor. Countless prosperous races appeared in the game in history. With the platitude of wars in this continent, there were appearances of Ruler of the Elements, period of the Giant Dragon and Devil's Era amongst other periods. All those races were hiding in different corners of the continent. During the period of the Cultured, there were natural disasters, and evil monsters also appeared. The places where the evil monsters appeared had the famous Devil's Fork, which split the continent into 3. Where the Devil's Flame burned, a mountain peak gradually solidified Dark Summit. The weird thing was, neither monsters nor treasure boxes spawned there. In his previous life, Lin Jai probably wouldn't have gone there if not for being dead sure there were accomplishment points he could achieve, and what happened after that would not have happened. Lin Jai walked alone along the small mountain roads, which was the only walkable path available. The Dark Summit's shape was like the 100 Peaks mountain. There were more than 10 peaks, with huge winds at each of those peaks. His target was the peak right in the middle. After ascending about 300 yards, there were only pitch-black leaves and substantial strong winds. Lin Jai plucked a few leaves and threw them into the air. The leaves circled around slowly and floated up. Now, Lin Jai activated the feather drop gem and floated up like cotton wool, getting picked up by the wind. The wind suddenly changed direction, and Lin Jai fell down with a loud thud, landing heavily. 80, darn it. Lin Jai furrowed his brows and ate a piece of bread to restore his health points. Climbing the Dark Summit was fraught with difficulties. Falling so heavily over just a mere short distance was already so painful. Imagine falling from an even greater height. The current Lin Jai was only level 3. Compared to the previous life, the difference was huge. He had to tread with caution. The peak's wind direction changed once every 10 minutes at random. Lin Jai needed a north-blowing wind. Just waiting for the wind to change direction already took up a long time. It was unlike in his previous life, where he could just tear a piece of high-level air element scroll to change the wind direction. Wait, even if obtaining the broken blade would take up a lot of time, he had to keep waiting. It was the resource that he was proud of, and also the biggest regret of his previous life. After 3 solid hours, the wind had not changed its direction into a satisfactory one. There were even a solid 30 minutes during which the wind was blowing southwards. Whoosh, the leaves suddenly floated and ascended quite a bit. Lin Jai's eyes brightened as the wind changed considerably and the leaves ascended like a rocket. Feather drop skill. Lin Jai became weightless and immediately flew. The wind's strength at this time was unexpectedly immense. Lin Jai had originally planned to ascend to the lowest peak, then slowly make his way up. Looking at this trend, it was even possible that he could fly directly up to the highest peak. He spread his arms out to maintain his balance, and his gaze focused on the peak that he could descend on. In the blink of an eye, the lowest peak already went out of sight. Second, third, the wind changed direction again. Lin Jai felt a huge wave of force coming from his right and caused his body to slant. He lost his balance and started to fall. He endured the howling winds by his ear and tore the polymorph scroll, casting target himself. A gust of smoke appeared, and Lin Jai shapeshifted into a small lamb with a maximum health point of 1. It could not attack, move, and its status would be nullified the moment it ate any damage. He was brought crashing onto a peak by the wind and fell heavily to the ground. 1. Polymorph skill nullified. Lin Jai rolled a few rounds before slowly coming to a halt. Small rocks cut his skin and also cut away a huge amount of health points. He adjusted his breathing and restored his calmness and observed his surroundings. Due to the many peaks in the dark summit, they were named according to numerical order. This should be the third mountain, which meant that this was the third highest peak. In his previous life, Lin Jai had not arrived there when he had ascended the peak because it hadn't been part of the arc of coverage of the winds. It was possible to arrive here only if the wind direction changed abruptly. Even then, that meant death, and yet in this current stage, fate brought him to the third mountain. A few blood-red berries fell and rolled forward to Lin Jai, who brightened. That was the blood-enhancing berry. A player could only consume 2 in their whole lives. Its stats were simple. It could increase permanent stats. Top-grade blood-enhancing berries could be easily sold for hundreds of thousands. In his previous life, there was even an additional 2 increasing drop rate blood-enhancing berry that was sold for a hefty price of $1 million. Blood-enhancing berry, strength plus 10, blood-enhancing berry, movement speed plus 5. Lin Jai looked up along the direction of rolling of the blood-enhancing berries. His pupils shrank as he realized that they came from a huge tree full of blood-enhancing berries. Blood-enhancing berries had been randomly spawning at dangerous grounds. Could there actually be a fixed tree? Should one eat all the berries? Of course, it was just a thought, but Lin Jai's breathing accelerated uncontrollably. Walking towards the blood-enhancing berry tree, Lin Jai inspected each berry one by one. One could only eat 2 blood-enhancing berries, so he had to find the 2 with the best stats. He would pluck the remaining ones and sell them all. There were those that increased damage, lock-picking chances, and even charm. The blood-enhancing berries could offer almost everything. Blood-enhancing berry, increase critical strike chance by 2. Blood-enhancing berry, increase critical strike chance by 3. Lin Jai looked at the berry in his hands in shock. This would be worth over $1 million in 7 years. Little did he expect that he could live a moment of lavishness as he ate the berry worth millions of coins. Lin Jai smiled and swallowed the 2 berries. A wave of warmth spread throughout his limbs and bones as his critical strike chance was increased by 5. Anything could only become internalized if one consumed it. Just as he was about to pack all the remaining berries, the entire tree suddenly decomposed and the berries melted into a blood-looking liquid and then coagulated and transformed into a muddy-looking monster with a human face. It was creepy. Blood-enhancing willpower, level 20 elite health points. Lin Jai retreated a few steps. He had not seen such a monster in the past 7 years. As he was about to flee, his body suddenly lost control. He had eaten the blood-enhancing berries, and hence he would be within the radius of the blood-enhancing willpower's control of 1,000 yards. Understood. The blood-enhancing berries in this mountain peak were meant to lure players. As long as one ate the berries, they would be consumed. As to whether they would lose their stats, it remained to be seen. Feather drop skill. Lin Jai activated the feather drop gem and floated up. He did not care about the wind direction at this moment. Fleeing was more important. After he became airborne, he broke free from the restraint and could move. What was scary was that the blood-enhancing willpower could fly up like a bat, and it flew towards Lin Jai. Down, with a javelin in his hand, a thrust pierced through the disgusting red thick liquid, and it sank into the ground. The wind changed direction and caused Lin Jai to lose balance and spin around uncontrollably. But his position was ascending. He got caught in the air currents of the highest peak and flew up uncontrollably. The currents were like a rope tied to Lin Jai's ankle, bringing him up violently. The peaks in sight were sharper, much like a fountain pen. When Lin Jai ascended to the peak, he could only see the broken blade. In his previous life, when Lin Jai had reached this place after the wind changed direction, but he could not retrieve the blade no matter how hard he had tried. However, as a berserker, he could increase his strength by causing damage to himself. He had immediately cut his own wrist. The blood was all absorbed by the broken blade, and he died. He had died for a total of 3 times before he could obtain it. This was the reason why Lin Jai waited until he was level 3 before coming to get the broken blade. Had he been underleveled, he would be transported back to the town's church to be revived after he died. Lin Jai found it challenging to approach the peak, as he tried hard to hurl a few hunting traps onto the broken blade. 2 of them got blown off by the wind, and the remaining one fell onto the broken blade alone. Lin Jai retrieved his spear and flung it everywhere. The dark summit's winds were the scariest as their direction was uncertain and had huge strength. The moment Lin Jai hurled the spear, the wind brought it back and pierced through his own torso. He was hurled back as well towards the broken blade. At that moment, the wind's direction changed again. Teleporting scroll. Lin Jai tore the scroll and moved towards the broken blade by 3 yards and stood precisely on the broken blade. But the strong winds were about to blow him off. At this time, the hunting trap was activated. It closed up and trapped Lin Jai, rooting him for 2 seconds and costing him 20 health points. 5. Lin Jai rolled his eyes and died. After enduring the wind and self-inflicted damage, surviving for so long before dying was an achievement in itself. His soul appeared in the cemetery while his blood was being consumed by the broken blade. After players died, their souls would appear and they would level down by 1 level. The souls would appear in the cemetery. Finding one's own body would allow him to revive, but he would be in a weak state for 2 minutes, with all stats being reduced by 90. If a priest cast a revival spell, going by the familiarity of the priest with the spell, the punishment in experience could be lightened by 50 to even 100. Of course, if the body could not be found, such as when one fell into magma or was surrounded by monsters, they could choose to be revived in the cemetery. The level would be reduced by 2 or more, the duration of the weak state would last 1 hour, and in addition, the equipment durability would be reduced to 0. If he was a famous person, the punishment would be heavier. Lin Jai looked at the pitch-black underworld and ran towards the dark summit. While being in a soul state, movement speed would increase, the weight would be 0, and this would be equivalent to being in the feather drop status except that one could control oneself. When Lin Jai stood by his body, an alert popped up. Do you want to be revived now? A ray of light dawned as Lin Jai stood on the broken blade. His wound that had not fully healed kept spewing out blood, which once again got absorbed by the broken blade. After less than half a minute, he died again. Lin Jai had already spent 7 hours exploring the dark summit. The broken blade finally absorbed enough blood and let out a hum of satisfaction. Lin Jai was elated and held the broken blade with one hand and lifted it up forcefully. Bang! The dark summit shook crazily. The strong winds converged into many devilish faces. Lin Jai gritted his teeth and used all his strength to force out the broken blade from the rocks. The broken blade spun many rounds in the air and landed in front of Lin Jai. We meet again, my old friend. Lin Jai held the broken blade with a flurry of emotions. It was like a piece of scrap metal, looking very badly welded on the surface, and was full of sticky ores and marks from the devil's flame. Only the blood reservoir was intact. At the bottom of the blood reservoir, a drop of blood trickled about continuously. Bronze broken blade heritage, no job restriction. Requires level 0. Attack 2025. Strength +5. Endurance +5. Health points +120. Jump +5. Movement speed +6. Block +3. Additional effect, stats are sealed, cannot distinguish the weapon type. Additional ability, army obliteration. You spend 10 rage points and damage your target thrice for 130 damage. Weight, 5 pounds this stat. Lin Jai furrowed his brows. In his previous life, when Lin Jai had obtained the broken blade, even though the broken blade was labeled as bronze broken blade, its stats were those of a level 50 gold equipment. After lifting the restrictions on it, it matched that of a level 80 dark gold heavy sword. Why was it so weak this time? As a level 0 weapon, the broken blade's stats were said to defy nature. However, since Lin Jai had once experienced the immense power of the broken blade, he felt a massive disparity between the two. After noticing the broken blade's blood reservoir, Lin Jai suddenly understood. In his previous life, after obtaining the broken blade, the blood reservoir had absorbed almost 2 of fresh blood, whereas it only absorbed half a drop now. It seemed like it was a problem of skill. In his previous life, the high-leveled berserker's health points were far superior as compared to the health points available now. Even then, the broken blade stats were still very strong and increased Lin Jai's capabilities by a huge margin. While he was reeling in delight, the ground suddenly started shaking. Lin Jai was shocked as there was none of such a scene in his previous life. Boom! The rocks exploded as a giant, pitch-black, lizard-like palm emerged from under the rocks. It was a guardian of hell. The guardian of hell was a mixed breed of the devil and hellhound. It had a low intelligence but had mastery of the dark shadow magic and a gigantic body. With a pair of dark broken wings, the guardian of hell emerged from the mountains, and it violently attacked Lin Jai with its huge palms. Run. Lin Jai activated the feather drop gem and held the broken blade tightly in his hands. Heritage equipment could not be stored in bags. Even though the outlook of the broken blade was very ugly under the influence of the huge winds, Lin Jai found it difficult to balance his body and fell down. Whilst falling down, he held on a tree branch and span one round, reducing the impact of the fall before finally landing. The dark summit was made up mainly of tall and huge trees. Lin Jai had nowhere to go. He could only maneuver his way through the trees. Luckily, he had the feather drop gem to help him advance at an altitude. Roar. The guardian of Hell's skull was as big as a dinosaur. Its huge mouth growled Suie. Devil's flame, boom. The forest suddenly erupted in the devil's flames. Lin Jai drank an entire bottle of health potion and activated Wild Charge and rushed towards the apex of the huge tree. To escape from the pursuit of the Guardian of Hell, the only way was to return to the town of Mayer. Running down the mountain would lead to death. The only way was to make a gamble. Like a monkey, Lin Jai used all 4 limbs to climb up. The tree branches engulfed in scorching flames that were flung towards him and brushed past his ears got knocked onto a huge tree nearby, and the impact knocked over a huge area of the forest. Nearby, there were tens of huge tree branches flying over. Darn it. Lin Jai took a deep breath and tried his best to climb up. Every time he climbed up 1 body length, a scorching branch would fly past his feet. The forest behind him was in ruins. Hell's notice. Town of Mayer is under attack by the Devil's Overlord. Villagers, please evacuate immediately. Hell's notice. Town of Mayer is under attack by the Devil's Overlord. Villagers, please evacuate immediately. The town of Mayer's players looked at the mountains far away as the Devil's flames engulfed the sky. The huge Devil Guardian hovered around near the mountaintop, as it seemed like it was searching for something. Quick, inform the chief. The town of Mayer has spawned a super boss. Town of Mayer is attacked by a monster. We need reinforcements immediately. Players who had just entered the game naturally did not know the power of the Guardian of Hell. In a mere 10 minutes, a large group of people assembled in the town of Mayer. There were even strong figures that were rarely seen: the Heavenly Shield of the Ironwall Empire, the Dumb Fox of the Triumphant Midnight, and Sand Eagle of the Murder Workshop. NPC defense team had also got activated. Paladins clad in heavy silver armor sternly stood in front of the gates and shouted, "Activate the defense shield." The town of Mayer got enclosed by a sturdy shield connecting every paladin. That was the shield of life. As long as the paladins guarding the town remained alive, the shield would not break. The Guardian of Hell arrived, and the sky got shrouded in darkness. At this moment, an inconspicuous figure fell to the ground and headed towards the crowd. The Guardian of Hell lost sight of Lin Jai and screamed crazily, unleashing its rage on these humans. "Prepare for battle," the paladin captain shouted. Chanting runes of the holy light surrounded the people. HDA, sound of confusion. The Guardian of Hell let out a screeching wave, preventing the holy light from converging. It madly tore apart the land in front of it and searched for the brat who had stolen the heritage equipment. The captain raised his holy sword, and the holy strength converged into the cross of judgment. He loudly sang, "Those who have fallen to darkness, accept the redemption and judgment of the holy light. In the name of me, Ares, light prevails." The cross of judgment heavily fell on the head of the Guardian of Hell and brought with it a great deal of critical damage. 293,844. Lin Jai saw this scene and couldn't help but think, "Fortunately, I ran fast and had the feather drop gem. It's undoubtedly one of the most special equipment. If not for it, I'd probably be dead even with 9 more lives." The body of the Guardian of Hell almost exploded as it flapped its wings and decided to retreat to the dark summit. The paladins flaunted their prowess as the holy light converged into a ray of scary light cannon which killed the Guardian of Hell mid-flight. The huge body got disintegrated into smoke and dust. A piece of armor-like object dropped down. "Equipment, equipment, quick," some unknown person shouted, and many players started running forward towards the dropped equipment. The Guardian of Hell was a level 100 monster. How could its dropped equipment be anything bad? This is the Ironwall Empire's territory. The Heavenly Shield's level was the highest and had the best equipment. He sprinted and maintained his lead and reached his arms out to grab hold of the armor. Get down. The Triumphant Midnight's ice magic Thirch Dumb Fox teleported onto the Heavenly Shield and mercilessly kicked him aside, but it got shot down by a hunter at the back. This hunter was the chairman of the Hunters Guild and was known as Ghost, the Sniper Eyes. It was said that this guy was a sniper in reality and had never ever missed a shot. He smiled coldly. "Fox, I wouldn't want you to get your hands on this equipment." "Darn it." Dumb Fox pointed his middle finger at him. Dumb Fox and Ghost Eyes were old friends and old foes. This guy had never resorted to underhand tactics. He openly dealt with people, and this caused the Fox to feel helpless. At this moment, a group of players rushed over. Due to the skill limitations in the early levels, what actually happened were brawl fights. "I'd beat you to death if you grabbed it. I'd get beaten to death if I held it." This piece of equipment came along with countless innocent lives. In the midst of the chaos, Lin Jai clearly saw that the captain, Dustless, of the most famous mercenary workshop, one well known as a murder organization with the name Shadow Devil Workshop, get badly beaten up by a group of unknown players and died. The equipment flew up. "Haha, it's mine." The Heavenly Shield laughed as he was the closest to the equipment and had the best stats. It was perfectly logical for him to get hold of it. Dumb Fox, Ghost Eyes, and the other people did not give up and continued to pursue. The equipment fell lightly as the Heavenly Shield reached out to touch it. However, a leg suddenly tapped on his knee and caused his body to lose balance. The equipment fell off from his fingertips and landed straight in the hands of Dumb Fox. Dumb Fox blanked out for a while, and he carried the equipment in his hands as he looked earnestly at Lin Jai. It was Lin Jai who had made the kick. Body movements such as somersaulting, jumping, tripping, and punching, etc. were the basic abilities of humans. They required a high level of mastery to be used masterfully, yet this guy was only level 1. The equipment is mine, stop, Dumb Fox commanded, and the scene quietened down. Ghost Eyes was aiming his arrow at the brains of the Dumb Fox as he resentfully said, "What a pity. Dumb Fox, darn it, it was you." The Heavenly Shield angrily grabbed Lin Jai's chest, as his face seemed to be that of an angry bull. If it had not been for Lin Jai, he would have gotten that piece of equipment. Lin Jai shrugged his shoulders and said, "Sorry but not sorry." The crowd went silent. This guy seemed really calm. Dumb Fox pressed on the shoulders of the Heavenly Shield and laughed, "Sorry, old shield. This is my cousin. Let go of your stinky hands. HMPH, your cousin." The Heavenly Shield laughed coldly and said, "If that is the case, I will write an order to kill him, and you can send your men to protect him." How does this sound? Lin Jai was alarmed. The reason for controlling the equipment for Dumb Fox was purely because this guy was loyal. In his previous life for 7 years, Dumb Fox had made a name for himself. His organization, the Extreme Ice Magic Army, had infiltrated the catastrophic campsite and obtained the legendary equipment shards. Yet he had handed over the shards to his men. His reason was simple: if he had no use for it, he would give it to someone else. Would this sort of person go against the Ironwall Empire for him? If they were to talk about value, Lin Jai felt that the kick's worth was nothing more than owing a small favor. "Sure, allow me to write a death order for you too," said Dumb Fox as he walked in front of Lin Jai. "I am after the Ironwall Empire's chairman, and yet you, the mighty chairman, are after a mere level 1. I am sure this would make for good news." The Heavenly Shield angrily said, It ends here. Whoever gets it, gets it. If you can get it, we will not interfere anymore." Ghost Eyes added, "Old Shield, what you are doing now does indeed seem very ungentlemanly." HMPH. The Heavenly Shield hatefully left with his men and stared at Lin Jai as his pupils shrank ever so slightly. "This guy is kind of familiar." Ghost Eyes then said to Dumb Fox, "Seems like a good catch. Hey, you can have it if you want." Dumb Fox handed the armor to Ghost Eyes and smiled bitterly, 100 in cash. "Pay me when we return." Guardian's armor gold requires, level 100 armor. Defense 849, 930. Endurance plus 100. Damage reduction 20. Damage reflect 10. Additional effect Hellfire armor. All targeted attacks on you have a 2 chance of getting deflected. Additional effect Guardian Halo skill level plus 1, King's Blessing skill level plus 1. Weight 30 pounds. Dumb Fox turned around and asked Lin Jai, "Brother, you seem like a rich guy. Why don't you give me 200 in exchange for the armor?" Lin Jai snorted and thought to himself, so quick to con someone else, what a shrewd guy. He waved his hands and said, "Forget it. You'd better leave it for yourself to pass it on to your next generation." Dumb Fox laughed and rubbed his hands. "I am called Dumb Fox from the Triumphant Midnight. If you're interested, you can join our guild. Let's be friends, we welcome you anytime." Lin Jai smiled and nodded and added Ghost Eyes as his friend too. Many onlooking players were green with envy. Hooking up with 2 guild heads, well worth it. Truth be told, having 2 guild heads in one's friend list was kind of flattering. But in the near future, who in the friend list would be the one offering him lots of face? Upon returning the auction site, Lin Jai realized that there were more headhunters in the city hall. They were earnestly staring at the auction basket. There were even people grabbing onto players and asking them if they had the slow restoring mana potion, creating an air of panic. They should have come to know the good of it. The slow restoring mana potion could allow a priest to have infinite sustenance. This was like offering a person high-class delicacies every single day. After having experienced this luxury, reverting to eating normal, everyday food would create a huge sense of contrast. Talk about cutting off supplies directly. After a mage had experienced the luxury of unlimited spell casting, he would be hard-pressed to continue living the life of having to use his wand as a useless stick and rest to recover his mana after casting just 2 spells. Lin Jai took out 20 bottles of slow restoring mana potion and offered them for sale at 20 bronze coins each. In the blink of an eye, all bottles were sold, with every bottle being sold at about 23 coins. However, to prevent buyers from trying anything sneaky, Lin Jai acted as if he did not have the potions and wiped out all the poison antidote potions and ingredient recipes first before finally settling down to sell the potions. After selling 1 batch, Lin Jai paused the sales and turned around to head to the training grounds to buy a batch of Fear Devil's spit. With them, he concocted 200 bottles of slow restoring mana potions, and coupled with the ones he had concocted previously, he had a total of about 350 bottles. He put up everything for sale at the same price, 20 bronze coins per bottle. Ding, 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 successful trade notification alarms kept sounding. Those headhunters were afraid that Lin Jai did not have enough stock, and hence they bought all they could with their money. Only after spending all their money did they realize that there were still hundreds of bottles of slow, restoring mana potions available for sale. Lin Jai laughed. This was exactly how to make use of a consumer's emotions. Stock up, open up supplies when people are anxious and hence overly willing to buy them, and reap huge monetary rewards. It would then be fine even if the remaining supplies could not be sold. The stats of the broken blade were too bad. To unlock the first level restriction on the broken blade, many ingredients were needed. Various elemental crystals, monsters, crystal cores, etc. were needed. Quite a few gold coins were needed at the very least. If it had not been for the players' lack of knowledge on the actual value of the rare ingredients, the cost of breaking the seal on the broken blade would have been much greater. After a large number of sales of the slow restoring potions, he earned an additional 22 silver coins in his bag. The silver coins had a huge purchasing power. 2 silver coins could buy an entire normal bronze armor. The remaining ones, guess they shall be left in the market. Of course, money should never be left to rot in one's hands. Lin Jai decided to buy some equipment for himself. +1 endurance wild bear helmet, +2 strength fearless armor. He upgraded his entire kit and looked much more glamorous. The only thing tainting it was the rust on the broken blade. Fu Sheng, we are ready to conquer the cat demon lair. Are you coming along? Qiu Yuan asked. Yes, I'm coming. Give me another half an hour. Lin Jai nodded and looked at his level before heading to the equipment store. Young man, what do you want? Holy Flame Torch 70. Lin Jai retrieved 3 silver coins and 50 bronze coins and placed them on the counter to the shock of the boss. He then took the Holy Light Flame axe and left. Next, he returned to the spirited Lake of the Undead once again and realized that the map had been wiped out by the Ironwall Empire. The gradeless treasure chest still had not respawned yet, and also there were people from the Ironwall Empire guarding the place. It was impossible to get it alone. Lin Jai dispelled his thoughts and activated the feather drop gem. Once again, he floated towards the spirited Lake of the Undead and landed lightly on the ground. This time, collecting the dead souls, wretched thoughts was much easier. After pouring the death language potion everywhere, the undead that appeared all turned into ashes under the threat of the holy flame torch, leaving behind only the shimmering wretched thoughts. Returning to Alasso, he then realized that the dwarf potioneer had already vanished, and in place of him was the Alasso who was donning a lick robe and appeared like a dried-up corpse had revealed his true self. Young man, I am Alasso. The lick head stared at Lin Jai. No one knew what he was thinking of. Lin Jai smiled and replied, Hello, potioneer. This is what you wanted. Ha, give it to me. You have completed Alasso the fisherman's request. Completion status 100. The Lick clan has increased their affection towards you by 20. You have achieved a neutral status regarding your popularity among the liches. You have gained 57,374 experience points. You have gained Golden Waving Cape. Lin Jai realized that this mission could be completed in one go and the rewards would stack. Golden Waving Cape, gold, no job restriction. Required level 2. Defense 10-15. Strength +4. Endurance +4. Reduction in backstab damage 10. Additional effect, wave transmission. Attacks towards your back have a chance to become nullified. Lin Jai lowered his head and looked. The mission reward only helped him to raise his level to level 2, 87. Leveling up had always been a challenging thing. Being helpless, he could only rush to the cat demon lair at this level. Glen Forest Cat Demon Lair. Are you lacking an MT1? Defense 30, health points 200, requesting for entry. Need a high-level priest. Many stragglers crowded around a team, enthusiastically promoting themselves. This team was Team Netherblue, the team that Qiu Yuan was part of. Early on, having a team was the dream of every player. This meant that players had the qualifications and not just wander around aimlessly, die for a girl and become a scholar for a girl. Mighty Wings had always regarded this saying as his motto. He had made a name for himself in the game and even rejected an invitation by the Ironwall Empire. In Team Netherblue, Mighty Wings was pretty popular as well. After rejecting the individuals with a smile, he politely and gentlemanly nodded his head to his teammates. HMPH. Qiu Yuan turned her head and did not bother to look at this guy who had such a fake smile. Indeed, he contributed a lot to the team. Indeed, he had a decently strong kit. However, there was something that she could never accept. He was interested in both herself and Netherblue at the same time. As the core of the team, the highly supported Netherblue accepted Mighty Wings' smile and had no choice but to return the favor with a smile of her own. Netherblue was wearing a light blue armor, wielding a longsword, and had long, silky waist-length hair. However, she did not appear to be weak and yet gave people a valiant vibe. She was the leader of Team Netherblue and also a very close childhood friend of Mighty Wings. Mighty Wings leaned on the tree trunk and asked, smiling, "Little Yuan, where is the person you want us to bring along?" Q Yuan gave a partial look at him and coldly replied, "What's the rush? Besides, we don't even know who we are bringing along." Mighty Wings smiled lightly and did not argue. He just looked on afar and replied, "I'm just afraid that he would delay everyone. As you know, my biggest dream is to help Team Netherblue make it on the leaderboard. Keep acting." Q Yuan disapproved. Netherblue patted Q Yuan's shoulders, signaling her not to argue. She then turned to Mighty Wings and said, "No need to rush, he could be caught up with something urgent." Mighty Wings shrugged his shoulders and said, "I am just displeased that he is making us wait here in the sun. Sorry I am late." Lin Jai rushed over, fatigued from travel, and smiled to the team. "I am Fu Sheng." Just as he was about to shake hand with Netherblue, Mighty Wings intercepted and shook Lin Jai's hand. "Brother Fu Sheng, we have been waiting for you." With his behavior, any bystander would definitely think that Mighty Wings was a warm and inviting person. However, Lin Jai uncomfortably furrowed his brows. In his previous life, when he and Q Yuan met, Mighty Wings had already left the team. Even then, Lin Jai had still heard stories from Q Yuan about this guy. For instance, he had directly brought up the issue of marriage with Netherblue to her parents without her permission, and after getting their approval, he had even visited Q Yuan's house to talk about marriage. Mighty Wings was highly wary of male strangers as he scrutinized Lin Jai's equipment and smiled. A level 2 player. What is that weapon in his hands? Sword, and a broken sword at that. In the new age, although the blank equipment was the lowest level, there were still types of equipment that were even trashier than the blank equipment. Examples included spades and shovels that could be obtained within the town. Those items could not even be considered as weapons. If this rusty broken sword was not trash, could it be some divine weapon? Coupled with such a low level, Mighty Wings immediately classified Lin Jai as a super newbie. He said understandably, "My name is Mighty Wings of Heavens. If you don't mind, you can call me Elder Brother. Find me if you encounter any trouble in the future." Q Yuan was stunned when she saw Lin Jai's level. Wasn't he already level 2 when they separated? Why was he still level 2 after so long? She knew Lin Jai's skills very well. Netherblue lightly furrowed her brows, but after all, he was someone whom her best roommate invited, and hence she could not just reject him outrightly. She laughed. "Brother Fu Sheng is only level 2, but the average level requirement to enter the cat demon lair is level 3 and above. We need a level 4 teammate. Water, give a call to Fire and ask him to get online." The team's MT was a burly man called Water Broiled Beankerd. He earnestly smiled and nodded, "Okay." After a short while, he helplessly said, "Fire said he has something to do today and cannot come online." The cat demon lair was a level 3 dungeon. Players could enter if their average level was higher than 3. To make up for the under-leveled Lin Jai, they had to find a level 4 player. Coincidentally, the only level 4 mage in the team was offline, causing them to be unable to enter the dungeon. The team had already been a little unsettled waiting for Lin Jai. Realizing that they couldn't enter the place, their faces dampened. They couldn't wait to kick Lin Jai out of the party and accept any random passerby. Mighty Wings rubbed his chin and helplessly said, "There aren't that many level 4 players around now, but I do know a friend. He is the MT of the elite team of the Ironwall Empire. Let me call him." Water dumbly laughed. "Oh, the great Mighty Wings even knows someone from the great Ironwall Empire. Making more friends makes things easier." Mighty Wings contacted him. After ending the chat, he embarrassingly said, "That friend is caught up with something. He needs about 45 minutes. Let's wait for him." Lin Jai's heart sank. This guy is a cunning dude. His response to Lin Jai's predicament served 3 purposes. One was to show that everything he did was for the good of the team. Secondly, it was also to display his ability to step up and solve problems. And thirdly, it was to intentionally increase the time in which other team members felt unsettled, and hence begin to ostracize Lin Jai. Yet the way that he put it across seemed like he was merely speaking for himself, and hence others could not find anything to nitpick. Indeed, a team member, Monkey, could not hold it in any longer and said, "Can't we just substitute him for someone else? We can go in and fight the monsters first and return to get him after, right?" Mighty Wings hastily said, "This cannot do. Fu Sheng is Q Yuan's friend, and that means he is our friend as well. Wait for a moment, it'll be quick. What the he darn it, we are merely doing him a favor. Not helping is also perfectly fine. Why should we waste our time?" Monkey had fallen into the trap. The more he showed that he was flustered, the better Mighty Wings' image would be. Q Yuan almost could not hold it any longer as she put her hands on her hips and stared. "What's the rush for? You can wait for a girl in school for a few hours, and now you get impatient waiting for a teammate." Monkey held back and angrily said, "Fine, it's up to you. Anyway, the game does not use gift cards. We can just waste all the time we can." Lin Jai shook his head and said, "Forget it. Let's just find a random passerby." Netherblue whispered, "Everyone is just ranting. Please don't mind us. Don't panic, I do know a few people too. Let me try to get one of them. It's fine, let me do it." Lin Jai persisted and shouted, "Cat Demon Lair lacks 1 member to make 10. Looking for a level 4 and above, any job is fine." The news invited contempt from many players. Level 4s would already have gone to Araso's peak, who would even go to the cat demon lair. Besides, what business did a level 2 dude have trying to tout? Mighty Wings saw this scene and immediately got delighted. He blocked Netherblue, who was about to step up and say something, and he announced, since he wants to call out for people, let him do it. If you try to stop him now, you are just not giving him face. No one applied. Lin Jai furrowed his brows and extended the call out to the entire map. Cat Demon Lair lacking in one to make 10. Looking for a level 4 and above, any job is fine. Still, no one applied. Monkey sneered. Idiot, back off if you can't get anyone. Waste of time. When Lin Jai was calling out, another notification popped up. Cat Demon Lair lacking in one to make 10. Looking for a level 4 and above, any job is fine. Sender Q Yuan. She stood by his side, panting, but continued using her clear voice to call out. The pretty lady effect attracted many people, but level 4 players generally would not need to join an unknown team. Lin Jai was touched. Making a fool of himself was fine, but making Q Yuan make a fool of herself was too much. He gritted his teeth and shouted again, Cat Demon Lair, looking for a level 4 and above Bronze Shield MT, offering 20 bottles of slow restoring mana potion as a reward. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, tens of requests instantly appeared. Q Yuan was shocked and nudged Lin Jai's shoulders. Are you mad? It's 20 bottles of slow restoring mana potion. We could have just waited for 40 minutes. What's the rush? This is pissing me off. Lin Jai smiled. You already came to help me call out. How could I let you make a fool of yourself with me? Q Yuan looked down and was speechless. Mighty Wings saw this scene, and a tinge of hatred flashed across his eyes. In his eyes, Q Yuan and Netherblue were his forbidden territory. Those who messed with them shall die. Lin Jai saw a rather familiar name in the middle of things, Midnight. This person was one of the triumphant Midnight's elite team members and had a low profile but had pretty decent skills. Lin Jai pulled him into the team. Midnight was half-dressed in the claw equipment produced in the Cat Demon Lair and half-dressed in the flood equipment produced in Araso's Peak. He held a bronze square shield and looked as if he was an iron beast. When Midnight appeared with the words Triumphant Midnight above his head, it attracted the attention of many people. Even Netherblue could not have thought that Lin Jai could pull in someone from the Triumphant Midnight. That was a really famous guild. Anyone from it was at least a legendary expert. Mighty Wings adjusted his bearings and put on his biggest smile as he intercepted Netherblue and offered to shake Midnight's hand. He smiled. How are you? Midnight had a stern look and stared at Mighty Wings and asked, Are you the one with the potions? Nope, then piss off. Mighty Wings' smile got stuck on his face. He did not expect that Midnight was so unforgiving. Lin Jai handed over the 20 bottles of slow restoring mana potion into Midnight's hands and offered his hand, Fu Sheng. Midnight. Midnight patted Lin Jai's hand and said, Die once and I leave. No refund. At the Glen Forest entrance stood a notice board with 3 lines of words written on it. Difficult level Cat Demon Lair Triumphant Midnight 4 hours 24 minutes. Difficult level Cat Demon Lair Shadow Devil Workshop 4 hours 35 minutes. Difficult level Cat Demon Lair Ironwall Empire 5 hours 2 minutes. At the entrance of the dungeon, there was the so-called leaderboard. Every time one broke the current record, they would be rewarded. The first player to create a record could obtain another additional reward, and if the team's name could remain on the leaderboard for 1 month, they could gain additional experience points and the sealed chest as rewards. After a few years of running of the game, other than a few super stragglers teams and neutral workshops, the records were almost exclusively maintained by huge guilds. Normal players could barely even smell them. The criteria for ranking were difficulty over time. That meant that even if Lin Jai took months to attack the expert level dungeon, he would be ranked first. Netherblue had a straightforward mindset. This time the team had a pro from the Triumphant Midnight, and hence they might as well try their hands on the difficult level dungeon. Although the chance of making it onto the ranking board was low, there was still a chance. Lin Jai stood in front of the leaderboard for a while. He turned his head and shouted, Brother Mighty Wings. Mighty Wings was stunned. He smiled and asked the newly joined teammate, What's up? The rules on the leaderboard is difficulty over time, right? Yeah, then shall we try the expert level? I can tell you are an expert. Together with the strong teammate from this morning, we should have a chance of making it through right, Lin Jai said with a look of naivety and ignoring Q Yuan, who was furiously shaking her head. He continued, I have a mission, and it is within the expert level dungeon. Mighty Wings got curious and asked, Mission, what is it roughly about? Collect cat demon claws. Lin Jai rolled his eyes and continued, Normal monsters are fine too. Good. Mighty Wings was thrilled. Since this is the case, let's try the expert level. This new dude and Q Yuan seemed to be pretty close. If this continued to go on, it would definitely be a huge threat to Mighty Wings. Yet now he initiated the idea to attack the expert level dungeon. How could one refuse? If everyone tries to help you and the entire team died, let's see if you can still stick around in the team. Getting rid of the threat before it gets big is the best way to go. Netherblue was shocked. Expert level? No way. Well, all of us are friends. What's the big deal with taking a little risk for a friend? Mighty Wings sternly said, seemingly acting like the team leader. We'll help Brother Fu Sheng this once. Brother Midnight, what do you think? Midnight did not even try to hide his contempt and sneered, as usual, die once and off I go. You arrange the rest. Great, Mighty Wings exclaimed. Although Netherblue had her doubts, deep down she had always wanted to try her hands on the expert-level dungeon. Since it is not every day that you have a pro with you, why not give it a try? However, she forgot something. Since the entire triumphant Midnight was made up of pros, why wasn't there any notification of them passing the expert level? The expert-level dungeon was different from other levels. There would be minute changes in the map. Monsters, stats, skills, and strength would all increase markedly. There were even some dungeons in which the expert level was completely different from the normal level. Unpredictable. The thing that Lin Jai wanted could only be found in the expert-level dungeon. This team was weak, but killing small monsters should pose no problem. After increasing some equipment levels, they would have a small chance of making it past the expert level. The 10-man team was fully assembled. Mighty Wings valiantly led the team and contacted the dungeon NPC. What, you guys want to enter the cat demon lair? The NPC hunter asked in shock. That gang of crazy cat demons has already killed many villagers. Adventurers, I advise you to leave. I will help you, Mighty Wings said. Very well, since you are so insistent this is the only thing we can do for you, please take it, brave adventurers. The hunter took out a load of messy stuff including fresh rotten meat, flame torches, for illumination, broken arrows, projectile type, etc. All were random stuff that could not fetch much in a store. Players were already used to not giving a sh about such items. Mighty Wings and team habitually paid no heed to the items given by the hunter and directly entered the dungeon. Hey young man with your level, going into the cat demon lair is asking for death. The hunter gritted his teeth and handed Lin Jai his longbow. I'll give you this bow to protect yourself. Ding, you have gained the hunter Ryan's gift, smelly wooden bow. Smelly wooden bow, inferior item, requires, level 0. Attack 1-2. Additional effect, sweat stench emanates from it. Lin Jai almost fainted from the stench when he took the bow. Foot stench, sweat stench, and armpit stench were all vital components of a man's smell. This bow had all of them. Fu Sheng entered the dungeon. Qiu Yuan bobbed her head out and shouted. Lin Jai put away his load of baggage and crawled into the dungeon. You have entered the expert-level Cat Demon Lair. Cat Demon Lair was within a dark forest. Dots of firefly lights fell gracefully from the trees, making this place seem very much like a dreamland if not for the cat demons that suddenly appeared. Meow, a sharp screech was heard, and a black shadow pounced viciously towards Qiu Yuan. Midnight was indeed an expert in the triumphant Midnight. His reaction time was stellar. He held up his bone shield, and in half a second, he had assumed a defensive posture in preparation to block the attack for Qiu Yuan. Bam! When he assumed a defensive posture, he realized that the cat demon had already been struck by a rusty broken blade. It flew in a clear trajectory and got stuck in the gap between some tree branches. It kept using its sharp claws to scratch the tree bark, creating multiple claw marks. Seeing the trapped cat demon, everyone changed the way they saw Lin Jai. What a quick reaction speed. As the saying goes, the insider knows the ropes, while the outsider just comes along for the ride. Midnight scrutinized Lin Jai and laughed, not bad. The way he struck the cat demon demonstrated precise handling of timing and strength. If not, such a basic move would not have caused it to fly so far. Besides, should he have hit just a little off-center, this cat demon would have landed right in the cat demon lair, and all of the cat demons would come rushing out. A level 2 newbie could achieve this feat. Was it luck or skill? Mighty Wings took over and said, as usual, I shall be in charge of this dungeon. Any concerns? Qiu Yuan scorned, so what if we have any? Mighty Wings was embarrassed. He had been taking on the role of the commander all along. A decent amount of Netherblue's power had been controlled, yet every time when Qiu Yuan lamented a little, her influence was insufficient to cause an uproar. People merely thought she was ranting, but it was different now with an outsider. Mighty Wings turned his gaze towards Lin Jai and Midnight. Lin Jai shrugged his shoulders, indicating he was fine with it. Midnight indicated likewise. He was dying for a retarded commander who would lead his team to death. Great, Lao Mo, you go low and recon. Mighty Wings gestured. He saw the cat demon trapped among the trees and laughed. The rest of you, kill this cat demon. Lin Jai burst out in a laugh. He actually was decent in leading. Kill the monster in hand before anything else. The cat demons in the expert-level dungeon had 500 health points, which was 200 points more than that of those in the normal level. The thick health bar made Netherblue worry about her damage output, whereas Qiu Yuan happily cast the Dark Speech and Kiss of the Dark skills on the cat demon. Including Midnight, who just joined the party, there were 2 shield specialists, 1 paladin, healer, 1 bandit, 1 mage, and 1 hunter. After that came Lin Jai, Netherblue, and Mighty Wings, the 3 warriors. Lastly, there was a calm-looking holy priest MM1. Due to the lack of long-range jobs, they took 6 minutes to kill the cat demon. Equipment dropped, Q Yuan said, surprised. That cat demon had 2 strong stats. Its defense was ridiculous as it was at least 80 higher than normal level dungeons. The difference was too big. However, when the cat demon died, it dropped a milk-white mage robe, which made her day. Light mage robe bronze requires level 3 cloth armor. Defense 12. Wisdom +2. Additional effect, chanting speed +1. A group of players with an average level of 3 took on the level 3 expert level dungeon. The drop rate of bronze equipment would be much higher than that of the normal level dungeon. Unlike the normal level dungeon, more blank equipment would drop. This equipment was distributed to the priest monkey. His eyes brightened when he received the bronze equipment. He immediately wiped off the contempt on his face and was filled with excitement. Yet at that time, the bandit who was doing recon returned and reported the situation up front with a heavy look. In the expert level cat demon lair, every lair of cat demons was about 15 instead of the usual 3. Apart from that, every lair would have a white healing cat demon, which could cast high healing spells that could restore 300 health points with every cast. As long as the healing cat demon was present, those cat demons were almost invincible. Besides, luring them was a huge issue. Cat demons lived in groups and they had very sharp hearing and smelling abilities. A lapse of concentration would alert a large group of cat demons. In the normal level dungeon, there were multiple times in which too many monsters were lured, and the party could not handle them, resulting in a wipeout. This was even more so in the expert level dungeon. A tiny mistake would end the entire party. Mighty Wings carved a peculiar trail on the ground, furrowed his brows, and tried hard to analyze the situation. Lin Jai, on the other hand, stood in front and chatted away with Q Yuan. Q Yuan was very curious about why Lin Jai had not leveled up yet and had forgotten all about the impressive feat he performed when the party entered the dungeon. I have an idea. Mighty Wings suddenly exclaimed, "We need cannon fodder." Cannon fodder. Yes, all cat demons are human-eating animals. As long as one of us can stand at the border of the zone of the smell of the cat demons, we can accurately lure one of them. If we kill them off one by one like this, we wouldn't have to worry about getting wiped out, would we? Mighty Wings gave a final verdict and sternly said to Lin Jai, "Brother Fu Sheng, since you're the lowest leveled among us, could you sacrifice yourself?" Lin Jai stared at him as if he was retarded and calmly asked, "Are you an idiot?" When Lin Jai said this, Mighty Wings was pissed and he shouted, "What are you trying to say? Don't forget, we're all doing this for you." Lin Jai paid no heed to Mighty Wings' scheme to create hate among the party towards himself and continued, "I have an idea to safely lure the monsters." Mighty Wings gave a cold sneer. "Coming from you, a level 2 expert." Midnight calmly gave a look towards Mighty Wings and said, "I trust him." This line was so much more convincing than Mighty Wings, who was Midnight. A member of the triumphant Midnight. While Mighty Wings had received an invitation from the Ironwall Empire, he was after all not a member of a well-known guild. A line from Midnight was enough to curb all ungrounded opinions from the rest. That was the deterrence of the triumphant Midnight. In the eyes of normal players, he was a being of respect and admiration. Lin Jai looked at Midnight, who was calmly looking at him and seemed like he was really intrigued. Had he been recognized? Lin Jai's heart thumped. Netherblue looked at Lin Jai and asked, "What is your idea?" "Just now I checked some information regarding the difficult level cat demons. Their zone of sight is 20 yards and zone of smell is 30 yards. In normal circumstances, their running speed is 3.5, which was 20 slower than players, but it will increase by 100 when they are in battle mode. Expert level monsters, stats are at most 20 more than that. In other words, the zone of sight is at most 24 yards and zone of smell 36 yards. You talk so much, what are you thinking of doing?" Mighty Wings said impatiently. Q Yuan glared at him. "Can't you wait for him to finish?" Mighty Wings gulped and hatefully folded his arms and leaned on the tree. He did not forget his suave outlook throughout. Lin Jai retrieved a piece of rotten flesh, a fire torch, and the smelly wooden bow from his bag. The sudden wave of stench made everyone almost puke. Even someone who had not bathed in half a year would not have smelled so bad. "This is my plan. Before entering battle mode, the cat demon's movement speed is pretty slow. Someone can hold the wooden bow and lure an entire lair of monsters away. Since the cat demon's attraction to food is greater than to the wooden bow, we can make use of the rotten flesh to lure 1 or 2 monsters to us," Lin Jai said. Netherblue nodded but voiced her doubts. The cat demon's zone of smell is wider than its sight. If you hold food and appear in their line of sight, they would immediately enter battle mode, wouldn't they? No, if they can't even see you, how would they get into battle mode? When that happens, we will need to use Q Yuan's dark speech skill. Dark speech can reduce the zone of sight by 20. After reducing their zone of sight, their sight would be about that of the difficult level, at most 20 yards. This is far lesser than their zone of smell. This way we will be able to lure suitable monsters and ensure that they do not get into fight mode. Lin Jai drew a few schematic diagrams on the ground and explained, "This method can ensure that the healing cat demon cannot heal this group of cat demons. It should be workable." After listening to Lin Jai's suggestion, Midnight was shocked. What a meticulous thought. The triumphant Midnight had attempted to take on the expert-level cat demon lair, but 15 empowered cat demons were simply too scary. A group of cat demons was even stronger than a boss, and hence even the triumphant Midnight was unable to clear even the small monsters, and they were forced to retreat. That plan was good to go. I think that this is utter bullshit. Mighty Wings said, as long as one small part goes wrong, we will be wiped out. Can you bear this responsibility? Lin Jai sternly said, what good is a team that can't even bear the risk of getting wiped out? Netherblue's eyes brightened, and she solemnly said, I think that we can give Fu Sheng's idea a try. Q Yuan, you hide under the tree in the northwest direction. That location can restrict 1/3 of one's area of vision and will be helpful for your spell casts. Lao Mo and Water, you two hold on to the rotten flesh and wait for Q Yuan's signal. When the dark speech has been successfully cast, you lure the monsters at once. Fu Sheng, give me the wooden bow, I'll do the distraction. At this moment, Netherblue finally displayed her experience. She was a woman and hence at times could not make up her mind. But once someone pointed her in the right direction, she would become very decisive. A strong, independent woman who needed some guidance exuded a different kind of charm. Mighty Wings was about to speak when Netherblue suddenly turned her head and said, Mighty Wings, let me give you a mission. Go on, shut up and don't speak. Q Yuan heard Netherblue's words and burst out laughing. Lin Jai, however, declined Netherblue's good intentions. Although she was much higher leveled than him when it came to experience, they weren't all that different. Luring monsters was a skill-based activity. It wasn't something that could be accomplished just by knowing how it would work in general. If Netherblue were to take on the role of luring the monsters, then who would be the one giving commands? It would have been Mighty Wings. Lin Jai felt that this dude wasn't intelligent enough to lead a team. I'll use the wooden bow, and when I'm luring the monsters, I hope that everyone will give me some face and listen to my commands. Lin Jai's humble attitude did not draw any doubt from anyone. That role was the most challenging, and since someone who just entered the party was willing to take on that role, what was there left to say? Netherblue nodded her head in approval. Lin Jai's face got serious. He held the wooden bow in his hands, and the stench started to spread from his palms. People were about to faint from the stench. He slowly approached a cat demon. While the stench was torture to them, it was a fragrant aroma to the cat demons. A cat demon sleeping on the ground twitched its nose and took a deep breath of the smell, almost breathing in the entire air available. Meow, the cat demon bolted up and called out loudly and assembled the other cat demons from the same lair. They then headed towards the smell. Lin Jai carefully retreated and controlled his movement speed. A slight mistake would cause them to enter battle mode, and the entire party would get wiped out. 15 cat demons followed the wooden bow, and Lin Jai started to break out in cold sweat. As the cat demons were lured out of their lair, Q Yuan was already holding onto the rotten flesh and waiting for action. As she was about to cast the dark speech spell, Lin Jai signaled her to not do anything rash. What is he doing? Hush, don't talk. The cat demons have sensitive ears. Mighty Wings was about to ask something when he got interrupted by Midnight. As there were too many cat demons, luring them was an uphill task. As long as one cat demon left their group, it would bring along one batch of cat demons. If the distance was too near, the cat demons would notice him. The danger of luring monsters was too huge. Netherblue's eyes shook slightly. Only then did she understand that her choice to volunteer was akin to sending the entire team back to the revival point. She was even more impressed with the low-profile, steady warrior. Lin Jai brought the cat demons in circles for 15 minutes and finally brought them to the desired location. That was a huge tree, which was about 50 wider than the other trees. Okay, lure them. Lin Jai signaled to Q Yuan the moment he lured the cat demons behind the tree. Dark speech. Q Yuan raised her magic wand, and a wave of fog appeared in front of a cat demon's eyes. Immediately after, Lao Mo, who had already brought some rotten flesh, got close to the cat demon at the back of the pack. The smell of the rotten flesh, which was much stronger than that of the wooden bow, precisely lured that cat demon away from the pack. Due to the reduced visibility, it did not even notice Lao Mo, and it just raised its nose up high, as if it was hung on a rope, and headed towards the team. Midnight's eyes brightened as he immediately activated his defense posture and rushed up front. Shield strikes, heroic and normal attacks rained down on the cat demon's face, increasing his aggro. His actions were as smooth as running water, demonstrating some high-quality moves. The rest of the team started their attacks. Water just stood by the side observing quietly. His mission was initially to handle the second cat demon and persevere until he killed the cat demon that Midnight pulled over. But due to Lin Jai's use of the huge tree as a blockage, they only managed to lure one cat demon. The cat claws were raised up high, but so was Midnight's shield, which accurately blocked the cat demon's attack. Blow darn it, 45. The huge damage made Midnight raise his brows and shout heal. Healing light emanated and restored his health points. The rest of the team's attacks followed shortly, killing the cat demon. One battle ended and Midnight was left with half his health points. That was even when the healer had already cast all healing spells. If they had lured 2 monsters, imagine what would have been of them. Having thought of that, Midnight's eyes shone brightly. That warrior, surely he must have considered this. If there had been 2, Water, who had no one healing him, would have been immediately killed, and the team would then have also been wiped out. In the process of fighting, Lin Jai carried out his role perfectly, once again carefully luring the group of cat demons to the tree. He then signaled using his right hand to start the bait. Qiu Yuan looked at Lin Jai and nodded her head. She then cast her dark speech spell on the cat demon's head and used the rotten flesh to lure away yet another one. Everyone rushed towards it and killed it. That method was effective. That news made everyone excited, as it was after all an expert-level dungeon. If they could continue luring the monsters that way, it was really possible they could obtain the first clear. Netherblues looked at Lin Jai very differently. She felt guilty. When that newcomer entered the party, he had not been given due respect, and yet he responded to the initial hostility with compassion. That had led the egoistic Netherblue to feel very uncomfortable. One by one, the cat demons got killed. The rich experience points and equipment drop rate made the team brighten up. The drop rate in the expert-level dungeon was more than twice that in the normal-level dungeon. 10 cat demons dropped 4 pieces of bronze equipment. That would have been the entire reward for completing the normal-level dungeon. Just as it seemed that the first wave of monsters would be cleared, an accident happened. Lao Mo carelessly moved in the wrong way while luring the monsters, causing the 3 cat demons heading towards Lin Jai to let out a loud growl and charge towards the team. Oh no, Midnight was shocked and rushed over with his shield, water, netherblue cover. 2 had already posed the threat of a wipeout, talk about 3. A wipeout was definite. Midnight cursed in his head. He had thought he could witness the rise of a small team. Little did he expect that the team could not make it. After all, the team capability was too bad. Netherblue raised a longsword to face a cat demon. She was a weapon fighter, her defense was just second to that of a shield fighter. Even then, the cat demon still managed to get rid of a third of her health points. Sis, watch out, Qiu Yuan shouted in shock. The cat demon, which was originally attacking Water, had turned to attack Netherblue as it did not have enough hatred points. Death was imminent, a wipeout was unavoidable. Netherblue had already prepared to let the team leave quickly. She would try to delay as much time as possible. At this moment, a dark figure appeared in front of her. A rusty metal sword formed a defined trajectory in midair. With a swoosh, the cat demon was knocked asleep in midair and immediately knocked back into the tree. Once again, the cat demon got stuck on the tree, as its sharp claws shredded the tree bark into pieces. That scene reappeared once again, yet another accurate strike. The first time Lin Jai performed this feat, people could still think that it was just that he had sharp instincts. After all, having a monster get stuck on the tree required some luck. But the second time, that was not something that could be explained just by luck. Water, stand under that tree and shoot the cat demon with the fire gun. Stop it from scratching away the bark. Focus all your fire on the one that Midnight is on and leave the other one for me, Lin Jai shouted. He rushed forward towards Netherblue and swung his broken blade right onto the advancing claws of the cat demon. Rebels fight, parry successful. 32. The appearance of the damage number did not seem to attract anyone's attention at all. Since they were all focusing their fire on the cat demon stuck at the tree fork, how could they even have any extra energy to notice the immense awe of Lin Jai's damage and skills? Except for Mighty Wings. His eyes had never left this level 2 newbie warrior. His steady, careful, and systematic strategy could actually be effective in this expert-level dungeon. He didn't even say a word, and yet he could obtain the approval of others. This was unacceptable. In such a party, there could only be one alpha male. Mighty Wings' eyes became filled with hatred, as waves of thoughts of plot stirred up inside his chest and made his face look especially fearsome. Lin Jai got whacked right on his chest by a cat demon and instantly lost 55 health points. With the sudden loss of half his health, Lin Jai was shocked. His defense capabilities were too weak. He inched closer to a huge tree, and as the cat demon pounced towards him, he tilted his body suddenly. With a loud thud, the cat demon collided head first onto the tree, and it stood up, dizzy and with a significantly reduced critical hit chance. Using dodging and positioning, Lin Jai survived 5 minutes and the first cat demon was finally killed. Everyone immediately shifted their aim. Midnight took over Lin Jai's monster. The cold pride in his eyes vanished. He nodded his head, took away his hatred, and produced a flurry of vicious attacks, once again killing the monster. The last cat demon was hung high up on the tree and had even less of a threat. It eventually got killed by Qiu Yuan's and the priest's spell casts. Lin Jai's heart beat faster. He sat down heavily and took out some bread to restore his health. On the other hand, Mighty Wings, who had all along been positioned at a safe and stable location to execute his skills, went ahead light-heartedly to collect their dropped rewards. The 3 cat demons dropped a total of 1 skill book and 1 piece of equipment. It was considered a huge drop. Skill book, Havoc, casting resource, action rage. Skill description, you spend 10 rage points and cause an additional 30 damage to your target. Skill cooldown time, 30 seconds. Job restriction, warrior, sharp claws, greaves, bronze, requires, level 3. Defense 710. Strength +3. Both were the equipment used by warriors. Mighty Wings was elated and said, I lack a pair of bronze greaves. Practically speaking, let me have this. On the other hand, the skill book should be given to our brother Fu Sheng, but he is not even level 3, even though he. But what is most important is that the skill can achieve its intended effect, and so I guess I would accept it. Is everyone with me on this? Qiu Yuan rolled her eyes and said, everything has been said by you. If we disagree, then wouldn't we be disrespectful? Mighty Wings held onto the equipment and skill book and smiled without saying a word. Netherblue had more of a weak and quiet personality and would not say much. As long as Midnight did not interfere, give both the skill book and equipment to Fu Sheng, Netherblue said solemnly, if it had not been for him, we would not have gotten these things. 4 pieces of bronze equipment that we got previously should be traded according to their market price, and then given to Fu Sheng and Midnight. Lin Jai smiled faintly and said, it's fine, let Brother Mighty Wings have them if he wants. Mighty Wings smiled in an embarrassed manner and held on tightly to the equipment and skill book. Havoc was the level 2 skill of a warrior and was definitely a decent active ability. He was very adamant about not giving it up to someone else just like that. Midnight coldly looked at Mighty Wings and sneered, practically speaking. These words came out from your mouth really righteously. Since what is the most important about the equipment and skill is to immediately discover their effects, let me have them all then. As a head MT, asking for an active ability is not something overboard, is it? Watcher was highly impressed with Midnight's skills and nodded continuously, not overboard, not overboard. Mighty Wings was about to rage when he realized that the looks towards him by other people changed a great deal. Anyone but him was involved in surviving the onslaught of the battle. How could he even have any rights to make a fuss out of it? Since our brother wants it, take it. Mighty Wings flatteringly smiled. Midnight emotionlessly took the skill book and equipment from his hands and handed them into Lin Jai's hands. Lin Jai shrugged his shoulders and put on the greaves and learned the ability. Havoc was indeed a decent ability. As a percentage addition to the damage of active abilities, it was highly sought after. After arranging his attire, he patted his own ass and laughed. Let's all get up and get ready to move on. His expression was as if nothing had ever happened. He was indeed a talent at being a phony gentleman. Netherblue bit her lips and said sternly, I have decided that for the next battle, Fu Sheng shall be the commander. What do you guys think? Mighty Wings, Lao Mo, Banana, and the others opened their eyes in shock. The team commander role had always been in the hands of Mighty Wings all along. Suddenly handing it over to an outsider had a very high chance of creating an internal conflict. On the other hand, Qiu Yuan was elated about it. Lin Jai was the one she invited. Her little egoistic pride got satisfied. Midnight nodded. Should have been the case from the start. Since all have agreed, we'll leave it to brother Fu Sheng. Anticipating Mighty Wings to start talking again, Qiu Yuan suddenly interrupted and said it in a stern manner. Her stern look made Lin Jai smile. All right, then I shall accept the commander role. Lin Jai looked up and thrust his chest out and said, my battle plan is simple. All monsters shall be dealt with using this type of method. Kill them one by one. This process could take an entire day from you. If you can't endure it, you can back out. Ha, expert level dungeon. How can there be such a thing as backing out? If our Netherblue party can clear the expert level dungeon, I wouldn't mind spending an entire day. Even if I had to spend 3 days and 3 nights, I would do it. The atmosphere was great. Lin Jai nodded his head, thankful. Mighty Wings folded his arms and looked at the tree and asked, Brother Fu Sheng, why don't you force all the cat demons up the tree? Wouldn't it be more efficient? Or is it that you can't do it? Lin Jai looked at him faintly and then looked at the cat demon stuck in the tree fork. He then faintly smiled and did not reply, as he turned around and continued his preparations for the next wave of battle. Everyone followed his line of sight and looked over, realizing that the cat demon stuck in the tree fork had almost scratched the tree into pieces and was about to break. If all the cat demons were forced up onto the tree would probably get scratched to shreds, and the entire party would probably get wiped out. Even Banana looked at Mighty Wings with an, "Are you an idiot?" look as he followed Lin Jai's steps and walked on ahead. Darn it, Mighty Wings' eyes got cold as he clenched his fists so tight that it was apparent he was filled with anger that he could not release. There were 2 MT in the party. Midnight's skills spoke for themselves. The issue was with water. His battle skills were too bad that he frequently caused the hate of others to emanate. The only useful thing he could do was to act as a meat bait to lure away the monsters. Regarding that, Lin Jai had also given him a great deal of advice, including positioning, vision control, and the practical striking areas of a shield strike. He went on in a detailed and an organized manner to prevent him from being the cause of errors while fighting the boss. Even as Lin Jai intentionally tried to hide his superior skills from his 7-year experience, the teachings reeked of experience and seemed to reveal some sort of prediction of the future. Apart from water, even Netherblue and Midnight kept nodding and improved their battle skills. The battle against the enhanced cat demons was about to reach the crucial stage. Battle frequency increased, and everyone's attention was much more focused. Their eyes were like those of an eagle making a death stare at the prey in front of it. 1 means strike the head, 2 means strike the tail, then spam all skills on the face. Water kept repeating the line and ended up, surprisingly, landing a series of beautiful chain strikes. After the cat demons ate all the damage, their hatred doubled. They definitely did not produce hatred OT. He happily looked at others and tried to fish for some encouragement and praise. But the teammates who were focused entirely on battling did not notice him at all. Mighty Wings looked at him briefly but coldly looked away. Water, nice strikes, you've improved a lot. Lin Jai praised and generously gave a thumb up. At this moment, the image of Lin Jai in Water's mind was infinitely enlarged. Time passed by seconds by seconds. After clearing all the small monsters, a good 12 hours had passed. Everyone entangled in battle were too engaged to even realize that. When they were about to face the boss, a ray of golden light rose. Lin Jai finally leveled up to level 3. Not only that, but a crisp-sounding item fell and attracted the sight of everyone. On the floor, a bright silver ring shone brightly. Silver ring, silver requires, level 3. Endurance plus 3. Additional effect, increase maximum health by 60 points. Oh my gosh. Q Yuan could help but exclaim, silver, silver ring. Jewelry type equipment had all along been the most unlikely to drop, and it was even a silver ring. Not only that, that ring was even one used by MT. With an augment of 3 in endurance and an additional 60 health points, it was definitely a divine equipment for MT. What was the idea behind having an additional 60 health points in the early game? That meant that you had 30 more health points than other MT. Midnight's hands also started trembling as he excitedly said to Netherblue, I am willing to return 20 bottles of slow restoring mana potion and even offer 10 silver coins to buy this ring. Not only that, the triumphant Midnight shall owe you a favor. Silver MT ring had too much of an impact on a party. MT was the key to the party. As long as the MT did not die, the rest would be able to survive, and that meant that they had a chance of clearing the stage. This ring could instantly transform an MT into a thick bull. Netherblue took a deep breath and looked at Lin Jai with a slightly mystified look. If it had not been for him, how would the party have advanced until this stage? Looking at the current Netherblue party, everyone was handsomely rewarded in this dungeon. They had at least half a body's worth of bronze equipment, and all that was due to this person. Lin Jai alone had already attained items worth a total of 5 silver coins. Although he strongly rejected it, under Netherblue's and Q Yuan's persuasion, he finally accepted it. The ring's sudden appearance, it just proved that they had so much to owe him for. Netherblue looked at the ring and looked at her teammates and said solemnly, sorry, I'm not selling. When Netherblue said this line, Q Yuan thanked Lin Jai. The thing about humans was that they had self-awareness. How could Netherblue not know the abilities of her own team? The attribute in which they were stronger than other players were only such that they were a fixed party. Midnight looked at the ring with envy and regret and let out a sigh. When Water put on the ring, his health points instantly shot up a great deal and even surpassed that of Midnight. The next monster they would face was the boss of the Cat Demon Lair. In the beginner level dungeon, there was only one Cat Demon Lair boss, the level 3 boss Poison Cat Monarch. The Cat Monarch's body was pretty much the same as those of other normal cat demons, except that it had a dark purple color. With a pair of blood-red eyes, sharp fangs and claws, it scratched once at the tree bark, and it immediately turned into ash and decomposed to form a deep hole. In a normal level dungeon, the Poison Cat Monarch had 3,000 health points. Its claws could bring additional darkness damage. We could only get past him having prepared a lot of anti-darkness potions. Netherblue explained, the Poison Cat Monarch has 2 abilities. Poison Claws, when it is activated, there would be a very clear preparation move, and the next 2 strikes would have doubled poison damage. Poison Spit, its frequency was lower and could cause poison damage to enemies in an arc. Lin Jai used the Inspect skill. Poison Cat Monarch, level 3 Overlord, health points, 6,000. Everyone was shocked that it had twice the health points. Expert level indeed. What is that? Lin Jai pointed towards a direction, and everyone looked over. There was a cluster of wild grass in the cat lair that was moving on its own. But it was pretty far away. If he had not paid much attention, he would not have noticed it. Q Yuan looked on afar and turned her eyes. She suggested, cat lair. Lin Jai stared at it for a long while before saying, it could be a cat lair. In the normal level dungeon, was the Cat Monarch a male or female? This, everyone looked at each other. The purpose of entering the dungeon was to kill monsters, get loots and level up. How would they even notice if the Cat Monarch was a guy? Nope, male or female? They couldn't kill the boss and then subsequently scrutinize its crotch, could they? Mighty Wings got impatient. Why are you even caring about this? Just kill it and that's it. Lin Jai said seriously, a male cat could be even more territorial. And a female cat would focus more on its kittens. I'll go and have a look. Lin Jai just held his fire gun and stealthily inched closer to the poison cat monarch while aiming at it. A shot was fired and aimed right at the right ankle of the poison cat monarch and scared the crap out of it. It jumped up high almost 3 feet. You have entered battle mode. Everyone had received the notification, and suddenly there was a great deal of panic. Lin Jai raised his head to look at the rapidly advancing cat monarch and fixed his gaze on its private parts. It's a female. Lin Jai hollered and immediately devised his battle plan. Midnight, Mighty Wings, Netherblue, take me as the pivot and position yourselves in a square, each one to attack one after another. The rest of you rush over to wreck the lair and get hold of all the kittens. The moment the last line was said, the boss's sharp claws rained down like a polished cleaver towards Lin Jai's brain. Lin Jai swung his broken blade and retreated a few steps while activating his counterattack and neutralized the boss's impact. Parry successful. 31. Midnight looked in shocking awe at Lin Jai's performance. What a strong defense. The New Age was a highly realistic game. Real-life battle skills could be easily implemented in the game. For example, if Lin Jai had stood at the same spot and taken the hit, he would have eaten at least 70 points of damage. Darn it. Lin Jai pressed against his chest as pitch-black blood kept oozing out non-stop. In the expert-level dungeon, the boss's poison claws were changed to damage over time for an infinite amount of time. In other words, the action of increasing healing and defenses during the activation phase of the poison claws was now required throughout the entire phase while the damage was ticking. The poison took a third of Lin Jai's health points before its effects started to fade. Although Midnight's blocking skills were strong, it could not hold a candle to Waters with the augment of the ring. After blocking one attack, he immediately retreated and prepared a health potion. While tilting his head back, he gulped down the potion, restoring his health. After Netherblue had taken a hit, her health bar almost dropped to 0. It was ridiculous to allow a weapon specialist to take that damage. On the other hand, when Mighty Wings realized the might of the boss's damage, he started pussying out and kept retreating, avoiding an onslaught of damage. Mighty Wings, go up and tank the hits. Lin Jai furiously hollered. You think I'm retarded? The boss attack is enough to one-shot me. Mighty Wings retaliated, as he thought that Lin Jai was merely making use of his power as the commander to send him to death. The poison cat monarch curled up, and a gurgling noise came from deep within its throat. It seemed that 10 kg of poison was stuck in its throat. All of a sudden, the boss swung its head and spat out a stream of poison all around it. Anyone within 40 yards of it would definitely have no way of avoiding the poison stream. The poison cat monarch in the expert-level dungeon had a poison attack ranging all around it instead of just an arc. There was no way anyone could find a way around it. Besides, the poison damage was insane, as it was 300 stronger than that of the normal level dungeon. Forget about an MT, even an elite NPC would have been one shot. However, players could have partial immunity to the poison. As long as a player was damaged by the boss's poison within 10 seconds, they would take 70 reduced damage from the poison spray. Mighty Wings was about to be engulfed in the poison. Lin Jai panicked, as the team could not afford for even a single person to die. Wild Charge, Lin Jai morphed into a dark shadow as he braved the poison raining down on him and rushed towards Mighty Wings and opened his arms. The poison drops rained down on him and caused short bursts of damage. 41, 48, 41. As that wave of damage block was over, Lin Jai only had a sliver of health left. If it had not been for the health-increasing effect of the broken blade, he would have long become a cheerleading corpse. Mighty Wings witnessed this scene with a shocked heart. It was just then, the scythe of the Grim Reaper was so close, and yet it was pushed away by the warrior whom he loathed so much. However, Mighty Wings did not actually notice that fact. He actually wondered, how could this warrior have such a high amount of health points? Lin Jai had helped him to soak up at least 200 points of damage, and together with the poison damage that he had taken previously, it meant that his had at least 300 health points. Are you kidding me? More than an MT. Something is wrong. Mighty Wings turned his eyes, and a thought sprung up in his head. Lin Jai turned back and hollered, Mighty Wings of Heavens, get 2 kittens. Midnight, head southeast and get 3. Netherblue, head southwest and get 1. At this moment, the cat lair had already been upturned by Q Yuan and company for a few times already. A few kittens eagerly awaiting to be fed were held in their arms. This group of kittens looked like little fur balls that had not even opened their eyes. A wave of milk scent emanated from their mouths. It seemed like they had just had their milk. Water, take over my position. Lin Jai hurled 3 kittens into Water's hands. He had the most health points and would be the ablest to attract the attention of the boss. The poison cat monarch had sharp fangs. Its sharp teeth cackled, showing its rage. Taking a square formation, trapping the cat monarch within it, the casters stood outside the border. Dark shadows, arrows, and fireballs were all hurled towards the cat monarch's body. Meow, the boss got furious and charged towards Water, who had the greatest number of kittens. Its poison claws kept clawing against the shield. 74, 85. Water's health bar immediately vanished, as the healers could not even start to heal him. At this moment, Lin Jai stood out. While holding a few kittens, he rushed towards Midnight. The boss' attention was diverted towards the kittens in Lin Jai's arms as it charged towards him until when he hurled all the kittens into Midnight's arms. He gave away 3 and got 2. Midnight took 2 attacks and likewise could not handle them. However, Lin Jai was already by Netherblue's side holding a kitten. The aggro once again got diverted towards them, and the healers hurriedly healed up Midnight as the boss was distracted. As Netherblue took a hit, Lin Jai was already beside Mighty Wings, letting 3 go and grabbing 1 and repeating this cycle. The expert-level Poison Cat Monarch had absurdly fearsome stats. Even while Midnight and Water were stacked together, they were just people that could be killed with a few claws. Lin Jai made use of the kittens to force a diversion of hatred, and that was a way to control the boss' movements. Besides, with the kittens acting as hostages, the boss did not dare to use its poison spray to wipe out the entire team. The Poison Cat Monarch that had just lost its ability to use an area of effect, AoE, skill was then only left with the option of using single target attacks. Yet that skill was neutralized by Lin Jai. Although the boss had only 6,000 health points, its recovery rate was very high, especially when its health was below 70. It would gain an additional 10 life steal, and its health bar reduction rate would be drastically slowed. Not only that, with the dragging of the battle, its movement speed would get faster and faster. At the start, Lin Jai could still use his running speed to divert hatred, but now he could only use the tactic of throwing cats. The boss' health kept decreasing and was about to hit 20 soon. Someone shouted, "FCK, I have no more mana." A long-drawn battle was especially trying. Midnight's eyes sank as he hollered, "All of you drink the mana potions. Payment is on me." The slow-restoring mana potion was considered as a luxury asset. Needless to say, instantly restoring mana potions were also a luxury. Midnight displayed his wealthy and generous side, as he distributed to everybody a mana potion bottle that could instantly restore 120 mana. That temporarily averted the crisis, and everyone continued to fight. The boss health bar turned from yellow to red and went below 20, turning even redder. Meow meow, the Poison Cat Monarch couldn't hold up its head, but its eyes shone with a color of insanity. Getting threatened and made a fool of by a bunch of humans were making it lose its sense of logic. The Cat Monarch's eyes let out a ray of blood-red light, and poison kept oozing out from its mouth. The boss was in enrage mode. The dark purple poison got condensed into bullets, and they were fired all around. Lin Jai checked the health of a few people and concluded that it should not be too difficult to make it through that. At this moment, Mighty Wings screamed in fear, "It's over, I have no immunity." Indeed, Mighty Wings' chest was a clean white and had no signs of being attacked by the poison claws. Not getting attacked meant that he did not have immunity. What was even scarier was, the Poison Cat Monarch had locked onto Mighty Wings as its 4 limbs made a deep impression on the ground. It charged towards him. Netherblue panicked and shouted, "Water, save him." Lin Jai turned around and hollered, "Water, stay where you are, I'll go." Whoosh! Lin Jai's body morphed into a dark shadow. The broken blade moved like it was his right arm and tried its best to block as much poison as possible while rushing towards Mighty Wings. Qiu Yuan was about to stretch out and grab him, but she could only grab hold of remnants in the air. She stomped her feet in anger and nervously looked at Lin Jai. "Mighty Wings, I'll take the poison, you'll take the poison claws." Lin Jai shouted and spread his arms in front of Mighty Wings, blocking all the poison. His health bar went down all the way. The Poison Cat Monarch's purple body was like an arrow ready to be shot from a bow, and it finally pounced towards Lin Jai's body. At that moment, as long as Mighty Wings would stand in front of Lin Jai and alternate the damage soaking between them, coupled with the healer's spell casts, they would be able to survive. But Lin Jai suddenly felt a push on his back. Yes, a push. Someone pushed him from the back, and his body flew towards the poison claws. At that moment, Lin Jai had only a sliver of health. How could he withstand the boss attack? That strike was the last straw that would send him to meet his maker. Dying inside the dungeon was not that detrimental to his experience points, however. After all, dying in the dungeon and dying in the open was different. One would lose only 10 of experience unless the experience points did not hit the minimum of 10 of the points required to level up. Otherwise, one would not level down. As for the equipment, the party could help to retrieve them. But Lin Jai was different. He wasn't officially a part of the Netherblue party, and he also had the Heritage Broken Blade. In real life, there were so many cases of brothers and couples turning on each other for money. It was even more so in the game. Besides, all that happened was because of Mighty Wings. If Lin Jai were to die, the Heritage Broken Blade would drop, and if Mighty Wings could get it, would he even return it to Lin Jai? The answer was painfully obvious. Lin Jai smiled bitterly. Why did he choose to save that dude? Was it to show off? No, all these were because there were people in the party whom he respected. She continued looking at him. In his previous life on the Snow Mountain Peak, she looked at him for multiple months and could not get a response. Now her gaze could elicit a response from him. Fu Sheng, Qiu Yuan was shocked. At that moment she felt helpless and cast the dark speech in front of the Cat Monarch's eyes. What originally could only reduce 10 critical hit chance was now useless on the head boss, but it bought some time for Lin Jai, army obliteration. A wave of familiarity flowed from his palms to his entire body. That skill, with him wielding the broken blade for so many years, had long ago been a part of him already. The broken blade instantly pierced thrice, once towards the boss, once straight down on its back, and once straight into the ground. As the broken blade was on the poison cat monarch's skull and interrupted its actions momentarily, the reaction force on the broken blade caused it to fly back and pierced backward right into Mighty Wings' armor-covered leg. How sharp was the broken blade! Piercing through a bronze greave was a piece of cake. At the moment of piercing, the broken blade moved again and pierced right into the ground and lost all its momentum. Mighty Wings lost all his strength and tilted forward. Like a piece of paper, he slid down Lin Jai's back, and his head crashed into the boss' huge mouth. Everything seemed complicated, but they happened in just a moment. In the eyes of everyone, it only seemed like when Lin Jai was under attack, somehow Mighty Wings flew out and collided with the boss. The boss' claws ended Mighty Wings' life and then viciously pounced towards Lin Jai. Q Yuan rushed over to take over Mighty Wings' position and snatched all of the kittens in Lin Jai's arms, diverting its hatred. How could the weak-bodied Q Yuan even hold a candle to the boss' attacks? Lin Jai once again snatched back the kittens and hurriedly sped off, activating the feather drop gem. His body became light as a feather and he flew towards the treetop. Netherblue panicked and hollered, "Ranged jobs lock onto the boss and spam everything." Yes, fireballs and magic spells rained down on the boss in rage mode as it swallowed its own poison and tried to swing its claws towards these darn group of humans. Where the claws could reach, trees stood no chance and everything was disintegrated. Lin Jai's actions were especially agile. Even bandits and hunters with all stat points pumped into agility could not perform such a feat. He was like an ape, traversing the trees and trying his best to avoid the boss' pursuit. But the poison cat monarch's movement speed kept increasing. It leaped high up, and its claws were about to reach Lin Jai's back. Rebels fight. Lin Jai shouted in his mind, and his body somersaulted in midair. He ended up facing the boss, claws head-on, and his parry successfully prevented himself from dying. His body also flew further away due to all the momentum generated. The boss had only 5 health left as its movement speed doubled. Such a long distance was covered instantly. Army obliteration. Lin Jai remained calm, and the broken blade was pierced thrice through the huge tree in front of him, locking the broken blade firmly within the tree. His right hand tightly grabbed onto the blade handle. The strong momentum made him somersault in midair, successfully avoiding the boss' attack. Boom, spells rained down on the boss and finally depleted it of its health completely. When the poison cat monarch's body fell to the ground and lost its life, a loud scream sounded off from within the party. Ha 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 ha, pass, we've passed. What the FCK, this Fu Sheng is F-seeking, not a human. That move was F-seeking, brilliant. First clear, ding, system notice. Congratulations to Netherblue on leading the Netherblue party and getting first clear on the expert level cat demon lair. Reward for first clear, 5,000 EXP, 2 silver coins, 1 free stat point, system notice. Congratulations to Netherblue on leading the Netherblue party and getting first clear on the expert level cat demon lair. Reward for first clear, 5,000 EXP, 2 silver coins, 1 free stat point. The system's notice kept refreshing. The entrance of the cat demon lair had long been bustling with life. Netherblue party, what party is that? Could it be a random party? I've never heard of them, random party. You try pulling out a random party that has ever completed the expert level dungeon. FCK, look at the leaderboard. They acquired first clear in the expert level dungeon, so how can they be just unknown players? These people are definitely just low-key pros. The entire game was discussing only one party, the Netherblue party. This poetic and feminine party name unexpectedly created the first ever first clear of the expert level dungeon in the entire New Age, Cat Demon Lair. Lin Jai panted heavily as he pulled out the broken blade. Lao Mo, Banana and Water rushed over and held Lin Jai up. Netherblue stood far away at a distance. Her ice-cold face produced a seriously beautiful smile. Q Yuan kept repeating, skilled right, this dude that I brought over. I said he was a pro, right? When have I ever misjudged someone? Sister Netherblue, am I great now and stuff of these sorts, but all these sounded so adorable. Midnight stood at a distance and could not believe his eyes. This so-called trash team actually made it past an expert-level dungeon. No one would probably believe it, but they did it. No, it should be he did it. Midnight quietly turned off his recording mode and stored away this video. A shield specialist was still a warrior. All warriors had overlapping skill sets. The feats that Lin Jai performed in the dungeon were seriously worth paying attention to. Midnight was not at all ashamed of learning from a lower-leveled player, but there was someone blatantly ashamed, such as the cold and cunning Mighty Wings. He angrily walked towards Lin Jai and hollered, Fu Sheng, why did you try to harm me just now? Give me a good reason. Due to Mighty Wings' appearance, what was originally a happy and upbeat atmosphere instantly dropped all the way down. Harm you? How could you say that? Lin Jai coldly laughed. I remember it was you who intentionally pushed me to try to feed me to the boss, wasn't it? Ha 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 ha, what a joke. I was looking out for a newbie like you. Forget the fact I led the team to face the expert-level dungeon. I even died once for you. Good, now you claim that I intentionally pushed you. Fu Shang, you seem to be pretty good at cooking up SH Day. Mighty Wings seemed to have gone mad from anger. I, Mighty Wings, stayed in the Netherblue party for 2 years and did whatever SH'd I could. How much have I put in? Who wouldn't know of my character? Push you. What good was there for me to push you? What a traitor. I, Mighty Wings, have misjudged you. Lin Jai shrugged his shoulders. Agitating people is not something I'm good at. Agitating, HMPH. Ask yourself who is the most believable one. Mighty Wings scanned across everyone's faces and hollered, those with me, step out. Fu Shang, remember, you are just a passerby. Your relationship with us ends here. If you admit your wrongdoings like a gentleman and leave the party, I will then spare you. In this expert-level dungeon, you've leached a huge amount of experience, haven't you? Lin Jai laughed as he finally understood Mighty Wings' intentions. He wanted to take all the equipment. At least they could not give it to Lin Jai, an outsider. It could be seen from when he tried to get the Havoc skill book and Bronze Greaves that he was selfish and a smooth talker. Had they settled up internally, the equipment would probably have ended up in his hands. Face off. In the heat of the moment, a face-off was imminent. Qiu Yuan walked up a few steps and stood by Lin Jai. Little Yuan, what is this? Mighty Wings was stunned. If you're going to kick a member just like that, then kick me along with him. Qiu Yuan shrugged her shoulders and glared at Mighty Wings. Ah, so this party's style is to clear the quest together and split the winnings only among long-time members. Then I guess an outsider like me has got to leave. Midnight smiled, but he wasn't a pushover. He stared at Mighty Wings, smirked, and then played a video in the air. The video recorded down Mighty Wings' betrayal act of pushing Lin Jai when Lin Jai tried to block the poison for him. The video played in the air. It seemed like a giant slap in Mighty Wings' face. Mighty Wings furiously gritted his teeth and looked towards Netherblue and hollered, can't you see? He just wants to destroy the entire party. I, Mighty Wings, have been loyal to your team for 3 years, and this is how you repay me. Netherblue's gaze looked phased. After all, Mighty Wings was her longtime friend since they were young. Besides, both of their parents had a very close relationship, and they even had plans to get engaged. But his behavior today had utterly destroyed the entire good and bright image of himself that he had built up so successfully throughout the years. Mighty Wings looked at Lao Mo, Banana, and others and looked even more distraught. We've been teammates for so many years. Don't you guys know how I am? Midnight, have you heard that I've had the invitation from the Ironwall Empire? The triumphant Midnight and Ironwall Empire have all along been arch rivals. I guess it's been hard on you producing this nonsensical video in such a short time, hasn't it? At that moment, Mighty Wings had completely sunk into a crazy mental state. The stares from the girl of his dreams, the disdain from his longtime teammates, the threat from an outsider had completely revealed his own despicable personality. All those events had made him gone completely insane. He wished for Lin Jai to die so that he could wash away his humiliation. Midnight sneered, you seem like you have nothing worth checking up on. One was the MT of the elite triumphant Midnight, while the other was a mere commoner who had not even joined the Ironwall Empire. Who was the lightweight and weak one? And who was the heavyweight and the strong one? Mighty Wings' behavior was akin to a nest of ants announcing to the world that they had posed a threat to the fearsome king of all animals, the tiger, just because it tried to drown the nest of ants in its piss. Lin Jai scanned the surroundings. Lao Mo, Banana, and others were like Netherblue. They were fully aware that Mighty Wings was in the wrong, but they had no clue as to how they should respond to the behavior of their longtime teammate. On the other hand, Midnight simply folded his arms and continued enjoying the spectacle. Only Qiu Yuan dared to rise up to the injustice, as she hatefully screamed, your face. Mighty Wings, how the FCK do you still have the guts to say something like that? It's Midnight you're talking about. Who the FCK are you? You think he was trying to frame you. You think too highly of yourself. And Lin Jai is someone I invited. If you're suspicious of him, that means you also think that I intentionally brought over someone to destroy Sister's party. Mighty Wings was furious. With a heavy chest and a slow-to-react brain, he hollered, you dumb beach, don't you see you're being made use of? Trust me, tonight I'm going to slap. A huge slap landed on Mighty Wings' face. It wasn't from anyone but Lin Jai. I don't care if you make a scene, but if you put someone down like that, you are asking for it. Slap, slap. Lin Jai continued to slap Mighty Wings' face a few more times. In the game, players' physical damage wasn't that high. Most of the attack damage came from their equipment. So while Lin Jai's slap seemed really vicious, in reality, they did barely 10 points of damage. However, the psychological damage was huge. Mighty Wings, about this issue, if you're not blind, I think you would be able to tell right from wrong. If this team doesn't even possess this sort of straightforward judgment skills, I see no point staying in this party and I'd leave immediately. But before that, Lin Jai glanced at the rewards dropped by the cat monarch and calmly said, the equipment, skill book, ingredients, I want them all. Ha 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 ha, heard that, want everything, you. Where have you gotten the balls to say that you want everything? Mighty Wings seemed to have heard the biggest joke of his life and cursed, just get lost if you wish. Letting you leech so much experience already counts as generosity on our part. Qiu Yuan walked in front of Lin Jai and said, Fu Sheng, it really is a little ridiculous of you to want all the rewards. Mighty Wings felt a fiery pain on his face and sneered. You really think he was helping out of goodwill? Let me tell you, he at least let me have some, Qiu Yuan joked. Those words had clearly presented her stand. Lin Jai felt really touched. Regarding that issue, anyone could tell who was right and wrong, but why was it that Mighty Wings could still think he was right and continue to argue with Lin Jai? It was simple, that was his territory. Lin Jai was just a passerby after all. Who would want to offend a group of friends with whom one would be working together in the future just because of a random passerby? However, Qiu Yuan completely took Lin Jai's side. If she had really split the battle rewards with Lin Jai, would she really be able to remain in the team? The answer was obvious. Ding, the party leader has given you the power to distribute the items. Lin Jai looked at Netherblue with a bewildered look but did not even hesitate to pick the items. How could getting first clear on the expert level cat demon lair be only worth 10 times higher in reward than the normal level dungeon? There were a solid 11 pieces of bronze equipment, and among them was one complete full body claw set. Midnight was also wearing the claw equipment set. The triumphant Midnight took quite a few days to complete the entire set. That was the reward of the expert level dungeon. Apart from that, there was also the enhancement gems required for enhancement of equipment, 2 scrolls, a huge amount of raw ingredients, among which was the cat claws that Lin Jai needed. The claws were one of the required ingredients to enhance the broken blade. At the top, there was also a pair of golden greaves. Gosh, golden greaves, gold equipment. Even Midnight was slightly stunned. Gold equipment was highly rare, even the Fox boss possessed just one piece of such equipment. Miso Agility Greaves, gold, requires, level 3. Defense 712. Strength plus 6. Endurance plus 4. Run speed plus 5. Additional effect, jump plus 3. Everyone's gaze was fixated on that piece of gold equipment. Mighty Wings gulped down his saliva and thought to himself that if he had been able to get his hands on the gold equipment, his abilities would undoubtedly have been able to earn him a place in one of the elite parties. His mindset had already begun to shift. All these were due to the appearance of Lin Jai and Midnight. In order to dominate and control the party members, including Qiu Yuan and Netherblue, one had to have abilities so strong that they would look up to him. Little did he expect that Lin Jai would straight away put on the greaves and say, I have some use for it. I'm taking it. Mighty Wings was about to rage when a system notification appeared. Player Mighty Wings has been muted by the party and is banned from voice and typed communication. An access removal immediately turned Mighty Wings into a mute. I want the skill book. Skill and level enhancing scrolls, I want them too. Same for the augmenting gem. Looking at Lin Jai taking away piece after piece of equipment and stuffing them into his bag, Mighty Wings' face was red with anger, and yet he could not utter a word. After slicing off the cat demon's claws and brain, he stored them away in his bag and cleaned his hands. All right, that's about all I'm taking. Midnight felt strange and glared at Lin Jai and said, what about me? Lin Jai slapped his head and said, I'm sorry, I forgot about it. Midnight, big brother Midnight, I guess you can have this shield. It's probably much better than your Sikazi shield. Apart from the golden greaves, there were 3 other silver equipment, and one of them was the shield. Poison heavy shield, silver, requires, level 3. Defense 1328. Endurance plus 4. Willpower plus 2. Health points plus 30. Block plus 3, parry plus 3. Additional effect, poison corrosion. The unit that attacks you will get 2 reduced attack damage. The drop rate of the poison heavy shield was very low. It was one of the best shields that an MT before level 5 could have gotten. During times when players were not strong enough to challenge the boss, the poison heavy shield would then seem exceptionally strong. Midnight accepted the shield and gave a good long look at Lin Jai. Since he was able to identify the shield that he was holding, he was definitely an expert in the game. Being generous enough to gift the shield over to him also showed that he had good people handling skills. He said, good, Brother Fu Sheng, would you be interested in joining the triumphant Midnight? As long as you join us, we would definitely enter the realms of the elite parties. The crowd was on fire as they looked on at Lin Jai with envious eyes. The triumphant Midnight had tens of thousands of people. They were strong and capable. The elite party among them even had the best of the best. All of them were respectable figures. Getting into the elite party was a dream that countless players strived for but couldn't achieve. Lin Jai laughed. I think I'll give it a pass. I prefer to go alone. Getting a team, not for now. These words were clearly directed at that particular party. Netherblue looked down and felt a burning sensation on her face. You can have this. Lin Jai took out another piece of silver equipment. It was a white hairband and was considered a mage headgear, just more suited to a female's aesthetics. Tying it around one's hair would allow her to enjoy the stats provided by it. Qiu Yuan excitedly grabbed the silver hairband and tied up her long and waterfall-like hair into a ponytail. She was brimming with life and looked adorable. Her dimples were so deep till they seemed like they could suck in people's eyeballs. As for the last silver equipment, the bone wrist guard, a silver equipment defense, 710 strength, +5, and it also has an additional effect, heroic strike ability level +1, super rare equipment. Lin Jai was amazed that such an amazing ability level enhancing equipment was dropped. Ability levels had all along been the most difficult to train. Directly increasing a level was unquestionably too strong. Heroic strike was a weapon warrior ability. The only weapon warriors in the party were Mighty Wings and Netherblue. Lin Jai took a look at Netherblue and smiled. Boss Netherblue, this piece of equipment, I'll be selling it. If you want a portion of it, I can. She took a deep bow and continued, regard these pieces of equipment as our compensation. If fate may bring us together again in the future, we welcome you to join us to raid dungeons again. Lin Jai looked at Mighty Wings, opened the party window and chose leave. He continued with him here, no chance. Goodbye. After completing his sentence, Lin Jai vanished immediately. Midnight left the party as well and laughed. Interesting indeed. Should I say that you guys are a band of loyal brothers, or you can't tell the good from the bad? Ha ha ha. Lin Jai and Midnight had left. Netherblue then waved her hands to lift the ban on Mighty Wings' speech. FCKU Netherblue, what right have you to stop me from talking? Did I say anything wrong? That beastard fooled Qiu Yuan and made all of us become his laborers, and yet you guys still treat him as a good guy. Mighty Wings cursed. I also feel that taking away almost all the equipment is too overboard. We fought for an entire day and only got ourselves half a set of bronze equipment, and yet he took away all the gold equipment and even the entire claw set. That silver wrist guard added 1 ability level. I suppose it could even fetch gold coins. Heh, split the gold. How will he even do such a thing? Lao Mo and Banana finally said their piece after seeing Lin Jai leave. Words of envy and jealousy poured out, and for once made the party leader Netherblue become suspicious and wary of her own team members. Qiu Yuan coldly looked at them and walked towards the body of the cat monarch. Collect, clank, an entire set of battle rewards appeared in the item basket, even the ability level enhancing silver wrist guard. At the cat demon lair doorstep, Midnight was still trying his best to invite Lin Jai to join Triumphant Midnight. However, Lin Jai seemed to be adamant about not joining the party. Midnight then relented and decided to make his leave. At this moment, the dungeon trembled slightly and a slim figure appeared. Qiu Yuan looked at Lin Jai with slightly furrowed brows and head slightly down. She seemed to be really upset. Lin Jai waved his hands and asked, "Why did you come out so quickly?" "Fu Sheng, you helped us to get first clear, and yet you got treated like this. I'm sorry." Qiu Yuan was filled with apologetic emotions. That kind-hearted girl felt that she was fully responsible for the injustices towards Lin Jai. "It's no big deal, this is how the world works," said Lin Jai with a heavy sigh and rubbed his chin while looking at Qiu Yuan. "The world, how?" Qiu Yuan's heart thumped heavily. "In this world, handsome dudes always invite jealousy," Lin Jai said in a serious tone. Scram. Qiu Yuan gave him a rude stare followed by a nonchalant look and continued, "Mighty Wings had once been approached by the Ironwall Empire. He's good, and besides, his cousin is part of the Ironwall Empire's elite party. He is an unforgiving and vengeful person. You need to be more careful." Lin Jai raised his chest and laughed. "That kind of person is not worth my time." "Yeah," Qiu Yuan nodded and continued, "and it's not that Netherblue doesn't want to help you. It's just that she's invested a lot of time and effort into the party. I understand. You're welcome." Lin Jai was not used to seeing Qiu Yuan acting like that, and so he changed the topic of conversation. "Since you're out, let's go and claim our battle rewards." After clearing the expert-level cat demon lair, they were able to claim the battle rewards from the NPC hunter area in front of the dungeon. The dungeon mission would offer different rewards according to its difficulty level, with the chance being 20. Hence, the dungeon mission was very popular among players. You have completed the mission. You gain 17,000 experience points, 1 silver coin and 120 reputation from the City of Light. You gain an additional reward, Flogger's Helmet Bronze. Qiu Yuan was surprised and said, "I got a skill book." Lin Jai took a look at it and laughed. Dark Shadow Havoc, a pretty decent ability. Next up, you can find more Dark-type monster maps to train. With the Dark Shadow Havoc, it would be very efficient. Nah, not doing it. Those monsters are ugly as HCK. Qiu Yuan held onto the skill book and cheekily laughed. Lin Jai looked at Qiu Yuan, who was standing alone, and asked, "Where did they all go?" "Oh, they went offline. After clearing the dungeon, all of them were tired as FCK." Qiu Yuan waved her hands and turned the skill book into a ray of white light and continued, "I'm going offline to get some rest too." After sending off Qiu Yuan, Lin Jai looked at Netherblue. Water and the rest of them walked out from the lair. Lin Jai and Mighty Wings stared at each other and both sneered. Returned to the city. Lin Jai activated the returning scroll and returned to the City of Light. He then spent 1 silver coin to rent a single-person pharmacy. The lab's arrangement was simple, with just a table, some basic pharmaceutical facilities including dissolving potions, neutralizing potions, potion bottles, and a mortar grinder, etc. Lin Jai leaned on the table and retrieved piece by piece the items gained from the expert-level Cat Demon Lair. The augmenting gem had a market price of 4 to 7 silver coins and could enhance equipment and certain stats. Enhancing to a certain level would activate a hidden stat. Coming up next would be the best thing to look out for. Lin Jai held 2 scrolls and his heart started to thump heavily. Skill book, Death Rage, casting resource, health points, HP, skill description, passive effect, every time you attack you spend 10 HP to deal additional 2 damage. Active skill, available for use when HP is below 5. For the next 3 seconds, gain 60 damage resistance, 60 attack boost, and 60 critical strike boost. Job restriction, warrior. In his previous life, the Death Rage was Fu Sheng's trademark ability. Once that ability's value was really low, and the reason was simple. Considering effectiveness, the abilities of berserkers not only had higher effectiveness, but they were also much less dangerous. Besides, the Death Rage was a difficult ability to master. Why would a normal person be willing to have his HP reduced by 5? Usually, players would start to consume their health potions at 20. Lin Jai looked at the other item in his hands and smiled. Ability level enhancing scroll. You are allowed to enhance 1 level of an ability. Cooldown duration is 1 month. The Death Rage's accepted approximated drop rate was 1 in 10-0, and the drop location was even harsher. Before level 60, other than the once per 30 levels job mission providing some chance of obtaining it, there was only one other route of getting it, and that was through the expert-level Cat Demon Lair. Even so, the Death Rage skill book's price was still very cheap. Even after 7 years, it was still cheaper than 100 gold coins. That was a really intriguing matter, and the reason for that was that the Berserker's HP control was too difficult. However, that was the ultimate ability of the Battle Emperor. In his previous life, Lin Jai was the only Berserker to focus on the Death Rage, and that was the only time when he had the skills to compete with the best. As the reward for getting first clear on the expert-level Cat Demon Lair, the boss generously dropped a scroll, the ability level enhancing scroll. As the name suggested, it could raise an ability's level by 1 point. As a beginner's item, it could only be used on an ability that was level 3 and below. Do you want to use the ability level enhancing scroll? Yes, your ability, Death Rage, has been increased to level 2. Lin Jai was elated. Death Rage level 2, passive effect, every time you attack, you spend 9 HP to cause an additional 3 damage. Active effect, available for use when HP is below 5. For the next 5 seconds, gain 120 damage resistance, 120 attack boost, 120 critical strike damage boost, and 10 critical strike chance boost. That was the Death Rage, an ability whose scaling was as high as 1. To determine whether an ability was strong or weak, one criterion was its inherent strength, and the second criterion was its scaling. For instance, the Fireball spell was one of the mage's strongest basic damage type spells, and its scaling was 0.16, meaning that every 1 level increase in ability would result in 16 increased damage. The Death Rage's scaling was 100. Feeling the raging energy within his body, Lin Jai uncontrollably clenched his fists. He did not need any practice to be able to fully understand that ability. His skills were enhanced by a huge margin. Up next would be the unlocking of the seal on the Broken Blade, or rather the enhancement. The Heritage Broken Blade was a heritage equipment, and hence would definitely not have just that bit of strength. To remove its seal, countless ingredients were needed. In his previous life, during the years of possession of the Broken Blade, Lin Jai was only able to remove 3 seals. The first seal required various kinds of rare, precious, and even unique ingredients. The second seal required an overlord's blood. The third seal required the murder of a player. Also, the player must be willing to sacrifice himself. In his previous life, Lin Jai only unlocked the third seal with great difficulty. Until just before the tournament, she had found him and let Lin Jai kill her to unlock the seal. For an entire month, the two did only one thing every day while they were online to kill and get killed. That happened all the way until the seal was broken. For the 4th seal, Lin Jai recalled his memories and let out a bittersweet smile. He took a deep breath and dispelled the memory of his previous life. He simultaneously placed the cat demon claws and the broken blade onto the table and performed the augmenting. The breaking of the seal of the broken blade required a large amount of ingredients and Overlord's blood. Rare gold ores. Only when the enhancement of the ingredients was full could the broken blade be upgraded. The blood reservoir of the broken blade was similar to the presence of something like a progress bar. When the blood reservoir got full, that meant that the seal could get broken. He poured the cat demon claws into the strong dissolving potion, which was then dissolved violently and gradually turned into a drop of dark green liquid. This drop of liquid, under Lin Jai's watch, was dripped onto the rusty part of the broken blade. The rust, under the influence of the liquid, got dissolved ever so slightly and slowly seeped into the broken blade, creating waves of mysterious seal characters and drawings, and slowly got absorbed into the sword body. SSSS, the broken blade shone slightly momentarily. Bronze broken blade heritage, no job restriction. Requires level 1. Attack 2632. Strength plus 7. Endurance plus 7. Health points plus 150. Jump plus 7. Movement speed plus 9. Block plus 3. Additional effect, stats are sealed, cannot distinguish the weapon type. Additional ability, army obliteration. You spend 10 rage points and damage your target thrice for 130 damage. The broken blade stats were all slightly enhanced. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Slow and steady wins the race. Wielding the newly born broken blade, Lin Jai uncontrollably felt a wave of passion, finding a party to clear the level 2 gray bear fast. Lacking a priest to kill the elites in the wild, only one slot left. A plethora of voices could be heard from every direction. Many players' eyes were fixed towards Lin Jai, eagerly anticipating the level 3 pro to be in a good mood to accept some newbies. Lin Jai wielded the broken blade in his hands. The rusty broken blade immediately attracted the gaze of everyone away from him. How much damage would such a trashy sword even deal? Lin Jai moved towards the Dark Servant spawning grounds and observed his own abilities. A player's essentials consisted of only 3 things: stats, abilities, and equipment. Stats and equipment were hard criteria, whereas only abilities could be manipulated and infinitely enlarged or minimized. In his previous life, there was a famous person whose name was Dominance. He was ranked among the top 100 in the New Age, and his name came about due to money. Dominance's raw skills were even weaker than a rookie, but he could use his disgusting amount of money to buy himself an entire closet of sub-legendary equipment. He wielded a divine shield and effortlessly entered the expert leaderboard. In his basket of abilities, he already had a symbol that seemed fleeting. A skilled warrior was so only because he possessed countless abilities and combinations. Hong, the Dark Servant spawning grounds, had many light priests and paladins forming parties to level up. Light magic had a counteracting effect on dark-type monsters, and so the speed of killing them was much faster than killing normal monsters. In the middle of the Dark Servants, the Chanter Griffin walked about with no regard for anyone, and yet not one player dared to step up and fight it. The Chanter Griffin's fire magic was too scary. Players could not withstand it at all. Even if they had formed a party to fight it, they might not even stand a high chance of killing it. Lin Jai wielded the broken blade and slowly walked towards the Chanter Griffin. What the FCK? What is this warrior doing? Seems like he wants to kill the boss. Third bro, quickly get over in stealth mode and get his equipment after he dies. The passersby kept talking to one another, and all of them looked at Lin Jai with contemptuous eyes. The Chanter Griffin's strength was evident and well accepted. The Ironwall Empire had once tried to attack the boss, and in the end the entire 30-man party got wrecked. The boss then became known as the synonym to the phrase, "Strangers keep out." Wild charge. Lin Jai ferociously charged to the feet of the Chanter Griffin and slashed it horizontally with the broken blade, creating a heavy gust of wind. 45. Rage points were increased by 4. Lin Jai furrowed his brows as the rage was increasing too slowly. In his previous life, he was able to fill up his rage bar with just a slash. The boss smiled eerily and waved his hands, throwing waves and waves of dark shadow flames. Lin Jai did not bother to block them and merely tanked them, causing his health bar to get halved instantly. Unexpectedly, there was even someone who dared to go one-on-one with the Chanter Griffin. Many people stood at the perimeters to watch the fight. They all gasped and realized that that dude was capable. How did the boss not manage to one-shot him? How much health did that dude have? Normal players would never allocate stat points into health points, causing most players to be as thin as glass and die easily. Lin Jai took 2 heavy blows and roared as he activated Berserk, causing his attack to become enhanced. A good 60 damage was dealt with Chanter Griffin's legs. Still not enough. Still not enough. At that moment, the Chanter Griffin clasped its hands in front of its chest and started chanting an old chant. A huge meteor fireball was conjured in midair and went crashing down. Flame drop. Lin Jai raised his head, and within his pupils, a dark green meteor gradually enlarged 65. Boom. After getting slammed by the meteorite, a deep crater was formed on the ground. He's dead. Some players clapped while those who had faster reaction were already waiting by the side for the boss's hatred bar to vanish before going forward to steal the equipment. Hey, why isn't the boss leaving? Dong dong. A deep colliding sound emanated from underneath the meteorite, and the chanter griffin's body was trembling 148, 162. The meteorite was slowly raised up and then slammed onto the boss, body with a loud thud. It crashed into the dark shadow flames and morphed into fireworks in the air. Lin Jai's bloody body gradually appeared within the sight of the other players. Death Rage, Feather Drop Skill. Lin Jai jumped high up into the air and raised the broken blade above his head. The rust on the blade vanished and became a bright and well-sharpened blade. Army Obliteration. With a heavy swing, the sword's breath rained down and slashed the chanter griffin into 3 parts, and it fell to the ground heavily. You have killed the bronze-tiered boss chanter griffin. You have gained 1112 EXP. Lin Jai blinked his eyes as he lost the overlevel enhancement. The experience from killing the boss was disgustingly low. The boss spat out 20 bronze coins and then dropped a light green cape for you all. Lin Jai looked at the bystanders and smiled before turning around to make his leave. The chanter griffin would not drop anything fantastic. That cape was the worst possible item that could spawn. Although equipping it would grant damage over time of 13 per second to all units around the wearer, the player would lose his HP as well in the early stages. That damage would consume the entirety of a normal player. Mine, what the FCK? Can't you see he was talking to me? Rubbish, he winked at me, I'm his elder cousin. Just as the players were arguing over the equipment, creating an intense air of chaos, a ray of silver light suddenly appeared. It made a curve and sped towards the back of Lin Jai's head. A bandit. At that moment, Lin Jai's health had not been restored yet. He had merely 10 of his health. Ding! As the dagger pierced towards him, the broken blade blocked the attack. When the bandit came to his senses, Lin Jai had already turned around and pushed him away using his broken blade. Rebels fight. The bandit's health instantly got halved. You have maliciously attacked Barrier of Assassination. He was from the Ironwall Empire. Lin Jai was shocked. His name had already turned yellow. At this stage, killing him would not grant any guilt at all. Indeed, waves of uneasiness emanated from the air as the bandits and druids all emerged from ambush and charged towards Lin Jai. There were 6 bandits and 6 druids. Lin Jai was bewildered. Who was it that had such strong resentment against him? With a team of 12 assassins, was he even supposed to make it out alive? Whoosh! Claws and dagger strikes flew by his ears and left many wounds on his face. Lin Jai avoided a pair of claws and blocked with his sword, causing the incoming druids to get knocked back far away. Die! A sharp voice sounded. Lin Jai's eyes opened widely as he realized who the attacker was. He was none other than Mighty Wings. He laughed maliciously as he stabbed right through Lin Jai's abdomen with his longsword from the back and coldly said, "Fu Sheng, you're a goner. I will kill you and make sure you delete your account. This is what you get for acting smart." 34. Lin Jai's health bar continued to decrease and soon it was about to empty. "Are you sure you can do that?" Lin Jai coldly smiled as blood oozed out from the wounds, drenching his body in blood-red color. Death Rage, FCK off. Lin Jai elbowed his chin and instantly sent him flying off. Then he swung his longsword. A wave of blade aura, along with a sharp tearing sound in the air, instantly sliced Mighty Wings in half. 188. Critical strike. Take turns and get him. 3 bandits charged over. One was behind, the other 2 surrounded Lin Jai from his left and right. The dagger changed direction and the dark green poison became vaguely visible. They had a look of cockiness on their faces, thinking that their plot had worked. "You are just a warrior. Did you really think you can kill the 3 of us at once?" Lin Jai's gaze turned ice cold. The broken blade spun around in his hands and the blade tip once again reared its head. Army Obliteration. Ding, ding, ding. Turning around, the sword blade accurately blocked the 3 daggers. In his previous life, the broken blade had accompanied Lin Jai for many years, and hence he was fully familiar with all the intricacies of using it. Wiping out the entire army was not just a single target skill. If it were one, it would not be worthy of a legendary weapon title. He instantly dispelled 3 attacks. When the sword blade clashed with the daggers, the blade aura burst out and pierced through the bandits' bodies. "You have killed a commoner, your evil score +1. You have killed a commoner, your evil score +1. Lin Jai's name was in blood red. Even then he did not stop as the broken blade seemed to indicate to spare no one. It was also lucky for Lin Jai that the people that the Ironwall Empire had sent to follow him were all bandits and other melee jobs. If they had been priests, Lin Jai would probably have been dead. It took less than 2 minutes to kill 5 of the bandits. The druids were also all dead. The bandit known as Barrier of Assassination trembled and pointed at Lin Jai's most, shouting, "You're finished, you're done for. You dare to mess around with the Ironwall Empire. What the FCK, they're from Ironwall Empire. The Ironwall Empire tried to gang up on one dude and got wiped out instead. Ha 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 ha, I have to share this video. You're late, I've already shared it." Barrier of Assassination's face was flushed red as the held up his communication device. Lin Jai coldly swung his broken blade. The blade aura emanated viciously, turning Barrier of Assassination into a lifeless corpse. The relations between him and the Ironwall Empire should not have been so bad. It seemed like Mighty Wings was the one behind all these. His gaze gradually sank. There, get him. Nearby, a party from the Ironwall Empire charged over. There seemed to be over 100 people. Lin Jai was shocked and anxiously started reading the returning scroll. The town of Mayer was a safe area. As a red-named player, although he would be arrested by the guards and imprisoned, he had a decent favorability from the captain of the guards, and hence getting on bail shouldn't be too much of an issue. The light symbolizing the return journey to the town started to shine. At this moment, Mighty Wings revived, and he initiated his charge, and the sharp blade of his heavy sword was directed mercilessly towards the back of Lin Jai's head. Why run? Stay here, ha. Lin Jai countered with his blade aura and killed him again, but his body was pushed near the edge of a cliff. Now, using the returning scroll again was too late. Lin Jai knew that he was highly skilled, but he was far away from having the skills to go up against 100 enemies. Not far away, the Heavenly Shield had a gloomy look. The Ironwall Empire had lost all its reputation. Only by killing Lin Jai and chasing him out of the game could this issue be erased from memory. Kill. Looking at the sea of enemies, Lin Jai smiled and jumped off the cliff. He had planned to be at this coordinates. As long as he could land on a random, protruding wooden trunk such that he could read the returning scroll, he would be safe. To refresh the evil score was troublesome. Players could reduce their evil score by killing monsters in the wild at a rate of about 1 point every 3 hours. Serving in an organization would half the time required. FCK, where did he go? Oh my gosh, he jumped down. Boss, he jumped down. Mother Seeker, blast him. Whoosh, fireballs and arrows rained down from the sky. Lin Jai accurately landed on the protruding branch. Just as he retrieved the returning scroll from his backpack, a fireball crashed near his feet. That was just a weak branch. The moment the fireball started to burst out in flames, smoke and ash started to appear. The branch shook heavily, and Lin Jai lost his balance, falling down all the way down the cliff. In a bid to activate the feather drop gem, his drop speed from the cliff had decreased by half of the original speed. As the effects of feather drop gem dwindled, Lin Jai started to fall freely. Fortunately, the powers of feather drop gem enabled Lin Jai to descend from the cliff gradually, as the feather drop gem could only be activated once for every 10 seconds. As the speed decreased, it would not be able to cause Lin Jai to become scattered pie. During the fall, Lin Jai noticed that exactly 10 minutes had passed, but he had yet to see the cliff's bottom. How deep was it exactly? The cliffs in the New Age were mostly battle scars left behind by war. Beneath the land, it was filled with volcanic magma, dark undead, and primordial behemoths. However, it was difficult for average players to witness it because they would be dead once they landed. As the feather drop gem was activated twice, Lin Jai slowed down and swayed towards the ground. As the fog slowly dissipated, visibility gradually became clear. Lin Jai was in a state of blankness, collapsing to the ground and sinking into the darkness. Did I faint? Lin Jai thought as he attempted to widen his eyes, but to no avail. Although the unexpected scenario of the game would not cause the player to get dizzy, it simulated some effects, such as being unable to move and dizziness, etc. in a conscious state. However, Lin Jai was oblivious to his condition, as he could not feel anything after the dizziness. His eyes slowly widened after 30 minutes had passed. Kalamozi. Lin Jai heard those words of incomprehensible whispers and was shocked to discover that he was tied to a giant plank after attempting to move. There was a burning sensation beneath him. He was shackled on the stage of an altar, awaiting helplessly for the sacrificial ceremony of cremation. Not far away, dozens of giant demons were holding their hands high and screaming loudly. They were chanting mystical languages as they danced in sync with a weird and ancient symphony. Lin Jai recalled of a biological creature, known as Kalamo, which was different from the giant demons. Those demons had betrayed their own species and allies, and after that, they burned the bodies of their prisoners and offered sacrifices to their highly respected spiritual figure soul of the giant demon. This group of NPCs was different compared to other NPCs, as they would steal from the characters and players in the game. The classics describing Kalamo stated that the souls in different realms were far more important to the soul of the giant demon than the Aborigines. This was a group of NPCs worthy of an opponent. Lin Jai moved his body and tried to break free. However, it ended in failure. Those giant demons were only level 20, but they would grow and eventually become powerful bosses as the game developed. Kalamo Muga, the thin-figured giant demon elder, raised his right hand and threw the torch at Lin Jai. Boom! The firewood burned ferociously, and the Kalamo giant demons prayed fervently. You are about to enter a special dungeon, soul of the giant demon. Your communication-related functions are temporarily blocked. The system will automatically open an external call alert service for you. The flames consumed Lin Jai's body, and the surroundings gradually turned dark. Lin Jai suddenly found himself in a pitch-dark, barren land. Special dungeon. Lin Jai stretched out his hand as the shackles on his body had disappeared. His status returned to normal, and his level did not decrease as he was free to move. No one had mentioned about this piece of barren land at all in his previous life. Lin Jai was positioned above the burning flames from before. Was it some inane cutscene the Darn system had arranged? Similar to a desert, this barren wasteland was scattered with silver-gray weeds. As he plucked the weeds, a damp soil, a swath of chaos which resembled the color of ink was revealed. Mission starts now. Your objective is to kill 10 giant demon headhunters. The system prompt sounded suddenly. Lin Jai frowned as he randomly chose to proceed in one direction. Slowly, a black giant demon, wearing a sturdy raptor mask, entered the scene. It was equipped with a bow as long as 5 persons height. The giant demons were experts in hunting. Feral giant demon headhunter, level 3 elite, health points, 1100. Lin Jai looked at his backpack and thought, damn, I did not bring sufficient supplies. His original plan was to change the map after killing Chanter Griffin. After all, there were still a few targeted giant demons in his mind, ranked as gold-tiered boss. However, he had not anticipated the situation he was thrown in. Hence, he secretly decided to bring full supplies before going out and increase the capacity of his backpack in the future. The giant demon headhunter's eyes flashed and fully arched its bow, releasing an arrow at Lin Jai. The arrow whizzed past Lin Jai's ear and brought 20 HP of damage. If he was shot directly, more than half of his health points would be lost. Wild charge. Lin Jai's speed soared, rushing toward the giant demon. An arrow was shot toward Lin Jai once more, brushing past his back. The blade or executioner, accompanied by Lin Jai's charge, smashed into the giant demon's abdomen with huge impact. Stun. 55, Army Obliteration. 56, 53, 62. The giant demon shook its head and awoke from its dizzy state as it attempted to aim and shoot another arrow without retreating in the slightest. Lin Jai's eyes flashed as he thought, this giant demon does not know how to escape. The escape skills mentioned were the use of magic and the teleportation of mages. Skills such as the mage's blink, the spellcaster's portal, etc., prevented being killed in melee attacks. When a hunter was confronted up close, it would only end in tragedy. Lin Jai immediately circled around the giant demon. He struck out with blade aura and pierced through the giant demon's neck. After each strike, he moved by a footstep. The giant demon lost its footing and could not focus on Lin Jai in its view. 74 points, 85 points. The giant demon's neck was its weakness, and as the blade aura penetrated the giant demon's defense, its health points decreased rapidly. After 4 minutes, the giant demon headhunter loosened its limbs and fell to the ground. You have killed the feral giant demon headhunter. Number of kills, 1. Damn, no experience. Lin Jai frowned. He figured that this was the strongest giant demon of this map. However, he was not awarded any experience points. It was important to know that the experience of a level 3 elite giant demon was deemed very high. If the giant demons in this map were worthless, then Lin Jai really felt the urge to cry in vain. Searching beneath the body of the giant demon, Lin Jai discovered a weapon's blueprints. Silent Killer Blueprint, 150. Collect 50 blueprints to create the sub-legendary fire gun Silent Killer. Requires player's smithing level, master level, NPC smithing level, superior. Lin Jai pricked up his brows and opened blueprint that contained the fire gun's attributes. Silent Killer, sub-legendary, requires level 20. Strength 600 and above. Attack 280, 655. Strength plus 85. Endurance plus 90. Armor penetration plus 20. Armor ignore 17. Additional effect, 5 consecutive silent rounds of firing. Weight 32 pounds, sub-legendary fire gun. Lin Jai gasped deeply. However, he became speechless as he saw the list of needed materials. 10 weighted concentrated dark ore, 5 heart of magma, 5 10 millennia frozen ice, 5 golden silk wood, 1 earth dragon skeleton. Those materials were invaluable and rarely heard of. He had never even heard of golden silk wood or earth dragon skeleton before. As that was a sub-legendary blueprints, Lin Jai decided that there was nothing wrong with storing the item. Lin Jai stored away the blueprint in his backpack as he finally held a little interest in the map he was in. This map had disabled communication abilities, and it was likely easy to extricate himself from where he was. He could exit any time by dying. However, Lin Jai could not die due to how he would definitely drop the heritage broken blade upon death. How would he get back his broken blade then? Lin Jai found himself in a dilemma. As he moved forward, the number of giant demon headhunters had increased by multiple folds. Fortunately, there was no aggro with these biological creatures. Lin Jai skillfully circled around them before killing them. Even so, he suffered damage while engaging in melee combat. It depleted all of his remaining bread and health potions. Probability to find the sub-legendary blueprints was not as high as Lin Jai had expected. Lin Jai had already killed 9 giant demons, which awarded him only with 1 blueprint piece. Clang! The broken blade resisted and deflected the giant demon's giant bow's cleave while landing a serious blow with Rebel's fight on the giant demon by consuming rage. It generated a critical hit of 200 points. The giant demon stumbled on the ground, and it slowly vanished into thin air. Mission completed. You are rewarded with Guild of Light reputation plus 10 points. You are rewarded with the title of Imperial Soldier. In the next stage, the objective is to kill 100 feral giant demon headhunters. Lin Jai took a look at the description of the newly awarded title known as Imperial Soldier, which stated, your attack has an additional 5 of Light Judgment. Show the title in the Guild of Light camp in order to gain an additional of 10 reputation bonus points. This was an attribute titles, which was very rare. It was stated that this achievement could be truly unlocked after a series of such rare achievements were obtained, just like being able to be equipped with additional equipment. The people in his previous life that had unlocked this achievement successfully were extremely rare. One example who crazily gathered these titles would be Dominance, who had held over 100 attribute titles. It seemed that this task was difficult as much commotion was given on the topic of having this title and the reputation of the Guild of Light. The response, which gathered amongst all items except from the main story quest, termed it as a difficult challenge. With the title as Imperial Soldier, 5 of the damage would be converted into Light Judgment. This would cause double damage to dark giant demons while destroying their defense, increasing the total attack output. The fallen giant demon had even dropped a backpack. Giant Demon's leather backpack, 20-slot backpack. Directly equipping will allow you to store 20 items. You can be equipped with up to 4 backpacks. At this stage, the best seller in the market would be a 12-slot backpack made by tailors, which cost around 3 silver coins. If a 20-slot backpack were to appear on the market, it would set off a wave of madness. Lin Jai immediately equipped the backpack and continued hunting for more giant demon headhunters. Although there was no experience awarded for killing them, Lin Jai could only steel himself and persevere on. At the entrance of the cat demon lair, many players opened a path automatically. A group of people came slowly whilst the equipment on them seemed very neat, emitting a dazzling light. FCK, this Triumphant Midnight's elite team. The man in the center seems to be Dumb Fox. The beauty wearing ink black armor is Ink Snow. They are all decked out in bronze or silver equipment. I wish I could join them. You need to be capable of doing it. Triumphant Midnight has high expectations of its members. Listening to the crowd's discussion, Dumb Fox couldn't help but smile. He stood in front of the leaderboard and looked at it for a long time before he said, our goal today is to break this record. Of course, Midnight said with a smile. After he recorded the video, Triumphant Midnight had studied the video for 4 hours straight and finally decided to lead the team and break the record. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Shield arrived with his team in front of the dungeon and looked at Dumb Fox before snorting with a snarl, Fox, long time no see. Midnight blinked as his vision scanned through the team and landed on one person. As he looked down towards the leaderboard, there was a trace of disgust in his eyes' mighty wings. Lin Jai had occasionally eaten a few meals offline and spent quality time with his family before returning online. He had been scoring kills on this map for 1 day and 1 night respectively. Unfortunately, he only received 8 sub-legendary fire gun blueprints. It would have taken a long time to gather the complete set of blueprints. Death is actually a form of destiny, exclaimed the giant demon. The gasping sentence from the befallen giant demon shocked Lin Jai. In the process of killing demons, he realized that there was no difference between giant demon and the undead, as they only knew how to attack without intelligence, releasing short bursts of growling. This giant demon, which knew how to speak the human language, shocked Lin Jai. From killing this giant demon, Lin Jai smiled as he was rewarded with a backpack. This completed his collection of 4 20-slot backpacks and enabled his capacity to multiply twice that of a normal player. Furthermore, he also obtained a skill book. Skill, Hunter's Forward Charge, Strengthening Skill, Casting Resource, Action. Skill description, you are required to execute forward charge on your opponent within 30 yards. A successful hit will stun the opponent for 1 second. Strengthening effect. If you lose your target during forward charge, you will only acquire an additional 100 of speed, which lasts for 1 second. Job restriction, Warrior. Strengthening skills could be acquired with a low rate of success. In the new age, there was no one capable of obtaining more than 20 strengthening skills. Lin Jai had a bitter smile and thought, how could this skill appear at this late juncture? The greatest difficulty of killing a giant demon was in close combat, where one might become a target overwhelmed with raining arrows. In addition, there were no more supplies in his backpack. This compelled him to remain seated and recover his health points. Otherwise, he would be shot to death instantly. Glancing at his progress in the mission, he had killed a total of 95 but still lacked 5 more kills. As he explored deeper, an amazing but hardly perceptible structure caught his eye. This was a structure similar to an altar. Lin Jai did not enter the area immediately as he was afraid of what was awaiting for him. Instead, he stayed outside to execute further kills. Focused on a giant demon, Lin Jai activated Hunter's forward charge, which turned his body into a shadowy black figure, leaving traces of afterimages. In an instant, he approached closer to the giant demon with his broken blade slashing through its throat, producing high damage quickly. With Hunter's forward charge, his powers had increased greatly. As he picked up the blueprints, Lin Jai continued killing demons, and he had achieved the height of his mission. Mission completed. You are rewarded with Guild of Light reputation plus 20 points and the title of Imperial Defender. Imperial Defender. You temporarily gain plus 15 points reputation with the Guild of Light. Your attack has an additional 8 Light Judgment and the skill of Light Empathy. Lin Jai checked his title's attributed skills. Light Empathy, fixed skill which cannot be upgraded. It can be used on yourself, increasing all stat points by 2 and recover 50 health points. Be used on a target, causing the target to enter a dispelled state for 0.5 seconds. Next stage, kill feral giant demons 1000. Lin Jai frowned as he might lose his edge in the subsequent part of the game if this continued on. He switched to the game forum for further information, which stated that the highest level had reached level 5 and ordinary players were gradually reaching level 3. This was just a slight difference of half a day's time of leveling to bridge the gap. According to his progress, Castle Wood would roughly be opened in 7 days. Damn, this special dungeon is really quite a scam, trapping me here like that. Lin Jai cursed as he looked at the rewards for this mission. The mission rewarded not just a mere title, but the entire guild's reputation. The Guild of Light covered more than 70 the New Age's continent. Even in the distant land of elements or even the city of angels, they were territories where humans lived. It was also very difficult to gain reputation for the Guild of Light. Under the guild there were countless cities, and under the cities were many towns and camps. In his previous life, players had calculated that 1 point of Guild of Light reputation could approximately be exchanged for at least 20 points of city reputation. These were reputation rewards from mission and titles, sufficient for Lin Jai to reach the state of respected in the City of Light. This not only allowed him to be eligible for various purchases and discounts, such as discounts to purchase land, but could also allow him to enter the city with additional benefits. Lin Jai was strongly provoked. Unless there was another mission of killing 0 demons after his present mission, he would definitely put in his best shot. Lin Jai stood in front of a giant demon hunter without a flinch as its heart was shot by an arrow, and its health bar was rapidly decreasing. Only when the health bar went empty did he make a sudden move. His body turned blood red as he activated Death Rage. The edge of his broken blade revealed bursts of strong blade aura as he slit open the giant demon's neck. 322. Always maintain your Death Rage, otherwise you will not be able to leave even in death. For the entire following week, Lin Jai fought hard in the soul of the giant demon space as he witnessed the top players reaching level 6. He had finally taken the 1000th giant demon down by chopping its head off. Although his level had not risen, his skills and experience had major improvements. Hunter's forward charge, wild charge, rebel's fight. All those skills had reached level 2 with their effects being strengthened by 10. The most fearsome would be Death Rage. When Lin Jai neared derangement, his proficiency with Death Rage would increase. Besides, his skills became more experienced as he was able to kill 1 demon every 10 steps. As he passed through the horde of monsters, Lin Jai would kill them without being stained by a drop of blood. Lin Jai gradually found his confidence and grandeur as the battle emperor from his previous life. If Lin Jai did not need to just face the giant demons, he would not have dared to do so. A long time had passed, and he particularly recognized the movements of the giant demons. Other than deliberately reducing his health points to activate Death Rage, his health bar practically stayed constant. The giant demon's head rolled on the ground while a blueprint appeared in front of Lin Jai, the 50th blueprint. Other than this, Lin Jai's bag was filled with his spoils of war: 10 sets of 20-slot backpacks, 3 sets of Hunter's forward charge skill books, 3 sets of cross-military strike skill books, etc. A crisp sound spread, and Lin Jai heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Mission completed. You are rewarded with Guild of Light reputation plus 50 points and the title of Imperial Captain. Imperial Captain. You have gained an additional 30 reputation points in the Guild of Light. You have obtained 15 of Light Judgment, along with the additional skill of Light Empathy and Holy Light Halo. Holy Light Halo. All dark creatures which get close to you will have a decrease of 15 in stats. Your skill of Light Empathy also gains an additional 5-yard radius boost. Next stage, kill wild giant demon, profits 10. Lin Jai gulped mouthfuls of saliva. The mission reward was surprisingly the title of Imperial Captain. This title meant that Lin Jai would be able to be on par with any Viscount of the Guild of Light, where he would receive high authority. Furthermore, Holy Light Halo was even stronger. It was equivalent to having an everlasting divine dispelling spell around him. Most importantly, Lin Jai did not have to kill any more giant demon hunters as he was already sick of it. Lin Jai packed his items and awaited for the recovery of his health points, after which he approached the altar. He had withheld his urge for the entire week without entering it. As he entered the altar, the background changed completely. Lin Jai explored and ventured into the internal surroundings, which showed that the altar was very spacious. In the middle was a large hall. 5 thick pillars which needed several people to fully encircle it held up the entire altar. At the bottom of each pillar, there were 2 toad-like giant demon prophets, holding pine wood enchanted staffs in their hands and whispering in discussion. Giant demon prophet, level 10 elite, health points, 4100. Lin Jai frowned as it was not easy to fight the level 10 elites. His attacks would likely be completely parried, and his only possible form of attack which would cause harm was the 15 of light judgment, which was able to ignore any form of defense from dark creatures. However, how was he to deal with them? Lin Jai raised his head to have a look as the pillars had a few touch points. As he activated the feather drop gem, Lin Jai attempted to jump onto the landing spots but only reached half the distance due to a lack of jumping strength. He grabbed the pillar and awaited for the feather drop gem to cool down and reactivate it again. As soon as he grabbed the edge of the landing spot, he flipped over. At this distance, it was just right to use the blade Aura Executioner. Aiming at the giant demon prophet below him, Lin Jai waved his broken blade as his blade aura was unleashed, and the ear of the giant demon prophet was cut off. 32. Kalamozzi, the giant demon prophet raised its head as spiraling black magic swirled out of its hands. Light empathy. His right hand emitted a flash of holy light. The giant demon prophet blinked in disbelief and stopped its channeling. Lin Jai took this opportunity to produce Blade Aura Executioner again, which decreased the giant demon prophet's health points by 100. He then sprayed slow, restoring potions into its mouth. However, Lin Jai was shocked to realize that the giant demon prophet's health had fully recovered. This was a level 10 monster, which had very high recovery power. Lin Jai persevered and produced another beam of Blade Aura once again. While giant demon prophet was channeling its spell, he deliberately popped his head out but was hit hard by a magical sphere. 201. Lin Jai retracted his neck immediately. He had nearly been instantly killed by the magic Death Rage. His attack increased by 180, attack speed increased by 180, and critical hit increased by 20. Even Blade Aura was doubled in strength. Lin Jai slashed his sword towards the giant demon prophet, 120. As the giant demon prophet gathered its magical powers, holy light reached its hands, instantly disrupting its channeling, and Lin Jai took the opportunity to attack further and unleashed bursts of Blade Aura. Giant demon prophet's health bar visibly dropped quickly to a fifth of its total. Owa, the high-pitched howl could be heard as pitch-black flames gathered in the prophet's hands and were thrown fiercely at Lin Jai. Feather drop spell. Lin Jai jumped high, sliding towards another pillar. This move alerted several giant demon prophets. The fireball left a flaming trajectory in the air as it hurled straight for Lin Jai. Hunter's forward charge. Lin Jai transformed into a shadow, activating his skills and canceled his target lock. His speed increased by 110 and he sprinted towards another direction. He used the feather drop spell to climb walls and held firmly to a piece of wood. The giant demon prophets chased after him and wandered in the same area for a while. Except for those which were attacked by Lin Jai, the rest returned. Lin Jai's eyes brightened as this was a good chance. The broken blade vibrated as he cleaved down with army obliteration and blade aura. 42, 35, 37. Lin Jai frowned as Death Rage was already over. Resigned, he could only prop his head out. Hee grandson. Boom. A shot of fireball blasted Lin Jai in the face. He wiped his burning skin and activated Death Rage. With his blade aura, he fiercely slashed at the giant demon prophets. The giant demon prophet's skin broke and turned black while stinky blood flowed out from its wounds. The giant demon prophet only dropped dead when Lin Jai used up all of his mana. Lin Jai jumped down from the beam and rummaged through the items dropped by the giant demon prophet. A giant demon prayer bamboo booklet, a few broken shards, and a gem-like item. Giant demon prayer bamboo booklet. It holds records of the Kalamo giant demon's belief totem. You may choose to follow this religion and receive element affinity +1 as a reward. One of the new Age's specialty features was following a religion. Players could choose to become a follower of a religion when they knelt down and prayed to that religion's gods. As a follower, one got to enjoy certain welfare such as skill and attribute enhancement. During the leveling up of one's job, for example, when a bandit leveled up to become a grand bandit, a mage leveled up to become a grand mage, one could choose his own guardian god. The religion which Lin Jai encountered now was a special one. In any case, Lin Jai had no intentions to become the follower of any religion, let alone a religion that was followed by a tribe which was hostile to the players. The gem was named as Fragments of Ki, and there were 5 pieces of such gems in total. When Linjai picked up the other broken shards, he couldn't help but smile. Shards of the Shield of Courage. Gather 20 pieces of the shards of the Shield of Courage to make a Shield of Courage. The Shield of Courage was known as the strongest shield any warrior could own before level 30. Unlike normal shields, any warrior or knight could be equipped with that shield, and the shield's attributes would adjust accordingly. For example, if a warrior held the shield in one hand and a sword in the other, the shield would adjust its attributes to that of a single-handed shield. If a shield specialist used that shield, the attributes of the shield would increase significantly. It was one of the best equipment to be owned by a warrior in his early levels. Linjai kept the shards and repeated his attacks. He kept using the feather drop gem to climb to a landing spot on a beam, and then used the beam to block the giant demon prophet's damages while attacking it. To boost the effectiveness of his attacks, the reckless Linjai even deliberately decreased his health points to enter Death Rage. After being trapped in this special dungeon for a whole week, he was losing his edge over the other players, and hence he was getting more anxious as the time passed. One by one, each of the giant demon prophets was lured and killed by Linjai. His bag was filled with all kinds of shards and fragments. Other than the shards of the Shield of Courage, the giant demon prophets also spawned different fragments of various equipment, but unfortunately, there was only one of each equipment. The sound of mission notification was finally heard when the last of the giant demon prophets died. Mission completed. You are rewarded with Guild of Light reputation plus 120 points and the title of Imperial Sergeant. Imperial Sergeant. You are promoted to a Viscount in the Guild of Light. Your attack has an additional 15 Light Judgment and 10 Life Steal, along with the additional skill Light Empathy, Holy Light Halo, and Light Recruitment. Linjai tapped on the new skill to check out its details. Light Recruitment. You spend gold coins to recruit priests working at the Holy Church to fight for you. With 100 gold coins, you can recruit low-leveled ascetic priest Musa. With 30 gold coins, you can recruit mid-leveled holy priest Lamasa. With 50 gold coins, you can recruit high-leveled Bishop Pulim. Linjai's jaw dropped. This skill was definitely not suitable for any ordinary players. After waiting for a long time, there was no appearance of any mission notice. Linjai heaved a sigh of relief. It's finally over. He looked at the surroundings, feeling rather dumbfounded. How am I supposed to get out of here? The shrine's entrance is locked. Linjai considered his options and walked towards the center of the shrine, where the giant demon prophets were previously gathered. A doorway was located there, closed with a door that seemed to have no locks. As he neared the doorway, he received a notification. You might require a key made of gems. Linjai had an inspiration. He took out the fragments of key gem-like items which were spawned from the giant demon prophets previously and started piecing them together. The moment a black-colored gem was formed, its eerie sparkles blasted open the door. Creak. A small altar came in sight. In fact, the enclosed space looked like a rubbish lot with just a tiny spot for the altar. A book and a statue of an old giant demon was placed on top of the altar. As Linjai touched the book, a notification window sprang out. Do you want to be bound to the Federal Giant Demons Chant? Federal Giant Demons Chant, sub-legendary level equipment, requires, level 0. Whenever you level up, 3 of your stats points will be decreased randomly, along with element affinity plus 1. Every time you kill a player from the different realm, you gain 1 stat point, with a maximum cap of 2 stat points to be gained per level. Additional, Giant Demon Blood, Summon of the Giant Demon. Linjai threw the book down quickly. The book was a sub-legendary item meant for federal giant demons. Only giant demons which regarded elements and souls as their gods would have a use for such an item that harmed others without benefiting themselves. A dim light emanated from the old giant demon statue. A human, I am glad you came to my shrine. An aged giant demon projected out from the statue and smiled kindly. Please forgive me for not being able to greet you properly. As you might have noticed, I have no ability to give you a proper welcome as much as my heart wishes to. Linjai's gaze swept swiftly across the rubbish lot-like space, acknowledging its words with a quick nod. Then he replied, Your descendants are brutally massacring our commoners. The old giant demon sighed helplessly. Yes, I can feel it. Ever since that great war, I, the spiritual leader of the giant demon tribe, have lost the power to guide them. An evil devil usurped my position and changed my volition, and hence my poor children have fallen to evil. As the old giant demon told his story, Linjai began to understand what happened. The giant demons served the tribe of darkness. Their strong element affinities and hunting abilities placed them in great advantage during the War of the Heavenly Calamity. However, as the giant demons fought off the enemies, a devil infiltrated the belief system of the giant demon's soul of the giant demon. The soul of the giant demon worked like the motherboard of a computer, and the old giant demon was akin to the system program of the computer. The infiltrator changed the volition of the old giant demon and even locked it away. Thus, the misled giant demons changed their loyalties and started attacking humans. The old giant demon's eyes gleamed as he spoke in a grievous tone. Human, if you have the ability to kill my children, will you let them off? Please make your choice. 1. I will judge them with the kindness of humanity and forgive their sins too. Definitely not. Those who commit evil against mankind must die. 3. I need to consider this decision carefully. Lin Jai took a deep breath as it was a crucial decision. If he made the wrong decision, he might be killed instantly by this NPC of unknown level. So should he help them or kill them? Or should he just do nothing? I will kill them. After pondering for a while, Lin Jai finally replied the old giant demon with words befitting of his status. After all, he was a warrior and belonged to the guild, which had been attacked by the giant demons previously. Other than those stubborn paladins who had to abide by the creed, no one would show mercy to their enemies. Ah, I understand. The old giant demon waved his hand slightly, placing a scroll in Lin Jai's hands. I will send you out of here. You have completed the special dungeon soul of the giant demon to 20 completion and received an additional reward, the scroll of the giant demons, death. Lin Jai felt a wave of pity. It seemed like he had made the wrong decision. What he did not know was that other than players who chose the job of giant demon of the tribe of darkness, all players could only complete the mission to up till 20 completion. It was not the matter of morals at the question in this case, but rather more of the matter of one's race and species. The scroll of the giant demons, death, had an overbearing effect. It allowed one to kill all Calamo giant demons within the radius of 2,000 yards. As the old giant demon gave a big wave of its hands, Lin Jai felt a wave of dizziness. When he regained his senses, he quickly took a look at his surroundings and realized he was barely standing on a small rock protruding out in the middle of the cliff wall. There was only standing space for one person. He hurriedly grabbed onto another protruding rock and checked his bearings. He should be somewhere under the cliff, perhaps midway from the ground level. However, there was no other space for him to stand properly, and thus he was unable to activate the returning scroll. With nothing else to help him, Lin Jai could only climb up the cliff by himself. The heavy winds surrounding the cliff made loud howling sounds. It was impossible to activate the feather drop skill in this condition, as one might get blown away by the wind and fall down elsewhere. That would be really miserable. Hesh, Lin Jai was delighted at being freed from the dungeon and whistled happily to entertain himself as he climbed upwards. Captain, we have attained levels that are too high for us to gain any EXP points from killing the monsters here. Who cares? Continue killing the monsters here. I don't believe that guy will remain down there forever. Silver Shield waved his hands and dismissed his followers, staring resentfully at the cliff. He had the nickname Dogskin Plaster when he was young, as his personality was akin to that of a dogskin plasterons pasted on. One could never get it off, and if one tried to tear it apart, they would only end up tearing their skin with it. After being killed once by Lin Jai, he began to bear a deep grudge against Lin Jai. He had waited a whole week at the cliff, hoping to get his revenge once Lin Jai made his appearance. If Lin Jai were to know of Silver Shield's perseverance for revenge, he would have held him in sheer admiration. Such perseverance was surely abnormal. Though Silver Shield was determined to wait, the rest were not. For this whole week, his followers had changed to a few different batches of people. In fact, Heavenly Shield made the decision to assign him the grand task of training their newbies while he waited for Lin Jai. As such, Silver Shield's position in his team started to take a downturn. His team captain had just recently been changed to become Mighty Wings. At that moment, a hand suddenly grabbed along the cliff's edge, trying to hold on to it. The face which they had been waiting for nearly hundreds of hours finally appeared in their vision. Ding, you have made an accomplishment and gained the title Master of Climbing. You are rewarded with 3 additional endurance points. Your health bar capacity is increased by 50 points, and you regain 5 health points. Lin Jai climbed up the cliff, panting heavily as he rolled over and laid sprawled flat out on the ground. The notification sound he heard was nothing compared to how tired he was at this moment. Indeed, anyone would be dog-tired from climbing up a cliff. Fu Sheng, you finally appeared. At last, Silver Shield's wait was over. He folded his arms, a cold smile spreading on his face. This was a position which he had enacted in his mind countless times, and finally he could turn it into reality. Graciously and arrogantly, he pointed his right finger at Lin Jai. Come, let's duel. Lin Jai waved feebly in response. Wait, I will fight with you after my sleep. Silver Shield's originally handsome face flushed red. He felt severely belittled by Lin Jai, who had effortlessly done so while maintaining his hilarious sprawled-out position on the ground. FCKU, you are looking for death. Silver Shield was enraged. Though he was a shield specialist, his battling skills were not to be trifled with. He only needed a few strides to close the gap between him and Lin Jai before smashing his shield down on Lin Jai's face. Bang, 45. Lin Jai's health bar was decreased by about 1/7 portion. Though he had been trapped in the soul of the giant demon dungeon for a long time, The series of climbing achievements coupled with his unique way of increasing his stats points had resulted to him gaining a lot of health points. Lin Jai's health points were definitely comparable, if not more than Silver Shield's health points, who was now at 95 of level 4. In response to Silver Shield's attack, Lin Jai did not make any move to retaliate. He merely raised his eyes lazily, looking like he had just awoken from his sleep. Yet his eyes swiftly scanned his surroundings. There were about 40 players from the Ironwall Empire, all averaging at level 3. As long as he was not attacked by all of them at once, he should not have any problems getting away. Silver Shield was still smashing his shield at Lin Jai fervently, bent on making a meat pie out of him. "I want to ask you something," Lin Jai suddenly inquired. "Is the Castlewood dungeon open for exploring?" Silver Shield was momentarily stunned by this question in the midst of his smashing actions. He stopped instinctively, pondered, and replied in a hostile manner, "It's still ages before the dungeon opens. What, you still hope to go there to explore? Save your time, just be concerned about your own measly life." Lin Jai heaved a sigh of relief, rolled over, and said, "Okay, continue now." Silver Shield was stunned once again, after which he became even angrier. Lin Jai only had about 120 health points now, yet even so did he still regard him as nothing. No one, not even a saint, would be able to tolerate this. Shield strike 95. Critical hit. Stop, Lin Jai said hurriedly. This critical hit had nearly killed him instantly. "Is this your last word? Ha, goodbye, go to hell." Silver Shield smiled coldly as he raised the shield in his hands. Blade Aura Executioner. Lin Jai shot out a gust of Blade Aura. The attack under his Death Rage mode was super effective and killed Silver Shield immediately. The poor fellow was still positioning himself, attempting to deal out his last shield strike in a dashing manner. How could he have anticipated Lin Jai's strong outburst? Picking up the few health potions spawned by Silver Shield, Lin Jai prepared himself to read the returning scroll to return to the town. WTF, Leader Silver Shield is dead. Gosh, he's really dead. Everyone, let's charge. It was only then that Silver Shield's followers realized he was dead, hopelessly dead. They made a mad dash towards Lin Jai. Lin Jai's eyes scanned the crowd for mages and priests while shooting out several gusts of Blade Aura. He killed all these level 3 newbies who only donned blank equipment almost instantly. But his name once again turned red, wasting all the efforts he made previously to refresh it. The system notification kept ringing in his ears. "You have killed a commoner, your evil score +1. You have killed a commoner, your evil score +1. Lin Jai turned off the system notification altogether. He had no energy to deal with those now. In just a mere 10 minutes, Lin Jai killed all of the players from the Ironwall Empire who were present at the Dark Servants' spawning grounds. After doing away with them, Lin Jai started considering how he should plan his next move. He was lacking behind by loads, and not only just regarding his level. Any further delay in progress would make him fall behind the 1 month's time limitation. He must find a way to settle down and make a name for himself in the game, or else he would be gone unnoticed within the midst of players in the game, just like what happened in his previous life. Dong dong, the sound of footsteps thundered in his ears. Far away, an army of players began to approach him at an alarming speed. The reinforcements from the Ironwall Empire had arrived. The leader of the mob looked familiar. He was donning the full sharp-clawed set spawned from the Cat Demon Lair dungeon and swinging a silver shadow sword around. It seemed like the Ironwall Empire had conquered the expert-level Cat Demon Lair dungeon. Fu Sheng, standing in front of the 100-person army, a cold smile appeared on Mighty Wings' face. Yeah, an expert, indeedto, have remained at the same level after so many days. Lin Jai replied without flinching, "Same to you." Mighty Wings' expression turned hostile. He had just recently achieved level 4, and this was not due to his laziness, but because he had joined the Ironwall Empire under rather shameful conditions. He was highly disregarded by the team and was in charge of testing out traps and luring monsters, while the rest of his team members pocketed the gains from killing monsters. In essence, he was just a nobody. Even so, he bore with this treatment and managed to win some name for himself, while getting the equipment that was left over by others. Eventually, he was given the title of the team captain. This gave him a great boost in his pride. However, just half an hour ago, when Mighty Wings returned to the Netherblue party to invite Netherblue and Q Yuan to join the Ironwall Empire, he was given the cold shoulder by the two girls. Feeling beaten, Mighty Wings returned to his team and heard the news of Fu Sheng's appearance on the cliffside. He immediately led whoever would listen to his commands and rushed over there. 100 players were enough to cover the whole of the Dark Servants' spawning grounds. "Kill and guard his corpse," said Mighty Wings coldly. Lin Jai looked back at the cliff. "WTF, do I have to jump down the cliff again? Tackle a 100-person army all at once? Are you kidding me?" In his previous feat, if not for the fact that Silver Shield had dim-wittedly forgotten to gather all his followers to attack Lin Jai all at once, Lin Jai would have been killed by the crowd, even if he had the capabilities of a boss. As Lin Jai tried to think of ways to escape, he suddenly caught sight of a scroll giving off specks of bright light in his bag. The scroll of the giant demons, Death. A number had appeared on the scroll, 17. Lin Jai took a few steps back, and the number rose to 23 accordingly. This was the number of giant demons present within the radius of 2,000 yards. Lin Jai walked back to the cliffside, and the number rose to 38. HPMH, chickening out now. Mighty Wings laughed sarcastically. Or do you intend to jump down the cliff again? No worries, I will definitely help you return to your beginning stats this time. Lin Jai laughed merrily, took out the scroll of the giant demons, death from his bag, and opened it slowly. Mighty Wings panicked. What is he up to again this time? He shouted, charge. As a light tearing sound of the scroll was heard, the scroll of the giant demons, death turned to ashes. At the same moment, a giant demon head-like spirit gathered above Lin Jai's head. It opened its blood-red mouth and started absorbing the souls from the grounds below the cliff, swallowing them all in one mouthful. You have killed Federal Giant Demon Elder Kalamo Muja. You gained 27,374 EXP points. You have killed Federal Giant Demon Priest Kalamo Saya. You gained 29,384 EXP points. Lin Jai's experience points started to rise like crazy. How difficult was it to level up in the New Age? In his previous life, the first expansion pack of the New Age was in operation for 4 full years, and no one had attained the highest level. In fact, when the New Age's creators had released its second expansion pack and announced that they would raise the maximum level cap, numerous players had voiced their complaints. No one had enjoyed the benefits of killing bosses at the highest level yet, and that time they had wanted to raise the maximum level cap. What logic was that? In the end, after a few years, the players had finally understood. No matter how hard one worked, there was absolutely no way of attaining the highest level. Infinitely raising your gaming capabilities was the notion encouraged by the New Age's creators. You have leveled up to level 4 and gained 5 free stat points and 2 fixed stat points. You have leveled up to level 5 and gained 5 free stat points, 2 fixed stat points, and 1 specialty point. Specialty points allow you to learn how to use weapons and equip yourself with new skills. Choosing to specialize in an appropriate weapon will allow you to gain a huge boost in your abilities. Just in the blink of an eye, Lin Jai had leveled up to level 5. The players from the Ironwall Empire were filled with shock and horror as they witnessed that scene. They all thought, what, just by tearing a scroll, you got to level up to level 5? Who are you trying to kid? Killing a full week of monsters can earn you fewer benefits than tearing up a mere scroll. Stop staring, go on. Mighty Wings shouted angrily. Fireballs, arrows, and arcane spells were strewn at Lin Jai. Yet Lin Jai's health bar had elongated visibly multiple times. He had swiftly allocated his stat points to appropriate places. Lin Jai activated the hunter's forward charge, speeding towards Mighty Wings like a swift black shadow. 17, 12. Countless attacks were aimed at him, yet many of them did not hit their target. At the same time, 3 shield specialists stood in Lin Jai's path and activated defense mode, hoping to block him off. Wild Charge. During the forward charge mode, Lin Jai also activated Wild Charge, and his speed was so fast that almost no one could catch sight of him. They could only feel a gust of wind blowing by them. Lin Jai maneuvered his way through the crowd and reached Mighty Wings' place in the blink of an eye. You're courting for death. Mighty Wings' face flushed red from shouting, and his chest protruded out in an astonishing arc akin to that of a bloated toad. This was a skill of the warrior which could be controlled by their angry shouts, named the Outraged Roar. It could stun the targets in front of the warrior and left them dizzied for near to 3 seconds. It was definitely a highly sought-after skill. Mighty Wings had made use of nearly all his contributions to the team in exchange for this rare skill. Light emanated from Lin Jai's right hand, and Mighty Wings discovered that the energy that filled up his chest started to disappear gradually. Light empathy. Lin Jai's cold face appeared in Mighty Wings' field of vision, but before he could utter other words, the broken blade made a clean slice across his throat. With gushes of blade aura surrounding them, his head flew apart from his body. Lin Jai, on the other hand, almost depleted his entire health bar after being blasted by the numerous attacks targeted at him. The reason why he could survive for so long was simple: he had allocated all his available fixed stats points to increase his health bar. Spells of all kinds were strewn upon Lin Jai. Death Rage. With a vigorous surge of energy, Lin Jai doubled his speed and was soon nowhere to be seen by the crowd. Before leaving, he did not forget to collect the items spawned by Mighty Wings, and guess what he picked up? The Outraged Roar skill book. The death of players in games would normally result in heavy consequences, the lightest of which would be to lose EXP points, while heavier losses included the spawning of equipment. The most unbearable would perhaps be the loss of skills. To be honest, in any game, it was inevitable for players to gather in crowds and use the mob attack strategy to kill bosses. When the death of a boss was deemed more valuable compared to the player's death, people would tend to resort to this attack strategy. So what if their equipment was spawned when they died? Just collect them back again. You got leveled down. The EXP points awarded for killing the boss would definitely help to cover up your loss. As a result, players started to disregard the consequences of getting killed and normally did not bother much when they died in games. To discourage this phenomenon, the New Age's creators had set a strict rule regarding the death of players. If a player died more than 10 times in the game during a day, there would be a fixed chance that their skills learned would be reverted to skill books and be spawned upon their deaths. Even if they were to relearn that particular skill, their proficiency in that skill would never be as high as before. Indeed, after a few years of operating the game, this rule proved to be very effective. Unfortunately for Mighty Wings, this aspiring member of the Iron Empire had died for the 10th time for the day. The efforts that he made by dying previously for his team were now gone to naught. That poor kid, the only useful skill he ever owned was even spawned out as a skill book when Lin Jai killed him. As Lin Jai reached safety, he finally breathed out a sigh of relief. At that moment, his communication device started ringing fervently. 2 people had tried to get in contact with him. One was named as Innocent Killer. Lin Jai only knew of one person who would give himself such a shameless nickname, Zhang Ziliang. Indeed, when he opened that particular chat log, a salacious-sounding voice rang out, "Darling little Jai, do you want Big Brother to take you under my wings?" The other person who tried to contact him was Q Yuan. There were more than 300 unread messages from Q Yuan shown on the communication device. Lin Jai's jaws dropped as a chill ran down his spine. There was a saying when a girl realized she had more than 20 missed calls after waking up. Her first reaction would be to boast to others how lucky she was, but when a guy was placed in the same predicament, he would just feel like a goner. Although he and Q Yuan weren't as close as in his previous life, they were definitely friends. In any case, if not for her, Lin Jai would have remained as a bachelor till death in his previous life. Lin Jai switched to the chat log with Q Yuan and left her a message. The content of his message was full of common excuses like, "I fell sick recently, was aching all around, underwent surgery, and thus was unable to be online. I missed you a lot, and hence decided to come online to see how you were doing. I was touched to see you being so concerned about me." In less than 2 seconds, Q Yuan replied to his message. "You were down with a serious illness. Are you feeling better now?" Her voice sounded rather angry. "I have a friend who just started playing this game. I was hoping you could help me to guide her along, but you conveniently ignored me this whole while. HPMH. Lin Jai let out an embarrassed laugh and made a series of loud coughs intentionally. "I'm sorry, I was really sick." "Forget it, I don't blame you," replied Q Yuan and asked Lin Jai in a more worried tone, "Are you better now?" "Oh, I'm fine now, fine now." "Oh yeah, what is your friend's name?" "I will get in contact with her soon and mention you've ordered me to guide her in the game. How does that sound?" Cough, cough, cough. Lin Jai coughed even louder. "Yep, sure. Oh yeah, what were you down with exactly?" "I have a friend who graduated from med school. As the common saying goes, to hide a lie, 1,000 lies are needed." Lin Jai did not like to tell lies. Hence, after pondering for several moments, he came up with a clever response to Q Yuan's question. "Oh, I suffered from barbiers." There was silence on Q Yuan's end. After a while, she screamed angrily at Lin Jai. "Scram." Lin Jai cut off the line hurriedly. Q Yuan's friend, if he was correct, the person should be her. However, it's not the right time to see her. Lin Jai did not know if he would change their destined interactions if he met her earlier. Best to just keep things to fate. He tore apart the returning scroll and was back to the City of Light. As soon as he stepped into the city, he attracted tons of stares by the passers-by. Gosh, a red name. Heck, and he still dared to come back to the city. Does he still want his life? The guards will come to arrest him soon, right? WTF, I guess he must have killed at least tens of people to get this red name. Indeed, a troop of aggressive-looking guards was marching smartly towards him. Having a red name was very dangerous, as one would suffer double punishment if he was killed, or be arrested by the guards immediately once he entered the city. Other than that, the player would be forced to level down by 1 level and be locked up in jail until his evil score was refreshed. The jail sentence only started from the moment the person came online. If one ever thought that they could go offline and take a nap while his character in the game served out the sentence, they were in for a surprise. That would never happen in this game. Dare to commit murders, then be prepared to serve out your punishment. Many passersby looked at Lin Jai, curious to see what would happen next. They led plain and boring lives and thus definitely enjoyed witnessing exciting occasions. The guards approached Lin Jai. All of them were at least elite paladins of level 90 and were proficient in at least 3 different kinds of skill sets. The captain of the guards stood in front of Lin Jai and bowed respectfully to him. "The City of Light welcomes you, our most respectable Viscount." Everyone was shocked. Weren't those guards always high and mighty? Yet they were actually greeting others now. The world was definitely going crazy. "You are welcome. I think I might have made an offense by entering this city." Lin Jai pointed to his red name and said apologetically, "I am sorry." The captain shook his head. "Not every sin is evil." After that, the guards left. Lin Jai walked to the auction house by himself, earning envious and odd looks from the onlookers along the way. He intended to sweep the store clean of all available low-level poison antidote potions and prescriptions. As he had not bought any of the items for this whole week, The entire page of the auction house was filled with prescriptions and ingredients for making the poison antidote potions. Lin Jai's brows furrowed as he was running out of cash. Lin Jai put up the fragments of various equipment and skill scrolls he collected so far up for auction. When he saw the shards of the Shield of Courage, he started to ponder if he should sell them first and repurchase them when he had enough money. At that moment, the sound of people discussing reached his ears. Aish, I had predicted that those potions would become rare, but elder brother refused to listen to me. What to do? That fellow who created the potion was just too shrewd. He acted as if he still got stock for the potions, and hence the prices of the potions dropped and were purchased in bulk by ordinary players. Now, even if we pooled all our money together, it would be difficult for us to find any leftover stock. The two headhunters from the Ironwall Empire discussed fervently while searching the pages of the auction house for the potions. Hi, my friends. Lin Jai approached them with a smile. Do you need potions? One of the headhunters was named Barcel Beat Roma. He glanced at Lin Jai cautiously and nodded. Yes, the slow restoring mana potions. Do you have stock? Lin Jai hesitated before saying, I have, but not a lot. I got them from the last batch. I was offline these few days and thus didn't have time to sell them. Barcel Beat Roma let out an understanding. Oh, he turned his eyes and a thought sprang up in his mind as he broke into light-hearted laughter. Brother, I shall not hide it from you. This potion's price has decreased significantly. Lin Jai pretended to be shocked. How could he not understand the headhunter's intention? The cheaper the cost of the original stock, the more profit they would gain from selling the potions. Aish, there is no market for the potions now. Look, I have about 100 bottles here that I have been trying so hard to sell. He showed Lin Jai a bundle of potions. I could not even get 10 silver coins from selling them, 10 silver coins for 100 bottles of potion, which meant 10 bronze coins for one bottle. Lin Jai nearly burst out laughing. Oh, forget it, I will just keep my 500+ bottles of potion for myself then. Lin Jai shook his head in disappointment. 500+ bottles. Barcel Beat Roma's eyes gleamed and stretched out his hands greedily. Brother, to be honest, I felt you looked so alike to one of my younger brothers the first time I saw you. Aish, I just can't bear to see my brothers getting sad. How about this? I can buy your stock at the price of 15 silver coins per 100 bottles. You don't need to thank me. Lin Jai pouted and raised 3 fingers. 30 silver coins for 100 bottles. Whoa, are you a robber? The other headhunter joined in at that moment. His name was Roma Beat Barkel. Two dudes were definitely soccer fans. Now the highest price for 100 bottles of potion is just 28 silver coins. Yours is so much expensive. Oops, the cat was let out of the bag. Barcel Beat Roma glared at him and tried to cover up with a smile. Brother, he's just joking, ha ha ha. Me too. Lin Jai nodded his head. Then let's make the deal at 30 silver coins per 100 bottles. You could pass the bottles to. Are you two from the Ironwall Empire? Barcel Beat Roma blinked. Yes, if you are interested in joining us, I can help to make a recommendation for you, but the price, are you intending to kill a boss? I believe the boss which such a big guild is targeting must definitely be very challenging. Is this boss the one which will reward you with the guild-based token? Lin Jai commented coolly. The guild-based token could allow guilds to choose a village or a piece of land as their residential area in the urban areas. When guilds set up their base areas, it would function as a temporary place to store their supplies. They could also complete guild missions after they set up their base. Hence, there were rich rewards for getting the guild-based token. Since the Ironwall Empire was gathering such a large quantity of potions, they must definitely be aiming to get the guild-based token. I'm not sure about that. Barcel Beat Roma got more careful with his words. 40 silver coins for 100 bottles of potion. I will sell all of them to you if you are interested. Lin Jai tapped open his trading column and placed all the 500 bottles of potions on it. Of course, if you refuse to deal with me, I won't mind posting a fake post on the game's official website and reveal that you two had told me the news of Ironwall Empire preparing to attack the boss. That was definitely not a fair deal. It's just blatantly using coercion to force a trade. The two of them stared at each other, gritted their teeth, and handed their money over to Lin Jai as they had no other choice. 2 gold coins earned. Hee. Lin Jai was elated and immediately started clearing the stocks for the poison antidote potions. Before anyone noticed the appearance of the low-level poison antidote potions, they were all quietly gone again. Lin Jai walked to the store manager and requested to view his personal inventory. As he saw the items inside, thousands of ingredients needed for creating the low-level poison antidote potion, hundreds of prescriptions and 0 bottles of poison antidote potion, felt deeply satisfied with his accumulation during this period of time. While he carried his red name, Lin Jai searched for a shop, the House of the Butcher, within the City of Light. It was located at a corner of the city. The only boss with a red name lived there, and his name was called Gammon. Gammon was a level 12 monster with terrible stats. Players normally treated him as the backdrop of the game, but they would kill him whenever they passed by his shop, all for a simple reason: they just could not resist the urge to do so. While the players were still newbies, it was quite a feat to be able to kill Gammon. Lin Jai pushed open the door and entered the shop. Gammon was sitting in front of his butcher station reluctantly, balancing his chin in his hands with a depressed look on his face. Greetings, friend. There were a few pieces of fresh meat on the station. Gammon pushed them towards Lin Jai. Are you in the mood for some fresh elf meat? Lin Jai shook his head fervently. Oh no, I don't eat elves. Gammon let out a sinister laugh. Do you think you are a kind man? No, 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 you can't hide it. The evil in your heart is resurrecting. Activated. The reason why Gammon was killed so frequently was mainly that of the things he sold: elf meat, goblin meat, minotaur meat, and so on. This fellow was a bloodthirsty butcher. Should players enter his shop but refuse to buy any meat, they would be killed. Of course, it was actually hard to determine who would really be killed. However, should the player carry a red name, the game's hidden plot would be activated. To meet Gammon while carrying a red name, one of the prerequisites would be to enter the city with a red name. However, at this stage, no one was able to achieve it. Not all sins are evil, for example, the one which I will be committing right now. Lin Jai said calmly, remove your disguise, you shameless dead spirit. Gammon's original pale red name turned crimson, and his name changed too. Bloodthirsty Butcher, Level 5 Elite, HP 1200. The bloodthirsty butcher was a dead human spirit. Its body was covered entirely in rotten flesh, with bones protruding out from the bloody pile. That was Gammon in monster form. He was once a young butcher, but he had slaughtered a golden wild boar and was cursed by the devil. Hence, his flesh would rot every night and claws would grow out from his fingers. The next morning, his claws would be covered in blood. Gammon searched long and hard for methods to contain the curse, and he finally found one. That method was killing beings of other races and species. Thus, he began to buy goblin and elvish slaves and slaughtered one every day in order to satisfy his craving for blood. Last month, he had finished all of his savings from years before, and hence was tormented day in and out by the curse. This resulted in his half-crazed state now. He would kill whoever he saw. The butcher grabbed its cleaver from the wooden station, and its attack power increased by 20 points. Shouting in rage, it charged towards Lin Jai. Though its speed was not fast, the effect of the attack was very strong. Lin Jai dodged it narrowly and activated Army Obliteration. 41, 37, 36. Lin Jai did not dare to enter his death rage mode to attack that type of monsters. Once he hit his target, he retreated 3 steps and slid just nice past the right gap between the wooden station and the shop's walls. The butcher gave chase, but its rotten flesh got stuck between the gap. Lin Jai aimed several clever strikes at the butcher's naked belly. 58, 56. Attacking a critical area could allow one to inflict additional damage upon his target. The butcher's weakness was in its stomach, which was exposed to Lin Jai right now. Lin Jai took the chance and made use of it to deal several blows. On the other hand, with the use of Blade or Executioner, he was able to dodge the butcher's attacks. When the butcher was left with 50 HP, it screamed and flung out its cleaver. The cleaver made a sharp turn in the air and landed stuck in the wall behind the butcher. Instant teleportation. The butcher appeared in front of its cleaver, yanked it out, and threw it at Lin Jai. Lin Jai missed it narrowly as the cleaver landed where he had previously stood. After half a second, the butcher teleported in front of Lin Jai and slashed the cleaver across Lin Jai's abdomen, causing more than 80 points damage. The butcher's mangled mouth moved ever so slightly, attempting to speak, but only the disgusting sound of gulping saliva was heard. It then hurled its cleaver down upon Lin Jai. Ding! Lin Jai activated Rebel's fight to ward off the attack. Energy surged and welled up in his chest, and he retaliated with a loud roar. Outraged roar. The butcher's flabby muscles trembled, and it fell into a dizzy spell. Activating Havoc coupled the counterattacks using Rebel's fight, Lin Jai made a deep thrust into the butcher's disgusting stomach. 128. Critical hit, Army Obliteration. 120. Critical strike, 65, 134. Critical hit, the light in the butcher's eyes dimmed, and it fell to the ground with a heavy thud. You have killed the monster lurking within the City of Light. You received City of Light reputation 1 point. If other players were to spend so much effort to kill an elite and get such a return, a measly 1-point reputation, they would surely be vomiting blood. Yet Lin Jai was still unable to contain his joy. As he searched the butcher's body, notification tones rang in his ears. You received the butcher's cleaver. You received a set of unusable land deed. The butcher's cleaver belonged to the dagger-type weapons that were mainly used by bandits. It had a corrosive poison and could decrease the effectiveness of the target's armor. Bandits would greatly increase their efficiency in luring and killing monsters if they were equipped with it, but Lin Jai's eyes were fixated upon the other itemed land deed. This was Lin Jai's main purpose for this trip. The property system would be released in the game 1 month later. At that stage, the only way to get one's hands on property of any kind would be to negotiate for it with gold coins or complete certain tasks like helping to rescue some NPC's daughter. Only then would players be able to get land deeds from the NPCs. However, looking at the way things turned out now, it was still rather hard to earn even silver coins, let alone a gold coin. Besides, all the NPCs, even for a little girl, would be a strong entity of at least level 10, who would need players to save them. All those circumstances pointed to a fact it was impossible to get hold of any property in the beginning stages of playing the game. Yet it was different for the case of the bloodthirsty butcher. In his previous life, it had not been a secret that the bloodthirsty butcher would spawn land deeds, but the question was how to make use of it. Fortunately, Lin Jai was one of the players who knew what to do with the bloodthirsty butcher's unusable land deed. Lin Jai left the shop to look for an old goblin in the provisions shop. The old goblin owned the provisions shop. Few people would visit the provisions shop in the City of Light, as it was owned by a goblin. It was a widely known fact that goblins were shrewd in handling businesses of any kind. In the provisions shop, one needed to pay an extra 2 service tax for buying things. The old goblin put down the engineering watch he was holding and inquired excitedly, "Hi, my dear human friend, what would you like to buy?" Lin Jai refreshed the shop's page. One could certainly buy a lot of provisions there. Sometimes rare items were up for sale too, but that was solely dependent on the old goblin's moods. Lin Jai noticed an item, white paper, and it was priced at 1 silver coin per bundle. It was really just plain white paper. This type of stuff was normally only used by players as toilet paper when they had no choice but to do their business in the wilderness, but was still particular enough to care about their hygiene. One could buy several kilograms of paper with a silver coin, yet it was so highly priced there. 1 silver coin for a bundle. Lin Jai bought 10 bundles. "Ha ha ha, you really have an eye for provisions," the old goblin commented with a bright smile on its face. At that moment, Lin Jai took out the unusable land deed and spoke in a low voice. "The owner of this shop is dead. Surely you will be interested in this, right?" The old goblin covered the land deed with a book immediately and whispered, "Human, you want to use a dead land deed in exchange for money. You underestimate the intelligence of goblins. I will buy for at most a silver coin. Deal." Lin Jai took the silver coin and walked out of the provision shop. Goblins were natural talents at trading, but they had a common Achilles heel: they were money mad. The goblin would refurnish the shop once they got hold of the land deed, and then. Lin Jai smiled to himself. He was very confident about the efficiency of goblins. At most in 3 days, Gammon's shop would be available for use. Ding, the summoning skill book for the water element you put up for auction was sold successfully at the price of 70 bronze coins. The hunter's forward charge skill book you put up for auction was sold successfully at the price of 3 silver coins and 50 bronze coins. All the items which he had collected in the soul of the giant demon dungeon were successfully sold. Lin Jai's bag was filled with 23 silver coins. Coupled with the money he had left over originally, it was enough to make up for a gold coin. That was a large sum of money. If sold in the black market, 1 gold coin was worth the price of at least $10. Even if one had the money, they might not be able to find it in the market. For a long time in the future, the value of gold coins remained high and never decreased, maintaining the exchange rate of a few hundred silver coins to 1 gold coin. In fact, even after the game creators had decided on the policy that different type of coins could be used for exchanges and allowed free circulation of gold coins in the market, the value of gold coins had still increased multiple times. All these for the simple reason that gold coins had strong purchasing power. Friend invitation popped up at this moment. Lin Jai clicked on it and was surprised to discover the invite was from Mighty Wings. "Are you the one selling the slow restoring mana potions?" Lin Jai did not answer him. "I know you're that person, or else you can't have the ability to get hold of so many potions." Mighty Wings let out a cold laugh, caught himself rapidly, and coughed embarrassedly. He added on in a calm tone, "Fu Sheng, I guess we can be considered acquaintances made from an exchange of blows. Do you still have stock for the slow restoring mana potion? I want to purchase a few hundred bottles of the potion." Lin Jai let out a laugh. Since he knew about Mighty Wings' pride, what were the chances that he would willingly ask Lin Jai for a favor in such a mild manner? Definitely 0. It must be upon the request of the Heavenly Shield. He must have somehow gotten wind that Lin Jai was selling the potions, and thus for this scene now, 1 gold coin for 1 bottle of potion. "You name the amount you want, I will sell it to you." Lin Jai did not bother with being nice to Mighty Wings or the Ironwall Empire. "You are truly audacious." Leaving those 4 words, Mighty Wings hung up on Lin Jai. Brushing this matter off, Lin Jai walked towards the blacksmith's shop in the City of Light. He had long formed enmities with the Ironwall Empire, and thus he did not care if he made further offense. In any case, the Ironwall Empire would meet its end in less than 20 days. The owner of the blacksmith's shop in the City of Light was a human blacksmith named Blue. He had robust muscles, a healthy bronze-tan complexion, and often sat beside the forging furnace, working away intently with drops of perspiration dripping down his face. This manly posture had once attracted the attention of many beautiful bachelorettes. all sighing in pity at the fact that Blue was just a bunch of data, but not a real man. When Lin Jai stepped in, there were no customers in the shop as few people could afford to own weapon fragments. "Hey dude, what do you need?" Blue smiled and asked as he wiped away his perspiration. Blue, mid-level blacksmith, success rate of 47, additional attributes 30. That was impressive stats for a blacksmith, and definitely much better than the orcs from the Tribe of Darkness, which were really unskilled in the craft of blacksmithing. In his previous life, Lin Jai had once entrusted the task of making a weapon to an orc blacksmith, and the results were terrible. 5 sets of mystical dragon iron had been forged into a giant metal lump which weighed more than 300 pounds. No one could lift it. "I want to find your master," said Lin Jai in a calm voice. The Shield of Courage required a blacksmith of high level to forge it. If the blacksmith forging it was just at mid-level, there would be a very high rate of failure. Blue laughed merrily. "My master is not here at the moment." Upon hearing that, Lin Jai made a swift and forceful attack. The broken blade sliced through the shop's wooden door, leaving a trail of vibrating air in the enclosed space. Blue was incited. Instinctively, he snatched up a huge double-headed axe from the weapon rack. "What are you doing?" "Blue, back off." A wooden door swung open slowly, revealing a dwarf inside. He gaped briefly when he saw the force of the blade aura cast on the door and dismissed his disciple with a wave of his hand while greeting Lin Jai politely. "Lord Viscount, I apologize for the ruckus caused." "Master," Blue complained angrily, "this human is too much. What kind of weapons have I not forged before? These humans from the alternate realms are just..." Before he could finish his words, Lin Jai placed the shards of the Shield of Courage one by one on the work table. Blue choked when he saw them. "Come, you help me forge it." Lin Jai pointed at Blue and placed a gold coin on the table, determined to pursue this matter. That was a little trick he kept in his sleeves all this while, and it could only be revealed now when Blue's master witnessed what happened. If Blue failed to forge the shield, Lin Jai could request his master to forge another equipment, which was double the value of the shield, and even enjoyed a lifetime discount of 20 whenever he came back to forge other equipment. The logic worked just the same as in a typical fantasy martial arts novel. When the disciple was not steady enough and caused trouble, the master would have to help to clear up the mess. Then, the master would reprimand his disciple for being wrong, scold his disciple if he dared to rebuke and remind him of his teachings, etc. Blue stood still and did not dare to make any noise, to forge high-level equipment as a mid-level blacksmith. If he failed, both his masters and his favorability would definitely suffer huge decreases. "Lord Viscount, I beg for your forgiveness," Blue apologized to Lin Jai. Lin Jai smiled politely and said sincerely, "A successful blacksmith will never fear failure. Blue, I believe you will succeed." He pondered for a while and added, "Even if you fail, I will not ask you to repay me." Blue was touched by his words and bowed deeply to Lin Jai. He took the shards of the Shield of Courage, gritted his teeth and put them in the forging furnace. Little did he know that Lin Jai was forcing back a series of sinister laughter secretly. "Heh heh, please fail faster, faster. I want my lifetime 20 discount, my equipment which is double the value of the shield. Ah, what should I request for? An entire golden armor set, or the Dwarvish runes equipment? I heard that this dark iron dwarf is able to forge sub-legendary equipment from their shards. Okay, that's it then." After half an hour, Blue exclaimed in a surprised voice, "Yes, what?" Lin Jai was dumbfounded. Blue put out the fire in the forging furnace, and donning a pair of anti-demon gloves, he took out a piece of burning hot red shield from the furnace. The moment the shield's surface came in contact with the surrounding air, a loud hissing steam sound was heard. The dark iron dwarf transformed its torso to stone immediately and held the shield in its bosom. After a full 5 minutes, the steam from the shield finally dissipated completely. The dwarf then placed the shield on the table and turned to scold Blue. For superior smithing, not only do you need to be careful in the smithing process, but knowing how to best preserve the created equipment's attributes is also of utmost importance, or else the attributes of the equipment will decrease significantly. Do you understand? Blue nodded his head obediently, repeating it for a few times. "Yes, yes." The blacksmith Blue from the blacksmith shop's favorability of you has risen to respect level. You can enjoy free repairing fees for your equipment at the blacksmith's shop by Blue till the maximum cap of 120 gold coins. Lin Jai raised his brows. Free repairing fees for equipment. Moreover, the cap was set at Blue's maximum amount of savings. Blue was indeed a magnanimous chap. 120 gold coins. Going by the market price now, Lin Jai could save up to almost a few $100,000 worth of repair fees. The moment Lin Jai took the shield from Blue's hands, Blue's status changed to a high-level blacksmith. That was an indication that Blue had completed the customer's request. There were not a lot of high-level blacksmiths in the new age, and almost all of them had their own guilds or schools and were regarded as highly esteemed advisors. Blue was only high-level blacksmith still working at a shop. As such, the blacksmith shop in the City of Light would be able to sell bronze equipment from then on. Shield of Courage Gold requires Level 0, Strength 80, Defense 3975, Health Points plus 100, Endurance plus 10, Block plus 7. Additional effect, Shield Strike. The Shield of Courage allowed its holder to gain the additional skill, Shield Strike. This was a skill like the Shield Strike ability of Shield Specialists, and also had the same attacking power, but the pros were that it existed as an independent skill in spite of the holder. In other words, if a Shield Specialist owned this shield, he would be able to activate 2 Shield Strike skills without having the limitation of cooldown period. Just imagine how strong would that be. It was a pity that the strength requirement of this shield was so high as 80 strength points, which was definitely hard to obtain. Even if players owned passive skill books that allowed them to increase their strength capacity, not many players would be able to get 80 strength points. Moreover, the skill column of every player had limitations. One needed to spend a lot of money just to forget one skill. To spend so much money only for brief moments of enjoying limitless shield strike benefits was definitely not reasonable. The success rate of forging the Shield of Courage was around 35. Even high-level blacksmiths could not guarantee that they would be able to forge it successfully, let alone a mid-level blacksmith like Blue. Lin Jai had deliberately requested for Blue to forge this shield in order to rip off the shop. However, the shield was forged successfully and with excellent attributes. It even had 100 more health points and 10 more endurance points than regular Shields of Courage. If Lin Jai could equip himself with it, he would not be killed even with 10 people attacking him all at once. "Are you using Blade or Executioner?" asked the dwarf. His name was finally revealed, Master Blacksmith Guren. Lin Jai did not deny it and nodded his head in reply. "Since the Wind Rider Sword Saint has appeared again, I guess it should not be far off for the others." Guren shook his head and walked into the inner chambers, reminiscing the old days. Lin Jai's eyes lit up as he had activated a mission. After exchanging a few words with Blue, he left the shop. After Lin Jai left for about half an hour, a group of players walked into the blacksmith's shop and were astonished to see the bronze equipment displayed. NPCs had the intelligence to discern players' levels. Thus, they would display the equivalent grades of equipment that matched the levels of most players in the game. The attributes of equipment displayed in the equipment column of the shop were comparable, if not better than that of those in the auction house, but their prices were around the same. This piece of good news was spread among the players, and soon numerous players rushed to the blacksmith's shop in the City of Light and almost purchased all of the items on sale. Blue hastily put up the sign for limited purchases and only put up a limited amount of equipment for sale each day. Due to this incident, the prices of equipment put up for auction by players in the auction house decreased significantly. Many profiteers who had originally stocked up large numbers of equipment to sell off at high prices made huge losses and were nearly bankrupted. At the same time, more players flocked to the City of Light. In fact, it was later made known that the traffic of players entering the City of Light had increased multiple times. In Lin Jai's previous life, the City of Light had originally been just a second-tiered small town, but now it began to gain the popularity of players since Lin Jai's encounter at the blacksmith's shop. This was something he would never have expected. Indeed, who could ever prevent the butterfly effect from taking place? The Rogaland Mountains were situated south off from the Autumn Waters town, which was also known as the Town of Mages. It had lush scenery and healthy biodiversity, with many different types of herbs and medicinal plants. This was an ideal training ground for players who wanted to practice and refine their potioneering skills. Lin Jai followed various mountain trails and plucked several herbs along his journey. The most important aspect of perfecting potioneering skills would be to accumulate herbs of all kinds. One would never know when each herb might come in handy. Half an hour ago, the Autumn Waters town had witnessed the arrival of large groups of players. Although those players seemed unrelated to each other and dispersed around that area upon their arrivals, Lin Jai was not beguiled. Those were players from the Ironwall Empire. There was only one monster below level 10 which would spawn the guild-based token, and yours truly here was now stepping on its eyes. In actual fact, the entire Rogaland Mountains was one huge monster. It was named the Mountain Giant. Giants moved at a very slow speed, but they generally had high HP levels and also strong attacking powers. However, they had a common Achilles. Healthy were afraid of mana attacks. Lin Jai had just finished plucking a medicinal plant when something shiny caught his eyes. It was a treasure chest, hidden within the midst of thick bushes not far off from where Lin Jai was standing, and hence was not easily spotted. "Let's go." Lin Jai jogged over, rubbed his hands, and prepared to open the treasure chest. At that moment, he suffered a hard blow at the back of his head, and his body dropped to the ground. That was due to Bandit's skill, the stealth hit. The stealth hit could only be used when the player was not in battle mode. It would stun the target for 10 seconds, but once the target was attacked again, the dizzy spell would be lifted. This was a much despised skill of bandits, who would normally use it against others in the urban areas. Should they be irritated by the sight of particular players, they would use the stealth hit on them and stun them for at least half an hour. However, that bandit did not seem to have any intentions of killing Lin Jai. Indeed, a dull-eyed bandit clad in a black catsuit and covered with a mask appeared in front of Lin Jai. He squatted in front of the treasure chest, took out a self-made key and started picking the lock. Bandits' lock-picking skill could allow them to open a treasure chest faster. Once they got more proficient at it, they could open any doors. In Lin Jai's previous life, there was a guild known as the Astounding Magical Bandits, which was made up of 25 bandits. They had offered services which had caused havoc for many guilds by picking open the guilds, warehouses, doors, or worst, their money vaults. This person, he seems familiar. Lin Jai furrowed his brows and tried to recall who this guy was. Meanwhile, the bandit stood up, panting from his attempts of picking the lock. It did not seem like the process went smoothly. The effects of stealth hit would be wearing off soon, so he made another stealth hit at the back of Lin Jai's head again. Lin Jai felt like crying at his own fate. This was the tragedy of not having a skill to dispel abnormal effects. The bandit picked away at the lock, stopped halfway through the process again to make another stealth hit at Lin Jai, then continued on his work. 10 minutes later, he received a notification. "Dead Fish Eye, stop hitting me with stealth hit. I won't fight with you for the treasure chest." The bandit threw a surprised look at Lin Jai. He stood in front of him, twirling his daggers effortlessly in both of his hands, one dagger in the clockwise direction, the other in the counterclockwise direction. This action confirmed Lin Jai's suspicions. The stealth hit was deactivated. The bandit kept a close watch on Lin Jai's hands. As long as he made any actions, he would immediately activate his crowd control skills to manipulate this guy. Roar, outraged roar. Dead Fish Eye's eyes rolled back in his head and fell into a dizzy spell. He regained consciousness after 5 minutes and saw Lin Jai beaming at him. "Ha, we are even now." Dead Fish Eye snorted beneath his mask, squatted down and continued picking open the treasure chest. Lin Jai made no movements and waited quietly at the side. In his previous life, Dead Fish Eye had been a famous personality. He had been given the nickname of Kind Grim Reaper, and he had a legendary Lone Ranger. Though he had been the most well-known bandit in the New Age, Dead Fish Eye had kept a low profile. He had only gotten his nickname because although he made a series of astonishing achievements, he had never killed any players without good reasons during the 5 years he had played the game. He had only been interested in opening treasure chests. If other players wanted to snatch his treasure chest, Dead Fish Eye would make use of his skills, equipment, and all sorts of unthinkable tools to put them under his crowd control spells until they begged for pardon. Other than that, Dead Fish Eye also had a strong sense of righteousness. Should he witness something unfair, he would cast his crowd control skills upon the evildoers, which would make them unable to go anywhere for at least 2 to 3 hours. His crowd control abilities had the power to prevent one from going offline or move anywhere. The most famous of his stories was one involving a small team from the Kingdom of Glory. That particular team had tried to clear players off a map, and Dead Fish Eye had used his crowd control skills to freeze them and their numerous supporting members who came over to rescue them for hours, without giving a damn to his own HP levels. They had only been released from his control spells after 18 massacres had rushed over in person to help them. As such, all players had guessed that the entirety of Dead Fish Eye's skills and possessions must have been made up of crowd control and passive skills, which helped to increase his HP levels. Along with that, he must also have equipment which had independent crowd control attributes. How else would he have been able to conduct such a grand crowd control feat? As for his nickname of the Grim Reaper, it had been gained from his spectacular feat at the Castle of the Sky map. During the 6th year of playing the game, it was announced that there was a legendary treasure chest at the Castle of the Sky, and of course, it had attracted the attention of Dead Fish Eye. Every player had equal opportunities to get the legendary treasure chest, and almost all the players who were nearby the Castle of the Sky had laid their eyes on it and rushed over immediately. Chaos had ensued, and due to the obstruction of a second-class guild, Dead Fish Eye had been unable to get his hands on the treasure chest. In his rage, he had wiped out hundreds of players from that guild, and hence landed himself with the infamous alias of Hundreds Killer. Unafraid to fight for justice, abilities tested and proven truth at would be the Kind Grim Reaper, Dead Fish Eye for you. Lin Jai would never have recalled this person if he had not been held under his control spells for so long. Creak. The treasure chest opened finally. Dead Fish Eye took out his gains satisfactorily, pondered for a moment, and threw a gem to Lin Jai. Augmenting gem. It is used to enhance your equipment. If the enhancing process is unsuccessful, there is a fixed chance that your equipment will be damaged or decrease in grade. Lin Jai owned a few pieces of augmenting gems. He knew that the market price of one augmenting gem would be as high as 5 silver coins, and that was considered expensive. I don't know you, Dead Fish Eye held his fists and saluted to Linjai, but I owe you a favor. If you need me, just message me and I will help you once. Linjai smiled. Oh, I have something that will require your help now. Shoot. The Ironwall Empire is trying to kill an overlord. Dead Fish Eye knowingly nodded his head and replied calmly, I get it. We will kill them together. I will be in charge of attacking the overlord and the items spawned will belong to me. His tone sounded like this arrangement was a sure bet. Linjai shook his hand. No, I will be in charge of killing the overlord and I get the items spawned. Dead Fish Eye's pupils shrank and seemed surprised. You can kill an overlord. Linjai nodded his head earnestly. I can. I am just afraid you are not up to it. For experts like Dead Fish Eye, even if he had nothing at all, it would not be difficult to recognize him by the arrogant vibes he gave off. In Linjai's previous life, he had also been impressed by Dead Fish Eye's abilities and had once held deep admiration for him. However, seeing him in action before his eyes was still much better than just hearing about him. His arrogance now seemed like a small shortcoming compared to his deeds. After all, wasn't it logical that the strong should show pity for the weak and help them out? This was befitting of one's status as an expert. Linjai pointed at himself, looked into Dead Fish Eye's thoughtful eyes and smiled. I guess you're contemplating if it will be faster to just kill this insolent fellow standing in front of you now. Yes, but not now. Dead Fish Eye removed his mask and revealed an ugly face. His mouth had occupied almost all of the space beneath his nose. This large mouth made his face look extremely unsightly. Coupled with the pair of dull-looking dead fish eyes, his appearance was just plain ugly. How about having a bet with me? Linjai did not make any comments at his looks. In his previous life, Dead Fish Eye's photos had been exposed before, and Linjai merely thought that this chap just looked rather untrammeled. Each of us will score 1 point for killing one player, 1 point for making them spawn bronze equipment, but 20 points for killing the overlord and 10 points for each of the overlord's spawned equipment. We can compare scores after that, and the loser will have to grant the winner a condition. Deal. Dead Fish Eye's pupils shrank. I don't kill players. You will. Linjai's face broke into a smile. If you agree, I will recommend you a place to find pretty girls. Both of them stared at each other for a full 30 seconds before Dead Fish Eye consented in a deep voice, all right. Boom. The ground shook and trembled, and a fissure appeared. Trees and mud quivered as if they were the dander from a person suffering from dandruff and were about to be flicked off. Swarms of players were approaching the place. The competition starts now. Dead Fish Eye took out a bottle of poison from his bag and smeared it on his daggers. The strong sulfuric reactions made a loud bursting sound, numbing the eardrums of people standing around. As Dead Fish Eye disappeared using stealth move, Linjai grabbed onto a tree and activated the feather drop gem. He descended behind the giant. The Rogaland Mountains before his eyes continued to quiver, and great amounts of earth were being pushed out from the crevices between boulders. With a thunderous roar, a pair of hands and a pair of legs probed out from the boulders. The enormous mountain giant stood up, shook his shoulders, and trees fell down from the sky all around it. Mountain Giant, Level 12 Overlord, Health Points 180. As a Level 12 Overlord, the Mountain Giant had an unbelievably high amount of health points. All these pointed to the fact that it had an extremely high drop rate. The Heavenly Shield stared determinedly at the Mountain Giant in front of them, gave a big wave of his hands and ordered, the warriors cannon fodder, get in order and number yourselves. Mana Jobs, get ready to launch your attacks. I want you all to give your very best. Start drinking health potions once your mana levels drop below 80. Their battle strategy was very simple, overcome strength with numbers. As the Mountain Giant did not know how to attack in crowds, conquering it by large numbers of attacks all at a go would be suitable. In any case, all the players gathered there were just low-leveled newbies. It wouldn't affect them much even if they were to die. Those players would at most just drop back to level 1. They could then return to the scene and become the baits to lure away the Overlord's aggro repeatedly until it was finally killed. Get him, kill. The Ironwall Empire seemed very bonded. As the guild's role model, the Heavenly Shield carried a huge shield and stepped out of the crowd, facing the Mountain Giant. He stretched his neck backward in a painful arc and shouted loudly, "O you be starred." The Mountain Giant heard the insult, and its right hand crashed down like a falling cable car. The force was comparable to that of a Category 7 typhoon. All the players present almost could not hold their balance. The leader has set such a great example. Now let's attack with all our might. Drink the magic potions. How did the scene look like when hundreds of mages activate their fireball skills all at once? It was as if a blazing arch of clouds appeared out of nowhere and lit up the entire sky. To increase their efficiency, the Ironwall Empire's active attackers consisted of only mages. Hundreds of fireballs were blasted at the Mountain Giant's fragile crotch area, and this caused an additional 15 weak point damage. Though many of the players were secretly wondering how big the DCK of a Mountain Giant would be, they still chanted on fervently, determined to burn it down. After a round of attacks, the Mountain Giant's HP levels were finally decreased by 5. At that moment, the mountain giant raised its hand slowly. The heavenly shield stood still in front of the army, one hand raising his heavy shield in mid-air, posing in a rather die than surrender position. In actual fact, he was indeed dead. What the players saw now was just his corpse. The corpse was rooted strategically in the whole army's field of vision, boosting the whole team's morale. The shield specialists in the army felt extremely motivated by this scene. Look, our leader had already died before us and set us such a good example. Why should we still hold on to our reservations and doubts? It's time to charge. The whole team's morale reached its peak. The shield specialists charged forward without sparing a thought for their own lives, while the mages chanted on furiously without stopping. Within all this chaos, the heavenly shield's body remained rooted to the ground, a solitary figure of heroic tragedy. Lin Jai almost couldn't hold back his laughter when he saw this scene. When players died and their souls were released from their bodies, their corpses would drop down lifeless on the spot, waiting for the players' souls to reclaim them and hence be revived in the game again. If so, why did the corpse of the heavenly shield remain standing? The answer was simple: the heavenly shield did not release his soul from his body. In other words, the heavenly shield was skiving off. As the leader of a large guild, maintaining a high level was very important to him. Thus he reckoned that he had done his duty by dying once, setting a good example to the rest of the guild members. As the saying goes, the human heart is like a needle in the sea. On the surface, one might appear to be very noble and made others believe that he was putting his words to actions, but in actual fact, he might just be putting on an act in order to take advantage of you. Until now, the damage points which sprang out from attacking the boss were still too meager to mean anything. The mountain giant would simply crush up all the players it came into contact with. Even if it did not know any crowd attack strategies, the trees dropping off his body had helped to smash tens of mages to their deaths. At that moment, a black figure appeared within the midst of mages. His dagger slid across the throat of a mage silently and then disappeared again. As a tree came crashing down upon him, that mage actually stood still and was crushed to his death without any sign of struggling, as if he was unable to recognize what would happen to him. The black figure made a move. After searching for a while on the dead body of the mage, he changed his appearance to that mage within the blink of an eye. Following that, he made his way through the crowd of mages and started killing the mages around him discreetly, his daggers as swift as the scythe of the real Grim Reaper. This black figure was obviously Dead Fisheye in disguise. He was definitely not as strong now when compared to his peak in Lin Jai's previous life. However, all the various crowd control skills he owned had come in handy at this moment and allowed him to maximize his abilities. The number of fireballs dwindled, and the boss's HP levels were decreasing slower than before. FCK, what's happening? This boss has binding abilities. Damn it, how come I was unable to move anymore? Me too. This seemed like the effect of the outraged roar of warriors. There was a commotion growing within the team. The heavenly shield creased his forehead in frustration was their misinformation about the boss. Yet this was impossible. The mountain giant was a monster which could only attack people physically. That was a certain fact. What went wrong exactly? Damn. Another mage deed was Tantalizer of the Heavenly Clothes, the leader of the mages' team in the Ironwall Empire. He cursed loudly, "The hell with outraged roar, you idiots. Some bandit has ambushed our team and froze us using the anesthetic poison." Everyone was shocked beyond belief. Ambushed a team of which consisted a few hundred players. Who could do it? Lin Jai raised his brows when he saw this scene. Good chap, Dead Fisheye is indeed an expert, to show such high abilities during his early days of playing the game. This is something only an expert could do. Their competition score up till this moment was this. Dead Fisheye had killed 47 players, while Lin Jai had killed none. However, it seemed like Dead Fisheye was faring worst and worst, as he had not been able to make any moves for the past few minutes. The reason for this was simply even though Dead Fisheye's disguise was good, he was still caught by the Ironwall Empire's players. Angered, they changed their attention and started aiming their attacks at Dead Fisheye instead. However, he had not leveled down yet, which most probably meant he was still alive. Lin Jai sat behind the mountain giant and chillaxed while he listened to the shouts and sounds of attacks from the battle scene not far ahead. He even took out a loaf of bread from his bag and started munching on it as a tidbit. All giant-type monsters had a critical weakness point, akin to the vital gate one of the human body. A giant's vital gate would be randomly refreshed and be located on a certain private area of its body, for example on its inner thigh or its gum, etc. Lin Jai was quite lucky. When he jumped to the back of the mountain giant, he had discovered where the giant's critical weakness point was located on its ass. When the mountain giant's HP levels decreased to a maximum, it would enter an immune state, and at that time it could be killed by attacking its critical weakness point. This was why Lin Jai had felt so confident that he would win the bet with Dead Fisheye. So what if he was an expert? Ultimately, Lin Jai still had 7 more years worth of gaming experience than him. Even the dumbest pig would be enlightened after 7 years. Dead Fish Eye's HP levels were recovering slowly. As he saw Lin Jai's score, he was finally able to heave a sigh of relief. As the famous poem line goes, killing a man in every 10 steps, the gallant knight traveled thousands of miles. He departed without leaving any traces, burying his name and fame along with Histide's. Too, it seemed that poem had been written with him in mind. As the Heavenly Shield saw more of his fellow Shield specialists' teammates being killed continuously, he felt too embarrassed to continue skiving at a side. He revived himself and returned to the battlefield, taking over the role of cannon fodder personally. His actions were noted by many other players, who subsequently increased the might of their attacks. One mage even drank down a rare berserker potion, which he had gotten from completing a mission, and started blasting huge fireballs at the mountain giant. Leader, we received news that a guild called the Kingdom of Glory announced that they are clearing players off this map. Silver Shield's face tone changed several times and seemed rather angry. The Heavenly Shield had just revived. After hearing this news, he immediately flew into a rage. Kingdom of Glory, give the order for the bandits and hunters teams to block them. Yes, Lin Jai's eyes turned cold. Kingdom of Glory. If you remembered correctly, the Kingdom of Glory, Mage Heavens, and the Dark-Robed Knights would only rise to power 1 month after the game was launched. Did history change? If so, the Heavenly Shield would most probably be powerless against them. Indeed, shouts and screams were heard far away. The Kingdom of Glory marched forth with irresistible force and were impeded by none. Ironwall Empire's bandits and hunters teams dissolved like paper in water when they met the players from the Kingdom of Glory. Seeing this, the mountain giant made use of the opportunity to strike. The mountain giant's edge lied in its ability to attack continuously for prolonged periods. They had been pretending to be mountains for too long, and hence it took time for them to restore their body mechanisms and agility. The mountain giant raised its leg up high before stamping 20-plus shield specialists of the Ironwall Empire to their deaths. Behind them, the vanguard of the Kingdom of Glory had already arrived. The Heavenly Shield gnashed his teeth in anger and announced, "Give up on the boss. We focus on fending off these beastards first." Lin Jai noticed that the numbers of players killed by Dead Fish Eye began to rise steadily again. That cunning chap had slipped into the midst of players from the Kingdom of Glory and was killing players around him left and right happily. Best to choose the lesser of two evils. I will help you all out for once. Lin Jai's eyes gleamed as an errant thought crossed his mind. If the Ironwall Empire survives, can it be used to counter the 3 alliances? Perhaps it's possible. 21 damage points were appearing on top of the mountain giant's head every moment. However, as its health points decreased, its body mechanisms began to recover. With every move, it could crush numerous players. This was the true power of an overlord. 74, 85. A few abrupt, massive damage points notifications were hidden within the sea of damage points notifications floating above the mountain giant's head. No one noticed it, except for the mountain giant. It tried to turn its body around but felt sharp spears of pain at its fragile critical weakness points. However, as that area of its body was hard to reach, coupled with the fact that it had not fully recovered its agility, the mountain giant could only use its hands to cover it. Blade or Executioner. Blade or Executioner. Lin Jai stood underneath the mountain giant beside its feet and stabbed its ass continuously using the Blade or Executioner, making large amounts of damage. At the same time, the giant started to aim its attacks at him. It was stomping around the ground in rage trying to crush Lin Jai, but he avoided all the attacks. The mountain giant was just too slow for him. I have already killed 100 players and your score is still 0. In the midst of the chaotic situation, Dead Fish Eye actually managed to find time to send a message to Lin Jai. "There's no hurry," replied Lin Jai. In fact, he was still pondering if he should add a few pieces of meaningful advice like, "An impatient person never succeeds," to educate Dead Fish Eye when the mountain giant stomped its foot down at his face. Startled, Lin Jai jumped away, but he did not forget to parry another Blade or Executioner at the mountain giant. At the same time, the Heavenly Shield, Silver Shield, and all the shield specialists stood in front of the army of the Kingdom of Glory in an extremely humiliating position. The ground was covered with their comrades' bodies. It was strange. Players from the Ironwall Empire would die once they were touched by the players from the Kingdom of Glory. No one could figure out why that happened. Cladded in a full set of black armor and a black helmet, a paladin stood out and introduced himself. "I am 18 Massacres from the Kingdom of Glory. The Heavenly Shield Guild leader. I've long been looking forward to meeting you." The Heavenly Shield laughed coldly. "Sorry, I don't talk to people who put me down. Brothers, kill yourselves. We are returning to the city. 18 Massacres, we will let you kill the boss, but let's have a battle between our guilds today. Do you dare to accept this challenge? Our 20 people strong Ironwall Empire is not to be trifled with." 18 Massacres shook his hands, and dark shackles fell upon the Heavenly Shield's body. The Dark Cross, once you are in the hunting range of the Avenger, your movement speed, attack and defense will decrease by 2. You cannot use any teleportation skills or items. The Heavenly Shield's pupils shrank. 18 Massacres said coolly, "The purpose of my trip here today is not for the boss. If you need it, you can take it. I came here to invite you to join our Kingdom of Glory. You can be the leader of the Ironwall division in our guild. Are you fine with these terms?" To build up another division for the Kingdom of Glory, the Heavenly Shield laughed incredulously. "Leader, this suggestion doesn't sound bad. At least we can live on. Isn't it such a pity to die now?" Silver Shield took a deep breath and commented in a soft voice, "Besides, they are quite strong. FCKU, when did you ever see me hide behind others?" The Heavenly Shield flew into a rage and kicked Silver Shield out. He berated, "Get out if you want to." Silver Shield hesitated before saying aloud to the guild, "Brothers, how long was it since we got our last pay? At least, the Kingdom of Glory offers the lowest salary at $500. I will go over." FCK scram. "Damn it, didn't Leader explain that he was tight on cash recently?" Silver Shield, speaking from your conscience, has Leader ever mistreated you? Salary sigh, "I also want to go and know what's happening there." There was a great commotion in the guild's group chat. The Heavenly Shield folded his arms. 4 of his longest-known comrades stood behind him loyally. They had named themselves as the 5 Legendary Shields in their youths when they had been fooling around. They had sworn that as long as they were together, they would protect the guild. "Either you join us or you will be killed," said 18 Massacres in a voice void of emotions. Behind him, the players of the Kingdom of Glory started taking out their weapons. A mage from the Ironwall Empire was killed. Dead Fish Eye appeared beside the dead body and waved to the players at the scene. "Please continue there, I will continue here too." The Heavenly Shield's face flushed red from anger. He turned back and spoke softly to his brothers who were standing behind him. "Kill yourselves and get back, I will hold them here." The faces of 3 shield specialists turned red and looked firmly back at the Heavenly Shield. Only the sea-conquering shield seemed to be somewhat unsure. Just as he was about to speak out, there was a shout. The Heavenly Shield dodge. The Heavenly Shield raised his head and saw a huge mountain peak crashing down on him. In his fight against the Kingdom of Glory, he had almost forgotten about the mountain giant behind him. "Run!" The Heavenly Shield pulled his 4 brothers and ducked to the left. They escaped in the nick of time, but the players from the Kingdom of Glory took that blow for them instead. There were just too many players standing around the landing spot of the mountain giant's chest. As everyone panicked, chaos erupted within their originally disciplined assembly and made escape almost impossible. Boom! The mountain giant fell down slowly, and the whole area sank down by nearly 10 centimeters. At the same time, numerous white lights flashed, signaling that at least hundreds of players from the Kingdom of Glory were killed. The Heavenly Shield gaped at this scene. When the dust finally settled, a figure was seen standing behind the fallen mountain giant's fallen body, looking coolly at its corpse. Fu Sheng, of all people, never once did the Heavenly Shield expect to see him here. As an overlord, the mountain giant spawned handsome rewards, including 6 sets of equipment and all sorts of materials, most of it stone, of course, coming from a mountain giant. These stones could hardly be put to use, and their only use was mainly just to occupy space. Other than that, they could help Lin Jai accumulate more score points in his bet against Dead Fish Eye. If not for this, why else would Lin Jai set such a rule? A small token plate shone brightly amidst all the items. It was the guild-based token. A few more months into the game, the guild-based token would not be as rare, but it should not appear so early in the game. Thus, it seemed extra precious now. Guilds could have a chance to fight for new guild bases only if they owned the guild-based token. To set up a guild base required huge efforts. Guilds would need to invest large amounts of money, manpower, and equipment to do so. To be honest, Lin Jai almost had no use for such a thing. "You've lost, but I will still tell you the place to look for pretty girls." Lin Jai sent a message to Dead Fish Eye. "Don't forget your promise to me, though." Walking towards the Heavenly Shield, Lin Jai threw a look at a stunned figure standing within the crowd of people and commented, "Let's talk when we get back to the city." Teleportation lights shone, and Lin Jai disappeared together with the Ironwall Empire's players. After the dust settled, 18 Massacres, cold eyes scanned the surroundings from beneath his helmet and snorted, "External help." Leader Silver Shield furrowed his brows and commented, "The Heavenly Shield has a fiery temper. External help wouldn't have arrived so soon. Nothing binds people together as strong as common interests," said 18 Massacres in a thoughtful manner. "Revive the bandits and hunters team. They shouldn't be exposed yet. Tell them to be on standby for us in the Ironwall Empire." "Yes, yes," Silver Shield nodded obediently. As an inn within a large city, the City of Light Inn provided quality facilities and services. They had many pretty bar girls and served generous amounts of food. Most importantly, one just needed to spend 2 bronze coins to be able to drink their fill of ale. Lin Jai sat in front of a table and drank red wine heartily out of his cup. As a business for profit, the inn's managers would definitely need to bring in money for themselves. Customers could drink as much ordinary ale as they wanted with 2 bronze coins, but high-quality wine would cost more. If one had money to spare, they could even order the wine Tears of Dragon, which was only the primordial heroes had the privilege to enjoy. That wine was priced at 20 gold coins by itself. In his previous life, Lin Jai had been lucky enough to taste it. The wine did taste fine. It was a pity that he could only drink it himself but not sell to others. However, after he had killed a dragon, he had discovered to his disgust that the tears of dragon was not brewed from a dragon's tears, but rather its saliva. The heavenly shield and his four sworn brothers, the demon-resisting shield, the god-slaying shield, the earthly shield, and the sea-conquering shield sat opposite him, waiting for him to speak. Lin Jai sipped on his wine and said calmly, "The Kingdom of Glory has bribed a lot of players in your guild. I dare say almost 50 or more of the players from your guild have been bought over by them." Normally, the arrogant heavenly shield would have snorted and cursed loudly at that comment, dismissing whoever made that comment. However, this time he just drank his ale quietly and asked, "How do you know?" "Very simple, I can even prove it to you now." Lin Jai looked at the sea-conquering shield and laughed. "Bro, will you rather admit it now, or should I tell them what I saw yesterday?" Lin Jai was still trapped in the soul of the giant demon map the day before, and of course he couldn't have witnessed anything. That comment was merely a scheme to set up the sea-conquering shield. In his previous life, the sea-conquering shield had been infamous for being a wimp. His girlfriend had been raped by his true guild leader, and he hadn't dared to make any noise. In fact, he had even offered compensation to the leader, as if his girlfriend had done a disservice to the leader. He was just a scumbag through and through. This type of person was most cowardly, and hence definitely most easy to be bought over. The heavenly shield was stunned for a moment, startled by this piece of news. He turned to look at the sea-conquering shield. "Little C, you didn't join us at the dungeon yesterday. Where were you then?" "Big brother, don't listen to him. I have been following you for so long, how could I be bribed? I don't even know who 18 Massacres is," the sea-conquering shield hastily explained. "Who is 18 Massacres?" Lin Jai blinked his eyes, pretending to be surprised. "He's the sea-conquering shield gaped. "Oh dear, no one had mentioned anything about 18 Massacres till this moment. Little C, I think you can change to other guilds." The heavenly shield sighed deeply in disappointment. Lin Jai was rather surprised by his reaction. He actually could contain his anger after learning that he has been betrayed. The arrogant heavenly shield raised his head after a while and stared into Lin Jai's eyes. "Why did you help me?" Lin Jai's eyes turned cold. "Simple, my family was ruined by the Kingdom of Glory once. You would have ended up like me if you hadn't run into me." The heavenly shield, Lin Jai took out the guild base token, pushed it towards the heavenly shield and rapped on the table. "If you don't want your guild to be ruined, then listen to me. I suggest you should clean up your guild." The heavenly shield, he looked at the guild base token and nodded his head heavily. In the following days, two things happened in the New Age. Firstly, the presumptuous Ironwall Empire restrained itself and announced they were going through a massive regrouping. As a result, many of the members who were originally stationed at the Summer City, the Sunshine City, and the Smiling Rain City were dismissed in batches. The Ironwall Empire claimed that they were only going to employ experts from now on, but many of the players who remained as members of the guild, in fact, just possessed novice or mediocre skills. To this, the Heavenly Shield announced solemnly, those who remained are the real experts in the future. As the guild got downsized, salaries were naturally dispersed to them on time. These players were almost never regarded seriously before, but now they managed to reach the sky in a single bound and gained their long-awaited recognition. It was definitely a great reward for them, and they swore their loyalties to the Ironwall Empire, resulting in the guild's morale reaching the highest peak since its beginning. The result was that the Ironwall Empire only spent one day to successfully apply for a guild base. The whole guild concentrated on completing boring construction missions, and hence the guild's residence requirements were reached in just one day when it would normally take 3 to 5 days. Now they just lacked a location for their residence. As long as the locations were refreshed, the Ironwall Empire could fight for them immediately. The players that were dismissed from the Ironwall Empire were re-employed by another guild, growing in numbers instantly. That guild was comparable to the Triumphant Midnight and the Hunters Guild. That was the Kingdom of Glory. Lin Jai took a look at the game's timeline and creased his forehead slightly. The Castlewood dungeon is still not opened up for exploration. That seemed to be slower compared to his previous life. He only managed to feel relieved until he saw Triumphant Midnight's members start building camps within the ruins of Castlewood. Looking at the shield of courage in his hands, Lin Jai took out a map and marked down a spot on it. In Lin Jai's previous life, the famous shield specialist Ink Snow had once commented that a shield specialist would be comparable to a god when he managed to turn all parts of his body to be like a shield. This was also the first impression she gave. Piplesh had always seemed to hold a shield no matter which angle one attacked her from. Once, 10+ bandits had tried to ambush Ink Snow. By right, there should be no shield blocking off attacks from a player's back. However, when their daggers had touched her back, a shield had appeared to protect her. This was completely incomprehensible no matter how highly skilled one might be. It invited the curiosity of many players, and following that Ink Snow had been hunted down by numerous players. The equipment had only been made known to all when Ink Snow had died. It was called Shemen's Iron Cloak. It was a dark gold equipment, but owning it would beat owning anything else in the game. Welcome to Kadella. Adventurer, get away after you are done with teleporting. Don't disturb my business. There was another nickname for the town of Kadella, the Cursed Town. In the day, this was where bad-tempered townsfolk dwelled, but at night this place was a haven for ogres. Ordinary townsfolk would normally be intimidated by Lin Jai's Viscount title. Lin Jai remained silent. This teleporter was a level 20 elite in the day, and at night it would transform to a level 30 silver-tiered boss. He left the place and came to a provision shop located at the southern parts of the town. Put down your money and take what you want. The bearded human shopkeeper waved his hands lazily, and a panel appeared sprang out. Kadella Cloak. This is a decorative item. Wearing it can hide your name and appearance. The Kadella Cloak was one of few types of equipment that could help to hide one's name and appearance in the early stages of the game. It was priced at 1 silver coin. Lin Jai equipped himself with it after he bought it. Donning the cloak made him seem more mysterious. The town of Kadella consisted of a typical basin terrain and was surrounded on all sides with mountains. It was a famous breeding ground of all types of undead monsters, spirits, and low-grade liches, with levels between level 5 to level 20. Hence, it was an ideal training ground for paladins, priests, and contract summoners. Lin Jai walked towards the eastern valleys. He was a bit unsure of his direction. In his memory, there were always a lot of contract summoners camping at the eastern valleys in his previous life, and unlike now, it was not as full of monsters. Creeping silently past several spirits and liches, Lin Jai managed to reach halfway up the mountain. Wild weeds and trees covered the entire area, and some of the weeds were as tall as Lin Jai's waist. These weeds had sharp teeth on them, and if one were to barge in recklessly, they would die from bleeding from his wounds. Here was where the Blade Aura Executioner came in handy. A single chop would help Lin Jai get rid of a whole patch of weeds. SHHHSHH. When he was done chopping off the second batch of weeds, a spirit appeared in front of Lin Jai. He let out a bitter smile when he saw what it was. The Minstrel Musa, level 5 rare elite, health point 700. This fellow was one of the most sought-after contract pets that numerous contract summoners would have wanted for themselves in Lin Jai's previous life. What's more, this particular fellow in front was a rare elite that one could not even run into given 10-0 encounters. There would be bloodshed over it whenever it was respawned. In fact, hundreds of contract summoners would specially camp here just to catch this rare elite. Minstrel Musa abilities. Spirit Scream, it can obstruct the target from casting spells within a small range and silence them for a few seconds. Spirit Blast, it can damage the normal hearing of its target. Once activated, 3 times the target will be stunned. Spirit Control, it can snatch away its target's control over his pets and summon beasts, or control its target's body for 3 seconds. The Minstrel Spirit was widely known as the sub-magical pet for its superb controlling powers as a pet. Lin Jai blinked for several times. He was not a contract summoner, but wouldn't it be such a pity if that thing were to be contracted by other people? He took out the broken blade and contemplated how to best kill it. Ding, little Jai, I have decided to delete my account. Zhang Ziliang's saddened voice rang out from his communication device. Lin Jai blinked again and replied calmly, okay, darn it, you won't even console me. Not interested in doing that. In Lin Jai's previous life, Zhang Ziliang had been a typical gamer fond of opening alternate accounts. Once he was dissatisfied with his job, he would delete that account, or if he decided that other jobs were stronger than his original job, he would delete his account and start training all over again. As such, he could never reach high levels for any jobs in the game. His current job was a mage, with the starting talent of ice proficiency, and he chose his basic skill to be the ice wall. Lin Jai was dumbfounded when he heard Zhang Ziliang's choices. Ice wall is a terrain control type ability. Why would you choose that? Zhang Ziliang coughed embarrassingly. I thought I could hit people with the walls. Zhang Ziliang's profile picture dimmed, and Lin Jai received a notification. Your good friend Innocent Killer has dispersed his soul and is forever gone in this world. In less than 2 seconds, this dumb guy opened another account and came to the town of Kadella. Lin Jai was still guarding the rare elite when he received a message from Zhang Ziliang. Little Jai, brother Jai, I just died again. Lin Jai had no choice but to tear up a returning scroll and teleport back to the town. He caught sight of the Innocent Killer lying flat on the ground. That klutz had teased a little NPC girl and thus was killed by a slap from her. The little girl even called her dad, and the 2 NPCs were guarding his corpse together. To had one's corpse being guarded by NPCs. Well done, indeed. Lin Jai took a glance at the little girl. Her name was Apprentice Sword Artist Mill. Her father's name was the Gale Swordsman Hero. A Gale Swordsman, okay, that sounds good. Lin Jai went up and smiled apologetically. Dearest friends, if my friend here showed any disrespect to both of you, Hero stared silently at Lin Jai, and his sword came out of its sheath a little bit. Scram if you don't want to die too. Revive now, said Lin Jai in a low tone. What? Revive yourself. Zhang Ziliang did not hesitate and stood up at once. Hero made a striking pose, but a gust of blade aura shot past him from the left. He jumped and made several somersaults in the air before landing, but the tip of his nose was still cut by the blade aura. Any attack against a level 30 elite was just plain useless. Hero touched his nose tip, threw a surprised look at Lin Jai before scooping up his daughter in his arms. His daughter was still screaming for her dad to throw the two audacious fellows into the mountains to feed the Quilboars when they left. What the heck, you can scare off NPCs. Zhang Ziliang was still rather shaken up by his encounter. Before recovering, he hollered at the pair of father and daughter, placing his hands on his hips. Continue to kill me if you dare. Sook. A gust of blade aura shot past Zhang Ziliang's right shoulder. He immediately hid behind Lin Jai again. Lin Jai kept the broken blade back on his back. Let's go. Oh yes, have you learned the contracting skill yet? I will bring you to get a good pet. Oh, I didn't. I learned the soul cudgel skill instead. Though it can inflict lesser damage, I figured a magical skill with additional physical attributes might help, so I am going to allocate my stats points to train in it. Zhang Ziliang was still talking gleefully about his new skills when Lin Jai could no longer bear with him. He scolded angrily, delete your account again. Go learn the contracting skill. Oh fine, fine, you are the boss. I will listen to you. Zhang Ziliang rolled his eyes and dispersed his soul again. Haha, me here had nothing to lose anyway since I didn't have anything to begin with. Lin Jai don't know what to do with this guy. In his previous life, Zhang Ziliang had been full of ridiculous ideas examples, included his theories of training as a muscular mage, a low HP level shield specialist, etc. Of course, all those theories had failed, but Zhang Ziliang had been still indulging in his ideas. When an ID called, the master of ridiculous ideas, had appeared in the game forums and started discussing strange ways of mastering the game, Zhang Ziliang had gone even more crazy with his ideas. Let's hope this time he will stay on track. After bringing Zhang Ziliang to the spawning grounds of Minstrel Musa, Lin Jai pointed to the spirit and said sternly, cast your contracting spells upon this spirit continuously until you succeed. Remember to keep a distance of at least 25 yards away from it, as it will be unable to attack you then. Finishing his words, Lin Jai handed a half backpack amount of slow restoring potions, a few bottles of low-grade invisible potions, and a returning scroll to Zhang Ziliang. That was just in case Zhang Ziliang was killed in the contracting process. Only after that did he leave with his mind at peace. After Lin Jai had left for about half an hour, Zhang Ziliang had been casting his contracting spells boringly at the minstrel when a figure appeared behind him silently. Ding. The figure creased his forehead and took out his communication device. Who's there? Dead Fish Eye, it's me, Lin Jai laughed. Have you settled your stuff yet? Dead Fish Eye answered him yes in a low voice. Okay, great. Oh yeah, where are you now? Help me watch over this guy called Innocent Killer at the town of Cadella. He's a younger brother of mine. When he was young, something went wrong with his mind. As a result, he turned out dumb. Just ensure that he stays alive, that's all. He's located somewhere around the coordinates 45,615, 15,668. Is this the favor you require from me? Oh no, I am just asking you for a little extra help now. Lin Jai shook his head fervently. As for that matter, I will tell you when I get out from where I am. That's all for now, bye. Tada, the conversation was ended. Deadfish Eye stared at the back of the head of the fellow in front of him, who was now busily casting the contracting spells. Curbing the urge to knock him out, he felt as if a dark cloud was looming over his head. Blade Aura Executioner. The wild weeds were cleared off and a cave appeared before Lin Jai's eyes. Dong. Dong. Every step in the cave brought back an echo that seemed to imitate the beating sound of the heart, making one feel constricted in their chest. This was a cave with narrow and winding passageways, and there was a total of 4 exits from the cave. As Lin Jai walked on, the images from his memory started to match what he saw. He looked for a particular passageway and lowered his body, moving forward. He was going downwards. Eventually, he reached an open space where an ogre laid snoring, surrounded by rare Zhenwu ores which were piled up like small mountain peaks. The ogre August, level 10 elite, health points 10-0. Most ogres were warriors and had strong physical abilities. They would carry a spiked club around as their weapon and were skilled in dealing heavy blows. This type of ogres normally only had one head. When ogres attained the intelligence levels of human beings, they would grow another head. These ogres would then become ogre mages or ogre prophets, and they would enjoy high acclamation within their species. The ogre August was highly talented and was proficient in communicating with the fire element. It was an arcane warrior type of monster. Holding the broken blade in his hands, Lin Jai moved slowly to the back of the ogre. It had strong attacking capabilities and could tear apart any shield that was of bronze or below grades. The only thing that was hard enough to stand its might would be the sharp bamboo stick like Zhenwu-Or's blade or executioner. The thick flesh on the ogre's back was ripped through, and its blood flowed out, absorbed by the Zhenwu-Or's. The tip of the Zhenwu-Or's glimmered, and a foul stench filled the air as if signaling the eruption of magma in a volcano. The power of the Zhenwu-Or's is influencing you. Your attacks are increased by 1, and your movement speed is increased by 1. August will crush you. The ogre stood up angrily, its whole body turning red. The effect of Zhenwu-Or's was multiplied 5 times on August, who had been dwelling here. Hence this monster was able to have a greater increase in its stats points than a berserker. The spiked club smashed down on Lin Jai with burning flames. Lin Jai's body reacted instinctively to this attack and parried the blow using broken blade with Rebel's fight. Boom 101. The reaction force from the attack shot up Lin Jai's wrists and it hurt like hell. This was too strong. If he had parried it with weapons that were below the silver grade, the durability of that equipment would most probably be reduced to 0 and required repairing. It was lucky that although the broken blade's attributes were not as strong as before, it was still a heritage weapon. Even if it were shredded to pieces, the broken pieces would still be of the legendary grade. Of course, saying that the opponent must first have the ability to shred it to pieces. The spiked club swiveled around in the air, accompanied with whistling wind sounds. It swerved around the mass of Zhenwu-Or's, following its target. Lin Jai stomped on the Zhenwu-Or's and jumped up, sending a gust of blade aura down accurately at the handle of the spiked club. Zeng. Ogre August had left a small opening within the piles of ores surrounding him so he could move freely. Now, that opening was being blocked by his own spiked club. Damn, you stupid, despicable human. Ogre August roared in anger and shot multiple fire spells at Lin Jai. It wanted to move, but its fat body was trapped within the small space between its spiked club and the Zhenwu-Or's piles. Lin Jai exhaled deeply, took out his fire gun and fired shots from it continuously, standing at a distance. Ogre August could still use fiery or windy crowd attack arcane spells against him even if trapped. If he spent so much effort to gradually reduce its health points, but only to get wiped out by it when using melee attacks, he would definitely wail out loud. Best to go steady. Loading the bullets, Lin Jai aimed at its fragile areas and fired shots after shots in an orderly manner. The damage points by the fire gun were not high, approximately 10 points for every second. It seemed like this would take quite some time. Even if one was shown the ropes, it was still not easy to use the blockage method to trap August. That type of boss required delicate skills to lure and trap them. If Lin Jai just used his own strength, he would not be able to even get the spiked club out of its hands. The rebels' fight could only help somewhat to deflect back the damage, and the main crux to trap the ogre successfully still laid in artfully hitting the crucial areas, saying that it was definitely more difficult to make the spiked club land at the desired point. At this stage, only 3 people could do it. Lin Jai kept up the pace of attacking. As August bled more, the increased effect of Zhenwu-Or's on Lin Jai's attacks began to be more obvious too. The attacking power of this ordinary fire gun was really too meager. Lin Jai looked at the sub-legendary fire gun in his bag. Surely it would take just a few shots from this fire gun to kill the boss. At that moment, he received a piece of good news from Zheng Ziliang. I have contracted it successfully. This spirit is so ugly. Go to Mott Town. Around the coordinates 83,732, 38,452, 54,532, there's a level 3 bronze-tiered elemental summoner boss. Go kill it, Lin Jai added. The controlling powers of the minstrel can prevent the boss from calling out other monsters. I gave you some money, right? Go buy a set of casting orb. Get back to me only when you are done with the boss. Casting orb was equipment specially designed for magical jobs. It could enable players to make use of the spells engraved in them temporarily, but players couldn't train up that spell like other skills. As time passed, the damaging power of the spells would get weaker, and hence that equipment was not favored by most. Only summoners had a use for such items, because the attacking abilities of that job were too weak to begin with. Although Zheng Ziliang tended to get rather restless, he was still quite skillful, so it shouldn't be difficult for him to kill a bronze-tiered boss. Lin Jai kept firing shots with the fire gun. Ogre August's HP levels had already decreased by 40. As it was still in enraged mode, it was smashing on the Zhenwu-Or's surrounding it angrily, but this action made it lose its health points even faster. As time passed, the ogre sat down on the ground, panting heavily from its attempts to break free. Its limbs laid sluggishly by its body, and its defense abilities were reduced significantly too. Lin Jai resisted the urge to kill it with a slash of his blade up close. If one were to get near to it now, they would most probably be smashed to a meat pie. 17, 18. The ogre's health bar was gradually emptied, but this cunning human would still not get close to it. Frustrated, it wiggled its body around the tiny space. A piece of Zhenwu-Or finally came apart and was ripped to dust. The ogre turned its disgusting flabby head around. Staring at Lin Jai in utmost hatred, it screamed and charged towards him. Bang! As the firing sound of the bullet rang out, the bullet shot right through the ogre's throat. The ogre's body fell down to the floor with a loud thud. You have killed the ogre August. You gained 13,500 EXP over level kill. Lin Jai put away the fire gun and wiped away the perspiration on his forehead. He walked towards the ogre's body. There were 3 silver coins, a gold staff, and a white cloak on the ground. The drop rate of a level 10 elite boss was indeed very high. This drop rate seemed to be rather unfair when compared to the drop rates of normal bosses. Lin Jai was mildly surprised when he picked up the staff. Black magic baptized staff, gold, for usage by priests and mages. Requires level 5. Attack 2145. Wisdom +5. Endurance +3. Additional effect increases 1 level of the dark speech skill. Additional effect. There is a fixed chance that your dark speech spell will carry the additional effects of painful curse in the midst of casting the attack. You can cause your target an extra 3 damage. Weight, 25 pounds. This was actually a staff designed for shadow priests. It was definitely rare to find such items. Meanwhile, Lin Jai focused his attention on the other item. The cloak was Lin Jai's main motive for this trip. The torn cloak, white, no job restriction. Requires level 0. Defense 510. Additional effect, compoundable. If a player who enjoyed hunting down bosses got such a rag after all their efforts, they would most probably puke 3 liters of blood. Only Lin Jai knew that after gathering 20 pieces of that rag, he could construct a shaman's iron cloak. Monsters spawned 2 different types of equipment. One was spawned naturally when they were killed. The other type would require players to search for them. The latter was most common for dungeons involving creatures like goblins. The ogre's spiked club was still stuck on the ground. Lin Jai yanked it up. August's Rage Silver can be used by warriors and paladins. Requires level 5 strength 30, attack 30-50. Critical strike chance +5. Weight 5 pounds. The attack power of this equipment was even higher than that of Broken Blade, but its combined attributes fared much worse. This spiked club was an item purely for active damage. Numerous berserkers would fight crazily over it for its strong attack power. The other additional gain of this trip would be the Zhenwu ores. It was extremely hard to mine Zhenwu ores, and only miners with high-level mining skills could do so. However, they needed to practice for at least a year on all types of mines before they could attain high-level mining skills. The only way to mine Zhenwu ores would be to let monsters smash them apart, but that would decrease the quality of those ores. The ogre August would be respawned every 36 hours. Lin Jai made a note to remember it. After keeping his gains, Lin Jai made his way back to the City of Light. On his way there, he suddenly had an inspiration. Wouldn't a stir be created if a weapon of attack cap 70 appeared in the market now? If he remembered correctly, wasn't the highest attack cap of a level 5 gold equipment just at cap 50? He took out 2 augmenting gems from his bag and went to the blacksmith's shop. Enhancing equipment referred to using augmenting gems to increase the attributes of that equipment. One could only enhance their equipment up to 10 times, and there was a fixed chance that the equipment's attributes would be decreased if the enhancing process failed. From the 8th time of enhancing the equipment onwards, if the enhancing process failed, the equipment's attributes would be returned to 0. Other than that, there was a probability that the equipment would be destroyed in the enhancing process. The normal NPC in charge of enhancing equipment was a goblin. Lin Jai didn't have any money to pay for a goblin's services now, and thus he decided it was time to start pulling some strings. Blue, I need a favor from you. Lin Jai pushed open the shop door and placed the spiked club and augmenting gems on the table. Help me enhance this equipment. Blue coughed dryly. My lord, this is against the rules. Lin Jai threw a meaningful look at Blue and spoke. Well, it was against the rules when I let you forge high-level weapons too. Blue's face flushed red. He took the spiked club and augmenting gems and threw them into the forging furnace. The enhancing process worked by extracting the energy in the augmenting gems and making the equipment absorb it. Blue's method of enhancing equipment was very direct. He just burned them all together, and there would be no wastage of any materials. The consequences of this enhancing method would be that there would be a guaranteed 100 rate in enhancing the equipment for the first 3 times, but the maximum number of times that equipment could be enhanced would be reduced to 5 times. To most people, this method would be considered more harmful than good. My lord, it's done. There was a dark green glimmer at the tip of the newly enhanced spiked club. August's Rage, Silver +2, can be used by warriors and paladins. Requires level 5 strength 30, attack 30-70. Critical strike chance +6. Weight 6 pounds, don't mention it, my lord. Lin Jai left the blacksmith's shop. One augmenting gem would be priced at 5 silver coins, while a silver weapon could be sold at roughly 30 silver coins. What about this equipment then? At the auction house, Lin Jai put up this spiked club for auction in anticipation and curiosity. It would be best if he could announce it in the game's world channel, but every announcement required $10. This was simply too extravagant. Thus he turned to the players' forum and put a post with the title Astonishing Discovery, the appearance of a level 5 weapon with attack cap 70. A level 5 weapon with attack cap 70, some more being enhanced with augmenting gems. Within half an hour, numerous players replied to the post and reprimanded the owner of the weapon for wasting money and not knowing how to treasure good equipment. Sell away such a good piece of weapon. Could it be that this fellow was too poor and stole this weapon from some NPCs in an attempt to make some money, or were there other motives for doing so? After Lin Jai set the stage to stir commotion, he prepared himself to sit this one out and reap the spoils later for the spiked club. It was then that he heard a dispute going on not far away. You still expect our guild to keep you. You wasted 3 silver coins worth of medicinal materials and couldn't even produce anything valuable. Scram now talk about some rare passive skills. That's just total bullshit. You are just ruining potions. A beginner health potion that could increase one's health points just by 2 points. Marvelous creation indeed. Standing in front of the auction house, a handsome-looking young lad donning commoner's clothes clenched his fists tightly. His eyes turned red, and he begged, "Please give me another chance. I will improve my potioneering skills. The Kingdom of Glory doesn't employ good-for-nothings." With a push from a warrior, the young lad fell down to the ground. Lin Jai raised his brows. This lad, isn't he the Potion King in my previous life? The Potion King was called 7 Ears, and he was regarded as the Grandmaster of Potioneering in Lin Jai's previous life. The most famous of his legends was this. As 7 Ears had owed a newbie potioneer a favor, he had mentored him personally as his last disciple. In just 99 days, the newbie potioneer had attained high-level potioneering skills. How could one achieve high-level potioneering skills? Under normal circumstances, players would need at least 1.5 years to reach high-level potioneering proficiency, as well as lots of materials. Efforts and luck would be required to reach that level. Even though that newbie had only started learning potioneering very much later into the game, and there had been plenty of potioneering resources around, it had been still a feat to be able to achieve what his predecessors could not in such a short time. Many other players had been envious of this newbie's encounter, and had begged the Potion King to show them the ropes of achieving this feat, but none of their wishes had been granted. Donning a natural potion master set, and always holding a white jade reagent bottle in his hands, the Potion King also had excellent battle scores, even though he was a professional living job gamer. He had once faced up to thousands of cursed mammoths alone in the game, but using his potions, he had conjured up a venomous fog and poisoned all the mammoths at a single go. 1 month later, the Kingdom of Glory had established its invincible Mammoth Knights team and overpowered the players in the game. As the memories from his previous life matched up to the happenings in the game now, Lin Jai felt unbelievable at the scene that unfolded in front of his eyes. 7 Ears was now sitting helplessly by the roadside, eyes staring blankly at the surroundings. His hands were clenching his white jade reagent bottle tightly. Lin Jai had tried many methods to find out where it was, but he still could not find it. It could be said that 7 Ears' predicament now was solely due to Lin Jai's actions. He had learned perfect potion mastery, changing the fate of Potion King 7 Ears. 7 Ears sighed heavily and raised his head to look up at the sky in a self-deprecating manner. The City of Light always seemed so warm, yet the passers-by stairs were so cold. He looked at the beginner set he was wearing and pondered, what else could he do? Be the cannon fodder for a guild and just earn the $0+ static monthly salary for a living. A figure appeared in front of him and blocked off the strong rays of sunlight from the sky. Blinded temporarily by the bright sunlight, 7 Ears was unable to identify the features of this person, but he did not feel any contempt from the person. In fact, he felt as if this person was empathizing with him. 7 Ears asked Lin Jai cautiously. 7 Ears nodded his head blankly. Lin Jai reached out his hands. "My name is Fu Sheng." When he was pulled up from the ground by Lin Jai, 7 Ears was still in a somewhat blank state, his lips trembling. Lin Jai continued saying, "I think you have a lot of potential. Would you like to work for me as a potioneer?" 7 Ears was surprised beyond words. He considered for several moments before biting on his lips determinedly and showed his potioneering achievement page in front of Lin Jai. He pointed at a column and said, "See this column? My success rate is just 17. This means if you employ me, you will definitely lose money. If you are doing this just because you pity me, I will advise you to give up." Lin Jai laughed merrily. In his previous life, he and the Potion King had been opponents. Thus, he had always held a deep resentment for 7 Ears due to his prejudice. Hearing this confession now did make 7 Ears seem like an honest fellow. I am not just employing you, I am inviting you to join my business. Lin Jai corrected him. Our contract will be similar to that of the contract with a guild. I will provide you with the medicinal materials, while you are solely in charge of making potions. When the potions are sold, I will give you 30 of what was earned as your commission. Other than that, I will not hold you responsible for any losses. As for now, your basic salary starts off at 10 silver coins per month, and there will be an increase in your salary in the future. Do consider and let me know your decision. 7 Ears was stunned. A monthly salary of 10 silver coins, with an additional 30 commission amount to be earned. Even in the Kingdom of Glory, this kind of treatment was only served to top-notch potioneers. Could this person be up to no good? Logically thinking, though, he didn't have anything that seemed worthy enough to be schemed on. 7 Ears nodded his head then and replied, okay. Lin Jai brought 7 Ears to the Potioneers Guild and requested smilingly to the dwarf receptionist, who had tied up her hair in a double ponytail style, I would like to rent a personal potioneering lab for 3 days. Glad to be of service to you, my lord, the pretty lady dwarf replied in a sweet voice, and added, it will cost 90 bronze coins in total. We will charge you additionally for all the basic potions and dissolving potions used in the lab. Contract was given to Lin Jai, who passed it to 7 Ears. A personal potioneering lab. 7 Ears was excited beyond words. This fellow had treated him in the best way one could treat a potioneer. As the saying goes, the scholar dies for his confidants. 7 Ears was determined to produce results, but when he thought of his potioneering success rate, his eyelids drooped down in disappointment again. Lin Jai clapped encouragingly on his back. Let me see you make a potion now. Placing the low-level poison antidote potion recipes and ingredients on the lab counter, Lin Jai pointed to the materials with his chin and indicated that 7 Ears could begin now. Now is the time for assessment. 7 Ears grabbed a reagent bottle and dripped several drops of the dissolving potion onto a night luminous herb and an octagonal flower, making a thick pudding-like paste from it. He shook it slowly. Bang! The bottle blasted open from within and the glass shards flew everywhere. 5:13. The skin on Lin Jai's face was cut open slightly. Witnessing this, Lin Jai creased his forehead deeply. If it weren't for his name and the signature white jade reagent bottle, Lin Jai would have doubted the identity of the person standing in front of him. Look at him. Shaky hands, hasty breathing, and even pinching the stamen of the octagonal flower which has the greatest medicinal use when handling the flower, those were mistakes which even new players would not commit. Was he really the potion king of Lin Jai's previous life? Continue. Lin Jai's tone turned cold. Yes, a drop of cold sweat dripped down from 7 Ears' forehead. With trembling hands, he took up another octagonal flower, in the process pinching its stamen again. He vowed secretly that there would be no mistakes this time, and he would succeed. For the next half an hour, all the medicinal herbs were destroyed without a bottle of potion made successfully. I'm so sorry. 7 Ears' eyes reddened. Other people had already given a chance to perform, but he was the one who screwed it up. Lin Jai took up a reagent bottle and held the octagonal flower carefully by its stalk. He dripped the dissolving potion lightly onto each of the flower's stamen, and as it merged with the night luminous herb, a delicate fragrance filled the enclosed lab, signaling the success in making the potion. He commented, no matter what you're doing, you must do it without haste. Clear your mind, steady your hands, be confident. With this mindset, you will be able to achieve success much faster. I can provide you with the medicinal herbs you need, but I will require you to produce the expected results accordingly. I am not doing charity, so if you continue to be like this, I will dismiss you, Lin Jai added. But if you show me that you are able to learn from your mistakes, I will continue to employ you if you can maintain a success rate of 30. Just a 30 success rate. 7 Ears' face flushed red from shame. A potioneer should at least have a basic 55 success rate. Lin Jai was obviously negating his abilities with those comments. However, 7 Ears refused to give up. He agreed with Lin Jai's words. Since Lin Jai had already provided him with the input materials, he must produce the desired output that was fair. Who else would want to keep a cow which could not produce milk? One might as well kill it and sell off the beef. 7 Ears took another reagent bottle and inhaled deeply. He mimicked Lin Jai's actions and smeared a little of the dissolving potion on the stamen of the octagonal flower, then shook it in an anti-clockwise direction. Drops of perspiration dripped down from his face. After a long while, a bottle of low-level poison antidote potion was finally completed. Look, 7 Ears took up the bottle of potion happily, as if he was a child who had gotten high marks for an examination. Low-level poison antidote potion, enhanced. You can be cured of poisons of level 10 or below, and be immune to other poisons for the next 2 seconds. In Lin Jai's previous life, 7 Ears had attained the alias of Potion King, not just because of his ability in potioneering, but also from a passive skill which he had learned. The potions created by him had a 2 chance of additional effect. Although no one knew what kind of additional effect it would be, This had made his potions seem more mysterious and full of possibilities, as if they had magical powers. Continue. Lin Jai now wore a smile on his face. 7 Ears nodded heavily. His hands no longer trembled, and though he still failed a lot of times, he eventually attained the standards of a normal potioneer. As Lin Jai watched him, he became more confident in his decision. Although lacking in experience, this person was indeed the Potion King. Everyone would require an incident to enlighten them to their talents. This incident might be one that incited hate, or perhaps due to love, or perhaps humiliation. It would be the worst decision the Kingdom of Glory had ever made to kick him out of their guild. 7 Ears gradually became more confident. It was near night time when he came to his senses and got distracted from the potioneering process. Lin Jai had left long ago. A scroll named The Potioneering Complete Guide was left on the table. There were also a few words carved onto the tabletop in fine penmanship. Report to the Sky Provisions shop tomorrow morning. Per perfect potion mastery. 7 Ears picked up the Potioneering Complete Guide with trembling hands. He flipped it open delicately, and the symbols of the various potioneering skills on the scroll transformed gradually, giving off a bright light. 7 Ears' heart warmed up again after such a long time of feeling neglected. The scholar dies for his bosom friends to repay this trust. He was determined to make things work out. Lin Jai would never have expected that such a small gesture could allow him to gain a powerful helper, a loyal potion king who swore to never betray him. Lin Jai strolled along the streets in the City of Light, holding a few pieces of white paper. The paper he had bought with 10 silver coins from the goblin merchant. He was in the midst of brewing up his emotions and put a long, depressed expression on his face. Nah, this looks as if I am constipating. He shook his head in frustration as he reviewed his reflection against the shield of courage. At this moment, he received a prompt message from the game system. As you had vandalized the Potioneering Lab's public resources, you will have to pay a penalty of 3 silver coins. WTF, Lin Jai cursed involuntarily. He had carved those words for 7 Ears on the tabletop just to fulfill his vanity and appear dashing in front of his subordinates, but he never expected that it would cost him so much money. Sorrow loomed above Lin Jai's head, but he caught sight of a change of his reflection from the shield of courage. It now showed the expression of a person who had bought a packet of instant noodles just to discover that there was no seasoning packs in it. Ah, this was the correct expression. Lin Jai hastily blocked the paths of a team of patrolling guards donning silver mails and wailed loudly as he waved the pieces of white paper in his hands. Oh, let me die. Everyone was taken aback by such a scene. Was this fellow mad? Noticing the probing looks from the onlookers, the guards had no choice but to ask him politely, "My lord, what happened? I was cheated. See these paper." Lin Jai started to spin his tail. The goblin from the provisions shop told me these were scrolls engraved with magical spells, and hence sold them to me at the price of 1 silver coin per piece. I am now bankrupted. As a viscount, I was actually conned in the virtuous City of Light. This is such an unscrupulous city. I need to complain about this on the players' forum. The captain of the patrolling guards was alarmed. In the NPC's impression, the forum, used by players, was a scary space which allowed players to converse in mysterious spiritual methods. Any information in this space would be spread like a curse in an enclosed space, yielding terrible consequences. He commented quickly, "My lord, please tell me what happened exactly. The City of Light swears to punish all despicable and dishonest merchants." Lin Jai wailed and sniffed loudly while making up the whole story. He was a friend of Gammon, who endorsed in all sorts of immoral activities like hiring prostitutes and gambling, etc. Gammon was finally broke from all those activities, and thus handed his land deed to Lin Jai to help him sell it so he could get some money. Following that, he met the goblin and was cheated of Gammon's land deed, and also into buying those white paper. The captain was infuriated when he heard Lin Jai's story. The City of Light was already kind enough to let goblins trade here. Shame on them to resort to such underhand methods to make money. "My lord, please bring us to find Gammon. We will return justice to you." Bang! The shop's door was kicked open violently by the captain, who was a level 60 elite. The goblin was in the process of renovating the place happily. It was thinking of opening another sub-branch here and had just finished decorating the place. The shop would be ready once the goods were displayed. The goblin was known for its stinginess and had not hired anyone to get rid of Gammon's corpse. It was intending to use 2 bronze coins to buy magical dust to bury Gammon's body after it finished refurnishing the shop. "Oh dear, Gammon, my friend, my brother." Lin Jai dropped his weapon on the ground and appeared to be heartbroken at witnessing this scene. He sat on the ground, his expression full of sorrow and despair. "Goblin, you have violated the laws of the City of Light." The captain drew his crucified longsword from its sheath and enhanced it with blessing spells. 6 paladins followed him and came into the shop. "Oh Lord Captain, oh damn it, what's going on?" The goblin squeaked loudly as it dodged the attacks. "What law have I violated? Hey, don't touch my golden chandelier which I just installed. Prepare for your death, goblin." The longsword, which the captain carried behind on his back, transformed to the Judgment Crescent, and bright moonlight filled the entire space. As known by all when NPCs battled their nemesis, for example during catastrophes when they battled the undead and devils, they would seem super lousy in comparison and be wiped out effortlessly. Yet, when they fought against characters belonging to their camp, they would appear to be extremely ferocious and capable. As the captain wielded his crucified longsword, the goblin's health bar was reduced by 99. Its dark green stubby figure rolled around on the ground and miraculously managed to escape the attacks from the group of paladins. The goblin dodged deftly around the enclosed space and actually found a chance to release the goblin rocket launcher, which was hanged around its waist. Its body shot toward the door like the trajectory of a rainbow. Dwang. Like a baseball player going for a home run, Lin Jai hit the goblin accurately using the broken blade's hilt. He had done so in consideration that the goblin's health bar was now less than 1. If he used his normal way to attack, he might just kill it accidentally. "Goddamned human, you are downright shameless and despicable." The goblin scolded and cursed, "I curse you. You will lose money in whatever business you do, and you will never see any gold coins in your entire life." Ding, you have been cursed with the goblin's life curse. In the next 48 hours, you will have a 100 reduced drop rate when you kill monsters, a 100 increase in prices when you buy anything from shops in the game. The amount of money you have in your bag will be reduced by random amounts every minute, and you will earn nothing from any transaction you make unless that transaction is above the value of 20 gold coins. That was a cursed type of skill. Lin Jai raised his brows. Life curses were the unique abilities of certain species of creatures, normally belonging to the devils. If players had been randomly assigned to devil jobs, they would be able to own the talent of life curse. That skill could only be used when they were about to die in the game. Such players could put an extremely horrible curse on their target, which would last for prolonged periods of time. In Lin Jai's previous life, there had been a guild which had established an army of devils. When they had fought with other guilds, they had focused all their attention on getting themselves killed so as to activate their life curses. With that tactic, all kinds of disgusting curses had been cast on their opponents. They had almost been unstoppable until the Holy Church had released the curse-purifying skill, which helped to remove curses. However now, where could Lin Jai go to lift the curse? Lin Jai thought hard. For things like curses, one should either use skills to relieve them or find some methods to break them. The second option was worth considering. The paladins surrounded the goblin and marched it off to jail. Before that, the captain fished out Gammon's land deed and returned it to Lin Jai. "Gammon has been dead for too long. I'm afraid not even the priests can help to revive him. Let's hope he's resting in peace. As this shop is Gammon's only property, I hope you will be able to take care of it on behalf of your friend." The captain threw a knowing look at Lin Jai when he was about to leave. "Wait," Lin Jai finally spoke. He made his title visible and commanded, "Give me its rocket launcher." The goblin was letting out a loud curse again when a paladin knocked him out and handed Lin Jai the rocket launcher in a respectful manner. "Here it is, Lord Viscount." This title was useful indeed. Goblin Rocket Launcher. It is an engineering product that can be tied to the waist. When using it, a rocket will be launched from your waist, causing 10 points fire damage to your target and forcing it to retreat 15 yards. It has a cooldown period of 60 seconds and a success rate of 70. All engineering products had stipulated success rates. If one was not careful when using them, the products could backfire and harm them instead. Thus, it was definitely not a wise choice to depend on engineering-related skills or products to save one's life when in peril. Lin Jai looked at the land deed in his hands and squeezed it lightly. "Ding, you own a shop. Please select the type of shop it will be and give it a name." Lin Jai started looking at all the different choices. There were different types of shops, for example, potions shop, blacksmith shop, curio shop, etc. Once one chose a specific type of shop and sold that particular type of products, their taxes would be waived off. As such, potions shop normally sold potions solely, blacksmith shop sold weapons, and so on. The taxation rate in the City of Light was fixed at 7, which was too lower than the taxation rates in other cities. That was a small benefit of living in a city governed by the followers of the church. However, all those were not what Lin Jai needed. He surfed through the pages until the last page and selected pawnshop as the type of shops. As a pawnshop, its main function was, of course, to allow customers to pawn their valuable belongings in exchange for money. If customers did not come to redeem their valuables when the redemption period was over, the item would be detained by the shop. As a pawnshop, Lin Jai would need to pay 10 silver coins per month as the shop's management fees to the Holy Church. When members of the church came to pawn their belongings, Lin Jai would not only need to give them money no matter the value of the items, but also have to give them the best offer possible. After all, NPCs were also human beings who liked to feel privileged. Once they were satisfied, they would waive off your transaction taxes. Other than that, the pawnshop could also be used as a provisions shop. Lin Jai specially set up an exchange counter when designing the shop. If one saw anything that they were interested in on the shop's display panel, they would just need to make at least one transaction by pawning something to get rewards points, and then use the rewards points earned to exchange for that item. In order to prevent people from misusing the rewards point system, there would be a cooldown period of 1 hour to get back the items they pawned. After he finished setting up all the rules, Lin Jai clapped his hands. Open. A bright light covered the shop, and the shop's front was automatically cleaned up so it looked more presentable. As the goblin merchant had already done up most of the renovation for the shop, Lin Jai was saved from a lot of trouble. Your shop, Sky Provisions Shop, is officially open for business. Lin Jai's mouth curved up in a smile, satisfied with his achievements. However, it wasn't long before Lin Jai realized the goblin's curse came true. 3 priests, 1 man, and 2 ladies came out from the holy church, and whilst on their way to purchase bread and cheese, they chanced upon the Sky Provisions shop. Excited, they came into the shop to see what they could get. I want to pawn this valuable item, said the male priest. He was in his 20s, had sky blue eyes, and donned a long white garment unique for priests. This made him appear very saintly. However, his actions did not match up to his appearance. Holding onto a loaf of bread which looked like it would become moldy very soon, the male priest argued vehemently, "This bread has been baptized by the holy light and is great for your sleep. I want 3 silver coins in exchange. Not to worry, I will redeem it very soon." Lin Jai had no choice but to give 3 silver coins to him, after which the 2 lady priests followed suit and each got 2 silver coins in exchange for glass balls before they left. Knock, knock. After a series of knocking sounds on the door, 7 Ears walked timidly into the shop. "Hi, boss." Lin Jai signaled for him to come over and smiled. "What do you think of this shop?" 7 Ears looked around. This shop had magnificent decorations and was almost similar to the Grade 3 shops opened by NPCs. The only difference lied in its scale, but the glimmering golden chandelier and fragrance given off by the birch wood cabinets all hinted at the extraordinariness of the shop. "You will be in charge of this shop from today onwards," said Lin Jai. "We might not have a brisk business, so do make more of the low-level poison antidote potions and place it on the exchange counter." Other than that, Lin Jai also explained about the members of church taking advantage of the shop. They should not do so for more than 2 times a day. If they did so, 7 Ears must lodge a complaint to the Holy Church. This was very important and must be made clear, or else the shop would be losing money instead. Lin Jai chuckled. As for this, ding. World announcement. Congratulations to Triumphant Midnight for successfully entering the Great Wood Valley. The world-class dungeon Castlewood is now open for exploration. Castlewood was finally launched. As a world-class dungeon, Castlewood would not only have 1 leaderboard in the training dungeons the likes of Cat Demon Lair. Not only would conquerors of world-class dungeons receive handsome rewards, but their names would also be announced on the game's World channel. Other than that, the Adventurers Association would set up a special first clear leaderboard to record which guild or team had killed which particular boss, and hence it would be very clear which guild team and which player was more formidable. Following the launch of that dungeon, a lot of information about it was subsequently released on the game's official website, including the equipment to be awarded, summaries of the different maps, etc. It was clear why the game creators did that. They were confident no one could conquer this dungeon even if all that information was revealed. All at once, thousands of teams flooded Castlewood. Qiu Yuan also invited Lin Jai to test waters with her, but her request was declined politely. The werewolves in Castlewood had venom in their claws, and each time a player came in contact with the venom, they would be dealt with 10 damage points per second. At the 15th time, the player could become paralyzed or silenced. As the priests had not learned the dispelling spells yet, the only way players could relieve themselves from the effects of the venom would be to consume low-level poison antidote potions. When the guilds gave orders for their headhunters to look out for that seemingly plain potion and its recipes from the auction house, they were shocked to discover that all of the materials were unavailable for sale. Only some cunning profiteers made use of the opportunity to put them up for sale to test the market. The cheap materials and potions, which were originally priced at tens of bronze coins, actually multiplied by a few times. In fact, the most recent recipe was actually auctioned off at the high price of 12 silver coins per copy. As such, the unscrupulous traders were even less willing to put their items up for sale. At the Triumphant Midnight Guild, Dumb Fox and First Class MT Inksnow stood in front of the Castlewood dungeon, foreheads creased tightly. "How many potioneers do we have in our guild that know how to make the low-level poison antidote potions?" Inksnow pursed her pink lips. "One, and he did not belong to our inner circle of connections. He was just poached away recently too. Pass me the list of awarded equipment." As Dumb Fox looked through the list and saw all the sets, coupled with the golden grade weapons awarded for the first kill, a look of determination crossed his face. Then he said, "No, we cannot give up on this dungeon. offer that potioneer 3 times as much salary, and poach all other available potioneers from the other guilds. Give them the best offer we can. This dungeon is of utmost importance to us at the Hunters Guild. The chairman of the guild, Ghost Eyes, was personally leading a group of his teammates to kill monsters at the Muddy Swamp. The stinky freshwater crocodiles found at the Muddy Swamp was one of the monsters that had the highest drop rate for the recipe of the low-level poison antidote potion, but the whole process was still too inefficient. Sometimes, fate worked just like that. There would always be generous amounts of certain seemingly unimportant items around when one was not looking for them. Yet when one set their mind to gather them deliberately, they would not be able to gather those items efficiently no matter how hard they tried. All the other guilds and teams also faced these circumstances. At the Sky Provisions shop, Linjai and Seven Ears were both focusing on making potions in the potions lab located within the shop. No one was minding the shop front. The recipes for the low-level poison antidote potions were hung up at the exchange counter's window, looking super lonely. Other than that, the low-level poison antidote potions and its ingredients were also displayed on the counter. The potions were priced at 80 bronze coins per set, its ingredients 70 bronze coins per set, and 30 silver coins for a single recipe. That was definitely too expensive. There was a notice put up on the window pane at the exchange counter. You can get a free set of the recipe if you pawn items that are of the value of at least 3 gold coins. You can redeem your items 1 hour later. Huge sales and large amounts of money were required to upgrade a shop. Upgrade to a Grade 2 shop, one would require a total sales revenue of at least 300 gold coins, which was definitely not an easy feat. At that stage, a set of land deed was priced at a minimum of 10 gold coins. One would require at least 20 gold coins to open a shop. It was simply too expensive, even for large guilds. Not long later, a team of adventurers was strolling aimlessly in the city when they passed the Sky Provisions shop. Damn, there's actually a player's shop here. The team captain commented in surprise. The group entered the shop, and the captain was immediately overwhelmed by the whole shop's plentiful stock of low-level poison antidote potions. What, is the owner of this shop driven nuts by poverty? To price a piece of a recipe at 30 silver coins, his teammates answered bitterly. Most probably it's opened by some rich guy who had nothing better to do. Let's go. The team captain was speechless. There were just so many of these people around. Linjai chuckled softly to himself. Surely this piece of news will be spread around in no time, haha. 2 days after Castle Wood was launched, all the poison antidote potions in the market, including those stored by guilds, were depleted. Castle Wood was a difficult dungeon. Even if one downed poison antidote potions non-stop throughout the exploration process, they might not be able to pass through it. Every step must be taken with caution, or else it would be a waste of all the poison antidote potion consumed previously if the whole team was wiped out. All players wore bitter looks on their faces when they drank the potions. That was in no way just a simple potion. It's a massive depletion of hard-earned money. The triumphant Midnight team fared the worst. None of the potioneers belonging to their guild had learned how to make low-level poison antidote potion before, and hence all their potions were purchased from stores. However, it just took less than 1 day for them to consume all the potions, and the team had just barely reached 35 of the dungeon. The prices of the low-level poison antidote potions surged like crazy. At that point in time, a place known as the Sky Provisions shop became famous. Although no one knew who the owner of that shop was, they were certain that the owner must be some extraordinary figure to be able to accumulate such a huge amount of the potions. A lot of people tried to find out who was the boss behind the scenes, but they failed. The furthest they could get to know was just a young counter staff named 7 Ears. However, this 7 Ears was the most pedantic person they swore they had ever met. Even if they promised to give him benefits in the form of rebates, he wouldn't yield to anyone's requests of buying the potions solely. All the guild leaders were simply maddened. With their status, when had they ever been rejected? Either use your reward points to exchange, or else you have to pay for the potions with money. 7 Ears adhered strictly to Linjai's rules and spoke sternly. Exchange. Exchange it with equipment that was worth at least 3 gold coins. Who else could play in the dungeon then? Out of no choice, the guild leaders resorted to raising funds from their members just to buy the potions and its recipes. Witnessing this whole series of events, the other merchants became anxious whenever they saw the Sky Provisions shop put up stock for the potions. They started to put up their available stocks with lower prices for auction. Unscrupulous merchant, you ought to die from poverty. The guild leader of the owners of Daybreak Guild, Vicju, spat and cursed loudly at the Sky Provisions shop before rushing off to the auction house. However, even if the other merchants were farsighted enough to predict market trends, how could they win against the prophetic Linjai? All they could put up was at most 10+ recipes, which was too little to suffice the larger guilds' needs. Once there was stock put up at the auction house, it would be bought away by the headhunters of the major guilds within a few seconds. After rounds of running back and forth from the auction house, all the players turned back to the Sky Provisions shop, only to discover to their horror that the recipes, prices were increased by 5 silver coins, while the potions and ingredients, prices were increased by 10 bronze coins per set. Do we buy? Buy. Out of no choice, they gritted their teeth, raised funds, and bought the recipes and potions. Thus, Sky Provisions shop reaped huge amounts of revenue, yet they had only sold off a small portion of their available stocks. The prices of the potions and its ingredients were simply too expensive even for guilds. Most of them could only just buy enough amounts to suffice their exploration in the dungeon. After gaining some valuable equipment, they would come back to exchange for the potions again, hoping to achieve self-sufficiency of the potions with this method. To be honest, most of the guilds' gains would end up with Lin Jai after the 10 days of redemption period, as most of them were not able to fork out the money to redeem back their valuables. Resigned, Vicju passed his money over the counter and said, "Give me 2 sets of the recipes." "Sorry, we're not selling them to you," replied Seven Ears flatly, his face void of emotions. "Damn, what do you mean by this?" Vicju was angered and slammed his palm on the counter, spilling a bottle of the potion. After which, the patrolling guards came by and marched him off to jail. Players, shops were being protected by NPCs and the laws of the city. Boom! The ogre's enormous body fell down. Lin Jai searched for the items spawned beneath the lifeless corpse, forehead creased up tightly. Piecing up the shaman's iron cloak was a long-time effort. The lucky Lin Jai got another broken rag after finishing off the orge for the second time, and that piece was exactly the same piece he had gotten from his first attempt. It was indeed very lucky of him to get such pieces consecutively. Lin Jai could not help but make a sardonic remark to himself. Other than that, there was nothing else at all. There was not even any sight of bronze coins, let alone silver coins. It's literally not even a penny left. The goblin's curse had come true. Lin Jai resigned to his fate. Well, at least it was guaranteed that the monster would spawn the cloak's rags. "Boss, we have sold a portion of the potions and earned a total of 21 gold coins and 37 silver coins," Seven Ears reported ecstatically. It was the first time he had seen such a large sum of money, and he nearly couldn't believe his eyes. Lin Jai brightened up. "Oh, transfer me the money now." Seven Ears had transferred a total of 21 gold coins and 37 silver coins to your personal inventory. You can withdraw it from the inventory manager. You have broken the goblin's life curse. You received 10 silver coins, and you will have 20 more gains in the following 12 hours. You have made an accomplishment, purification, your mana levels plus 50, resistance plus 2, one could get rewards for breaking a curse. Of course, it would not be counted as breaking a curse if one used dispelling spells. To be honest, it was not difficult to break the goblin's life curse. One just needed to get an item that had the value of 20 gold coins by killing a monster or earn 20 gold coins directly to break the curse. In reality, though, that was even harder to achieve than reaching the stars. To earn 20 gold coins at that stage of the game, most large guilds were still searching for ways to get a few pieces of gold coins, let alone for solo players. Of course, Lin Jai was the exception. Other than that, breaking a curse could increase one's stats. Surely, this must be what was commonly known as a blessing in disguise. Lin Jai's communication device rang. It was a call from Midnight. "Brother Fusheng, will you be interested in coming with us to explore the Castlewood dungeon?" asked Midnight in a testing tone. Could he by any chance also know the attack strategy for Castlewood? Lin Jai shook his head. "I have searched one round on the official website and asked Midnight hopefully. I can't find any reliable strategies. They were all made up." Lin Jai appeared to be exasperated. The fellow who wrote the strategy for the cat demon lair was even more absurd. He just mentioned that one could conquer the dungeon by using loads of magic scrolls. Darn it, why would I still be stuck at this level in the game if I have that much money? Midnight. What, so this fellow had derived his artful gaming strategies and skills by reading up the posts from the supposedly beta test gamers. Midnight felt cheated. He put down his communication device and shrugged his shoulders. He doesn't seem interested. Dumb Fox took up his own communication device and called Lin Jai personally. "Brother Fusheng, do you remember me?" Yes, sure I do," replied Lin Jai. He had not forgotten that Dumb Fox had fought for him against the Ironwall Empire in the past. "If you come with us to the Castlewood dungeon, we will give you all of the Berserker gold equipment spawned." Dumb Fox put forth his offer in a resolute manner. His guild members widened their eyes in disbelief when they heard his comment. Is leader crazy to give gold equipment to an outsider? There was silence on Lin Jai's side. After a moment, he replied, "I don't need anything from Castlewood. However, I can offer you some potions, its ingredients and recipes. 5 recipes, 200 sets of potions, and 300 sets of its ingredients. Fox Guild leader, do state a price." Dumb Fox was shocked. To get such a large amount of the potions and its raw ingredients, what's the real identity of this Fusheng exactly? He probed cautiously. "The Sky Provisions shop, oh, that's opened by a friend of mine. I can get some of the items at a lower price. Since Fox Guild leader had treated me sincerely, I must return your favor. Okay, but this amount is too much. I can't take them all, replied Dumb Fox decisively. How about this? I can give you 5 gold coins and pay you the rest in cash. Lin Jai pondered and replied, maybe you could get me a Magus Berserker's Power Skill book in exchange then. As for the money, it's up to you to decide how much you want to give me. I have one of that skill book now. I will send it to you straight away. Dumb Fox was delighted. 3 seconds later, Lin Jai received a notification from his personal bank account that was linked to his game account. There was a transfer of $800. $800 was approximately the amount after deducting the value of 5 gold coins. This meant that the Magus Berserker's Power Skill book was given to him for free. That skill book was bronze in color. There was an image of a 6-handed Magus Berserker embossed onto the book cover, making it seem extremely creepy. Skill book, Magus Berserker's Power. Casting resource, action, warrior's roar. Skill description, you can let out a primordial roar and increase your strength temporary by 50 points, lasting for 20 seconds. The cooldown period for this skill is 5 minutes. Job restriction, warrior. There were few skills that could temporarily increase one's strength, and most of them could be used directly for dealing damage and for attacking purposes, etc. Most of them also had much better effects than the Magus Berserker's power. Lin Jai tried activating the skill. His face flushed red and his muscles bulged out. Following that, a weird roar came out from his throat. Strength increase. The moment his strength surpassed 80, Lin Jai equipped himself with the Shield of Courage. When the skill effect wore off after 20 seconds, the Shield of Courage did not come off. However, as a penalty for not meeting its requirements, Lin Jai's movement speed was decreased by 5, and the attributes of the Shield of Courage were also decreased by half. Even so, that shield was still very strong. Cladded in a mixture of bronze and gold sets, with a shield in his left hand, a sword in his right hand, Lin Jai finally felt he looked somewhat like what a proper warrior should look like. Ding Fu Sheng, we progressed to 40 of the dungeon, but we are stuck at the number 2 boss. A somewhat awkward voice was heard from Lin Jai's communication device. That was the effect of a normally aggressive figure trying to sound more intimate and polite to someone. Lin Jai nodded his head and replied, Number 2 boss is the Viscount of Fear Mugar, correct. You arrange for 3 MTs to stand separately at the corresponding positions and activate forward charge every 4 seconds. Keep up the pace of the attacks, that will do. This person was the Heavenly Shield. He was now cooperating with Lin Jai. The latter would supply his team with the required low-level poison antidote potions, while the Ironwall Empire acted as his hatchet man. They would stop before the final boss and wait for Lin Jai to come and collect the EXP points. This was cooperation based on the principles of reciprocity and mutual benefit. I will be offline for the next 3 days. You will need to use a few small tactics to conquer the subsequent bosses. I am going to send a summary of these tactics to you. You can only read them in private. Remember, don't show them to anyone else. Lin Jai instructed and added, I don't know how much manpower the Kingdom of Glory had arranged in your guild. What I can advise is thistry your best to sieve out the betrayers, get rid of them and their connections to your guild completely. The Heavenly Shield replied in a stern tone, all right. The Mage Heaven's dark-robed knights and the Kingdom of Glory were like butterflies still in their cocoons. They had made use of Ironwall Empire as their nutrients, and would emerge as beautiful butterflies at the sake of the Ironwall Empire. As such, Lin Jai and the Heavenly Shield had conducted a massive cleanup within the guild, and would rather dismiss anyone who showed the slightest resistance to their orders than to forgive them. The saying goes, I would rather wrong thousands of people than let off a suspicious figure. 1. This was a solution that they had resorted out to of no choice. That incident would happen after half a month. Lin Jai inhaled deeply. He must get enough funds and resources before that. Walking into the auction house, Lin Jai started to search for augmenting gems. The prices of augmenting gems did not fluctuate much, and it cost 5 silver coins per piece. This was Lin Jai's main motive for this trip. After Castle Wood was launched, the players would level up very fast, reaching level 10 in no time. At that time, they would need augmenting gems to complete their job-changing missions. Following the normal set patterns of games, changing jobs should be an easy task. However, a job change in the new age would be similar in comparison to the evolution of life forms in the real world. The difficulty levels of the quests for job changing was simply unimaginable. First of all, the cap for gold equipment was already sealed for normal players. Unless the players could get hold of dark gold equipment, it would almost be impossible for them to improve their equipment. At that stage, the powers of the augmenting gems would come in handy. Whereas one could not afford augmenting gem before, now most of them could do so. At that moment, there was another commotion going on at the auction house. The monsters in Castle Wood were simply too strong. They would even regain health points with every attack, and thus it required teams to deal team attacks of high damage points. For example, number 1 boss Princess Helen was constantly in empathy for the weak state, and would only take in one attack at any time. Players required weapons of high attacking power. Other than the low-level poison antidote potions, the prices of weapons with high attack power were also beginning to increase. However, there was a weapon which was the exception, and it attracted the attention of many players. Enhancement +2, with an attack power cap of 70 points. It was a powerful weapon known as the Spiked Club. As Lin Jai browsed through the pages, he suddenly saw augmenting gems that were priced at 4 silver coins. In fact, if one bought it in a package of 30, the seller would give one augmenting gem for free. He quickly bought them. The prices of augmenting gem would not fluctuate much now. He decided he shall buy all available augmenting gems that were priced at below 5 silver coins and ignore those that were priced more than that amount. After all, it was not a good idea to benefit those calculative merchants too much. That would just encourage them to continue the trend of anyhow pricing items. A weapon was being marked in red and occupied the topmost row of the panel beside the auction column. Everyone could see the item right away once they looked up. The item was the Spiked Club which Lin Jai had put up for auction. In the beginning, this weapon was not eye-catching within the midst of items. It was only noticed by most players when its price was classified under the Hot Auctioning Items column. A warrior with full stats points using this weapon with an attack cap of 70 would be able to pass through number 1 boss in Castle Wood easily. This weapon's fabulous attributes were fairly attractive to many players, even if they did not have any intentions to explore Castle Wood. Currently, the price of that Spiked Club had already risen to 75 silver coins. That was comparable to gold equipment with similar attributes. Everyone gasped when they saw that price. Donning his cloak, Lin Jai looked in anticipation along with the crowd while making his purchases of augmenting gems. Darn it, some rich people are just plain crazy. If I had that much money, I would just buy gold equipment directly, then go and enhance it. Isn't it much worthy? Someone commented in jealousy within the crowd of onlookers. Are you dumb? The success rate of enhancing gold equipment isn't high. What if that equipment breaks in the process? Someone else replied in a disdainful voice. In any case, when did you ever come across a piece of equipment that has an enhancing growth rate of 10? A low-grade equipment's enhancing growth rate will be capped off at 5 normally. If a piece of equipment can be enhanced by a growth rate of 10, it will mean that it can have twice the attack capacity of normal equipment. Enhancing growth rate was a measure of the extent to which a piece of equipment could be enhanced. How much a piece of equipment could be increased by a level 1 augmenting gem would be the unit growth rate for that equipment. Normally, low-grade weapons would be capped off at enhancing growth rate of 5. However, the reason why that Spiked Club seemed so robust was solely due to Blue's special enhancing methods. Even if its attributes could double that of a normal weapon, that equipment could also only reach a maximum enhancing growth rate of 5, which was, in essence, the same as any normal equipment. This was a fact which Lin Jai was careful not to reveal when he put it up for auction. The other players had not discovered it, and thus the price of the Spiked Club had been rising steadily. Does anyone know who the owner of this Spiked Club is? Our chairman is interested in buying it with real cash, shouted some players. This made the headhunters from the other guilds anxious, and they followed suit immediately. Cash, Lin Jai curved up his lips. The stage for the exchange of real cash would be set half a month later. The game's coins were more important than anything else at the current stage in the game. He browsed through the items available for sale in the auction house casually and bought the rare ingredients and gems which had high earning power. These were the real stuff that would upval you in time to come. Q Yuan, why wouldn't you listen to my advice? The sound of a familiar name attracted Lin Jai's attention. Not far away, a woman who wore heavy makeup and holding onto a staff which gave off silver glimmers was trying her best to persuade Q Yuan. Look at this, a silver staff. How much can you progress if you continue staying in that small team? This was given to me by Mighty Wings. You might even get gold weapons if you join his team. A look of contempt flashed across Lin Jai's face. So this woman was a lobbyist for Mighty Wings. Come to think of it, wasn't Mighty Wings a member of the Ironwall Empire? He could even give out silver equipment to other players. It seemed like he was leading a pretty good life now. Lin Jai checked through the members list of Ironwall Empire and located the name, Mighty Wings of the Heavens, under the guild's Team 5 elites. That sly chap, he has managed to climb to the position of a vice team leader as time passed. Oh, Fu Sheng. Q Yuan spotted Lin Jai and looked at him as if he was her savior. She gave a wave of her hands and made a move to run over to him. She really could not stand this woman's words anymore. Wasn't Mighty Wings just a mere team captain? What was there to boast about? Lin Jai shook his hands, made a gesture, and turned to leave. Q Yuan blinked. She turned back and replied, "Contact Mighty Wings for me and say I am in." That woman was delighted. She finally managed to persuade this young madame to join. Mighty Wings had promised her a position in the elites team and $500 labor fees for persuading Q Yuan. Now she got it. Yet in less than half a minute, her face turned sour, and she cursed involuntarily with her hands waving madly in the air. FCK him, that B-star just got dismissed. I got no position in the elites team now and couldn't even get that $500. What $500? Oh, nothing. After Lin Jai left, a notification rang in his ears. The August's Rage which you put up for auction is successfully sold off at the price of 2 gold coins. Good fellow, I wonder who was this rich sucker. Turning back, he saw a lot of players with anguished expressions on their faces. Those were the players who had promised their guild leaders that they would bring the weapon back even if they had to sell their blood, kidneys, or wives. A warrior was elated as he swung the spiked club around. This face asked dominance. Oh, so that was the reason the spiked club could be auctioned off at such a high price. After all, who could beat the largest sucker in the game? After depositing most of his gold coins in his inventory, Lin Jai bought huge amounts of health potions, magic potions, and escape scrolls. Following that, he also bought the rare low-level invisible potions at the price of 4 silver coins per bottle before teleporting to the Northshire town. He would require a lot of materials to break the seals on Broken Blade so that it could reach its true attributes. All of those materials were mostly found in expert-level dungeons or at some secluded places. Lin Jai could still conquer the cat demon lair with Broken Blade's current attributes and his skills, but what about other superior dungeons? In his previous life, Lin Jai had achieved his peak only after 6 years. This time, he was determined to minimize the time spent. The Northshire town had a nickname known as the Tragedy Town. A missionary had come by this town, where kind and humble villagers were once dwelling in. He gave the villagers a type of wheat seed which could grow rapidly and be harvested 8 times per year, and thus was much loved and respected by the villagers. As the quality of life of the villagers increased, they decided to build a church to repay this kind-hearted missionary. A catastrophe befell on the town soon. Upon the request of this missionary, the villagers began to pray daily. Everything seemed fine in the beginning, until a month later, some of the villagers discovered that they would be in pain if they stopped praying. The symptoms worsened as time passed, and the villagers ended up moving into the church and listening to the orders of the missionary. Other than the teleporter's station and a small campsite to store additional supplies, the whole of the Northshire town was occupied by a magnificent castle-like church, the Dark Monastery. The monastery was the living quarters for the village folks of Northshire town. In Lin Jai's previous life, this map had not been a dangerous place, as there had been news of sub-legendary equipment pieces sighted there, and it had attracted numerous players to clear this map. There had been nothing left when Lin Jai had finally come to explore that place. At that time, Lin Jai had just casually strolled around the area and then left without any achievements. That was one of the rare places which had sightings of sub-legendary equipment's broken fragments before most players reached level 20. Though unsure of whether that piece of news was accurate, Lin Jai would rather believe it to be true. He consumed a bottle of low-level invisible potion, and his figure gradually turned clear within 3 seconds. "Who's there?" a shrill voice rang out. A beam of holy light which had no hostile intentions was shown upon his face, and with a brief flash his concealed figure was discovered. Kind Yatasha, level 15 priest, health points 450. Yatasha looked at most 13 years old. There was a pair of clear blue eyes fringed upon her doll-like face, and her shiny blonde hair fell down to her waist level. She wore a beginner's robe and held a delicate staff in her hands. An image appeared in Lin Jai's mind-eye, and a saintly light shone upon the ground as she waved her staff ever so lightly. Thousands of dead soldiers were revived, their eyes brimming with tears of happiness. A figure stood at the tip of the Atlas Peak, her white hair flowing in the wind. That was the light priest hero, Yatasha. The small fellow in front of his eyes would turn out to be the light priest hero a few years into the future. In the new age, as the game developed further, the NPCs would also grow accordingly and follow their designated life paths. The life path of that little girl would be to turn out as the light priest hero in the future. Lin Jai opened his arms to show his alias. "Little girl, I am not a bad person." Yatasha commented vigilantly, "I sense terrible violence from you." Lin Jai had killed players and NPCs before. This was unforgivable in the eyes of Yatasha. Lin Jai was thinking of ways to make the atmosphere less hostile when a believer donning a long black hooded robe walked out from the monastery. He opened his arms and made a gesture to embrace Yatasha. Beware, Lin Jai let out a terrible roar. The outraged roar stunned the believer, while he activated Hunter's forward charge to bring the believer under control swiftly. Lin Jai sliced the broken blade around the believer's neck, making a perfect circle, and its blade aura ripped through the believer's neck. The believer on the outskirts of the church was only of level 5 and had 250 health points, and thus was easily killed. "You, darn it, you ought to die." The little girl was angered. She pointed her staff at Lin Jai and conjured up the chains of light around his hands, locking them together tightly. The chains of light was a skill which could be learned by priests who reached level 30. It was a directive type of skill which could lock the movements of one's target. "They are all kind people. How can you kill innocent people?" Lin Jai glared at her. If it weren't for me, you would have been bit to death by that fellow. Liar. The little girl was angered. Lin Jai struggled to get free of the chains. The specialty of the chains of light lies in the fact that it will do one more damage if they struggle continuously. Many people were trapped until their deaths. However, this little girl was obviously a typical angelic type of person. When she saw Lin Jai was hurt by her chains, she immediately dismissed the skill and even helped him to regain his health points. Lin Jai walked swiftly to the lifeless corpse which was not yet refreshed by the system and had not disappeared. He tore its hood away, revealing a rotten face hidden beneath. The little girl gaped and covered her mouth. This, as a warrior, I had serious doubts in your beliefs, commented Lin Jai sternly. It is your rule to purify the souls of the living, but it is a warrior's principle to let the dead rest in peace. The little girl lowered her head and said in a heavy tone, "Do save those who are still alive." "I will," promised Lin Jai. "You accepted a request from the kind Yatasha. You will proceed to the dark monastery to save the 10 surviving believers. You received a light talisman." Lin Jai took a brief look at the light talisman's attributes and stuffed it secretly into his bag. Light talisman. It is a unique mission tool. It can revive a dead target and return him to 30 of his health points or restore an injured party to his full health. Note, if used on oneself, the effect will be reduced by 70. The most important part lied in the last comment. Reduction in effect. It didn't matter. What was most important was that it was an item that could allow him to revive himself on the spot. "If you save the villagers, I will promise you a favor that is within my capabilities," Yatasha implored, her delicate little face solemn. "I will." Lin Jai nodded his head heavily before he turned and entered the monastery. The little girl ran a few steps away, stopped, and turned back again. In her eyes, the doors of the monastery seemed like the bloody mouths of the undead, which swallowed Lin Jai up in a gulp. Once he entered the dark monastery, Lin Jai's communication device was cut off automatically. The sound of his footsteps echoed in his ears. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo, sobbing sounds were heard from all around him. The dark monastery had winding passageways, and one could get lost easily if they were distracted. Lin Jai tried to explore the place, recalling the memories of this place he had from his past life. In Lin Jai's previous life, there had been nothing left in this place when he had come to explore. However, as he had strolled through the area briefly before, he still somewhat had some impression of this place. Suddenly, he tripped over something. Thud. A young kid fell down to the floor, his throat trembling. His face was white, but there were large patches of bruises on his forehead. Raising his eyelids slightly, the young kid whimpered, "Save me." Lin Jai pondered for a while and pressed the light talisman on the kid's chest. The holy light covered his body, and his body mechanisms returned to function normally. In the blink of an eye, his health bar was filled up. "To show my gratitude, please die here." His name turned red. Lin Jai's throat was locked by the kid's hands before he could react. His health bar started to decrease by 30+ points per second. Under the spell, he was unable to make any movements. The Fallen Believer, level 7, health points 500. Light empathy. Lin Jai tried his hardest to stretch out his fingers and pointed at the believer. Its hold was released for a moment, and Lin Jai finally freed his neck. He gulped down a health potion and activated Wild Charge. The broken blade slashed towards the believer's stomach and caused 40+ damage. The attack was followed by Army Obliteration, which depleted much of the believer's health bar instantly. "Why should you reject my kind intentions?" The believer escaped from Lin Jai's continuous attacks, opened its arms, and ran towards Lin Jai. Rebels fight. 75. Using Broken Blade to push away the believer, Lin Jai enlarged the Shield of Courage which he held in his left hand and hit the believer's chin accurately, stopping its attack forcefully. He then activated the rocket launcher, turned around, and distanced himself a few steps away. That was also to keep the believer within the designated attack range of the forward charge. Following that, Lin Jai transformed to a black shadow and stunned the believer with forward charge, simultaneously activating Army Obliteration again after its previous cooldown period, stabbing the believer's body 3 times consecutively. This whole series of actions were completed as smoothly as the movement of flowing water and floating clouds. You have killed the fallen believer. You received 355 EXP, overlevel kill. Kind Yatasha's favorability towards you 1. Lin Jai was dumbfounded. What, her favorability actually decreased when one kills monsters? Forget it, just let it decrease. He stored the items: a bronze coin, a copy of my belief prayer book, and a broken fragment, which was spawned by the believer, away in his bag. Fragment of the map of the Dark Monastery, 150. Opening the My Belief prayer book, Lin Jai saw that it was filled with words of praises by believers for the missionary within all the passages. This made Lin Jai confirm his suspicions that the believers had all been totally brainwashed. They would turn out to be a group of madmen even if they were rescued from the monastery. The price of this book was just 1 bronze coin per copy. Even so, Lin Jai decided to keep it in his bag so that he could show it to the pedantic young girl later on when he got out from this place. Proceeding for less than 3 minutes, Lin Jai met another sobbing believer. This time round, he had learned his lesson. Activating army obliteration, he finished the believer off while it was still in a weak state. You have killed the pitiful believer. Your EXP +1. Kind Yatasha's favorability towards you 50. Note, once her favorability decreased by 100, your mission will be stopped. Lin Jai raised his brows. Goodness, does this mean that I have to save all the believers first before I kill them? Lin Jai remembered when he was young, his teacher had told him the famous fable of the farmer and the snake. Basically, a foolish farmer came across a snake in the wild and wanted to roast it for its meat. However, he did not have any tools to build a fire, and thus had an ingenious idea of trying to warm it up with his own body heat. In the end, the farmer was eaten up by the snake just like sashimi. The moral of this story applied to the scenario Lin Jai was in now too. The passageway appeared longer than what Lin Jai remembered from his previous life. It seemed like there was no end to it. Perhaps it means that one could only leave the place after completing Yatasha's mission. In that case, it obviously means that the light talisman can't be used on oneself. This darn system Lin Jai repeated the process of saving the believers, seeing them turn evil, and killing them several times. He got numerous prayer books spawned from his kills, which were all full of passages singing praises of the missionary. That situation reminded him of a famous player. That player had been the only player who had set up a sect in the game. The more player and NPC believers and or followers he received, the more powerful his stats would become. In fact, he had once even been comparable to the half-godlike bosses in the game. Save me, a hoarse and low voice was heard. Lin Jai brightened up, finally, the 10th believer. He rushed to the believer who was donning a black robe and restored its health bar with the light talisman, following which the broken blade slashed down upon the believer. Stop, a shrill voice was heard. Yatasha appeared out of nowhere in front of him. She pointed at Lin Jai angrily. How many innocent people have you killed? Lin Jai shrugged his shoulders and thrust broken blade into the believer's throat. This move could restrict the target monster's movements and was especially handy when one needed to fend off neutral bosses. 1. The believer's head dropped down dead. You have killed the righteous believer. You received 400 EXP. Kind Yatasha's favorability towards you 2000. You are a devil. Yatasha was infuriated. Though she might be kind, if one did anything overboard in front of her, that player would be dead meat. After all, as the light priest hero, Yatasha's abilities was not only limited to holy light spells. Ever since she was born, she had extremely high amounts of health points, and she could cast all sorts of life curses on her targets without having to decrease her health points. Including his name, Lin Jai's whole body emanated off a blood-red sheen. Evil score, 1000. Lin Jai couldn't believe his eyes. As the common saying went, if one is out to condemn somebody, he can always trump up a charge. That was definitely the situation he found himself in now, saying that it was not totally useless for increasing his evil scores. At least, he now made the accomplishment of Thousands Killer and even earned himself the alias of Maniac Killer, along with a 1 increase in his critical hit, an evil score of 1000 points. He would most probably need to play non-stop in the game for at least 1 month to refresh his evil score. He really was done for this time round. Yatasha's mission was deleted from his missions list. However, she was still staring angrily at Lin Jai. I know that all of you who came from the alternate realms are immortals, yet it is still necessary for you to respect the lives of aborigines. Fu Sheng, I curse you two. At the same moment, an exit appeared at the end of the passageway. Indeed, that passageway was part of a mission map. Lin Jai activated Hunter's forward charge coupled with wild charge, disappearing around the corner of the passageway in the blink of an eye. Curse type of skills could only take effect when the target was right in front of the person casting the curse. Phew, as soon as he was out of danger, Lin Jai heaved a sigh of relief. This Yatasha really could not discriminate right from wrong. I should find an opportunity to teach her a lesson. Lin Jai looked around to find his bearings. The interior of the dark monastery was divided into different sections, such as the library, weaponry hall, prayer church, and so on. Logically, a piece of equipment should be located within the weaponry hall or else the prayer church. Lin Jai made up his mind, drank a bottle of invisible potion and crept stealthily into the weaponry hall. The whole weaponry hall was empty. Lin Jai rubbed his eyes. So did it mean that there were no monsters here? Thinking back, there seemed to be no monsters sighted on his way in too. Could someone else have reached this place before him? Swoosh. A balded hunter was refreshed before Lin Jai's eyes while he stood still at the spot, distracted by his thoughts. The hunter's muscles were exposed, and other than a belt, he had nothing else on his body. With a whistle, a team of hound dogs was summoned out. Dark Hunter Believer, level 8 health points, 700. Hound Dog, level 5 health points, 200. It was a battle between 5 dogs and 1 person. Lin Jai shot a gust of fire blaze out from his waist. Under the shooting effects of the rocket launcher, he retreated backward at high speed. The hound dogs missed him from their initial pounces, and after which they bounded towards him even faster. On the other hand, the hunter raised his gun and was about to fire when Lin Jai disappeared around the corner. Carrying his gun, he immediately followed closely behind. This was a typical evasion luring strategy by blocking the target's vision field. Stomping his right foot on the ground, Lin Jai stopped abruptly in his tracks and slashed Broken Blade against the dogs. As its sharp blade slid across the dogs' furry stomachs, the foremost hound dog suffered 50+ damage, while the rest suffered 10+ damage from the splash damage. Blade Aura Executioner, Army Obliteration, 56, 55, 84. Critical strike, a hound dog howled and dropped dead on the floor. At the same time, the hunter finally appeared from behind the corner and raised his gun. Run! Lin Jai disappeared behind another corner, killing another hound dog in the process. When the hunter turned around that corner and raised his gun for the third time, Lin Jai had finished off all the hound dogs. He got near the hunter using forward charge and stabbed him consecutively using Broken Blade. In the midst of all the attacks, Lin Jai also activated several shield strikes using the Shield of Courage at the hunter. The hunter was helpless to retaliate and finally died, lying on his back and facing upwards to Lin Jai. Hunters were basic creatures found in any weaponry hall. Each hunter could summon 5 hound dogs, and the group could turn out to be really hard to deal with. As hunters had trained their hound dogs with special techniques, one would be dead meat if they were sieged by the group. You received the skill book, Summoning of Hound Dogs. You received a torn map. You received a black stone crystal fire gun. Hunters could only learn how to summon hound dogs after they changed their jobs to become Beast King hunters at level 10. They could summon 5 hound dogs at a time, and each hound dog would have an attack power 50, but health points 30. Even so, that was still a great contained type of skill. Black stone crystal fire gun, silver, can be used by warriors, hunters, and bandits. Requires level 5. Attack 2032. Strength +1. Attack range +2. Additional crystal bullets. With this fire gun, Lin Jai could finally throw away his original hunting guns. Lin Jai tried to aim using the fire gun and was greatly satisfied. It was much better regarding aiming range, attack power, and recoil power. Pinning it to the long-ranged weapon column, Lin Jai crept silently towards the weaponry hall. Ha! Die! Bold shouts were heard from the hall's interior. Lin Jai probed his head in and saw that 6 monsters were surrounding 2 players. From their dressing, these 2 players seemed to be paladins. One of them held a pair of hammers in his hands, and holy light circled his palms. This was the Holy Blessing skill, and could cause an additional 10 damage to dark-type monsters. The other person was holding an extraordinary long spear. This was a piece of equipment unique to Forward Charge Paladin jobs. Forward Charge Paladin was the only job who could ride mounts in the beginning stages of the game. After they changed their jobs at level 10, they would be given horses for free. Though their movement speed was not fast, they could utilize a lot of mount-type skills. As both of them were in battle mode, their names were exposed: Wine God Elder and Wine God Youngster. It's them. In Lin Jai's previous life, there had been a lot of strong solo players in the game. They did not stay at constant areas and enjoyed wandering lifestyles, but they had abilities that were comparable to players who occupied long-term spots on the experts leaderboard. Within that group of players, there would be some who offered a variety of services in exchange for money. Those players had been known as mercenaries in the game. In fact, there was a mercenary association set up by the system for those solo players. The Wine God brothers frequented at the mercenary association and had been nicknamed as the most powerful mercenaries of the new age. No matter if it had been to kill bosses, break records, or hire them as bounty hunters, there had been nothing they could not do. The most famous incident had been one which involved Dominance. Dominance had wanted to snatch a girl from a vice-chairman of some guild, and thus had paid huge sums of money to employ them for the task. It had been completed by the next day. That incident had made them appear more mystical, even though the nature of that story had not been very moral. Wine God Elder was a retribution paladin, while Wine God Youngster was a forward charge paladin. Both of them held the aggro of the 6 monsters together. Wine God Elder consecrated the land beneath him, causing 30+ damage to the believers per second. The ground surface looked as if it was flooded with magma caused by holy light, while he kept the aggro of the monsters to himself. Meanwhile, Wine God Youngster used the long spear to keep half of the monsters at bay, and at the same time he made consecutive strikes at their throats, thighs, and collarbones, which basically made movement for the monsters impossible. Die, shouted Wine God Elder. Holy light erupted and finished off all the believers. Awesome, exclaimed Lin Jai. Those 2 were experts that everyone would want to befriend. Wine God Elder had messy hair and sparse stubs on his face, giving off unconstrained vibes. He stared coldly at Lin Jai and scrutinized him briskly, taking note of his levels and basic stats. Hello. Wine God Youngster was a middle-aged man around 30+ years old with closely cropped hair. Boy, are you lost. Lin Jai touched his face. His body had developed slower than others of the same age, and though his voice, Adam's apple, height, and physical strength had already reached maturity, his face still looked rather kiddish. He shook his head and said, "My name is Fu Sheng. I am happy to meet. I have no interest in knowing you." Wine God Elder dismissed his introduction with a wave of his hands. "Leave this place as fast as possible. I don't like people to watch me when I am killing monsters." Wine God Elder's EXP was already at 85 of level 7 and was about to reach level 8 soon. To him, the idea of being spied on or training newbies was just plain irritating. "My elder brother has a rather foul temper. I suggest you should leave first." Wine God Youngster took out a returning scroll. "Nah, here's one for you. Do you want it?" At that point in time, another round of monsters was refreshed, and it was still 6 monsters in total. The two of them cooperated flawlessly and finished off the monsters again. "We can form a team," Lin Jai suggested after taking a look at the monsters' stats. The refreshed monsters were all Berserker believers and were dark-type creatures. They would be weakened significantly should they face someone with the Imperial Sergeant, alias. Moreover, his light empathy skill could help to stop their attacks. After all, the most formidable part of any sort of Berserker lied in its ability to activate Berserk State, which could help them to increase 30 damage and overpower their opponents' defense capabilities. "No need, just scram," Wine God Elder remarked impatiently. Lin Jai shrugged his shoulders and walked towards the interior of the weaponry hall. Wine God Youngster could not help but comment, "Elder brother, don't you think it's not that good to flare up at kids, kid?" Wine God Elder rubbed against his stubs briefly. "A kid can enter the Dark Monastery. Forget your teacherly manners in the game and stay alert towards all other players. You never know who they are. What about this boy then?" Wine God Youngster nodded his chin in Lin Jai's direction and asked uncertainly, "Him, I can't see through him." As Wine God Brothers had cleared off most of the monsters along the way, Lin Jai had an effortless time on his way into the weaponry hall. The interior of the weaponry hall seemed like a mini prayer church. There were carvings of different types of weapons on the wall. For example, axes with runes, saber with runes, etc. All those were types of equipment of the dark gold grade. The Dark Monastery had various mission lines, and one could get dark gold equipment as rewards for completing them. There was a great coffin hanging on top of Lin Jai's head. The overhead beams in this hall seemed like a cross which withstood the whole weight of the coffin. As the legend said, the sub-legendary equipment of the Dark Monastery lied in the coffin. After making sure that there were no believers around the area, Lin Jai creased his forehead slightly and activated the feather drop skill. No matter what, it was best to just get the equipment out of the coffin first. The internal structure of the weaponry hall was very complicated. The hanging lamps, overhead crossbeams, and grooves in the walls were the major spots and only gripping holds for the climbing process. If one got slightly distracted along the way, they would fall down and have to start all over again. Activating the feather drop skill, Lin Jai was able to leap to a few meters high above the ground. He put his foot into the climbing spot on the wall. For safety reasons, he waited for the feather drop skill effects to cool down fully before he started climbing again. Lin Jai climbed swiftly up and was about tens of body length high up from his original spot when he finally reached one of the ceiling's crossbeam. The coffin was about 600 plus meters away. He hung onto the crossbeam and moved along agilely like an ape. The heavy metal armor made loud clanking sounds as he climbed along. Creak. Lin Jai made another grip onto the crossbeam with his right hand. However, he did not expect that the part of the crossbeam had rotted away, just like a fragile bubble. It dissolved away into wood dust once Lin Jai grabbed hold of it. My goodness, bang. Lin Jai fell heavily down to the ground and his health points were depleted by half. The heavy armor he wore banged painfully against his body, making him almost unable to breathe. However, what's most frustrating was that this crossbeam was ruined thoroughly. To get to the coffin, Lin Jai would have to climb at least 1,000 meters higher and reach it by another crossbeam from another side of the hall. He took a deep breath and made another leap. This time round, Lin Jai learned his lesson. He removed all his armor and stored them away in his backpack before climbing along the middle of all the crossbeams. Climbing 1,000 plus meters high up was a great challenge to one's grip strength. Even for a warrior who had achieved full stats, it would be an impossible feat to achieve unless that warrior changed job and upgraded himself to a berserker and increased his arm strength. It was lucky that Lin Jai had chosen Grip Strength Multiplier as his talent. Although his wrists hurt like crazy, he was still able to hold on to the crossbeam. After a while, he neared the coffin for the second time. As long as he could find a chance to make another leap to close the distance. As he moved his hands, he grabbed onto another handful of wood dust. With a loud thud, he fell down once again. 2 of the 4 crossbeams that surrounded the coffin were broken. Out of the 2 crossbeams that remained, one of them was 2,000 plus meters high up, while the other one would require Lin Jai to make a huge turnabout around the whole weaponry hall before he could reach the coffin. Heck, just climb. Lin Jai gritted his teeth. activated the feather drop skill, and crawled on the wall again. 2 hours later, Lin Jai neared the coffin once again from the third route. He predicted that he would grip onto wood dust again with his next grip, and inched his body forward carefully, preparing to jump to the next section of the beam, skipping the segment in between. He thought this was a clever ploy to avoid falling down once again. Leap. Lin Jai grabbed accurately to a piece of wood and crumbled it to dust. This time round, his head touched the ground first. He felt as if he could hear a buzzing sound inside his head. You made an accomplishment, falling from great heights. You have fallen 3 times from high areas without dying. You are rewarded with 5 accomplishment reward points. Lin Jai laughed bitterly. This accomplishment was perhaps one of the hardest to achieve among the normal accomplishment. After all, which fool would jump down from great heights consecutive 3 times? The 4th route, Lin Jai raised his head. At Hotel Runes. With a flawless jade table, an elegant table lamp decorated with expensive dragon tooth, coupled with a group of cute and pretty elven bunny girl maids, which would make any man's blood boil with desire. These hinted at the extraordinariness of this place. Do consider, said a noble-looking man. With a thick beard and a head of somewhat whitish hair, this man gave off the vibes of someone not to be trifled with, even though he was just sitting casually on a bench. His fingers tapped lightly on the table, and he seemed to be indulging in the nice music from the background. There was a set of contract placed on the table. Omitting the incomprehensible details, the series of figures on the paper was the most eye-catching. 7 zeros followed behind the figure. 1, it was a sum of 10, 0, 0. Wow, such a great sum. The person who was supposed to be reading the contract carefully was instead, acting most strangely, was focusing mainly on piling all the food to the plate in front of him. These were all exotic and expensive food such as roasted dragon meat, tiger shark caviar, temoku shark's fin, and so on. One would not be able to see such food in the current market. If it had not been the fact that the system kindly allowed rich players to pay using cash at the shops, this food would only be revealed to the players at a much later stage of the game. The person gorging down the food had a squarish face which stood out from the masses. He looked ugly, and acted in an ugly manner too, especially with regards to his table manners. He seemed like he couldn't have enough and was about to devour the plates in front of him. Until he finished the caviar, he finally heaved a sigh of satisfaction and said smilingly, "Number 1, I actually get to see the true looks of the known expert 18 massacres, who had never revealed his appearance to anyone. Number 2, I was offered with such a luxurious contract. Wow, indeed, I should feel super honored today." Indeed, 18 massacres nodded his head. He was only in his 30s, but there was this sense that he was the mastermind behind every kind of important decisions to be made, not to mention that he appeared prominently matured for one at his age. He pushed the contract towards the heavenly shield. "This price is way above your befitting status. I know how you are like as a person money-minded, tendency to forget honor in pursuit of profit. Join the kingdom of glory today with the rest of your members. I will also buy the guild-based token." He 18 Massacres guild leader, you sure do know me well. The heavenly shield resumed eating again. Wiping his oily mouth, he remarked, "Yes, I am money-minded. I do forget honor in pursuit of profit, and I admit that I am a shameless and despicable man through and through. But there was one thing you forgot to mention about me. I will always be wary of the strong and pick on the weak. You are what I consider as the weak." The heavenly shield grinned widely and tore the contract in front of him into halves. After that, as if thinking that was not enough, he even threw the torn pieces into his red wine and drank it. "You will rather cooperate with that nameless small fry." There was no sign of anger on 18 Massacre's face. It seemed like he was always as cool as the cold expression he wore. "Oh, no, not that." I just felt the heavenly shield considered seriously for a moment before giving his answer, that it felt so good to be trusted for once. Lin Jai panted heavily, while drops of perspiration dripped down from his forehead. The coffin had fallen down in front of him. After all, the 4 crossbeams supporting it broke. Boom. Boom. As if someone knocking a door from inside, after a loud motion, the coffin's top was being broken apart. The coffin lid revolved in the air for a few rounds before it landed heavily on the ground. The screeching sound of the lid dropping onto the ground was amplified multiple times in the empty hall, its echo making one's eardrums throb. A dried and rotten palm appeared on the edge of the coffin, followed by the whole body. The monster's body was covered in patches of dark yellow moldy spots. There were 2 eyeballs fixed onto its skull, and it carried a black-colored book. A series of eerie sounds were heard as it moved its jaws. Dark Summoner Less, Level 9 Elite Health Points, 1900. Degog, Language of the Undead, Revival of the Dead, Light Empathy. Lin Jai activated the skill that came along with his alias. Holy light flashed across the Dark Summoner's body. The summoner laughed coldly. It was not affected by the holy light at all. In the New Age, when the dead were revived with vengeance, they would be considered as fallen. The stronger their faiths in their past lives, the more powerful they would be once they had fallen. Some examples included the Fallen Angels and Fallen Paladins. Dark Summoners were classified as the elite tier as they were strong believers of their faiths when they were alive. This type of creatures was immune to Lin Jai's interruption techniques. The creaking sound of the bones sent chills down one's spine. One after another, the undead rose up from underground beside the tightly packed weaponry racks in the hall. Run. A dark summoner which could not be interrupted was even stronger than a dark gold boss. Lin Jai took a brief look at the book the dark summoner was holding on to. His eyes narrowed, and he simultaneously activated Hunter's forward charge and wild charge, increasing to double of his movement speed. Like a gust of strong wind, he ran past the dark summoner and disappeared from its vision. The book also disappeared together with him. At the weaponry hall, Old Qingwen, you will be returning to teach 1 month later, right? Wine God Elder spun his hammer around casually, bringing up a gust of wind which blew off the monsters surrounding him. Do remember to visit me on your weekends. I will die of anxiety if I can't move around for a whole week. Wine God Youngster's eyes turned red. Don't worry, I will bring you around when I visit you every day. Sue, wait, what sound is that? Dong. Dong. Sound of a series of concentrated footsteps startled them. A wooden door exploded the next seconds of rotting undead barged into the place from the doorway, carrying all sorts of weapons. They looked around with their blood-red mouths opened and ran excitedly towards the Wine God brothers once they saw them. Old Qing, run, Wine God Elder shouted. Where the hell did this group of monsters come from? He used his body to attract the attention of the undead before turning back to call his brother. A gleam of cold light flashed past Wine God Youngster's eyes. Sparks flew out from his spear as Wine God Youngster struck it out against an undead carrying a heavy axe. He grabbed his brother's right arm and retreated quickly. The undead swarmed towards them like tidal waves. The two of them escaped in a panic, and soon they were out of the main hall and approached a corner of the weaponry hall. Hey, where are the monsters? Wine God Youngster was stunned for a moment. He probed his head ahead cautiously, and his pupils constricted when he saw the scene inside. A figure stood holding a copy of a dark-colored book in front of the whole army of undead, donning a messy black armor suit and carrying a rusting heavy sword, his grayish-brown runes cape floating in the air. Lin Jai stroked the book with his right hand. Ripples of air radiated outwards from the place where he stood, and the undead cowered backward in fear. Come and help me, sure. The pair of brothers threw a look at each other and took their positions beside Lin Jai, one on the right and the other on the left. The undead caught the scent of new living bodies, and driven by their desire for flesh, they dispelled the fear in their hearts and rushed forward, screaming loudly. Weaken, stroking the book lightly, several black halos of light surged outwards from where they stood. Wine God Elder stomped heavily down, creating a fissure on the ground surface. Consecration. Big wave of 40+ damage points floated up and was being absorbed by the undead. However, Wine God Elder was surprised when he saw that each of the undead could only cause around 10+ damage points in return. Their attack power had been weakened. Taking the chance to drink a health potion, Wine God Elder felt more refreshed. He immediately struck out his hammers of discipline and started killing off the believers one by one. Meanwhile, Lin Jai remained at his spot. He stroked the book in his hands from time to time and emitted rounds of queer halos from where he stood. Clang. Clang. The undead dissipated into the air and dropped their weapons onto the ground one after the other. There was a huge increase in Lin Jai's EXP bar simultaneously. He was about to reach level 6. Lin Jai grinned widely. At the same time, his eyes fell upon the book in his hands, his thoughts racing fast as he tried to process what happened a while ago. That, Curse of the Undead, was the book he snatched from the Dark Summoner. The moment he flipped open its pages, Lin Jai's health bar dropped by 30 points. In exchange, he learned the language of the Truman tribe undead. This was a small tribe within the whole species of undead, but they were skilled at cursing people and casting the dark grudge spells. Curse of the Truman Undead, Dark Gold, no job restriction, assisting accessory. Requires level 5. Attributes, none. Additional, you are allowed to use the skills of a Truman Curse Master. However, you will not be able to move during the period of time you equip this book. The spells Lin Jai used just now were known as the Weakened Grudge and Dead Grudge. That was a very special type of equipment. The longer one equipped himself with it, the more skills they could learn from the book. However, just in that few seconds of battle that had passed, Lin Jai had noticed that his endurance points had decreased by 1. That was something he had not expected. Only the undead and mages which pursued extremity would use such equipment. Rare equipment. Wine God Elder took a look at the book and smiled. You can just address me as Old My 2 Wine God Youngster chuckled. My bro's very thick-skinned. He most probably had forgotten how impolitely he treated you previously. Please don't mind him. Lin Jai couldn't help but smile. This pair of brothers were indeed very frank. As they sat down and replenished their health with bread and water, Lin Jai asked politely, "Are you guys mercenaries?" Though Lin Jai would really prefer to drink potions, he still joined them and attempted to make small talk. Mercenaries. Wine God Elder raised his brows. You can say that. We just established a two-man workshop recently, but I do like the sound of mercenaries. Okay, I have decided I will be a mercenary from today onwards. Lin Jai blinked his eyes, feeling rather dumbfounded. What you mean they were not mercenaries from the beginning? Did I just lead them on their destined paths before the stipulated timing? In the midst of their conversation, Wine God Youngster had picked up and stored the weapons dropped by the undead away. There are a total of 27 pieces of level 5 bronze sets. Their attributes are much better than those sold in the shop. They should be quite popular. Give all the weapons to Fu Sheng. But Brother Wine God, just call me Old Mai. I can't get used to the sound of my username. Sure, Old Mai. Lin Jai relented in. I don't have enough space in my bag for storing. Maybe the two of you can have them instead. Old Mai took a look at the equipment's attributes. Well, I didn't expect the monsters to spawn so much equipment at a go. I guess we can most probably earn a few $1,000s by selling them off. How about this? I will transfer you 500. The rest will be counted as the labor fees for our efforts. Sure, Lin Jai did not bother to reject this kind gesture. It was definitely good to be able to earn more money. As the Dark Summoner was revived, there were no monsters refreshed in the weaponry hall for the time being. They sat down and talked for a long time. Wine God Elder kept trying to find out more about the Mercenary Association, but Wine God Youngster just sipped on the wine he brought along, and at the same time kept on correcting the wrong words used by his elder brother in his speech. Lin Jai told all he knew about the Mercenary Association to the two brothers. He even told them the secret tactics they could use to level up their own mercenary team. With those tactics, their mercenary team would be able to level up to level 2 immediately, which could save them a lot of time. Wow, I can't wait for this. Wine God Elder laughed. It's been a while since I got real action. I have just been trying to level up this whole time since the game was launched. Wine God Youngster chuckled. Fu Sheng, if you are interested, you can stay here for a while with us. We can bring you around and help you level up. At the level you are at now, you might be looked down upon by arrogant fellows who don't know you well. Wine God Elder coughed dryly. True, Lin Jai shook his head. His primary goal for this trip was to get the sub-legendary equipment. Even though those two players had good reputations, it was best to be more cautious when it came to the matter of getting sub-legendary equipment. Better to be safe than sorry. I will give this book to you. Lin Jai placed the Curse of the Truman Undead book on the ground. He added, the weakened grudge can decrease 15 of the monster's stats. Old Mai will enjoy a good time killing monsters with it. But do remember to put it away immediately after the spell, or else it will decrease your own stats. This is dark gold equipment. I cannot keep this. Old Mai was just about to push the book back to Lin Jai, but he was already gone. Giving gifts and leaving dashingly, this was the swankiest act that was well employed by players of the bandit jobs. Imagine this scene. Before a great war, a gallant knight gritted his teeth, plucked a bunch of fresh roses and handed them silently to the maiden of his dreams, without giving a damn to his bleeding palms caused by the flower's thorns. He activated stealth mode and left the lady, while she gazed at his back longingly with her bright and watery eyes, now brimming with worry and anxiety. Her long hair flowed in the light breeze, while his blood and tears dripped down on the battlefield far away. Many male players had attempted that stunt before. The next moment their friend's column would light up, and tons of questions would rain down upon them, all of them from the girl. Were you confessing to me or just kidding around? If you were serious about this, come over to my house instantly. All my family members, me father, mother, and my distant relatives were all waiting for me to bring a guy back home. Lin Jai went back to the crossroad. Since the sub-legendary equipment was not found at the weaponry hall, where could it be? The main hall or the library? The library doesn't seem a likely place for storing equipment. Better check out the main hall first. Ding. Ding. Lin Jai opened the system's notification bar. One was from the bank. Wine God Elder had transferred 40 to him. That included the price of the dark gold equipment he wanted to give them for free. The other notification was a reminder from the outside world. Seems like mother is calling me for dinner. Lin Jai took off his helmet, flattened his messy hair, and went out of the room. Lin Jai's house was very small, but with his mother's diligent housekeeping skills, the house did not seem squeezed at all. The old sofa occupied about 1/4 of the space of the small living room. The 28-inch television was broadcasting a program from China Central Television, CCTV. His sister, Lin Xiaoxu, propped up her chin with the back of her hands. She was responding laggardly to another person's questions, her eyes wandering off to the television from time to time. Lin Jai's father was still at work, while his mother was cooking dishes in the kitchen. An uninvited guest was sitting in the living room, and that person was Lin Jai's elder cousin. His name was Zhang Shu, and he had just come back from his overseas studies. Zhang Shu was a pretty boy, and his status as an overseas returnee earned him great admiration from his relatives. Xiaoxu, what's so nice about this program? Zhang Shu shot a look at the Law Online program which was broadcasting on the television. He pretended to be surprised as he pressed on the television remote control. Wow, this does bring back lots of memories. I haven't used such an old-school television remote control since ages ago. He surfed through the channels, stopping at the English channel finally, and added enthusiastically, "Oh, now this is a familiar sound." Xiaoxu, I bet you don't know, these English programs are the ousted programs overseas. One can only watch them in this country. Xiaoxu rolled her eyes, her soft, petite face full of resignation. It's been such a long time since we last met, elder cousin. Lin Jai sat down beside Xiaoxu, made a gesture to her with his right hand secretly and smiled brilliantly at Zhang Shu. Xiaoxu, get up, I want to talk to elder cousin for a while. You go and watch the TV. Xiaoxu made a face, held the television remote control, and quickly moved to another spot in front of the television. Xiaoxu, Zhang Shu was about to get up when Lin Jai hugged his shoulders and pulled him down. The enormous strength on his shoulders startled Zhang Shu. Lin Jai had been long known within his relatives for his weak physique. When did he develop such a strong grip? What he did not know was the influence Lin Jai's past life had on him. When Lin Jai went offline every night, the memories from his past life would flood his mind and made him unable to fall asleep. He would start exercising whenever that happened and could only lie down when he was totally exhausted and perspiring all over. We brothers haven't met for so long. Come, let's catch up about the good old days. Lin Jai poured a cup of tea, sipped from the cup in a sagacious and elegant manner, and after which he quietly slipped a few pieces of rock candy into his cup. How was your life overseas? I heard you've dated a few Caucasian girlfriends. Zhang Shu chuckled and puffed out his chest. Oh, they are fine, just okay. Girls overseas have fiery tempers, but I guess you won't ever get to know them, ha ha ha. What are you talking about? Lin Jai's mother walked out from the kitchen, wearing an apron with specks of oily prints on it. She was delighted at seeing the two of them engaged in conversation. Jai, your elder cousin came back from overseas to manage some business. He's an overseas returnee now. You should learn from him and listen to his experience so that you might have a chance of going overseas when you finish your college. Zhang Shu bowed his head down shyly. Auntie, you are making me feel shy with your praises, saying that though indeed not everyone has the opportunity to go overseas, I will help cousin achieve that. That's comforting to hear. Come, let's have dinner first. Your uncle will be returning home late. Lin Jai's mother took off her apron and led them to the dining table. Xiaoxu, come over and have your dinner. Mum, I want to watch the TV. I will have dinner later. That's ridiculous. Come here now. Your elder cousin is here already. How can the hosts be away from the dining table when guests are taking their meals? I am watching the Outlook English program 1. Outlook English was an educational television program broadcasted by CCTV's educational channel from the years 2001 to 2011 in mainland China. This program aimed to expose the audience to the Western culture and English language. Oh, okay then, frankly speaking, the whole point of having dinner with relatives was just to boast of each other's achievements over the years. One would share, inconspicuously, over dinner about their recent accomplishments, like how great their achievements were, so on and so forth. In turn, they would be congratulated with surprised and envious responses like, oh, that's great to hear, wow, nice, and oh, by the way, I have also made an accomplishment, did something great, etc. Seeing that Xiaoxu had managed to escape from this trial, Lin Jai asked in a small voice, Mum, I want to watch Outlook English too. He was hoping his mother would take pity on him and spare him from this ordeal. His mother glared at him. Do I not know your English standards? That TV program has no Chinese subtitles at all. Sit down and have your dinner with your cousin. Lin Jai felt like crying. Resigned to fate, he sat down at the dining table. Zhang Shu rapped on the dining table, sighed and commented, ah, those were the days. I will send Xiaoxu's dinner over to her. By the way, I will accompany her to watch Outlook English. Lin Jai's mother took a bit of food from every dish and left. She left. Lin Jai almost puked blood. Mum, that's really smart of you. Now Zhang Shu's only left with me, and I have to endure all his crap alone. Cousin, do you play the new age? Zhang Shu suddenly asked. This was the hottest game overseas. This is the result of rapid economic developments. No doubt I do. Lin Jai put a piece of diced chicken into his mouth and munched on it. Which level are you at now? Level 6. Zhang Shu laughed heartily. Oh, that's not very high. It's a pity we are not at the same lands. Players from different countries are sent to different planes of land, or else I can help to train you. Lin Jai shrugged and continued eating. This was perhaps one of the most depressing dinners ever. Zhang Shu felt depressed because he was unable to boast to his contentment during this rare trip back home. Lin Jai felt much worse. Who in their right mind would like to hear a radio that kept repeating the words, those were the days, when having dinner? In the living room, Xiaoxu and Lin Jai's mother were having the time of their life enjoying the cartoon, Boonie Bears 2. Boonie Bears was a series of cartoons broadcasted by CCTV Kids, channel from the years 2012 onwards in mainland China. When they saw that the pair of cousins had finished their dinners, they even shooed them out of the house. with the excuse that Lin Jai should bring Zhang Shu around to let him reminisce the city's night view. Out of no choice, the pair could only stroll along the streets, knowing full well that they disliked each other mutually. Hey, there's a gym there. Zhang Shu jabbed Lin Jai's chest and pointed to a small gym nearby surprisingly. Let's go over and take a look. Lin Jai furrowed his brows, as he had long noticed the female attendant at the reception counter in the gym. She was dressed scantily in a spaghetti straps top and an ultra-short skirt for the summer. She could be considered rather pretty with the thick makeup on her face. That girl was Lin Jai's first girlfriend, Wei Lu. Everyone was once young and ignorant before, and Lin Jai was no exception. Wei Lu had been one of the most popular girls in his class during high school. Lin Jai had gotten attracted to her, and hence naturally viewed her as the girl of his dreams. During one of the examinations, she had asked Lin Jai to provide her with the answers, and both of them had been caught. Then hot-blooded Lin Jai had admitted sole responsibility for their misdeeds. He had received all the demerit points, while Wei Lu had gotten away. As a form of compensation, Wei Lu had agreed to be Lin Jai's girlfriend for 3 days. They had barely held hands for a few times before Lin Jai was dumped. Thinking back, the whole incident was just like a comedy. Moreover, Wei Lu had also been flirting with other guys within those 3 days. What's more ridiculous was when Lin Jai had written her a note to ask if they could be together for real before they graduated. In an attempt to shame Lin Jai, Wei Lu had announced it to the whole world. Lin Jai's perseverance to wait for the acceptance from this girl of his dreams for that few years was thus gone to naught. At Zhang Shu's insistence, both of them went into the gym. Welcome, Wei Lu made a deep bow, her fair breasts almost popping out from her top. Zhang Shu's eyes were dazzled briefly by this scene. She raised her head and was rather astonished when she saw Lin Jai, after which she remarked impatiently, Lin Jai, don't come and bother me anymore. You are not worthy of me. Zhang Shu puffed out his chest and smiled politely. Hi gorgeous, I am sorry. I just came back from overseas and wanted to find some place to exercise. I didn't know of your past grudges with him. I am so sorry about this. Then he held Wei Lu's right hand and planted a brief kiss, trying to show his gentlemanly manners. Wei Lu scrutinized Zhang Shu, turned back to look at Lin Jai, and the despise in her eyes became more obvious. Oh, it's all right, I don't mind. Do you want to apply for a gym card? One gym card cost 500. It was something like a membership card, and frankly speaking it was just cheating money. Lin Jai took out 60 and placed it on the table. He commented smilingly, Wei Lu, we have after all been classmates for so long. How about giving me a full discount and waiving off my fees? Elder cousin, let's go in. I am sorry, he doesn't have a lot of manners, said Zhang Shu apologetically, his eyes fixed on Wei Lu's exposed thighs and plump boobs. He gulped down his saliva secretly. After both of them went in, Wei Lu commented coldly, glaring at Lin Jai's direction. HPMH, still that stingy after all this time. Darling little Lulu, are you in a bad mood? A manly-looking thug came into the gym. He had tattoos of the green dragon and white tiger on his bulging muscular arms, and his hair was all dyed white. The moment he came in, he hugged Wei Lu's shoulders, and his fingers pinched the tips of Wei Lu's breasts through her clothes. He chuckled satisfactorily when he heard her gave a coy moan. Wei Lu shot a glance at Lin Jai. My admirer has come to bother me again. Brother Ben, don't touch me, let's wait till the night I am still at work here. Admirer, Brother Ben continued caressing Wei Lu's body and gave a cold sneer. I will help you get rid of him. As compensation, inside the gym. Zhang Shu took off his shirt. His carefully maintained tan muscles attracted the attention of many girls. In an attempt to show off his strength, he gave a low and deep cry and punched heavily onto the boxing machine. 240 kg. A huge figure appeared on the machine's indicator. This was an impressive amount of strength. As technology advanced, the physical strength of human beings improved by heaps and bounds too. The strength of 240 kg was comparable to the strength of the fighting king decades ago. Wei Lu was rather surprised when she saw the score from the reception counter. The records in this gym were set by the gym owner. The gym owner was a famous kickboxing coach and was especially well known in this district. This overseas returnee isn't too bad. He looks good and has a robust figure too. Maybe I should get his contact later. Cousin, you try. Zhang Shu was pleased with his own performance. He flexed his muscles, and several guy-crazy girls screamed a little at this action. Lin Jai shook his head. Forget it, I don't like doing such assessments. Then I shall continue. Zhang Shu was on a whim and decided to go for the different tests. He got rather remarkable scores from all the tests, including the leg strength, speed, and elbow strength tests. Those scores were comparable to that of an amateur kickboxing coach. Although much worse than that of a professional competitor, it was still quite impressive when considered among normal people. Lin Jai hugged his arms, leaned casually beside the boxing machine, and looked around the gym boringly. Brother Ben clenched his fists tightly and smiled cruelly. His huge muscles sent shivers down one's spine. As he walked towards Lin Jai, he began to muster up his strength. Though it was fun to fight with people, he considered exercising with girls in bed far more thrilling. As such, he planned to knock Lin Jai out with a punch from the back and then carry Wei Lu off to bed to satiate his lust. Thinking about her petite waist just made him feel more hot-blooded. A big gust of wind was brought up by his fists as he punched towards the back of Lin Jai's head. If this punch landed accurately, Lin Jai's head would be smashed up. Boom! A large bumping sound was heard. Lin Jai's left elbow knocked ruthlessly towards Brother Ben's jaw. The sound of bones and teeth cracking in his mouth sent shivers down everyone's spine. Lin Jai clenched his right fist, and every landing spot of his fist seemed to come with the sound of a death knell. With a loud cry, Lin Jai punched onto Brother Ben's chest. This scene was totally unexpected. Duang. When Brother Ben's body hit the boxing machine, a huge figure appeared on the machine's indicator. 345 kg. Another sound rang out in the gym. It was an electronic pre-recorded voice which announced, "Records broken," making the scene seem even more comical. Inside a karaoke box, KTV-1. Zhang Shu was singing contentedly at the top of his voice. His voice didn't sound bad, but Lin Jai could not understand a single word of what he was singing about. Zhang Shu was singing an English song, and he closed his eyes from time to time, body swaying around slightly as if touched by the songs. Lin Jai crossed his arms before his chest. He was thinking about how to advance further in the new age. Occasionally, his eyes would shift to the song list, and a resigned feeling would wash over him. The song list comprised fully of English songs and was, of course, all chosen by Zhang Shu. "We should return after you finished these songs." Lin Jai rolled his eyes and prepared to sleep for a while. At that moment, the door was pushed open. Wei Lu came in, holding a tray of tea and melon seeds, wearing a white spaghetti straps top and a super short pink skirt. Zhang Shu was singing the theme song, Goon, from the movie The Myth. At the song's most touching parts, he closed his eyes and swayed his body to the music, looking as if he was deeply immersed in the music. In comparison, Lin Jai looked super inconspicuous, and Uncouth was seated at a corner of the room, about to doze off. The dog's meat can't be served at a feast. Just look at the difference between this pair of cousins. Wei Lu shot Lin Jai a look of despise but put on a coy smile as she turned to Zhang Shu and clapped her hands lightly. "Our elder cousin sings very well." Lin Jai knew too well about Zhang Shu's personality. He was not a person with good morals. However, Wei Lu was unaware of this. With the expensive clothes he was dressed in, the slightly outstanding vibes he gave off, and his overseas returnee status, she thought this person seemed like a sophisticated guy with bourgeoisie sentiments. Zhang Shu opened his eyes only at the last syllabus of the song. He appeared to be pleasantly surprised when he saw Wei Lu in the room. "Oh, I am so sorry, I was too engrossed just now and didn't see Gorgeous coming in. Please forgive me." Wei Lu giggled and her fair breasts bounced in her clothes. Zhang Shu almost couldn't wait to bury his face into them. She chirped coyly, "Oh, think nothing about that. Oh yeah, here are some small complimentary gifts for you. Elder cousin can call for me anytime if you need a beer or other drinks. I will be waiting." Lin Jai pursed his lips. One set of prawn crackers costs 28, while a set of grilled dried squids costs 50 here. Why should I buy here when I can buy it elsewhere at packets of 3-5? Wei Lu couldn't keep up with the pretense anymore. She was always very observant. One should not judge her by her seemingly coy but brainless appearance, as not many men could actually make it to her bed. She just considered having sex with them as a small price to pay for their loyalties to her and treated the process as being bitten and licked by some inferior beings. She would then manipulate those brainless thugs to help her man her territories for free, and even pocket most of the protection fees those thugs got from her boss. Hearing Lin Jai's comments, Wei Lu couldn't help but crease her forehead slightly. Then she commented, "You were always stingy like that. It's no wonder you will forever remain poor and ungracious." Zhang Shu was staring greedily at Wei Lu and could not care less for the fact that she was insulting his relative. In fact, he even agreed with her, "Your words are blunt, but they are true indeed." Lin Jai's face immediately turned gloomy. He didn't like Zhang Shu in the first place, and now Zhang Shu was not only flirting around with Wei Lu, but also insulting him instead of siding with him. "Oh, forget it, I will buy some tidbits. May I know your name, Gorgeous? How about this, let me treat you and you shall sing a song with me." Zhang Shu took the menu and ordered a few packets of dried fruits and candied plums. He also ordered 2 bottles of cocktails, which cost 350 per bottle. Wei Lu saw the magnanimity with which he ordered the food and felt that she couldn't refuse him. Hence, she agreed to his request. All the tidbits and beer arrived in a short while. "Cousin, why don't you go out and take a walk?" Zhang Shu picked up the 2 bottles of cocktails and was in a hurry to shoo Lin Jai out of the room. This small room was a suitable place for couples to have intimate acts. Lin Jai sat nonchalantly on the sofa. He grabbed a few candied plums and threw them into his mouth, propping his left leg up to his right thigh. He opened his eyes only ever so slightly as if he did not hear what Zhang Shu said. Zhang Shu creased his forehead and was about to open his mouth when Wei Lu stopped him. "Forget it, he's such a nuisance and mood spoiler. I still need to serve other customers, so I will take my leave now." With that, she picked up the cocktails, which cost 350 per bottle, and strutted to the door. Before she left, she turned and looked at Lin Jai, shaking her head. Lin Jai, considering the fact that we have once dated before, let me give you a piece of advice. As the common saying goes, like water which flows downwards naturally, all men will strive upwards to achieve their best. If you continue having this attitude, you will never make any achievements in your life. Lin Jai raised his eyelids. I will return this piece of advice to you. Wei Lu, don't think I cannot see through your tricks. You are just trying to earn more money by selling these cheap wines to this idiot here. Such low-class wine costs 350 per bottle. Its actual price should be around 20 plus, correct? Isn't your job just to get the customers to buy these items on the menu? Only idiots would believe that you would really sing with them. Wei Lu was stunned for a moment, after which she sneered loudly. HMPH, do you think I am one of those gold diggers? I wouldn't leave if not for the fact that you messed up the whole ambience. Forget it, best to say nothing to you. After all, with such a narrow-minded mindset, you could never be put to any good use or achieve anything great. Why should I even argue with you? Such a waste of my time. Goodbye. Oh, please don't leave. Gorgeous Wei Lu, I really do like you. My main purpose of coming here is just to request for you to sing a song with me. If you agree to it, I can even buy the whole KTV for you. Zhang Shu held onto Wei Lu's arms and said in a loving tone, at the same time attempting hard to show off his wealth. Lin Jai rolled his eyes. By the KTV, just by you alone. Zhang Shu's family was at most just within the middle-high socio-economic status range. How would he have the ability to buy a KTV? He was just trying to cheat Wei Lu to have sex with him. Bang. At that moment, Zhang Shu's body flew out and he was thrown onto the sofa, lying face down with a big bump on his forehead. A huge man marched in, his arms covered with tattoos and his hair all dyed white. He had a sinister look on his face and he sneered loudly. Oh, am I actually meeting a rich guy for real now? Little Lu, I just heard him say he would buy the whole KTV for you. Wei Lu looked disgustedly at Zhang Shu and commented, this guy is full of lies. Buy the KTV. If he had such money, he wouldn't just be drinking the wines which cost a few $100s here. Ha ha ha, great, since you dislike this guy's mouth, I shall settle it for you. This lad was named Brother Ben and was one of Wei Lu's backers. Unlike the other thugs which Wei Lu considered low class, Brother Ben was different, and Wei Lu gave in to his requests obediently, all for the fact that Brother Ben had about 30+ followers and great power within the district. He was famous for being employed by people to man their territories and could be considered a great tyrant. Bang. Another punch landed on Zhang Shu. Not bad, his strength's pretty good. In any case, thugs have fought their way to the top, and their muscles are trained by all these fights. Though they are comparable to commoners who like to work out, I don't think they can be as strong as me. Lin Jai contemplated the differences between the thugs and himself secretly when he saw Zhang Shu get beaten up by the thugs. He couldn't be bothered to help him. After consuming the nutrient serums Zhang Ziliang had given him, his body had improved tremendously and was much stronger than the thug Brother Ben. In any case, Lin Jai had been very rich in his previous life, and thus he had gotten a lot of battling techniques books and had gone through a lot of training methods. In fact, he could even be considered professionally trained. In terms of battling techniques, even if 5 thugs like Brother Ben attacked him at once, they wouldn't be able to beat him. Zhang Shu felt he was really done for this time. As his head was being punched continuously, he stretched out his hand and called dizzily, "Cousin, help me." Brother Ben stopped then and finally noticed Lin Jai, who was munching on dried fruits at a corner of the room. He laughed coldly. "Ha, such a wimp, you actually hid there for all this while. You come over now." Lin Jai raised his eyelids. "Get over here now," barked Brother Ben. His followers moved around excitedly as they made snide remarks at Lin Jai. "You lousy chap, did your mum forget to give you ears when she gave birth to you? Small beastard, get over now." Lin Jai's face darkened. He did not care if he was insulted, but those who dared to insult his family were courting for their deaths. What a useless bump who didn't grow ears. I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your papa and mama. Brother Ben sneered, clenched his fists, and the veins showed on the back of his fists. In just a few steps, he closed the distance between him and Lin Jai and punched towards Lin Jai's head. Boom. A figure flew out, but it was not Lin Jai. It was Brother Ben, who could mess around with Lin Jai with his enhanced physical capabilities now. He was no weak scholar, and his reaction speed was fast. When Brother Ben brought his fist down on Lin Jai's head, Lin Jai had already kicked him accurately in his stomach, and his fist also reached Brother Ben's chest at the same time. Thus, Brother Ben just flew out helplessly when he was about to punch down on Lin Jai, looking for death. Lin Jai cursed loudly, bent his body, and followed after in the direction Brother Ben flew out. He pinched on Brother Ben's chin and smashed his face against the wall. Brother Ben groaned loudly and actually fainted. "Oh my damn, this fellow's ferocious." Brother Ben has gone through training, and his strength is comparable to that of an amateur gym coach. The thug's followers panicked. Just when they were about to leave a few fierce remarks the likes of, "How dare you to mess with us on our territories," Lin Jai had already rushed in front of them like a leopard. He grabbed two thugs' throats, mustered up his strength, and actually held both of them up in the air. However, his arms were trembling like crazy. That was the sign of him depleting all his strength. Boom. Boom. The two thugs were thrown out by Lin Jai, and they fell heavily to the ground. They still felt suffocated even though Lin Jai had long let go of their throats and were gasping loudly. Lin Jai turned around and asked coldly, "Who's the one who called me a bee-star just now? I am wrong, I am so wrong." A yellow-haired thug who had a lot of ear studs on his left ear trembled and apologized profusely. He was afraid of being beaten up. After all, they were the ones who tried bully Lin Jai first. As long as Lin Jai did not beat them until they became paralyzed, he wouldn't need to hold any responsibility for what happened today. At that moment, the fainted brother Ben vomited dryly. The stench of his vomitol, the food and drinks he consumed before filled the air in the room. Zhang Shu was stunned. Wei Lu was stunned. All the people who witnessed this scene gaped in horror, and time seemed to stop for the moment. Dong. Until Brother Ben fainted again and started vomiting white foam from his mouth, did someone start to shriek loudly at the top of their voices. "Hurry, call for an ambulance. Send him to the hospital. Attendant, are you an idiot? Call the ambulance." Everyone hurriedly lifted Brother Ben out of the room. Those who knew Brother Ben looked at Lin Jai with scared looks on their faces. Cousin Yu, as Zhang Shu saw Brother Ben being lifted out by people, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva nervously. Wei Lu covered her mouth and her chest rose and fell rapidly from what she witnessed a while ago. She simply couldn't believe what she had seen, and her heart beat fast despite the numerous deep breaths she had taken in to calm herself down. Was that really the Lin Jai she knew, the one who was such a wimp? After venting all of his frustration, Lin Jai felt bolder and more reckless. He stared at Zhang Shu coldly. "Let's go, we should return home now." "Yes, yes." Zhang Shu followed Lin Jai out of the room hurriedly. "Bill, please." Wei Lu inhaled deeply, took out a membership card and curved up her lips in a smile which she thought was the most seductive. She said in a sweet voice, "Brother Jai, just take these tidbits as a small gesture from me. Will you be interested in having dinner together with me at the Rose Heavens tonight?" Zhang Shu's eyes almost popped out in envy. Who didn't know what services Rose Heavens offered? It was a place where couples could have dinner and then spend the night over for free. In essence, it was a famous place for couples to make out. That fellow had not only shown off in front of everyone, but now he had even gotten the chance to make out with a pretty girl. Comparing their fates this night, Zhang Shu's small pride bubble was burst, and he felt like a loser. Lin Jai looked interestedly at the face which he was smitten with once, smiled politely, and pinched Wei Lu's smooth face with 2 fingers. Wei Lu tried to keep the captivating smile on her face and thought she was dazzling Lin Jai with the lovingly looks she showed him. But as time passed, she felt as if his hands were metal claws clamping down on her face. "Ouch, it's painful, let go." Wei Lu screamed loudly. When Lin Jai finally let go, her face was swollen and her lips were bruised. Lin Jai took up the membership card and left without turning back. Lin Jai had his hands kept in the pockets of his trousers while he remained silent on his way home. Zhang Shu followed behind. "Cousin, my classmate is looking for me." Zhang Shu finally could not stand the heavy air between the two of them and made an attempt to run away from this scary cousin. Lin Jai couldn't help but laugh. "What, so you finally had enough of bragging in front of my sister? Hee hee ha ha." Zhang Shu laughed dryly, waved the mobile phone in his hands, and proceeded to leave. "What's the hurry?" Lin Jai pulled on Zhang Shu's clothes, took out the mobile phone in his pocket, and deleted his mum's and Xiaoxu's contacts from the phone. "Don't ever appear in front of me again from today onwards. Don't try to find out news about Xiaoxu, or else you will end up like that thug." When he released his hold, Zhang Shu fell down to the ground with a loud thud. He picked himself up and quickly got away. Elder cousin Zhang Shu was a thorough pedophile. He used to loiter outside the high schools and made use of his status as an overseas returnee, and a second-hand Benz which was bought from only God knew where to cheat young, pretty girls to get into his car, on the excuse that he would drive them home. On the journey, he would sweet-talk them into having sex with him. His main motive for this trip was Lin Xiaoxu. However, Lin Jai guessed most probably he would be scared of doing such misdeeds for the time being, especially after his threats to. The summer nights after the college entrance examinations were filled with laughter and utmost happiness at being freed from studying for many people. Lin Jai couldn't help but smile a little as he felt the hot breeze brushed past his cheeks. Thinking back, what had once been the place where he had sworn never to return to was now the only sanctuary in his memories. Zhang Ziliang was holding a big watermelon by the roadside and grinning widely without a care about his own image. There was a watermelon stall in front of him. Several greedy kids were eyeing the watermelons, and so he took out one, sliced it open, and distributed the pieces to with the kids. His Rolls Royce was parked in one of the small alleyways just beside the stall. Giving a helping hand again, Lin Jai squatted down, took up a piece of watermelon, and started munching on it. He looked around and laughed. "I guess the other stall owners are blaming you for interrupting their businesses." Zhang Ziliang gave a wave of his hands. "Well, they can concentrate on doing their business, while I concentrate on being my Lei Feng too." Zhang Ziliang came from a wealthy family. His family's level of wealth had reached the point where it could comfortably last him for his whole life, even if he indulged in an extravagant lifestyle. He also had two extreme sides of personality, extremely kind and extremely overbearing. One moment, he could be so kind as to give away all the money he had to poor people or some patients with leukemia who were desperately trying to raise funds to cure their illness. The next, if people tried to behave rudely to him, he would have no qualms in employing tens of hatchet men and then ordering them to lift up those insolent fellows and bump their groins against a roughly barked tree. In Lin Jai's previous life, Zhang Ziliang had not achieved a lot in the game. That had a lot to do with him being distracted and doing all sorts of good deeds. At that moment, a little girl with two pigtails and wearing a piece of old and tattered short-sleeved floral shirt came up to him. "Uncle, can you give me something to eat? I am so hungry." Zhang Ziliang agreed and even chose one of the biggest watermelons he had for her. However, it was too heavy for the little girl, so he asked Lin Jai to look after the stall while he carried the watermelon to the girl's house. It took him near to 3 hours before he was finally back. He only returned when Lin Jai was about to finish off a whole watermelon. He had given parts of it away to passers-by too. "Hop in." Zhang Ziliang drove his Rolls-Royce over to fetch Lin Jai and left amidst the astonished stares of the nearby stall owners. Selling watermelons when he actually drives in such an expensive car. Is he crazy? He's not selling, just giving them away. Aish, I have no more business anyway. These watermelons I have will most probably be spoiled by tomorrow. Forget it, I will just give them away to people. The Rolls-Royce stopped in front of a 4-star hotel. Zhang Ziliang dragged Lin Jai down the car, booked a private dining room and started ordering tons of dishes. He took several bottles of red wine and downed them all at a go. Lin Jai raised his brows. He sipped a mouthful of the red wine. The rich sweetness of the wine hinted that this wine would most probably cost around a few $1,000s per bottle. He shook his head and commented, "Hey, you should get beer if you want to get drunk. It's cheaper and you can drink more of it. I'm just pretending to get drunk to enjoy the ambience. Who would really enjoy getting drunk, vomiting, and then losing all consciousness?" Zhang Ziliang glared at Lin Jai. He drank another mouthful of the red wine and sighed heavily. That little girl lives with her old granny, who is paralyzed. Her father has run away, while her mother is sick and stays in the hospital. All this while, she had been making a living from picking up any litter she could find from the streets, then selling them off to buy a few buns so that she and her granny will not starve to their deaths. Lin Jai kept silent. These types of tragedies were happening all around the world. No one could be spared from noticing such events happening. It was either they had trained themselves to become hard-hearted, or else they had intentionally avoided the pitiful in the first place. I wanted to help them, but Zhang Ziliang gulped down another mouthful of the red wine. Even if that was high-class red wine, one could get drunk by drinking non-stop like what Zhang Ziliang was doing now. He had already begun to feel dizzy. But I also feel so guilty, for I had only been able to help people using the money my parents gave me. I can't believe I have actually even resorted to this kind of tactics. FCK it. I also want to earn money, but FCK, Zhang Ziliang was drunk, which was obvious by all the vulgarities he was spewing at Lin Jai now. Lin Jai poured white vinegar silently into his wine glass, stared at the table full of food in front of them, and shook his head in resignation. Lin Jai and Zhang Ziliang had known each other due to a misunderstanding. Once the philanthropic Zhang Ziliang was carrying loads of money to save the poor, but was robbed of all his money by robbers who had been eyeing him and following him around secretly. They had even stripped him of the expensive clothes he was wearing. At that time, Lin Jai had met the beggar like Zhang Ziliang, given him his own shirt and even treated him to a meal. He had given the pocket money he had saved up, just tens of dollars, to Zhang Ziliang so he could have the money to go home. To Lin Jai, he had just thought he had met some gullible fellow who had been cheated of his money at some internet cafe while playing truant. Who would have predicted that he and Zhang Ziliang would become table mates the first day they had reported to their high school? Come to think of it, that whole encounter did seem a lot like the Friends version of Cinderella. Damn it. Zhang Ziliang downed the white vinegar in his wine glass and spat it out. He was definitely sober now. I have an idea if you want to earn money. Lin Jai leaned against the back of his chair. How's your progress in the new age? Zhang Ziliang replied him nonchalantly, oh, that game. I am at level 3 now. This game can help you earn money. True or not? Lin Jai took out his mobile phone, logged into the bank account which was linked to his game account and showed a figure to Zhang Ziliang, 4,800. This, Zhang Ziliang wiped his face. Is this what you earned from the past half month? Yes. I earned it with my bare hands and I am not messing with you now, said Lin Jai seriously. You concentrate on leveling up first. There will be opportunities to earn money half a month later. Zhang Ziliang pondered for a while and took out his own mobile phone. What are you doing? Asked Lin Jai quizzically. Oh, I am asking for some money from my parents. Since you said there will be opportunities for me to earn money by playing the game, then it will definitely work. But I should have some initial capital, shouldn't I? Zhang Ziliang was talking to himself now. How about 50-0? Is that too little though? Lin Jai spurted out the wine he was drinking. Who would have predicted that a rich hunk like Zhang Ziling would become best friends with him? Rich guy, let's be friends. Lin Jai laughed sarcastically. We are friends already, answered Zhang Ziling seriously. Then rich guy, will you be my son then? Scram. Zhang Ziliang raised his cup, his face flushed red and eyeballs rolling around uncontrollably. He was obviously very drunk already. Chase girls and get good item drops. If I could make a few bombs or something like that. Lin Jai rolled his eyes and continued eating. Zhang Ziliang was just like that. Once he started drinking, he would stop eating. Lin Jai could only help him finish the uneaten food that filled up the table and take away any leftovers. Before Lin Jai reached home, he wrote a few coordinates for Zhang Ziliang and also gave him temporary permission to his personal inventory. When it was inconvenient for transactions between players, they could temporarily allow permission for the usage of one's personal inventory. One would be authorized to draw up to 10 of the supplies and coins. Also, the owner of the personal inventory could retrieve the supplies taken within a scheduled time whenever they wanted. Thus, it was very safe. On the coordinate were written the names of a goblin and a dwarf respectively. This was one of the more well-known mission line, the War of Technology. The new Age's engineering skill had two branches: dwarf engineering and goblin engineering. When one had reached mid-level in engineering, one could choose an association to join. Only after finishing the War of Technology could one be allowed to learn both engineering skills. The theory behind both engineerings was totally different, so it was all up to Zhang Ziliang on whether he would be able to understand them. Once he reached home, Lin Jai placed the food that was packed properly in the kitchen. After thinking for a moment, he decided to place the bank card that was bound to his game account on the table too. His family was not well off, so it would be good that he could help reduce the burden of his parents, even if it was only by a little. After returning to his room, Lin Jai habitually did a series of physical training. He stopped only after perspiring all over, and he had a cold shower before entering the game. Just as he entered the game, the ground shook violently. Wine God Elder and Wine God Youngster had already left. Lin Jai propped his head out to see that two people were standing in front of the library door. Lin Jai recognized one of them. It was the light priest hero, pedantic lowly one Yatasha. The other person had green skin, fangs exposed, and a body full of muscles with scars which was hideous and horrifying. Under his pale white hair was a pair of sharp eyes, and in his hand was a holy light great sword. He was Light Sword Saint Magata. Light Sword Saint was one of the warrior heroes, but different from the Wind Rider Sword Saint. Magata was a new hero that had incredible combat powers. His head was filled with abomination towards the darkness. Being an orc from the tribe of darkness, he repeatedly waved his butcher knife towards his allies that learned dark magic and was ostracized by his tribe. He then joined the Guild of Light as a guest exorcist. Lin Jai dared not appear. That was because Magata's definition of evil and darkness included being red-named. In his previous life, there had been many situations where red-named players had been killed instantly just as they had been walking in the outskirts. They had died with just one slash of Magata's sword, who would appear suddenly. Move away, darkness must be eradicated. Magata screamed angrily at the little lowly, while his holy light greatsword vibrated in excitement, ready for action. They are all good people, they were just bewitched. Little lowly rebutted loudly, irritating Lin Jai to roll his eyes. If it were not for her, where would the 0 points of evil score come from? Magata gave a mocking smile and swung his great sword. The blade aura cut through the air and exploded as it touched the ground, knocking the little lowly back. Magata charged forward to get closer, leaving his great sword in his original spot. He, on the other hand, roared fiercely as he tore a follower into shreds. Stop! Little lowly wanted to stop him, but she realized that the holy light great sword had split into 100 longswords, forming a sword array and sealing her route off. She was a high-level priest at most, but Magata was already a legend-level hero. The difference between their strengths was not just a little. Bang! Magata would tear a follower apart as soon as he caught one. This made little lowly shiver with anger and screamed at Magata, rebuking him and making him irritated. He then just gave a kick that made little lowly faint and threw her into the void that he split open with his right hand. Lin Jai looked at this scene with shivers running down his spine. Orcs were just so brutal and barbaric. It was quite satisfying to see such a scene, though. However, why was Magata there? Lin Jai secretly followed behind him, entering the dark monastery library. He realized that Magata's right shoulder was full of blood. Although it was hard to distinguish due to the thick kodo hide which was wrapped around his shoulder, Lin Jai sensitively noticed that detail. Is it possible that he is here to find sub-legendary equipment? Whoosh, a ray of light shone from the deepest parts of the library. Magata gave a hearty laugh and rushed in with his eyes shining brightly, disappearing in a blink of an eye. Lin Jai was shocked. Just as he wanted to move forward, a huge group of followers spawned. They held books in their hands, and the middle of their palm was burning with a turbid black flame. Fallen spellcaster follower, level 9 health points, 600. 3 spellcasters formed a wave. one would be looking for death if they were to forcefully dash in. Lin Jai equipped his black stone crystal fire gun and backed behind the door, aiming underneath one of the spellcaster follower's leg. Boom. That follower was shocked. He looked around confused and walked a few steps towards the direction of the sound. Boom. The sound was heard once again, and the follower walked forward another few steps until he was separated from the group. A crystal-like bullet cut the air and drilled into the follower's head without mercy, with blood splattering everywhere. The follower put his hands together, and a contract rune slowly started to gather. Spellcasters could summon devils like Blood Imp and Fire Imp for battle. Each summoning required a certain percentage of health points. To summon stronger devils even required one to pay the price of one's life. During the period of summoning, their resistance increased by 100 points and would be immune to normal silent magic skills. Light Empathy. The holy light embellished the middle of the rune and burned the whole thing into ashes. 300. The side effects of failing to contract left the follower in agonizing pain. He roared as he shot a dark arrow towards Lin Jai and decreased a huge portion of his health. The spellcaster follower's magic attack was very high. Lin Jai activated Forward Charge and Havoc, decreasing yet another portion of the follower's health, which was already not much in the first place. Dark Arrow. As the follower tried to gather his magic again with a slide of Lin Jai's right leg, he appeared behind the follower in an instant, and that magic spell failed because it had lost its target. Havoc 84. The broken blade slid through the follower's throat, leaving a limp corpse. Lin Jai picked up the coins and fragments of the map dropped. Lin Jai repeated the same thing all over again and lured the monster one by one before killing it. Although the whole process was slow, the pro was that it was safe. Since the Light Sword Saint had activated a plot here, it would not end in just a few minutes. One could not underestimate the endurance of an NPC. Bang. The fire gun sounded again. Castle Wood. Beads of sweat formed on Qiu Yuan's forehead. She waved her enchanted staffs consecutively, and dark speech skills landed onto the werewolf repeatedly. When the dark speech skill stacked up 3 times, the tip of her enchanted staff surged with a layer of black fog, and Kiss of the Dark exploded. 85. The werewolf wailed as it fell. The attacking team quickly changed their target and killed the monster, which was lured by water and Netherblue. Rest, Netherblue unwillingly said, as she looked at everyone's health bar and mana bar that were nearly empty. Everyone took out their bread and water in succession to recover their health points. We'll go out to reset the dungeon to continue farming it in a while. Water took a look at the record column and sighed in dismay. He really missed the time when Team Netherblue cleared the expert level of Cat Demon Lair and appeared on the leaderboard no matter who. Once people mentioned Netherblue, they would be filled with envy and mystery. It was as if that team could override guilds since they had great power. It was exactly like this at that time. They were the only ones who had cleared the expert level of Cat Demon Lair. Currently, due to basic equipment, skills, and raw skills, etc., they could only stay at the entrance of the dungeon and clear those 3 small monsters. They could only pray to get a bit of experience and equipment to form the foundation for the clearing of dungeons subsequently. Netherblue looked at her teammates with a helpless and sad look. Wouldn't she also want for her team to appear on the leaderboard, where every one of them could raise their chests in pride? I miss Fu Sheng a little. Me too, sigh. When someone started it, people followed. The team was filled with chattering voices of discussion. Qiu Yuan took a look at Netherblue that was sad and put down the communication device that was in her hand secretly. Fu Sheng, this bastard, he has been unreachable for several consecutive days now. She said, are we unable to play the game just because Fu Sheng is not here? Have you all forgotten that in the Cat Demon Lair, Fu Sheng only contributed 30 at most? Water also bit the bullet and encouraged, yeah, he even said that without us, he definitely would not have been able to clear it. We have 70 of our battle power during our heyday. Isn't it just a simple matter to clear the dungeon? Qiu Yuan said with a grin, let's go and continue clearing the dungeon. It will be good if we can get the poison-resisting set. Sister Qiu Yuan, normal dungeons only drop bronze sets. Bronze sets are also sets, said Netherblue indifferently. Continue farming. We cannot rely on someone else for everything. Seeing how her teammates left the dungeon one after another, Netherblue gave a bitter smile. They wouldn't know that the reason this small team was able to clear monsters here so comfortably was all because Lin Jai had provided the low-level poison antidote potion to them for free. Deng! A cloth armor was dropped onto the ground. When Lin Jai picked it up, he laughed heartily. Dark Contract Cloak, Silver, can be used by summoners and spellcasters. Requires level 4. Defense 812. Spirit +5. Endurance +4. Additional effect, summoned beasts, health points increase by 3. Additional effect, Dark Contract Set Component. It was a part of an equipment set. After gathering a set, there would be additional attribute augment. A normal set would encompass attributes for a higher grade. For example, if a silver armor set was gathered, it would reach the attributes of gold equipment. In Lin Jai's previous life, a sub-legendary armor set could be known as divine equipment. That was because nobody could obtain a legend armor set. Legend equipment was called legend because they only existed in myths. The shape of a dimly lit church was branded within a scroll. The quaint hexagram-shaped scroll shone bright like the stars in the night. The predetermined teleportation scroll cost 1 bronze coin each. It allowed the player to record a coordinate and teleport to that coordinate as long as one chose to teleport within 200 yards of the fixed coordinate. The channeling time was as long as 40 seconds, and thus it had very low value. If one wanted to enter again in the future, one could use the predetermined teleportation scroll to teleport from the entrance to this place, bypassing a portion of the monsters. Lin Jai still stood outside the library. The difference was that the ground was still full of spellcaster followers' corpses. Within his backpack was the arm guard and belt from Dark Contract set, which he finished gathering. All of the followers within the library had already been eliminated, so he would have to wait for the next respawn to get another set. After luring out and killing the last follower, Lin Jai stored away his weapons and restored his condition fully before sneaking back into the library. Although he did not know why the Light Sword Saint had come to this place, one thing was certain: he was part of a plot. Most maps had their unique missions, some even hiding the worldwide main plot, and those missions were often one-off. This was also the reason why guilds were so loyal and glad in exploring new maps, rather than always staying in a place to level up. Ha, die, petty and pitiful worm. Magada's rough roar was accompanied by the whistling of the blade aura. He raised his head only to see the surrounding walls and ceilings full of the dents made from blade aura. The fire of light was burning, and the grease oil that dripped down slowly crawled, still trying to find and devour the darkness. Lin Jai secretly spied the battle was coming to an end. Magata was in the absolute advantage in the battle with the other enemy due to his legendary hero's fighting powers. His hatred towards the darkness was thoroughly exposed. He clearly could end the battle with a one-hit kill, but he just kept delaying till now, fighting in an oppressing manner. Aha, boom. The head of the boss librarian was slashed off, but its body still stood in place. Magata gave a cold sneer. The holy light greatsword flew towards the ceiling top, and with a stab, a coffin fell. Dust swirled around everywhere. Magata licked his fangs and flipped open the coffin in one shot. He then retrieved a radiant armor from within. The armor skeleton created from smithing time star ores, large silver sulfur gemstones, gold sky gemstones, and concentrated mithril looked like luxurious embellishment. A starry sky behemoth's head was even carved on the chest of the armor. It was the sub-legendary Kiara Beast King. It was actually a complete sub-legendary armor. Lin Jai was shocked. Who could have thought that a monastery would hide such sub-legendary equipment? No, something was wrong. In his previous life, there had been no news of sub-legendary equipment being found. In the beginning, the Dark Monastery had been full of people from different powers, so no matter how well one had tried to hide, some information would have been leaked. Something must have happened. A shred of greed flashed in Magata's eyes, and he equipped the Kiara Beast King equipment onto himself. His green face turned as red as a tomato instantly, while blood trickled down from his cheeks and head slowly. Rumors said that the Kiara Beast King was a wild beast domesticated by a human beastmaster. It was the guardian beast that protected the southern region of the kingdom. An armor that was based on it would naturally be worn by humans. Magata was an orc. Rumors said that the Kiara Beast King was a wild beast domesticated by a human beastmaster. It was the guardian beast that protected the southern region of the kingdom. An armor that was based on it would naturally be worn by humans. The sight was shocking for Lin Jai to see. That was actually a sub-legendary armor, known as divine equipment. Was this guy going to tear the divine equipment with his bare hands? Stop. The divine equipment was right in front of him, so Lin Jai could not care about anything else and activated his hunter's forward charge. He immediately rushed beside Magata and swung his broken blade towards Magata's head. As long as he could control Magata for 1 second, the Kiara Beast King armor would automatically unequip and drop. HMPH. Magata sneered. The powerful strength that the orcs were proud of was fully revealed. He waved his right hand, and a huge gust of wind interrupted Lin Jai's attack. Then he subsequently gave a kick 1600. Lin Jai whimpered, and his soul left his body. His body, on the other hand, flew out under the force of that kick and fell heavily on the bookshelf. The bookshelf collapsed instantly and buried Lin Jai's body. His soul floated in the air, watching Magata. Lin Jai's soul did not appear in the cemetery. More and more blood was oozing out from Magata's head. As the Kiara Beast King armor absorbed his blood, its strength grew even stronger. Even the broken gemstones began to slowly repair themselves, and the cracks were about to disappear. At that moment, a terrifying storm was brewing. Orc talent, bloody in rage mode. Magata's blue veins and muscles were inflating at a crazy rate. The cracking sounds of them bursting was endless. With a loud roar, Magada's hands expanded quickly and fiercely, causing the Kiara Beast King armor fragments to be scattered around everywhere. One of the fragments just happened to shoot into the bookshelf. Bang. Linjai, who was in the soul state, had a headache. Magada's orc nature was completely exposed. He gathered all the pieces together and smashed them into powder with a slash. He took out the map, his eyes filled with eagerness and helplessness. He then tore open space and left. Do you choose to use the light talisman? In a ray of holy light, Linjai opened his eyes and hurriedly drank a mouthful of health potion. Who knew if the collapsed bookshelf would crush him to death? Linjai crawled out from the pile of fallen books and flashed his middle finger toward the direction where the Sword Saint left. If it weren't for him, the sub-legendary equipment would become his. But thinking about it logically, how was it possible that the system would put such powerful equipment there? What he did not know was that in his past life, there had been thousands of people who had tried to block the Sword Saint. Even then, those thousands of people had easily been swept away, and the Kiara Beast King armor had been torn into powder with Magada's bare hands. As a matter of fact, a sub-legendary equipment's powder was also quite valuable. If added in when forging equipment, it could improve the attributes and quality. Naturally, Magada knew about this, so he ate all the powder. Linjai looked at the broken piece of armor in his hand and could not help but give a bitter smile. Kiara Beast King Broken Skeleton, sub-legendary, fragment, can be used by human warriors, human paladins, human hunters. Requires level 5. Strength 30 and above. Defense 65 109. Strength plus 11. Endurance plus 9. Damage reduction 5. Collision judgment plus 5. Additional effect, outraged roar skill level plus 1. Additional effect, thick skin. You can stack a layer of thick skin when you receive damage. Each layer of thick skin provides you with 0.5 damage resistance. You can stack at most 20 layers. Note, the Kiara Beast King Broken Skeleton is incomplete equipment. You need to collect the Kiara Beast King Magical Gemstone, the Kiara Beast King Ore Plating, and the Roar of the Kiara Beast King to unleash all of its attributes. The sub-legendary fragments were out of the ordinary as expected. However, after losing the carving of the Kiara Beast King, most of the equipment attributes were lost. Even if one found all the shards afterward, they would still need to find a sub-legendary minstrel to carve the drawing. Kiara Beast King armor is about to be bound with you. Do you accept most of the equipment above sub-legendary level had binding characteristics? If a player had the complete sub-legendary equipment after the player was killed, in the case that this equipment dropped, it would be broken down into shards, and a part of it would be destroyed. If a shard was equipped, then that shard would be destroyed. The Kiara Beast King armor was like a fossil bone, firmly locking the chest and abdomen area, exposing the arms, and it looked handsome. What was more amazing was the attributes. At that moment, Linjai was completely confident that he wouldn't lose to even a super MT such as Triumphant Midnight and Ink Snow. Linjai walked to the collapsed bookshelf and searched for something within it. The Dark Monastery library stored a lot of fallen channeling chapters, unofficial history, and so on. Spellcaster players could gain proficiency, experience, and even skill books as rewards by reading those channeling chapters, but it was useless to Linjai. He picked up a quaint book and burned it with fire. Only a few sheets of gold-plated paper were left. This item would only appear the first time someone cleared the Dark Monastery. A random skill book would be obtained, and the job grade was uncertain. Linjai took a deep breath and opened it. You have received a skill book, Blood Soul Multi-Slash. It was a strengthening skill book. Linjai was delighted. Skill book, Blood Soul Multi-Slash. Casting resource, action, rage. Skill description, you spend 30 rage points and cause 65 damage to your target twice. Skill cooldown time, 600 seconds. When your bloody consecutive slash causes the target to die, it will reset your forward charge and Blood Soul Multi-Slash skills. Enhancement effect. When you hit the target with Blood Soul Multi-Slash, you shall restore 200 health points. Job restriction, can be used by warriors. The skill book disappeared with a white light as it was used, and an extra shiny logo appeared on the skill list. Its shape was a giant axe. It looked very ferocious and bloody. The Church of the Dark Monastery had not yet been explored, and in there lived the cardinal and high priest of the monastery. They were level 25 golden boss, not some monsters that Linjai could provoke. Linjai took out his returning scroll and left the Dark Monastery. His communication device started ringing profusely. There were dozens of Zhang Ziliang's messages. He had already killed the summoner boss and asked what the next leveling up path was. The rest of the messages were from Q Yuan. What level are you now? Linjai sent a message to Zhang Ziliang. Level 385, I am now farming the stone monsters. What are you farming that for? Collecting stone powder to make explosives. Lin Jai rolled his eyes. This guy, he is really hopeless. He passingly checked the Castle Woods rankings. Since the simple level dungeons were not recorded in the leaderboard, the attention of all major guilds was concentrated on the ordinary level dungeons. The guild in the limelight was the Kingdom of Glory, with the fastest progress of 78. The second was Shadow Devil Workshop, followed by Hunter's Guild and Midnight Triumph. The Ironwall Empire was steadily ranked 5th. The guild's strength had decreased by a lot after the large layoff. Since the first kill had not been taken yet, Lin Jai smiled slightly. Zhang Ziliang frowned and stretched his hand to his right shoulder. His face was full of disgust as he swiped the dry and rotten palms onto the ground. In this half an hour, a dead corpse would fall from the sky with every step taken, and it just happened to fall onto him. Castle Wood, said Lin Jai faintly. Built on the vast expanse of the mountains was the famous Blade Mountain. One side of the mountain was sharp like a blade, while the other side was like a junkyard. Before the opening of Wood Castle, entering the dungeon from the back hill was a very practical method to avoid most monsters. But after the dungeon was opened, it was depressing. All the monsters killed in Wood Castle were thrown down. As they raised their head to look up, the corpses were like snow, making one's hair stand on end as the corpse fell onto the person. The Wood Castle dungeon would be popular for a long time, reaching the peak of its popularity as the players' levels were raised to 10. The trial for job change needed players to gather at least one bronze set. On the market, the price of the lower-level poison antidote potion had dropped slightly. The reason being the merchants who opened their goods to earn money disrupted the market price. Only Lin Jai remained very calm and kept the price high. For that reason, the Sky Provisions shop had been despised by many people. Even so, the profit of the lower-level poison antidote potion was still very high. Lin Jai's warehouse had deposited an extra 40 gold coins. In addition, the Sky Provisions shop gradually got onto the right track under the management of 7 Ears. 40 gold coins were used as starting money to buy a large number of low-priced goods. At least 20 were pawned goods, which could be sold to earn money after the redemption deadline. Dead Fish Eye also contacted him not long ago to ask when he needed to fulfill the promise, but he postponed it again and again. I can go for a level 5 dungeon with my level now, asked Zhang Ziliang, lacking in confidence. He did not want to hinder him by pulling him down. Don't worry, I know what I am doing, or else why would I ask you for help? Lin Jai laughed. The two of them climbed to the top of the mountain in the pile of bloody corpses. Everywhere was dark. The castle that looked like a devil's giant mouth stood tall and straight in front of them. The crowd was like a mass of bobbing heads. Simple level castle dungeon team recruiting. Any MT come and join us. Let's quickly enter the dungeon. Any team is short of a healer. A healer with all bronze equipment is requesting for a team. OMG, a priest with all bronze equipment. Big brother, please come to my team. The most popular job in a dungeon would either be MT or healers. Before players changed jobs, only the priest had a considerable healing ability. Whereas the other few jobs that had the ability to heal, such as the paladin, shaman, gladiator, etc., were much worse in terms of healing extent. Several teams had their eyes lit up when they saw Lin Jai. High-level warriors with good equipment were the ones who were the most sought after. With just a hook of their finger, who knew how many teams would voluntarily invite him. Only when they saw Zhang Ziliang did those people calm down. They all thought that he was helping a noob to level up. Simple level dungeons, difficulty level was not low, not to mention the trouble of bringing a liability with him. After a few minutes, only a level 5 paladin with all blank equipment came to invite Lin Jai to join the team. No need. Lin Jai waved his hand and stood at the entrance of the dungeon. Suddenly, the crowd burst into chatters, getting excited. A team of 10 people strode proudly towards the dungeon. They were dressed in black-toned clothes and had cold eyes. Even though they were the center of attention, they treated the onlookers as if they were totally invisible. That was an expert team. Is that the Kingdom of Glory that is in the limelight now? I have a friend who is a potioneer in this guild. The pay is 7,500 a month, and the commission will be counted separately. Those who have wealth speak louder words. The current Kingdom of Glory was different from the one in Lin Jai's previous life. In his previous life, the Kingdom of Glory, dark-robed knights, and mage heavens had risen into power together, splitting nearly half of the Light Alliance forces. The other guild leaders who had been caught unprepared, united with difficulties, and only then were they not swallowed up. At that time, there had been countless of Kingdom of Glory branch guilds, but the number of people in the main guild had not changed. That had lasted for a whole 6 years. Currently, the Kingdom of Glory was rapidly absorbing members, becoming no different from an ordinary guild. Did the person in charge change the plan? Lin Jai tapped his chin and looked at the people from the Kingdom of Glory walking nearer from afar. The 18 massacres was not among them, but the team's lineup was still shocking and strong. Dual Swordsman, Cigarette Butt, Orpha Shallow Smile. In a few years, those names would become a legend in the new age. Cigarette Butt had the same job as Lin Jai, warrior. However, what's different was that he got a very good talent skill through randomization. He would have the flurry augment when equipping two one-handed weapons. As both weapons' attributes could be stacked, the attack damage was much higher than an average person's. He was about 30 years old, and his face was very clean with sharp edges. He emitted a masculine charm with his every action or gesture. That was a man that could make any woman go crazy. If it weren't for a certain event, he would most probably still be the Prince Charming of many people's dreams. Cigarette but noticed Lin Jai's line of sight. His eyes were emotionless, as if impervious to desires and passions. However, with just this look, his first impression towards Lin Jai's equipment had already been formed. His armor was very exceptional. Before heritage equipment appeared in front of the public eyes, no one could discover Broken Blade's extraordinary nature. Cigarette but casually walked towards Lin Jai and smiled. How about joining the Kingdom of Glory? Everyone was shocked. The guild that many people were trying hard to worm their way into was just within reach for other people. Not interested. Lin Jai shrugged his shoulders. WTF, big brother, I am interested. An onlooker could no longer suppress himself. I have it too, me too, as long as you lack people, I can join any time. Cigarette but laughed sarcastically. He habitually raised his right hand to the front of his lips with his two fingers in a V shape, but awkwardly realized that there was no cigarette in the game. His face was full of dismal. Cigarette but, let's go. Shallow Smile was a woman. She was beautiful, but unfortunately her face was like cold ice that would never melt. This made it difficult for people to have a favorable impression of her. After following the Kingdom of Glory's team enter the dungeon with their eyes, everyone started discussing among themselves. Looks like the first clear of the dungeon is about to emerge. If the first clear is taken, some of the older brand guilds such as Triumphant Midnight's face will be lost completely. Why is there no news from Netherblue team yet? They were the team that took the first clear of the expert-level dungeon. This does not make sense. What Netherblue team? I have not heard of it before. The dungeon's light flashed. Q Yuan walked out with her face flushed red. She wore the dark hug cloak that was obtained from Castle Wood. Its luster was very dim, as it must be a normal piece of equipment. On the surface, it seemed as though they had an advantage since they had a team, but they could only stay at the entrance and clear the small monsters. Q Yuan felt very helpless. You came. When Q Yuan saw Lin Jai, her worries flew away. She put up a little angry face. HMPH, you still know to come back. Bastardia hum. Hey, did you pretend not to see the message I sent you? Lin Jai innocently raised his outstretched hands. I was doing a mission. Liar. Q Yuan was ablaze with anger. Let me introduce to you, innocent killer, my brother. Lin Jai quickly changed the topic and patted Zhang Ziliang's shoulder. He then noticed that there was something different. That fellow had immediately straightened his back when he saw the beauty. Lin Jai could almost not reach him. Hello. Zhang Ziliang smiled, bowed, and shook hands. He did all three actions in one go, very in a gentleman's and warm manner. With one look, one would know that he was not the kind of guy that would never let go if he held onto one's hand. Q Yuan blinked her eyes. Such a creepy name. Zhang Ziliang pointed at Lin Jai. He helped me to create my account. Creepy. Q Yuan flashed her middle finger and despised Lin Jai. Bro, I think I am in love. Zhang Ziliang sent a message to Lin Jai. Love at first sight. Oh no, I think I've fallen in love. You have to help me no matter what, or else tonight I will die of lovesickness. Lin Jai almost splurted out a mouthful of blood. He immediately opened the shopping website and searched for rat poison and placing an order of a total of 10 pounds of it. He would poison that bast RD tonight. Just as he was about to pay, Netherblue walked towards him from a distance. Long time no see. Lin Jai canceled the order page. Long time no see. Wow, another beauty. Zhang Ziliang wiped his saliva, and just as he was about to introduce himself, he heard Lin Jai say, my son, don't mind him. Zhang Ziliang. The two of them joined the team, and Lin Jai took a look at the team's level. All team members' levels were at 6, at the point where they were about to level up to level 7. The reason Netherblue was only farming monsters near the dungeon entrance was not totally because their ability was too low, but it was totally because of Lin Jai's arrangement. The monsters in Castle Wood had very high experience points. The difference in the strengths of monsters was very huge. The attributes could have a disparity of 300 and above, but the experience points were totally the same. If one died in the dungeon, the player would lose 10 of their current experience points. If the whole team was wiped out, all the experience points received from the dungeon would be lost. According to the difficulty intensity of the Castlewood dungeon, wiping out of the whole team was inevitable. Therefore, even if it were grand guilds like the Kingdom of Glory, Triumphant Midnight, and Ironwall Empire, etc., the outcome of clearing the dungeon would be the same. As the progress of clearing the dungeon went up, their level remained the same. However, Netherblue's team members were different. Their experience points were always increasing. The speed of farming the monsters at the entrance of Castle Wood was 50 faster than other training grounds. They could also accumulate on the foundation of their equipment. Now, that small team's level was higher than most players. Fu Sheng, how was it? Netherblue looked at Lin Jai with anticipation. No good. Lin Jai shook his head. Netherblue sighed helplessly. This level is not enough to clear the difficult level. Lin Jai laughed. However, we could clear the normal level dungeon and get that record first. Netherblue's face was full of excitement. Really? Yes, I am certain. However, I hope your team could do me a favor. This normal level first clear, I want to monopolize it myself. Ah, why? Big sis, appearance fee is very expensive. Netherblue calmed down temporarily and regained her normal, capable, and experienced self. I have my own reasons. I hope you can help me this time. The appearance fee will be the first clear of the expert level Castle Wood. Deal. Netherblue could not calm down again. First clear for normal level and expert level. Was there any need for more consideration? Ah yes, we need to keep our agreement temporarily a secret. Is that fine? Lin Jai thought for a while and added, no problem. Due to Lin Jai and Zhang Ziliang joining the team needed to reduce 2 members. I am a warrior, so I will leave. Water smiled fatuously and gave a thumbs up to Lin Jai. Good luck. Lin Jai shook his head and said, don't need to be in a hurry, you can't leave. How could a team lack an MT? Even if Lin Jai's defense was higher than him, he still did not have enough aggro skills. If OT occurred, they would get wiped out. HMPH, I on the other hand, feel that your teammate should leave, said a skinny spellcaster laughingly. His skin was pale and his lips were obviously tainted red. Those were the signs of a fallen human. Fallen humans were human aristocrats that coveted pleasure. When players chose fallen humans as their race, they would be randomly born in a luxurious family, accepting their unique mission. However, squirearchies who were opposed to commoners, their favorability towards fallen humans were negative. Only fallen humans were able to learn dark magic in the Guild of Light, a country that valued belief deeply. This spellcaster was called Monkey. His whole body was so dry and thin that he was left with only skin and bones. He was Mighty Wing's friend and his personality was a bit cowardly. Originally, he was silently leeching off all the experience and drops, but he was afraid that his interest would be affected, so he jumped out and voiced his opinion now. Certainly, Zhang Ziliang was only level 3. No matter which aspect one looked him from, he was not suitable to stay in the team. Lin Jai raised his eyebrows and explained, in the second half of Castle Wood, we will need a considerable number of interrupting skills. I believe that no one can grasp this technique better than him, including me. Monkey sneered. How can you prove it? Lin Jai threw a look at him. If you can successfully release any spell within 10 seconds, I will kick him out. Haha, okay. Monkey gave a hearty laugh and looked at the other teammates. As long as he could win that unlosable bet, he could continue leeching off the experience. As to who might be kicked from the team, why should he care? Zhang Ziliang had a serious look. He was still quite a gentleman in front of the beauties. He looked quite handsome with unique temperament as he put the long robe-shaped cloak onto his already tall and elegant figure. He waved his staff lightly, and a hexagram array slowly appeared. From inside a mist, a banshee appeared. Minstrel Musa, come, said Zhang Ziliang calmly. He directly gave up controlling his own body and focused wholeheartedly on controlling Minstrel Musa. Being a summoner meant there was high demand for control. A summoner that could control one's own body and summon beasts was considered to be an expert. That was also one of the disadvantages of being a summoner. When one was wholeheartedly controlling the summoned beasts to unleash its strongest strength, their body would be extremely fragile and weak. Only an expert could control both at once, even multitasking. Monkey gave a cold snort, and a layer of dark shadow started to form on his fingers. That was the most basic and rubbish skill of a spellcaster, corrosive spell. Its channeling time was only half a second. Its attack was so weak that it was unbearable to watch it. It was totally good for nothing. Talking about its advantage, the only pro would be its short channeling time. Spirit Scream. Minstrel Musa emitted a sharp lament. Everyone hurriedly capped their ears using their hands. Monkey's magic was interrupted, and dark-type magic was even silenced for 3.5 seconds. At the same time, waves of fluctuation exploded on the surface of Monkey, causing more than 10 points of damage. That was Spirit Blast. Monkey opened up the distance between them. The silence was about to end, and as long as he could channel a magic spell, he would win. Corrosive Spell. Monkey's hands moved at a very fast rate. Right at the moment before the magic was released, he lost control of his body and happily scratched his armpit. Spirit Control. FCK. 7 seconds had passed, and Monkey was so angry that it made his blood boil. He clenched his teeth, opened up both hands, and waves of dark halo whirled around his body. Darkness Halo status type skill, able to add a halo marking. Each layer of marking increases 5 of dark magic damage. 10 seconds as a round, you can at most stack up to 3 times. When Darkness Halo is being channeled, you are immune to silence. Immune to silence. No matter how strong you are at controlling, what can you do to me now? Shortly after, Zhang Ziliang gave him the answer. Spirit Blast floated lightly towards Monkey. Negligible damage appeared. Monkey's head was clouded and he was stunned. Time's up. Lin Jai coolly announced the results. All right, you're not bad. Monkey took a deep breath with his eyes dodging around, but he said with a smile, since you have the ability, I will let you have the spot. Banana, let's go, we don't want to pull them down. Banana was the mage of the team. He learned arcane that would become stronger in the later period. The two of them left the team voluntarily. Netherblue looked at the back view of the two with thoughtful eyes as they left and smiled. Looks like I will have more matters to deal with. Let's go. Linjai did not say any more and stepped into the dungeon. Qiu Yuan eyelids drooped and tugged on Netherblue's sleeve. Big sis, it's all because I pulled Fu Sheng into the team. Looks like I destroyed your team. Everyone fights for their own benefits. We would have disputes sooner or later. Netherblue paused for a moment and reached out her hand to pull Qiu Yuan and water, giving a relieved smile. Her beauty was without comparison. Castle Wood was the private residence of the High Lord, Motorheim. This pitiful baron was a very good person. He exempted the manors nearby from tax and allowed the farmers to be able to live in comfort, with abundance in food and clothing. A farmer's son secretly snuck into Castle Wood and fell in love with a maid, but was discovered by the High Lord. When the two of them panicked and decided to forsake everything, the High Lord gave them a small house instead. Even held a wedding for them and invited the people from the nearby manors to congratulate them. Until one day, a wandering arcane mage came to the manor. His strong magic could change ferocious wolves into meek sheep. The wolves that were one of the 4 harms of the manor at one time were greatly decreased in numbers. To thank him, he obtained long-term residency rights. The High Lord discussed knowledge about elements and life intimately with the mage and opened up the castle library for him to read. After the arcane mage discovered a book, he had fallen completely. He started using humans as guinea pigs and killed many lives. Afterward, his experiment succeeded. He successfully invented werewolf lineage magic, allowing civilians to become brutal, strong, but scary. This is the legend of the final boss, Gaoru. Lin Jai took a deep breath and explained the history of Castle Wood. Water did not understand why the expert wanted to tell them such things at first, but then he became attracted by the story and couldn't help but ask, what about that Baron Lord? What happened to him? Looking at Water's expression, Qiu Yuan and Netherblue chuckled. That big boy was still very cute. Zhang Zilian gave a chilly reply. In all the stories that this guy tells, the main character always dies in the end. Indeed, the Baron died. Lin Jai glanced at him. Didn't I only give a pirated disc to you that does not read books? Although that disc did play a full 75 minutes of the complete big wolf cooking pheasant sheep soup, it's unlikely he would go so far to badmouth me, right? After the Baron died, he became the guardian of the castle. This pitiful guy unknowingly continued helping the person that betrayed him, added Lin Jai. Qiu Yuan blinked her eyes, and then Lin Jai snapped his fingers. This story was dropped from a small monster, but why? It can't be that the system is too bored, right? Of course not. Let's go, we aren't entering the dungeon yet. Just as he was talking, Lin Jai turned his head and walked towards the back of the castle to everyone's surprise. Castle Wood was not only a castle, but it included a large manor. However, those places were not only shabby, but there was nothing to be found. Many players with strong curiosity had explored the area but had found no clues. They walked through the worn-down manor. The blood stains that were scattered all around and broken wood that collapsed from time to time all illustrated the pitiful wasteland. Only from the splendor lights that were covered by the mud could one see its extraordinary past. Clang. Lin Jai accidentally kicked a cauldron, and a faint gasping could be heard from within the sudden noise. Someone there. Lin Jai stood at his original spot and said gently, "We are adventurers from the City of Light and are here to help rescue the High Lord Sir Motorheim. You are not a werewolf." A weak voice could be heard from underneath. A furry palm stretched out, and its name was Blood Red, showing bloodthirsty werewolf. Its grade was rare elite. They were all scared by the werewolf that appeared suddenly. Qiu Yuan quickly avoided it, and Water lifted up his shield, ready for battle. Lin Jai stretched out his hand to stop them. Just imagine, what would a normal team do when they found a rare elite with a red name that all monster had while exploring the map? Of course, they would kill it. Rare elites' drop rates were very high. After killing the bloodthirsty werewolf, they would discover that nothing would be dropped beside a tattered cloth. Moreover, it would not respawn ever again in the future. NPCs in the dungeon were independent individual existence. Once they died, they would not respawn. "I am a human," said Lin Jai. Bloodthirsty werewolf squinted its eyes. With a ferocious and scary face, the werewolf head slowly approached. It whiffed Lin Jai's scent and let down its guard. Then its body gradually shrunk, becoming a big young boy with golden hair, but he was pale and thin as a skeleton. "Sorry, but I must maintain the werewolf look. Only then I would not be dug out by those monsters and eaten up by them." He helplessly looked at the worn-down manor. "Actually, I was unwilling to eat my friend's corpse, so I became the way I am now." This boy was originally the farmer's son that accepted the High Lord's gift, Timmy. He was the only werewolf that could stay clear-headed. "Brave warriors, I need your help," said Timmy in a solemn tone. "I will change back into a werewolf, and you all shall pretend to be my prey. I will use this as an excuse to get closer to Galru. Take this chance to kill him. Do you accept this mission?" Timmy's revenge. Yes, very good. However, the first half of Castle Wood has already become the territory of those brainless undead. I'm afraid these disgusting monsters will not be able to understand me since they do not have brains. You will need to kill them all. We shall meet at the top of the castle. Timmy took out 5 bottles of potion. These are lineage potions. They will allow you to gain an advantage during the battles. You have received 5 bottles of lineage potion. Enhance attributes. Lin Jai laughed. If that were the case, the other people would not be stuck in this dungeon for so long. We won't be using these potions. Let's go. We are going to clear monsters first to raise our levels. After returning to the entrance of Castle Wood, this magnificent castle had become a building like a prison. Its iron bars had thorns, and the spacious hall inside was vaguely visible. A few ghouls were feeding on each other, fighting for a dry and thin arm. Everyone, get ready for a prolonged battle. We can only rest after a minimum of 5 hours. Lin Jai paused for a moment and said again, if the girls want to rest, tell me early. Netherblue shook her head. No need. Good, let's go. Lin Jai waved his arm, and everyone was enhanced by Qiu Yuan's dark speech shield, providing them with 5 damage reduction. Water lifted the shield he got from Cat Demon Lair and walked in the front cautiously. Just as he stepped into the room, there was movement from the weeds in the staircase. 2 ghouls jumped up greedily, their sharp claws that were filled with dark green venom scratched down. Bast RD. Water shouted and activated taunting. One of the ghouls immediately changed its attack target without thinking. He pushed out his shield and ruthlessly smashed off the other ghoul's chin and jaw. The ghoul then fell down and could not continue attacking. Lin Jai nodded with satisfaction as Water's improvement was great. The ghoul's attack was not high, but their claws had 3 types of poison. Corrosive toxin, which could reduce the target's defense continuously. Even shield specialists would be as fragile as paper tigers after stacking 3 layers of it, dying with just a touch. Deadly toxin, which could reduce the target's maximum health points continuously. This was the most powerful poison, as the priests now could not cure that type of injury. Once the deadly toxin became effective for a few seconds, it would become a team wipeout tragedy. The last type, which was also the most common and strongest type, was the harmful toxin. When triggered, it could cause 30 points of damage immediately and cause 10 points of additional damage per second for 12 seconds. It was allowed to be stacked for 5 times. MT's health points were generally at about 350 points. As low-level poison antidote potion was expensive, regardless of small teams or major guilds, they were very strict in demanding the MT. Unless they had more than 2 poisons or had gotten the deadly toxin, they were not allowed to drink poison antidote potions. 34-26. Water promptly readied himself in the defensive posture, blocking 2 attacks, but a huge 30 points of damage appeared. The harmful toxin was activated. Drink poison antidote potion, shouted Lin Jai as he stabbed his broken blade towards the ghoul's back. He did not activate Blade or Executioner, or else he would not have enough mana to use. Even then, his damage was not to be looked down upon. Ah, Water froze. No, I can't, the potion is very expensive. Drink, said Lin Jai once again, as long as you get poisoned, drink the potion. Your potions are covered by me. Netherblue also said, drink. Water clenched his teeth and grabbed a poison antidote potion. He kept the potion in his mouth for a long time before swallowing it. The potion would become effective once it entered the mouth, and it was slightly bitter. However, that thing was expensive. Water felt only in this way would the potion be used in a way that was at least worth its value. Qiu Yuan's dark speech did not cause high damage to dark-type monsters, but the undead creatures' attributes were decreased by quite a lot under Lin Jai's halo. This made her damage barely acceptable. What's worth mentioning was Netherblue. She had begun to explore combo skills in the skill column. One of the branch in Warrior was the Berserker, which was the typical example of violent output, using various skills to control their health points at a suitable and precise level. Then, they would go into Berserk by attacking crazily, greatly reducing the health points of the monster. Weapon specialists were warriors focusing on skill-based activity. Their skills could be used to form a special effect of magnificent and powerful combos. Once the combo of a weapon specialist was formed, its power would be comparable to the mage's pyroblast that had no cooldown. Heroic strike, combo slash. Netherblue bit her lips tightly and stabbed into the back of the rotten ghoul with her greatsword, as though grinding meat with her combo attacks. 35, 36, 50. Huge green damage numbers popped out that was combo damage. Big sis is so amazing, said Qiu Yuan happily. Netherblue smiled shyly. She had experimented for very long, and now that she had some results finally and got her teammates' praise, she was secretly happy in her heart. Zhang Ziliang, on the other hand, was controlling his attacks while looking. His attacks were just superficial. Since the level difference was too big, it was easy for him to attract aggro from the monster. If the monster OT, then it would be troublesome. Army Obliteration, 68, 75, 73. 2 ghouls became blocks of meat and fell down. How can I afford to drink so much? Water's face was kind of twisted as he had drunk a total of 6 bottles of poison antidote potion, just to kill 2 small monsters. At that rate, how much more would he use until they reached the first boss? Qiu Yuan chuckled. No problem, Fu Sheng is the big boss. Continue farming the monsters without worry. ghouls' experience points were not bad, and everyone's experience bar moved a little. However, normally those small monsters would not drop anything valuable. They rested for a while and continued advancing. That room had a total of over 20 ghouls. The hardest part was the ghouls' toxin. How to most effectively use the poison antidote potions effects was the question that every team would need to consider. However, that was not a problem for Lin Jai since he was the biggest supplier in the market. Landowners that cultivated the land, no matter how bad the harvest was, it was unlikely that they could starve to death, right? Lin Jai was a large landowner. By drinking the potion all the way nonstop, the stage that was difficult for other people was easy to pass for them. Lin Jai was in a good mood. Netherblue also threw the handle after the blade and gave up worrying. Anyway, I have already drunk hundreds of bottles from you. Any more makes no difference. At worst, I'll give you Q yuan. Under her piercing eyes, Lin Jai's little thoughts were already written all over his face. After 3 hours of the five people's extravagant squandering, they finally stood in front of the first boss. Rotten Antipathy, level 7 silver-tiered boss, health point 17,000, bandit-type monster, exceptionally high explosive power. It was equivalent to Galru's recycling station. Those faulty undeads that had failed in the creation process were thrown into its stomach. It could be regarded as recycling waste, constantly producing antipathy monsters. Water scratched his head in embarrassment. Expert, I have tried tanking this boss before. It killed me in one shot. Maybe we would need you to tank the monster. Lin Jai blinked and smilingly said, you can do it. He didn't think that the expert bro in his mind would trust and encourage him so much. Water was suddenly so excited that he could not say anything. This boss has 2 skills. Toxic Fog, the boss will randomly spread 1 to 3 toxins, 10-yard radius. The target will be poisoned once every 5 to 8 seconds. Lin Jai tapped his finger. This skill is easy to solve. Just drink the poison antidote potion and endure through it. Everyone, it's a bliss to be friends with a tycoon. The second skill, Assassination. Every time the boss health points drop by 10, it will randomly assassinate a target. 100 critical hit, the easiest way to lose members. Added Lin Jai, if innocent killer dies, just let him die. No need to care about him. If cloth-armored jobs are assassinated, water aid them immediately. Zheng Ziliang rolled his eyes, but his hands were moving rhythmically. Here, he pulled out a small round thing from his backpack. Iron Grenade, engineering product, stuns the enemies in 33 yards radius for 15 seconds. The cooldown time is 3 minutes and only takes effect for targets below level 8. Lin Jai blinked his eyes. There's a change in strategy. Help innocent killer too when he is assassinated. Zheng Ziliang, the metal grenade was a goblin engineering product. Unlike ordinary products, its pit was not when using, but when it was being created. There was a possibility of it exploding when making the grenade. One could accidentally die of explosion if not careful. That was why Zheng Ziliang only started to create it after he was in the dungeon. Less experience lost after death. Wretchbarf, the antipathy boss, suddenly spit out a big mouthful of disgusting saliva and eyed the 5 players in front of it. Barf Cigarette Butt placed his dual swords in position and rushed forward, tearing open Antipathy's flesh. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, accompanied by a strange scream. Antipathy fell. It's so disgusting. Cigarette Butts always pressed forward with indomitable will when fighting, but now he was looking at the blood stains on his face with disgust and dismal. He took out the fresh water from the backpack that was used for recovery to clean his armor. The dark green venom could not be washed away by fresh water, but washing it a little, even if it was just to wash away the unpleasant smell, would be good. Shallow Smile stood at her original spot, lightly lifting her chin to signal her teammates to check the corpse for drops. What do you think boss went to do? Cigarette Butt stood next to Shallow Smile, a handsome middle-aged man matched with the sexy royal sister. That was an eye-catching pair. Shallow Smile gently moved her body to keep a distance away from Cigarette Butt. Her long hair that was slightly curled moved with her action, landing on her voluptuous chest, attracting the greedy eyes of the Cigarette Butt. She gently opened her rosy lips. To level up. Cigarette Butt said laughingly, boss told you that. He sent us a message, but who knows who you were flirting with at that time. Shallow Smile's tone was very calm, but it felt ironic in the ear of Cigarette Butt. Antipathy boss, huge fat body, appeared in an unimaginable speed behind the healing profession Holy Paladin, raising its sickle high up. Assassination. Run. Water shouted loudly, raising his shield high up to protect her behind him with a slam. A deep dent was formed by the stab of the sickle, and the durability dropped by half instantly. By this time, the Antipathy boss disappeared again. It was actually on a continuous assassination that was rarely triggered. Antipathy boss suddenly appeared behind Q Yuan. She was still unknowingly channeling the kiss of the dark when she suddenly felt a breath behind her. Her heart sank and immediately stopped channeling. She quickly ran towards an open space. She wanted to bring the boss to a place that was the most suitable for everyone to attack before she died. the antipathy boss raised its sickle up high and stabbed towards the sexy back of Qiu Yuan. Bang! Suddenly a grenade was thrown from the side. In the midst of the roar, the antipathy boss was stunned. The hero saves the damsel in distress, hee, said Zhang Ziliang as he laughed. Hunter's forward charge. Lin Jai had a bottle of potion in his mouth. He drew a circle in the air with his left hand, and a shield half the height of a person appeared on his wrist, hitting Antipathy's body. The broken blade in his right hand continued to slash at the suture of Antipathy's right arm. With a ripping sound, he chopped off its right arm that was holding the sickle. Qiu Yuan turned back and saw Lin Jai clench his teeth while cutting off the arm of Antipathy. This bloody scene made her chest feel uncomfortable. In the blink of an eye, Lin Jai grabbed the arm and threw it away, far away from everybody's line of sight. Both of his hands were covered with venom that was like sulfuric acid. Continue attacking, shouted Lin Jai, and water just rushed straight forward. Antipathy's attack power had decreased significantly without its sickle. Qiu Yuan looked at Lin Jai's back with complicated feelings. She then calmed herself down. Dark shadow wrapped around her fingertips, and she returned to her position to continue attacking. In everyone's powerful outburst, Antipathy's health points decreased rapidly. The toxic fog's varying speed became faster and faster, and the infection interval shortened to 3 seconds. However, it was useless in the face of a large quantity of poison antidote potions. In addition, the boss' 5 consecutive assassinations were all aimed at Lin Jai. Not only were they interrupted every time, but its soft and decaying limbs were also cut and split into many parts too, greatly reducing its attributes. Roar 105. When Antipathy's health points dropped to 5, it was finally unable to bear the humiliation. While shaking its broken arm and residual limb, it rushed toward Lin Jai. Its body grew bigger and bigger, like a balloon being inflated. Run. The boss is about to self-destruct, roared Lin Jai. Then, he realized that everyone was already retreating, and he was the only one left still within the radius of Antipathy's explosion. Kaboom. The rocket launcher at his waist activated, and a flame started burning at his belly button area. With a bang, his belly was blown up, and not only did he receive 120 points of damage, but in addition, he had a bleeding status. His health bar that was already under the maximum health almost decreased to the bottom. Engineering product, cheating people. His body became blood red, and his 4 limbs were filled with enormous strength as he activated Death Rage. This skill that was used in desperation for a fight to the death was used as an escape tool. He jumped out with a swoosh. Bang! Antipathy exploded. Stinky green venom was sprayed everywhere. The stink was unbearable to smell, almost able to make people faint because of its intensity. The venom would last for 10 minutes. Any targets that got close would receive toxin damage. Even when picking up equipment, one would have to face life-threatening dangers. If a critical hit appeared, it would be dangerous. Lin Jai took out the lineage potion and splashed it towards Antipathy's corpse. Sizzle. The venom evaporated, and Antipathy's corpse was cleansed too. Only 2 pieces of equipment with a sudden flash of silver light could be seen. Evil heavy armor, silver defense, 2234, resistance +2, parry percentage increases by 2. This armor was meant for shield specialist only, so it was given to water. The other equipment was an accessory that was rarely seen. Corrosive mysterious ring, silver, unique equipment, can be used by priests. Requires level 5. Magic attack 210. Wisdom +8. Spirit +8. Additional effect. When you use dark speech, you shall gain a healing effect of 10 of the damage points. When you use divine spells, you shall receive damage that is 200 of the healing points. Unique equipment meant that one could only equip one of such equipment as those types had very strong attributes. For example, the corrosive mysterious ring could allow shadow priests to become in existence like the vampires. However, to holy priests and ascetic priests, it was poison. Qiu Yuan happily put the ring onto her fingers that were like white jade and giggled. Very beautiful. Lin Jai nodded his head. The attributes are good. These two's dialogues were really wonderful. The others, who were sitting on the ground resting, had their whole face written with "can't help it." Meanwhile, Zhang Ziliang joyfully gathered the venom that was scattered all around with excitement. He carefully stored it into his backpack, and after rubbing both of his hands together, a dark green grenade appeared on his hand instantly. New product was successfully created, said Zhang Ziliang as he smiled. He lowered his head to read the attributes. Cause venom damage to targets within 10-10-yard radius. OMG, this attack range is so powerful. Causes 50 points of damage every second. Wow, haha, I am really a genius. Lin Jai frowned. Such a strong item, is there no restriction? In Lin Jai's previous life, he had not been very familiar with sub-jobs and hadn't paid much attention to engineering. At most, he had read some posts while scrolling through the forum. It had mentioned that there had indeed been a high degree of freedom in engineering. As long as one had enough skills, they could create anything without a blueprint. Unfortunately, the success rate was not high, and it would not be recognized by the system, which meant that the product would be unable to be sold or traded. The main source of income for a sub-job player was to sell those products set by the system. That setting caused the number of players who voluntarily wanted to invent items by themselves to be very few. Restriction, let me see. Zhang Ziliang looked at the small row of words behind the grenade. As he read it out, his face became ashen. 10 seconds after successful creation, it will explode. WTF, tough situation, fuck off. It was unknown who was so talented to blurt out such vulgar words. Boom. The explosion was like an atomic bomb, and it nearly blasted open the top of the castle. They quickly rushed outside the door to hide, but Zhang Ziliang, who was in the middle of the explosion, died. Really no zu no die, Lin Jai rolled his eyes. Keep your grenades away, you are not allowed to use engineering in front of me. Priest, draw his soul here. Soul traction, priest's exclusive skill, lets the soul and corpse of a dead teammate to be pulled to a designated location. Cooldown time was above 2 hours. It was of utmost importance to have this skill when exploring new places. The team's priest was a very pure small girl. She had average looks, but her clean temperament gave an intriguing feel that was irresistible, a feeling of wanting to protect her. She blushed and said weakly, I have not learned it. Lin Jai heart dropped. Oh yeah, at this stage, soul traction is still a very rare skill. Any traction skill book could be sold at a sky-high price if one had it. Forget it, run to your corpse, said Lin Jai helplessly. So sorry, said the priest girl and lowered her head. This instantly made Water flustered and started comforting her again and again, saying that not knowing the traction spell was not her fault. He did not know the traction spell either, but he was still alive and kicking. Dong. Dong. The sudden footsteps gave Lin Jai a shock. He was still thinking of the next dungeon strategy. There was a secret passage at the horse stable so they could bypass the abnormally powerful third boss. As long as they fought properly, they could reach the place right in front of Galru within 10 hours. Woo-ah, ow, those were the sounds of werewolves. Lin Jai quickly stood up, and everyone else followed Lin Jai closely. They rushed to the door that was unlatched and used their utmost effort to stop the door from opening. Loud ramming sounds could be heard from the other side of the door. That explosion had attracted all the werewolves there, who dared to intrude into Castle Wood without permission. A deep below could be heard. The third boss, the High Lord Motorheim, had actually appeared too. After dying, his soul had not dispersed, so he had been used by Galru to become the boss gatekeeper. As a High Lord, his strength was even stronger than Galru. After Afadi made public the Castlewood's secret passage, a way that could bypass the High Lord Motorheim, everyone chose to bypass the boss before level 15. Not because of any other reason, but just because it was way too strong. Its tanking shield could reflect most of the damage, his sword came with the slashing effect, and he could summon a werewolf whenever he killed a player. The summoned werewolf would have signed a master-servant contract with the boss, so once they dealt damage to the players, it would regenerate the High Lord's health. It was equivalent to a super perpetual motion machine. How could they kill the boss like that? Fu Sheng, what happened? Qiu Yuan felt something was amiss as she felt the enormous strength from outside the door. She was very shocked. Did all the monsters come? Lin Jai gave a bitter smile as he didn't know either. In the 7 years of his previous life, this kind of situation had not happened before. Rebirth was not omnipotent. Once Qiu Yuan's words left her mouth, the teammates pushed against the door with even more strength as though risking their lives to prevent the door from opening. The wooden door was shaky and unsteady, as though it would collapse any second now. Jai, I have finished running to my corpse. Should I revive now? Zhang Ziliang's voice could be heard, but before his voice had died away, an exclamation sounded from the team channel, WTF this much. Your teammate innocent killer has died. Lin Jai was rendered speechless by that fellow's impatience. He unintentionally glanced at the damage list, but he suddenly realized that Zhang Ziliang's damage points had soared. What was going on? Also, the ramming strength outside the door suddenly became weaker by a lot. Lin Jai called out to everyone and slightly opened the door, only to see Zhang Ziliang's body collapse in front of the door. His body was emitting poison gas, which seemed to be the effect of the poison gas grenade. The werewolves were all in a dizzy state, as though they had smoked marijuana and were wandering around the corpse. Lin Jai suddenly remembered something. The new Ages contracts were split into many types. Contract summoners used the Equity Master Servant contract, giving the summoned beast's growth and immortal strength in exchange for its loyalty. Contracts applied to both NPC and players. This could not be changed. Then how did Galru, that was an arcane mage, control so many werewolves? Speaking about the natives of werewolves, they were originally humans having moderate wisdom. Besides their bloodthirsty nature that would lower their IQ, they were not too dumb actually. Did he use poison to control? Yes, this explains the reason why all the monsters in Castle would have toxin damage. In his previous life, the many players that liked researching about the New Age's history had been questioning about the various phenomenon of Castle Wood. They had expressed doubts to it as they could not understand. They had even demanded the system to reset the Castle Woods monsters to fit the historical background. However, they had been rejected by the officials. Oh, I get it. That explains it, Lin Jai finally understood. No wonder these monsters would be attracted by venom, wandering around without advancing. Block the door and kill. Lin Jai opened the wooden door in one shot, and his blade aura whizzed, slashing towards the werewolf's fragile head to split it open. He instantly brought upon a flood of damage. The others occupied an advantageous position one after another and released all kinds of skills, contributing to the best of their abilities. At that time, the werewolves' eyes were hazy, and they were feeling weak without strength in their bodies. They were almost like the drug addicts in the anti-drug education videos. Only a few stretched out their claws, weakly stabbing on Lin Jai's body. With Kiara Beast King Armor Shard for protection, that degree of attacks was no different from trying to help scratch Lin Jai's itch. Everyone's attacks continued for a total of half a minute. Looking around, over 30 werewolves' health bars were already almost empty, only left with a pitiful 10 to 20 health. With just a few more attacks by everyone, they could probably clear all the werewolves. The poison fog on Zhang Ziliang's corpse slowly dispersed. The werewolves shook their dazed head, their eyes shone a bloody glow, and their sharp claws were ice cold. They pounced on him while baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Bang! Lin Jai closed the door quickly. Facing 2 werewolves was difficult enough, not to mention 10 werewolves, right? Zio Liangliang, are you there? Lin Jai coughed twice to make his voice sound more gentle and kind, asking laughingly, I'm still lying dead. Zhang Ziliang rolled his eyes. Cough cough, Zio Liangliang, do you still have the poison gas grenade? Yes, of course, but didn't you forbid me to use engineering just now? Lin Jai's face turned red while trying to hold back his anger. If that dumb fellow were not still lying in the middle of a monster mob, he would definitely rush up to step on him numerous times. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. Bro was wrong, you can use engineering. Bro, asked Zhang Ziliang. PSHT. Q Yuan could not help but laugh out loud. Fu Sheng just looked too comical now. He was gnashing his teeth, but he had no other choice than to pretend and put up a smiley face. It was no simple task. As Fu Sheng looked at her, Q Yuan quickly shook her hand. Continue, I am just a bystander. Lin Jai, little bro was wrong. Please quickly revive and throw a bomb, then die again. Yes, good boy, have you revived? Don't need to hurry, call me again. If I'm comfortable, I'll revive in an instant. Lin Jai's face turned red while trying to hold back his anger. He squeezed out one word by one word heavily, shouting, if you don't revive now, I'll go chase Q Yuan. Daddy, I've revived. Q Yuan. Just as he finished his sentence, an explosion could be heard from outside the door. The cold wind pierced into one's eardrums. Even 18 massacres that was used to setting his senses to 100 could not stand it and opened the system settings. Ka. Skeleton Ground Dragon was the representative of low-level undead. Its bone blade was broken, but did not lose its sharpness and could easily pierce through the human skull. What sent shivers down people's spine was that the Skeleton Ground Dragon was still keen in slurping down human brains. The bone blade collided violently with the gemstone longsword, and an ear-piercing collision sound could be heard. 18 massacres held a golden great sword in his hand. He had risked his life to enter the barbarian's altar. Although they did not get the lineage heritage, they got the greatsword as compensation. Huge strikes when attacking and retreating with the vigor and vitality of a tiger. If one were to describe the 18 massacres' movements, there was only one word: imminence. Die. 18 massacres. Longsword turned in a tricky angle and stabbed into the eyeball of the Skeleton Ground Dragon. A ray of golden light shone. He was level 9. There were many factors in deciding the person's capability: equipment, skills, items, even financial resources. However, there was one factor that was forever the most direct: levels. The level leaderboard's first ranking was only level 8. 18 massacres gave a cold smile. This leaderboard had no credibility. A real expert would disdain from entering the leaderboard. Plumacil Plain, Prehistoric Behemoths, Cemetery. He coaxed out a good deal of useful information from the goblin that was afraid of death, including the fact that a behemoth spirit lived there. Behemoth spirit was a pet that could be called a sub-magical pet. It was immune to most of the physical attacks, and its attack power was even stronger. An existence that could both be on the offensive and defensive was too suitable to be a pet. Subduing a behemoth spirit, and then use the level advantage to change jobs earlier. That was 18 massacres' plan. Level advantages would gradually convert to equipment advantages, skill advantages. Ding. That moment the leaderboard ranking changed. A shield specialist named Water went up the leaderboard level 8. His ranking rose at a shocking rate. How much more? This is the last wave. Lin Jai opened his drowsy eyes and took a deep breath, shouting, Xiaoliang, wake up. Outside the wooden door, Zhang Ziliang's corpse suddenly opened his eyes, his hands moving quickly. Get him. Carrying the shield of courage that had more patterns, Lin Jai activated forward charge and rushed out like a bolt of lightning. Behind him was Water, who clenched his teeth. Being back-to-back with Lin Jai to block damages, he then stretched out his hand to grab Zhang Ziliang's hand. "Cover me." Water and Zhang Ziliang instantly disappeared. The numbers of werewolves were so large they flooded towards Lin Jai like a tide. The pressure on Lin Jai immediately surged. Shield of Courage grew larger layer by layer, becoming a two-handed shield that was as tall as a person. The werewolf's sharp claws scratched onto the Shield of Courage continuously, its durability decreasing at an alarming rate as though without end and cracks started appearing on the surface of the shield. In such a high-intensity farming process, everyone's mental state decreased to a shocking level. The poison gas bomb that Zhang Ziliang created had already been used, and now he could only create it impromptu. Thus, they had the rescue operation. After retreating to the front of the wooden door, Lin Jai stationed his heavy shield, his body retreating bit by bit under the enormous strength. Success. A small bomb appeared in the middle of Zhang Ziliang's palm and he threw it towards Lin Jai. The Shield of Courage suddenly shrank. The terrifying werewolves stuck out their blood-red tongues, almost licking Lin Jai's face. At that moment, a stinky dark green poison fog exploded in the middle of the mob of werewolves. Holy light, plus 59. Everyone quickly hid behind the door. Tiredness was written all over their faces. In the new age, the damage to the players was not always fixed. It was related to the player's spirit strength. The more focused one was, the higher the spirit of the person, which meant one could unleash their best ability. Killing monsters for 6 hours straight in high intensity caused everyone's body and spirit to be terribly fatigued. You have killed the enchanted werewolf. You have received 756 EXP. You have killed the enchanted werewolf. You have received 890 EXP. You have leveled up to level 8. You received 5 free stat points and 2 fixed stat points. Accompanied by a ray of golden light, the last werewolf finally fell. The wooden door that stopped moving let everyone heave a long sigh of relief. Everyone felt as if they were relieved of a heavy load and went offline one by one. Fu Sheng, you should rest too. Qiu Yuan's eyes were red, her voice was so soft, it was as if she would sleep soundly the next second. Jai, you also can't hold out any longer. Zhang Ziliang laughed craftily. His workload was not muck revive every tens of seconds to throw the bomb. Now the only one still awake was him. Lin Jai rubbed his eyes and grinned. Can't hold out. Who are you kidding? Let's go, we shall continue fighting. Continue fighting? Fight. Lin Jai took a deep breath. The Castlewood now had already been completely cleared of monsters. If they didn't continue now, until when should they wait? Even in his previous life, Lin Jai had not cleared the monsters so cleanly. Many monsters had tried to escape from Gaoru's control, hiding in all kinds of secret places. However, they had been unable to bear their natural instincts, jumping out to attack ferociously once they detected players. However, now the whole castle was absolutely empty. Go now, wait for a while. Lin Jai waited at the same spot for half an hour until the time in the game became night. Then he opened the wooden door. High Lord Motorheim would probably be asleep by now. That was also one of the most interesting settings of the new age. At certain specific timings, monsters would also have a sleeping schedule, and High Lord Motorheim was one of them. Normally, intruding Castle Wood at night was not a wise choice, just like intruding a widow's village at night in reality. Nighttime was the period when undead and werewolves were the most excited and strongest. Meanwhile, the player's line of sight would decrease, and of course, the death rate definitely must have increased a few times. In the whole Castle Wood, only a few bosses kept to human living habits. What about the other small monsters? They were all dead. Lin Jai and Zhang Ziliang walked down along the staircase. There were 2 roads right in front of them. On the left was the hidden secret passage at the horse stable. There were 3 neutral elite horses. After killing them, there was a small possibility that Carlo horse would be dropped. It was the strongest horse a forward charge paladin could obtain before level 20, having a strong impact force. The right path led towards the castle that looked like the Eiffel Tower of Paris. In the tip lived the main culprit Gaoru. Which path? Asked Zhang Ziliang. The right one, I guess. Since all the monsters were dead, there was no need to go through the secret passage. If he was not too tired, Lin Jai might have wanted to try killing those 3 elite horses. What if just so incidentally his luck was over the roof and the Carlo horse was dropped? He pushed open the luxurious jade door. Only then were they considered really entering Castle Wood. Behind the jade door, Lin Jai knew the spawn location of a silvery white treasure chest. It was hidden very deeply. If other players came, they would definitely miss it without searching carefully. At that moment, without harassment from the monsters, the treasure chest was opened very smoothly. After Lin Jai felt around the treasure chest, a hard card and boots fell into his hands. Bronze character card, Werewolf Hunter. Level 5. Stats: attack 1-2 health points, 6-0 character card. Lin Jai raised his eyebrows. The so-called character cards meant sealing an NPC and were a unique item. In other words, in the whole game world, there would only be one Werewolf Hunter card. When a boss or NPC was sealed into a character card, the player that obtained that character card would be able to accept that character's mission. For example, if one sealed lowly hero Yatasha as a character card, they could summon her out when one was bored. Not only could one pinch her cheeks freely, but they could also learn skills, accept missions, or even interrogate her about a few hidden jobs, etc. The pair of boots was a bronze cloth armor with an additional 50 health points, very suitable for summoners. What is this? Zhang Ziliang looked at the card. The material is quite good, looks like it could be used to make bombs. Lin Jai rolled his eyes and stored the card away in his backpack, casually saying, if you lack materials to make bombs, I suggest you learn the disintegration spell. You could break equipment down or something. A few years later, that casual sentence would become a matter that would make Lin Jai depressed for his whole life. Kitchen, warehouse, bedroom, the two of them plundered recklessly without restraint. OMG Jai, I'm rich. Zhang Ziliang held onto a book happily. After flipping it over, 3 gold coins fell onto his hand. 3 gold coins. Lin Jai was instantly stunned. He grabbed the book to take a look, which was actually the Motorheim's diary. WTH, do all middle-aged men have the hobby of hiding a secret stash? Lastly, after searching all the places, Lin Jai brought Zhang Ziliang to the front of a room. Timmy was there too as he followed them all along. My lord, do not disturb the dead, let him rest in peace. Lin Jai patted Timmy's shoulder with his palm. This made Timmy sigh helplessly as he held the dagger tightly. I have received grace from my lord. Now is the time for me to repay my debt of gratitude. Brave warriors, please help me kill Gaoru. Lin Jai nodded his head solemnly and took out the character card from his backpack. Do you recognize it? Do you choose to release this character card? Yes. Ow, a werewolf appeared in front of them instantly. It had greenish fur and teeth that was not as sharp. Its eyes were on guard as it looked at Lin Jai and Zhang Ziliang, stretching out its short, blunt claws to protect its body. Timmy looked at the werewolf stiffly, and bean-sized tears dripped down instantly. Ow, the werewolf howled, and time seemed to stop at that instant. Lin Jai checked the status of the werewolf hunter. There were no prompt messages. Even the mission notice board was empty. How could a bronze character card be so trashy? According to the grading system of the character cards, those above bronze would definitely have a mission. Werewolf Hunter became more and more anxious. The pain of being unable to express itself made it squat down. Suddenly, the Werewolf Hunter's eyes brightened. Its sharp claws on its left hand slit its right palm, blood splurging out intensively. Timmy, a big bloody word was written on the hard granite floor with its injured palm. The Werewolf Hunter looked at the handsome blonde boy in front of it, revealing an ugly smile. You are still so. The Werewolf Hunter realized that the blood was not enough, and hurriedly tore the wound. Blood gushed out again. Handsome, I am so glad I can see you once more. Lin Jai noticed that the heath points of the Werewolf Hunter dropped rapidly, and it was almost empty in the blink of an eye. Werewolf Hunter was Timmy's wife. The poor castle maid had also been brutally murdered by Gaoru and turned into a werewolf. Which girl did not love beauty? She had been afraid that her beloved would see her ugly appearance, so she had hidden in a place where no one could find her within the character card. Presently her lover was still alive, but she had turned into a monster. Ow! Timmy suddenly gave a long howl and his body muscles suddenly swelled up. His face seemed to be pierced by countless awls and was instantly torn, changing into a werewolf. The two werewolves could finally communicate in the same language and they happily hugged together. Zhang Ziliang sighed. Love is just like this, unforgettable. I can't help but feel a heartache. Lin Jai glanced at him speechlessly. Have you ever dated someone? It seems that you are not qualified to say this. Zhang Ziliang, do you believe that I can pick up a bunch of girls in minutes? I believe it. Lin Jai nodded earnestly. Zhang Ziliang was full of bitterness. It was as though his punch landed on cot. He hatefully flashed the middle finger at Lin Jai. Just as the two werewolves were in a star-crossed relationship, a sudden change occurred. Timmy's lips were stained with blood, and his bloodthirsty nature made him unable to resist its desire, instinctively sticking out his tongue to lick his girlfriend's neck. The smell of fresh blood had completely evoked his inner desire. Jai, hurry and save it. Zhang Ziliang was shocked. Timmy wanted to eat his girlfriend. His teeth had already shallowly pierced into his girlfriend's throat. If pierced a little deeper, his girlfriend would die under his bloodthirsty desire. Lin Jai was expressionless and stretched out his hand to stop him. FCK Jai, this is just a bunch of data, said Lin Jai calmly. According to the strategy in his previous life, Werewolf Timmy would implement the plan together with the players after bidding farewell to the High Lord. He would become a werewolf and bring the players who were tied up in front of Gaoru. However, by this time, Werewolf Timmy would lose his mind and become a hidden boss. Killing him would give accomplishment points, and using the lineage potion could make him a powerful helper for the players. In this life, the situation seemed to be different. After regaining consciousness, Timmy would become angry. The greater the wrath value, the stronger his strength. Even when Timmy was in his normal state, his strength was equal to half of the team. Now was the perfect opportunity. What could anger someone more than killing the person one loved? Werewolf Timmy's strength might be even stronger than he was in Lin Jai's past life. Zhang Ziliang looked at the tragedy in front of him oddly. Timmy's teeth finally pierced his girlfriend's neck in the next second. Owo owo, Timmy instantly went crazy. After a long time, Timmy was awakened from the state of a werewolf. In his arms lied his beloved little girlfriend. She smiled as she lied on top of her own arm. She died, killed by your hands. Lin Jai hardened his heart and continued to stimulate Timmy's emotions. He took out the lineage potion and placed it in Timmy's hands. Now you have two choices, either take revenge or hug the body of the lover you killed yourself and continue to hide in this worn-down old room for the rest of your life. Timmy burst into tears, his anger exploded, and blood flowed out of his mouth. His teeth were broken, crushed from biting himself. He grabbed the lineage potion in Lin Jai's hand and with a huge yell, "I want to take revenge, please help me kill Gaoru." Lin Jai knew that the lineage potion could thoroughly stimulate Timmy's formidable werewolf strength, but he would lose his reasoning. However, there would be nothing to fear if Lin Jai became Timmy's master before he lost his mind. That was the system's settings, as you wish. After getting Lin Jai's promise, Timmy squatted down, gently stroking the face of his lover. Then his eyes became cold and he drank down all the lineage potion. Owo owo. Timmy's body swelled. It actually became a few times larger than his werewolf form, as though he was a ferocious behemoth. You have received the Bloodthirsty Servant Timmy. Bloodthirsty Timmy, Servant, Level 6 Enhanced Elite Werewolf. Health points 14-0. Mana 500. Attack 140-300. Defense 115. Cloth armor defense, 30 magic damage reduction. Skill, Hunting Instinct, Hunter's Roar, Bloodstained Tracking, Enrage Binding. In Lin Jai's previous life, Timmy was only a level 5 normal elite when he was controlling it. Timmy's strength lied in his hunting instinct that was like a perpetual motion machine, converting 45 of the damage dealt as its own health points. Meanwhile, the conversion rate of the enhanced elite version of Timmy for hunting instinct was as high as 85. I earned big time. Lin Jai turned his head, smiled while looking at Zhang Ziliang. There's no big problem even if I let him fight Gaoru alone now. Let's go and get the first clear. Zhang Ziliang suddenly looked at Lin Jai seriously and sighed. I'm very tired, I'll go offline first. His body slowly became faint, and there was only Lin Jai left in the whole castle. Owo, the giant werewolf Timmy slobbered, his claws stretching towards his lover's body uncontrollably. It had already lost its wisdom. Its body's instinct told it that it was hungry. You are not allowed to touch the body. Lin Jai had a complicated look and stopped Timmy's actions immediately. He then brought Timmy to proceed towards the tip of the castle where Gaoru was. Cigarette butt, change positions. Healer, mass healing. Drink mana potions. Kingdom of Glory's team that was under the leadership of Cigarette Butt and Shallow Smile was clearing the boss that had them stuck for a few days, Highlord Motorheim. At this time, Highlord was still wearing its pajamas, and it was holding a shield and a greatsword. Defense of the boss that was awakened from its sleep would decrease by at least half. 2 MT stood at both ends of the circle, diverting aggro once every 3 seconds to avoid injuring or causing a decrease in team members. Shadow Priests activated their spirit transfer at the same time to transfer their mana to the healers. The well-trained priests were able to heal them with an ingenious method of server lag heal. 1. Using the lag of 1 second, where the system judges the player as dead when their health reaches 0 to heal the player, so the system would not judge the player as dead, quickly recovering everyone's health bar to the maximum. Dual Swordsman and Cigarette Butt's dual swords moved between the neck of the Lord, spinning, smashing, stabbing, cutting. Their movements were extremely smooth. After a set of skills was finished, the dual swords were always as close as 2 centimeters away from the throat of the Lord. Shallow Smile was channeling the magic spell. Just at the instant before the Highlord attacked, she precisely released Polymorph to resolve the attack and minimize the damage taken by the MT to the largest extent. Her magic output was extremely high as her arcane impact was endless, just like the waves. Highlord Motorheim's health points decreased slowly, about to reach the 50 mark. Everyone, get ready. Everyone rushed to their position, standing behind the MT, forming one straight line. Highlord's skill, Infidelity Shield, was the strongest team wipeout skill. It dealt a total of 3-0 damage to the targets in a straight line, evenly spread to all targets. If the number of targets was less than 5 people, those people would be killed instantly. There was only that method so that more people could survive. Receive Sanction, Infidelity Shield. The giant shield turned into a steel plate, covering the entire light wall in the room when lifted. Boom! Everyone received 300 points of damage and was sent flying back. Almost all the healers were knocked over. Only Shield Strike and Close Combat attackers were still standing. Drink potions, attack. Cigarette Butt shouted loudly. They could only rely on potions in the second half. He also understood that the chances of killing the Highlord were very slim, but he still had to try. If they only waited for their leader to come back wholeheartedly, it would only prove his incapability. Team leader Cigarette Butt, Vice Team leader Shallow Smile is gone. Cigarette Butt turned back, and sure enough, the direction Shallow Smile was knocked away to had nothing there, only leaving an empty hole at the corner. In the real world, the bright crescent moon hung in the sky. The cold wind blew the bits and pieces of dust and other things on the surface of the floor. Bright light could be seen from a window, expressing to the outside world its master's restlessness. Qiu Yuan's hair was cast on her shoulders casually. While sitting cross-legged, her delicate little hand picked up a crystal-clear raisin from the side and put it into her mouth. Her room was full of all kinds of dolls, a pile at the corner and a pile on her bed. She liked sleeping with little McDull in her arms. Without any image, she used her toe to tap the touchpad of her notebook. Qiu Yuan opened a few of the hotter posts on the New Age forum, looking through them with relish. The handsome reporter Junior Mo was counted as one of the most famous reporters of the forum. The so-called reporters were people who dug up game news and information professionally, always at the forefront of information. They would expose a variety of new missions, new plots, gossips on so-and-so president had an affair with their so-and-so subordinate to the majority of players. They also had an alias called Water Army One. Every profession produced its own topmost masters. A reporter with some fame could lead the public opinion, a strong reporter or team. Even the guilds did not dare to provoke them easily. Instead, they had to humbly please them. With his handsome looks, Junior Mo had a figure no worse than the bodybuilder's body. Of course, his keen news insight had been loved by countless gossip fangirls. Qiu Yuan also liked to take a look at his posts and latest selfies with a heart of burning curiosity for gossip. The new guild Kingdom of Glory with dominating progress. Live video on clearing Castle Wood. Qiu Yuan widened her eyes as Big Sis was very concerned about that dungeon. Even if she knew that the chance for her team to take the first clear was very small, despite the fact that Fu Sheng was leading the team, Qiu Yuan still did not have much confidence. However, there was still a trace of hope in her heart. Who didn't want to take the first clear of Castle Wood? Qiu Yuan quickly clicked into the post, and the video of the Kingdom of Glory clearing Galru was broadcasted live 360 degrees without a blind angle. It seemed that the glory of the dynasty had the determination to win or die trying. Even if it meant disclosing the skill attributes of Galru also did not matter. Why were they so confident? Qiu Yuan took out a small notebook from under the bedside table and carefully stared at the movements in the video. At the same time, she quickly wrote down beautiful words one by one on her book. Foolish humans, my career is justice. The dark robe worn was covered with blood stains, his face was hidden under the mask, and his pupils were like a werewolf. That was the ultimate boss, Galru. Arcane Mage Galru, Level 10 Overlord, Health Points 32, 135 45 0. Galru, the strongest arcane mage of Woodcastle, was the ultimate boss for the players. His skills were powerful, but he could be easily controlled. The heyday Galru could single-handedly fight against a level 20 elite, but if its strength was controlled, its magical attack would drop to an extremely low level. Starting from Galru, players started to really understand the importance of raw skills. Retreat to the door after 3 seconds. Cigarette Butt's eyes were those of an eagle. Even in the face of such high-intensity battle, he remained emotionless. His brain was constantly calculating Galru's next move. Through cursory observation, he predicted its movements. It has been 3 hours since Shallow Smile had discovered the secret passage until now. The first time, everyone had been enstackled by Galru's arcane explosion, just as they had approached Galru. The second time, they had deliberately let the MTs act as bait. As a result, the MTs suddenly rebelled, turning into werewolves, which in turn became Galru's underlings, killing their own team. Their fate, as could be imagined, was to be wiped out again without suspense. The Kingdom of Glory's members had repeatedly tried killing the Galru, forgetting how many times they had died. The good thing was that with every attempt they took, there was an improvement. Thus, every death was of value. Trying to kill a new boss was like that, using lives to fill up the gap towards success. Fearful growth, Galru's low-pitched, horrifying voice roared. Black souls suddenly flew around like madmen. This was fearful growth, where players would have a fear debuff, making them randomly release their skills, and there would also be a tenfold increase in power. Once hit by fearful growth, the players would fail to differentiate friend from foe, releasing the skills chaotically. It was impossible for the system to spawn a completely invincible boss, so there was a safe point which could provide immunity to this fearful growth. 3 seconds before Galru released fearful growth, he would subconsciously look at the safe place. Thus, the only thing they had to do was to run over to it by then. Even so, because the safe point's radius was too small, no matter how one tried to dodge the spell, there would be players who would still get hit. That was where the intelligence and wisdom of players came in. What if the person who got hit was a healer? When a healer was controlled, healing spells would be scattered randomly with 10 times its original power. A control skill that was deadly enough to kill players became a machine that helped to replenish everyone's health. Whoosh, a holy priest was suddenly controlled by Galru. Smiling ferociously, Healing Halo was released instantly. Add 500 health points for the whole team. Everyone was elated, and the precarious health bar instantly recovered to the max. Then they rushed up together and continued attacking. Galru's black pupil gradually spread, and his entire eyeball seemed to be completely covered in black, triggering the skill Eye of Blasphemy. Eye of Blasphemy dealt 30 of health points damage to the target in the line of sight. If the target was channeling spells, the spell would be interrupted. The target that was hit had a 30 chance to be converted to Galru's child. That was also a skill that reduced the enemy numbers and increased the strength of one's side. Faced with such a skill, the method thought up by Cigarette Butt was run. Immediately stop channeling all spells and run behind the boss. If Lin Jai was there, he would ask everyone to continuously channel spells. Although that skill had the special effect of interrupting the channeling of spells, once the player's channeling action was interrupted, the damage and conversion effect caused by the Eye of Blasphemy would be invalid. That was a technique only he knew. However, they were still in the probing stage of the new boss. Hence, being able to come up with such a relatively efficient method so quickly, Cigarette Butt's ability was not be underestimated. The entire team took turns to attack in an orderly manner, obeying the commander's orders. They accurately avoided Galru's attacks and used various opportunities to attack powerfully. When Galru's health bar dropped to half, there was still no reduction in members. This video caused a huge uproar in the forum, or one could say caused a huge panic among some people. After decades of changes in the game world, although new aggressive people would rise up every year, the change to the overall situation was very small. There were few of such situations where so-called dark horses that would go viral quickly would change the game situation. Whether it was financial groups, guilds, or players, they were closely related to the situation of the game world. Today, this situation was about to change. Kingdom of Glory. I already felt that this guild's name was very domineering long ago. This name, cool. Look at the Kingdom of Glory, releasing videos even when clearing a boss, unlike some other guilds, keeping even the walkthrough for Cat Demon Lair for themselves, afraid that others would improve. The difference in morals is so huge. When the leaders of the major guilds heard these statements, they almost had their noses out of joint from anger. To a guild, it was a top priority to beware of all kinds of spies within the guild. How could they announce the walkthrough that countless members had paid a huge price for? Now, Kingdom of Glory had poked them ruthlessly in their soft spots with a sword. Not only did they stand on the moral high ground, but they had also gathered people's hearts, and it had shown great strength. They became the focus of public opinions in an instant. In this regard, even the famous reporter, Junior Mo, said that the Kingdom of Glory was the guild that was most likely to become another famous, powerful guild in China. He also took the opportunity to flatter the New Age. Only a global game like the New Age has such influence. Triumphant Midnight Club had a training warehouse of the size of a stadium. The accommodation and training of the main members were completed there. As the guild leader, the living conditions of Dumb Fox were naturally better than ordinary members. There were enough snacks next to his equipment. That was it. Dumb Fox's wise eyes stared at the video, his fingers quickly tapping, constantly recording down the prelude of Galru releasing his skills and the distribution of the attack range. These were important strategic information. Boss, Midnight was holding a phone, and he furrowed his eyebrows. The person in charge from Core Glory Financial Group called again. It should be trying to urge us to hurry up and clear the dungeon again. Dumb Fox waved his hand and said, "Say I'm pregnant, shut his mouth up." Midnight, as a guild in the game, it required a considerable amount of sponsorship, funds, or even a powerful background to be able to have a place in the game industry. The Core Glory Financial Group was the biggest sponsor of Midnight Triumph. However, the leader of the Core Glory Financial Group was eager for quick success and instant benefits, having eyes bigger than his stomach. Not only Dumb Fox but Hunter's Guild also received pressure from their sponsors. Ghost Eyes pulled a long face as he smoked a cigarette, the floor full of cigarette butts. At the same time, Ironwall Empire, clear the dungeon, use what to clear the dungeon. The Heavenly Shield and tens of the core members, residents, were relatively unbearable. It was only a large warehouse. He just sat on the floor like this and was foul-mouthed as he made the phone call. "Boss Zhang, you have not given us sponsorship in 3 months already. If I, the Heavenly Shield, did not have my members' trust, which brothers would be willing to follow a guild that can't even provide enough food to eat?" The Heavenly Shield urgently needed success, but it had nothing to do with his situation. This grumpy and even conceited middle-aged man, who seemed that the only thing he thought every day was to bully, was weak. Who would think that he did that all because he wanted to be able to succeed and let his brothers have a meal? In Lin Jai's previous life, he did not know this, nor anyone else. The Ironwall Empire's poor reputation was obvious to all, and its disappearance made everyone clap their hands and shout bravo. This scenario was infinitely repeated. Bang Q Yuan put down her notebook and gave a phone call to Netherblue. "Big sis, there is a new guild called the Kingdom of Glory that will soon take the first clear. We need to hurry and go online, wake Water and the rest up. Netherblue's voice still had a little sense of sleepiness, but then the lazy feeling after waking up dissipated, and she regained her usual capable and experienced self. What about Fu Sheng, an innocent killer? I'll go online to check. Qiu Yuan took out the helmet from under her bedside table and entered the game. Welcome back, dear player. You have appeared within Wood Castle. As the scene in front became clearer, Qiu Yuan opened her friend list at once. Fu Sheng's name was shining green. He was online. Qiu Yuan almost cheered, but she found out that not far away, a furry, huge monster tail flung and disappeared at a dead end. Qiu Yuan looked at that monster with a puzzled look. She took a look at her skill column and waved her staff gently. Then her body slowly became invisible. Fade spell. Continuous magic allows you to enter lesser stealth state when not engaged in battle, reduces the detection radius, reduces your weight for 6 minutes. During battle mode, with 5 seconds as a round aggro is reduced, lasting 15 seconds. The effects of Fade were not strong because it had a much greater effect on holy priests than shadow priests, who did not have a high output but a constant output. However, that was an exclusive skill of shadow priests, thus making it seem even more useless. There were no trash skills, only trash players. In Castle Wood, a place where the overall tone was on the darker side, Fade was the best skill for tracking. Just now that monster seemed to be going to the top of the castle. From where could it enter? Qiu Yuan's agile eyes swept through the surroundings until she found a passageway beside the horse stable that she had not seen before. Could it be? Qiu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. She moved the weeds that were messy but were like chiffon aside, and a deep hole appeared in front of her eyes. Lin Jai held his arms and stood coldly in front of the wooden door, listening to the violent collision sounds with an emotionless expression. The sounds of body colliding with screaming and yelling sounds intertwined were like a bittersweet yet beautiful percussion music. The ultimate boss Gaoru's strength was really powerful. Even if there were 10 Fu Sheng, it would still be hard to kill it. Even in his previous life, the era where the boss walkthrough had been made public, battling Gaoru alone was extremely hard. One not only needed to battle fiercely to break Timmy from Gaoru's control, but also needed one's nerves to be constantly tensed, lest Gaoru reversed control with an attack, controlling Timmy back. Now, those hard problems were easily solved, enhanced Elite Timmy's powerful attributes and resistance, completely ignoring Gaoru's attack. Its sharp claws could not only easily tear Gaoru's skin, but could even convert it to one's own health points, ignoring any contract or control type skills. Lin Jai took a look at the time. In this life, Castle Wood's opening time was much later than before, which also represented that it was much closer to a certain incident. In less than 10 days, the new age would have been launched for 1 month. After that incident, the entire game situation would suffer a huge impact. The torrent of fate came surging in. Who could remain standing? Lin Jai asked himself, just relying on rebirth alone, perhaps he could have a prosperous life and live comfortably as a local tyrant, but he could never get to the power peak. With one order, he could summon wind and call for rain. In this life, Lin Jai not only wanted money but also power. Living a second life, was it just to become a legendary figure in everyone's mouth, to be people's leisure time talk, an expert that was looked up by everyone? No, that was not what Lin Jai wanted. He wanted to stand at the peak of power. Only in this position, he had the qualifications to protect himself and his family. Relying only on one person was far from enough. Lin Jai remembered an organization, Brotherhood. Brotherhood was not a fixed team, nor was it a guild. It was more like a sanctuary for solo players. No matter how powerful the player was, without a guild as a backing, solo players would eventually be timid and overly cautious in the game. Brotherhood was a lone wolves organization. As more and more players joined Brotherhood, Brotherhood also grew to become a large, terrifying organization that could speak with all guilds on an equal footing. Before long, the Brotherhood gained a widespread reputation: the first clear of dungeons, the scramble for the world boss, occupying territory, exploring the map. Such achievements were all branded with the name of Brotherhood. Codename Dark Knight, codename Heavenly Wrath, codename Devil. Those names could make people tremble with fear on hearing them. Afterward, that organization disappeared in an instant. No one had known why, and the solo players had also dispersed in the face of trouble and joined other guilds. However, in the following year, a second-class guild called Day Dawn had publicly declared that the Brotherhood was a group of scum. Then the guild had been collectively chased by countless Brotherhood members, as though they were rats crossing the street. In only 1 week, that guild had to announce its disbandment. It had been delisted from the game industry, for the glory of the Brotherhood. That was the only sentence left on the scene. Now, Brotherhood had yet to be created. In Lin Jai's previous life, Brotherhood's creation time had been in the final stage of the dungeon War of Light, as it had been in full swing. In a whole half a month, the final dungeon that had not been cleared touched everyone's heart. At that time, no one would have thought that the first clear all the guilds had worked so hard and had been fighting so hard for would be stolen by such a sudden black horse. Not only so, but Brotherhood had also used the dungeons first clear to recruit members without any constraint, and in just a few days, it had expanded into a huge organization. The impact had been so great that it had made the system's mercenary associations exist in name only. When lone wolves entered Brotherhood, they could accept a variety of high-paying missions internally. As long as one had the ability, Brotherhood was a gold mine to be dug. As for requesters, as long as one had money, Brotherhood could meet all their requirements. Surprisingly, the genius-like leader had not shown up even until the end. If that organization was in the hands of Lin Jai, he would have the capital for confrontation. Master, a deep howling came from inside the door. The giant werewolf Timmy greedily drooled. In front of him, Galru was on the verge of death with his health bar almost empty. You have applied to create a special communication channel. Please enter the name. Brotherhood, available for use, allocating a random channel code. In just 2 seconds, the channel code was allocated, 90,090. Lin Jai was startled as that was the channel code of Brotherhood in his previous life. One should know that the allocation of a channel code was relatively random. At that moment, fate was surprisingly coincidental. Such a large organization naturally required strict rules and restrictions with no trace of loopholes. Lin Jai directly used the rules of that founder in his previous life and wrote up to tens of thousands of words. It included organization rules, hierarchy, details on employment rules, and so on. The members of the organization were divided into 10 levels according to equipment, levels, mission completion, and reputation. Among them, an average member could only reach the 5th level unless they had completed the leveling up job mission or had a special identity such as the Holy Church Cardinal. Only then would one be allowed to continue advancing, after setting up the various rules of Brotherhood. Since Lin Jai had not gotten the item that could change the name of players, he could only set it to be anonymous. The NPC that sold that item was at the end of the town of Mayor, wandering around the borders of guilds and tribes. For Brotherhood, that was a necessity. Lin Jai ordered kill. ARHWOO. Timmy was like a wild runaway horse. The pillar-sized arm suddenly smashed down heavily, turning Galru into a pile of muddy flesh. Pant dual swordsman cigarette butt's eyes were red. When Galru's health bar was lower than 20, it would go into insane mode. Anybody who went within 10 yards radius of Galru would transform into Overlord Werewolf. Even its breath was highly toxic. Even if one drank the poison antidote potion immediately, it would also be useless. If one was attacked, it would be instant kill. MT was unable to pull the boss aggro, which caused everyone to be overcautious and fearful, unable to attack to their heart's content. Shallow Smile's limpid eyes stared closely at the aggro list. Although the MT's aggro value was ranked first, the other people's aggro value only lagged behind by a small difference. Once the aggro OT, it would mean the start of the team's wipeout. Kingdom of Glory's team could only try its best to control the boss, aggro value, making every target have a steady output until the last explosion of attacks. Galru's health points decreased slowly under everyone's tenterhooks, finally welcoming the final moment, the last 2 0 health points. However, everyone's aggro value was already nearing the danger line. If anybody's output was in excess, it would upset the present situation, having the boss to attack crazily. Ranged, full output. Melee block and attack, cigarette butt clenched his teeth. Shallow Smile's palms had the arcane radiance flashing. Her fingers flicked lightly, and destructive arcane energy swept away like waves. It hit Galru's head, and a huge 70 over damage points popped up from his head. Presence of mind, arcane blast. Shallow Smile shouted lightly. 2 arcane waves of energy were released continuously. Galru's health bar that hung by a thread decreased again. At the same time, Cigarette Butt roared and picked up his dual swords. As Galru had thrown out a chaotic shadow, he stood in front of Shallow Smile to block the attack and was instantly corroded by the shadow until nothing was left. Galru's output had gone through the roof. Everyone attack. All melee protect me, Shallow Smile ordered. Because of that explosive output, her output and aggro values were steadily ranked first now. Even if the whole team died, as long as she was alive, there would be a slim chance of survival. All melee such as shield specialists and holy paladins stood in front of Shallow Smile one after the other. They used their life as a shield, blocking each deadly attack. At the same time, the rest of the mages and priests took out their treasured collection of potions and poured them into their mouths, shouting, "Protect Big Sis. Everyone, drink potions. Fight with your lives on the line." Concurrently, the forum burst out in fiery discussions. Regardless whether that was a show or not, Kingdom of Glory's united and powerful strength had been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. As long as Castle Wood was cleared, its reputation would rise to peak. Kill it quickly. Shallow Smile is too beautiful. She will be my goddess from now on. Another shield specialist died. These are the elites of Kingdom of Glory. Our level's worthless to them. Worth it my ass. This is glory, do you understand? Shallow Smile looked at her teammates being instantly killed one by one successively to protect her. her pretty face filled with pain. Even they could not help loving her upon seeing her expression. How they wished they could offer their shoulders to her and let her rest against them. Big sis, be careful. A chaotic shadow suddenly shot towards her. All the melee had already died. A priest pushed shadow priests away and was burnt to ashes by the shadow. Shallow Smile shouted coldly, die. Arcane eruption. Boom. It formed a spear, instantly piercing Galru's heart. All of Galru's actions stopped immediately. His huge body slowly fell down. Victory. Ding. System announcement. Congratulations to Brotherhood for getting the first clear on Castle Wood. Reward Team Leader XX Anonymous 20 experience points 15 silver coins. As the team with the first clear on Castle Wood, you shall receive an additional reward, Galru's Grimoire. The world announcement was made for a total of 3 times. Everyone was astonished. The first clear of Castle Wood was not the Kingdom of Glory but Brotherhood. What team was that? WTF, only one name, a single person clear. Some attentive players shouted out, Brotherhood, this name is amazing. The forum's famous reporter, Junior Mo, was so anxious that he was covered in sweat. The interview he prepared earlier with cigarette butt had to be changed urgently now. It was as if the interview of a drama continued throughout the entire shooting process, but later, it was found out that the interviewed man was not the protagonist. That hurt the reporter's heart very much. As a professional reporter, he had a keen sense for big events. When the world announcement appeared, he was shocked. Another anonymous player. He then quickly checked the previously collected screenshots, and he immediately went to the forum to post while laughing. This Brotherhood's player should be the person that hid his name when clearing Cat Demon Lair. Junior Mo was determined in his judgment, as for evidence, just because both Anonymous had used 2 letters. In an instant, human flesh search mode was on, and all the professional gamers that had a bit of fame or had changed names were searched thoroughly by the excited crowd. However, the data on Brotherhood was none. There was no information. Who the hell were they? Shallow Smile's arcane eruption pierced through Galru's chest and gave a faint smile. Succeeded. The first clear belongs to the Kingdom of Glory. They never expected that in the next second bad news would follow. First clear was taken by Brotherhood. All their efforts these days, making live video open to the public on the clearing progress, became a huge joke. They had become another party's stepping stone to gaining fame. Shallow Smile nearly fainted from anger. When her teammates revived and came back, she let loose a torrent of abuse, trash, a bunch of trash. Just missed it by half a second. Were you all dilly-dallying as though having constipation while shitting? She scolded them right in their face, and even Cigarette Butt was ruthlessly scolded with a few phrases like, useless assla, big sis, hurry shoot, the video is still on. The Kingdom of Glory lost face big time. Originally, according to the development of the matter, even if they failed to get the first clear, they could rely on their selfless contribution of the boss, information, and their actions at the last moments, them sacrificing themselves to protect others and defending their glory. That would also leave a very high reputation for them. But now their grand plan was ruined. Ui Shallow Smile clutched her chest, and her body slowly fell. She had fainted from anger. Linjai stood beside Galru's corpse in a daze. There was no joy from getting the first clear at all. That was because Q Yuan was just standing in front of him. Currently, giant werewolf Timmy was suppressing its restless appetite, smelling Galru's corpse from time to time and giving a pleading look to its master. The girl's clean and tender face had a faint pink due to anger. With each breath in and out, her chest was moving up and down. She took a deep breath and pointed at Galru's corpse. Fu Sheng, give me an explanation. Brotherhood. What was Brotherhood? Beforehand, to show her trust and gratitude, Netherblue had set Fu Sheng as the highest authority of the hierarchy. If she was offline, then Lin Jai would have the rights of using any team leader's authority, including changing the team's name. Therefore, because of that, Lin Jai could release the announcement with the name Brotherhood. Q Yuan clenched the staff in her hand tightly, her eyes sizing up Lin Jai. The man that seemed to have everything under control was actually flustered at this moment. His hands hung on both sides of his thigh, and his fingers subconsciously moved irregularly. Everyone put in a lot for this dungeon, especially Big Sister, but I also know that our potions were provided by you. Q Yuan gradually calmed down, smiled beautifully yet without comparison, but with unfamiliar ridicule. Fu Sheng, you were the first friend I met in the game. I thought that you were doing so many things for me, our friendship, you did so many things for the team. I thought we could take the first dungeon clear together. Q Yuan wiped her eyes. Fu Sheng, do you know? You are the most hateful liar I have ever seen. Why did you want to do this? How important was glory to the team? Perhaps those players that played alone while scratching their feet one would never understand. Lin Jai also understood that by doing so, he would inevitably become estranged to some extent with Netherblue team, but he had his own considerations. Now, in the face of Q Yuan's questioning, Lin Jai could actually not utter a single word. It was not something that could be explained for the time being. He just found out that his EQ was really low. He was conflicted. Should he tell Q Yuan that if he had not done so, his family might be ruined? I have my reasons. Lin Jai helplessly blurted out those few words. He thought for a moment and added, I did not lie to you. Just as she finished, Qiu Yuan's figure slowly disappeared. Lin Jai was stunned for quite a while before he reluctantly let a long sigh. After going offline, Qiu Yuan was still wearing her stay-home tank top, but she did not have any smile on her face. Remembering the scene that happened just now, she somehow felt that it was so ridiculous. Ding, answer the phone call, little dumb pig. Qiu Yuan took a look at her phone and offed it silently. She curled up on the sofa, crying softly. She still remembered that this ringtone was given to her by a boy during high school. Which girl did not fantasize about love when in the ivory tower? She was crazy about a boy before. Every morning she would get up early to buy breakfast and quietly stuff it under his desk quietly. Every time after physical education class, she would wear her most beautiful dress to give him mineral water. Every night during self-study, she would use the questions that she had saved up the whole day as topics after that. The boy had given her a ringtone, but there was nothing more afterward. After entering the game, Qiu Yuan met Fu Sheng. The first time he helped her, nimble and carefree. The second time he showed how wise and farsighted he was, gaining control of the whole situation. After that, he even led his team to start clearing Castle Wood, providing the strategies, potions. He was like a big brother who took care of her meticulously, and she always felt lucky to know such a friend, or better say, big brother. However, the him now betrayed her and the team. Why? For what reason? The door was suddenly slammed open. Netherblue silently put away the key and stood at the door. Qiu Yuan quickly wiped dry her tears and asked while startled, Big sis, why are you here? To find you for a meal, said Netherblue calmly. She stared at the tears at the edge of Qiu Yuan's eyes and added, I just knew that you girl would be like this. Let's go for some drinks. Wow, Timmy growled. The giant werewolf that was as tall as a person went close to Lin Jai and rubbed him intimately. Its teeth that gleamed with cold light was just nice, pointing at Galru's corpse. You are not allowed to eat. Lin Jai frowned. Timmy's creator was Galru. If his corpse disappeared, Timmy would also disappear. Looking at the empty channel list, Lin Jai suppressed his awful emotions and organized his thoughts, subconsciously playing with his finger. In his previous life, Lin Jai had also been a member of Brotherhood, and due to members being anonymous, he did not understand much of the situation. As to the process of how Brotherhood recruited people, Lin Jai's memory was blurry. He only vaguely remembered that at that time, Brotherhood's channel code had suddenly been made public. That had attracted countless players who rushed to apply to enter, had been one of them too. Channel code, should I directly announce it now? Like how the mysterious founder did in his previous life. It could indeed attract a lot of people at a time, but it does not seem to be the result I want. Lin Jai hurriedly rejected this idea, thinking hard. Not right. Lin Jai suddenly raised his head. Not right. Yes, something was not right. From the beginning, Lin Jai had been mistaken. That was repeating the path of the predecessors. Roads were created by yourself. Only that way one would get the results they wanted. He had his way, and I have my way. Genius leader could help Brotherhood expand single-handedly. Now that I'm already standing on the shoulders of my predecessors, couldn't I expand Brotherhood single-handedly too? Looking at the friend list, Lin Jai stared at a glowing name in surprise. Old my, haven't you slept yet? Lin Jai laughed. This person was Wine God Elder. Nope, well, I can't sleep when it comes to the middle of the night. The forthright sound of Wine God Elder could be heard, so I came into the game to hang around. What's the matter? Indeed, there's a matter. It's really when I'm sleepy. Someone would give a pillow to me. A Chinese idiom that describes when a person wanted to do something. Someone just coincidentally gives him the thing he wanted to do, meaning everything goes smoothly. I recently applied for a mercenary qualification at the Mercenary Association. Who knew that there was no interesting task at all, and I was so bored. Say, what's up? Lin Jai suddenly laughed out loud. Currently, as the players, levels were still low, conflicts were not intense, and missions of killing players were rare. Missions like buying cannon fodders to kill the boss, recruiting underlings to pretend to be local tyrants to chase girls, running errands. Those missions were in large amounts, and the rewards were not high either. In the eyes of some quite conceited experts, such missions were naturally viewed as garbage. Ding. Player Fu Sheng invites you to join Brotherhood channel. The voice of the Wine God Elder changed. Brotherhood is yours. The first clear. Lin Jai smiled slightly. Why not just look at the numbers? Wine God Elder laughed too, including himself. There was a total of 2 people. He was undoubtedly the one who had cleared the Castle Wood first. He took a closer look at the channel rules and instantly felt the huge commerce potential. If this organization develops, it will definitely become a formidable force. The reason why lone wolves were weak was that they were difficult to organize. No matter how bright a firefly was, could one compare it to street light. However, when all the fireflies around the world were gathered together, even the bright moon would pale in comparison. However, the numbers were too little. Moreover, this leader's scheming abilities were lacking, but the rules were extremely well organized and no loopholes could be found. Wine God Elder thought for a long while and finally gave his judgment of Lin Jai. This is a science geek with good law results, but he has a relatively low EQ. Didn't my younger brother also have a bunch of such rash fellows he felt it necessary to remind Lin Jai and voiced out, Fu Sheng, I must tell you something. I am a member of the Kingdom of Glory. Oh, I believe you. Lin Jai laughed, you brat, I really am. I really believe you. You, wine god elder tried to be angry and fierce. You brat, for how long do we know each other? I'm telling you everything about me, but what if I'm a bad person? Even if I sold you, you would be counting the money with gratitude to me. That'll teach you a lesson. Lin Jai understood and said, seriously, I got it, big brother. Wine god elder snorted, that's more like it. Lin Jai smiled bitterly. How am I unclear of your temper? In the past 7 years of his previous life, the legendary game career of Wine God Elder could be summarized into 4 words: genuine meeting of minds. What do you want to do? Say it out. Lin Jai then expressed his thoughts. He planned to set up several levels to separate the customer base from the leaders. For example, ordinary customers could hire members below level 2 after donating 50. 1 could become bronze customers, hiring members below level 3, the highest was up to gold level, allowing them to hire any member they wanted. In order to ensure the activeness of high-level members, members above level 5 could receive a fixed salary every month, which increased with the increase in commodity prices. At the same time, in order to ensure that they were not just there to make up the numbers, they would need to complete at least a mission once every month. In addition, the highest level, Legendary, had been set up, tentatively set to 7 positions. Legendary levels did not belong to the customers. It was similar to shareholders. After obtaining a certain share of the organization, one would have the authority only lower than the leader of the organization. In order to facilitate the development of the Brotherhood, when the National Electronics Alliance points reached more than 200, Zero and the guild leader revealed his identity, one could buy into the shares using their connections. They would occupy a certain portion of the shares and sign a series of contracts. Once violated, one would be permanently hunted down by the entire Brotherhood. Lin Jai and Wine God Elder were both legendary level and occupied 2 positions. The 7 legendary levels were anonymous to each other, restricting and balancing one another. Now there is only one thing missing. Wine God Elder was very satisfied with Lin Jai's strategy, nodding his head and said, fame. Pursuing fame and profit, fame comes first and profit comes later. With just an ordinary level first clear, I am afraid that it is difficult to get approval from the public. Lin Jai nodded and said, this requires the elder brother to go into action. Recruit some people from the Mercenary Association. I will provide the low-level poison antidote potion to clear the difficult level dungeon in the name of Brotherhood. At the same time, I will provide any necessary technical guidance. Difficult level, Wine God Elder nodded. Okay, I will put the name of the Brotherhood up on the mercenary list. Difficult level was no simpler than the simple level. Since the Werewolf Hunter card was a unique item that could be used once, it was impossible to anger Timmy with the same method. The final boss battle could not be avoided, and how would the rise in difficulty just be 3 times higher? That was a tough job. A light suddenly flashed. It was Q Yuan that was back online. Fu Sheng. Oh my WTF, there's still the voice of a girl. Wine God Elder gave a deep smile and hung up instantly. I want to ask you one thing. Q Yuan's face was red, her eyes blurred. The slightly drunken girl's charming appearance made her tug on one's heart even more. Did you? Lin Jai's eyes lit up. He had temporarily forgotten that Q Yuan had questioned him previously. He asked urgently, Q Yuan, your timing was just nice. You have not led a team before, right? Q Yuan blinked her big eyes and her voice was full of laziness. No. That's great. Do me a favor. If a player who has not led the team before leads the team to clear the dungeon, Werewolf Timmy can spawn again. By that time you would lead the team. Why should I help you? With a sentence from Q Yuan, Lin Jai was stunned. She gradually approached Lin Jai. Her exquisite girl's body scent surrounded Lin Jai's nose. Her delicate skin was about to touch his lips. Q Yuan opened her little neat white teeth and bit Lin Jai's neck firmly. She said vaguely, liar, all liars. You have caused me so much pain by lying to me. With those words, Q Yuan's figure gradually disappeared. As Lin Jai looked Q Yuan disappearing, he speechlessly opened his hand. What was this? It took Lin Jai a long time to turn his attention back to Gaoru's body. It was a common consensus of all players that the first clear of a boss in a dungeon would drop many items. Drops from Gaoru was nothing less. Meteor sword, gold, designed for thieves. It had tearing effect, making it the best equipment for bandits who were after blooding effect. Once that was put on the auction house, those bandits would absolutely fight for it. It was estimated to be a great source of income. Gaoru's rune robe, gold, designed for shadow priests. It had acceptable attributes but came with a transformational skill. There was a 0-1 chance of converting each killed person into a werewolf servant, which was equivalent to a level 10 elite. This is quite suitable for Q Yuan. I wonder if she will like the appearance of this robe. Lin Jai continued to search under Gaoru's body for a while, and he found a torn treasure map. This treasure map was full of dense symbols, just like a mad scientist recording his research results that were hard to comprehend. Lin Jai stuffed the treasure map into his backpack as he could not understand it. Lin Jai stood up satisfactorily. 2 pieces of gold equipment plus a treasure map of unknown use and a magic book of Galru, which recorded the skills of 2 warlocks. The effect was stronger than the skills acquired through skill books. At the same time, it recorded the experience of the warlocks' skills research, which gave some skill proficiency upon in-depth study. The loots were worth the first clear of a boss of ordinary difficulty. Then he patted Timmy's buff back and said softly, "Eat it. ARHWOO, ARHWOO." Timmy tore Galru's body in a frenzy, and his mouth was full of blood. That scene was considered as a hidden plot and had no effect on mission reward and completion. When Timmy finished eating the terrible arcane mage, his body gradually shrank, collapsed, and fell down slowly. Timmy's body gradually returned to the size of a human. He used his last strength and crawled toward his wife's position. Lin Jai sighed with emotion in his heart. What we know about true love in this world is the life-to-life promise only. He could not help thinking of that gentle face. With a shush, Lin Jai went up and hugged him. He carried him in front of his lover and put him down gently. "Ding, you have completed Timmy's revenge mission. You received 75 EXP, 15 silver coins. You gained the bonus item, Ring of Stealth. Ring of Stealth Gold, no job restriction. Requires level 3. All attributes +1. Additional effect: when you leave combat for 10 seconds, you enter a state of stealth. The next hit deals an additional 15 damage. Note, repress the desire in your heart, Timmy. Good stuff, all attributes +1. Lin Jai equipped the ring immediately. The design of the ring was very simple. It was just like straw. That was Timmy's engagement ring. Looking at Timmy and his wife, Lin Jai felt a little guilty. He thought for a moment, leaned over and picked up their bodies and went to the place where Timmy was found. May they rest in peace after they were buried together. Although you are just a string of data, I still want to apologize to you, whispered Lin Jai as he used the broken blade to dig up the soil and put the bodies in it. According to the plot of in his previous life, Galru's body would not be eaten by the mad Timmy, so Timmy would not die, and the couple could even get a perfect ending. Burying an NPC was a laughable and laborious thing. After all, the environment in the game could not be destroyed at will. Lin Jai did it anyway. Suddenly, the broken blade seemed to touch something hard, and there was a crisp noise. Lin Jai was shocked and dug deep into it. It was a dark gold book, Timmy's laboratory diary, which recorded all kinds of experimental results Timmy had done in order to relieve the curse of werewolves. But Timmy had still failed to produce a curse-relieving drug after his almost insane research. Instead, he had inadvertently manufactured a byproduct, the lineage potion, which could stimulate the nature of werewolves, making it stronger based on Wrath Point. The lineage potion. Lin Jai was excited and quickly read the whole log. He almost shouted with joy at the instance. At the back of Timmy's lab log, there was a list of materials needed to make the lineage potion, such as rootless leaves, Kodo's saliva, low-grade demon blood. At the same time, the manufacturing formula and process were recorded in great detail. It was impossible for players to pass through Castle Wood easily before they changed jobs. Timmy was the key. Otherwise, one could only do everything like the Kingdom of Glory, fight with their lives on the line and luck. But it had always been a difficult question on how to improve Timmy's ability. As the saying goes, when one lacks quality, he can do with quantity. As long as there were enough potions, it was not difficult to let Timmy go into frenzy mode by force. Lin Jai's eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Jai quickly buried Timmy and his wife, and he left the dungeon with mixed feelings of sadness and joy. He returned to the Sky Provisions shop, where he could finally go offline safely. 2 seconds after the Brotherhood cleared the dungeon, the Kingdom of Glory cleared Castle Wood. The difference might be insignificant, but it was huge indeed. The matter had become a laughingstock. Coupled with the shrewish behavior of Shallow's smile later in the video, a vast number of players were shocked by the quality of the commander of a large clan. The image of the Kingdom of Glory had fallen to the bottom out of a sudden. Fortunately, the next announcement rekindled the spirit of the Kingdom of Glory. 18 Massacres has leveled up to level 10, and he was preparing to take up the job-changing mission. 18 Massacres had officially entered the rankings as the first position. The enormous difficulty of leveling in the new age had made the ranking list prestigious. That announcement was undoubtedly a shot in the arm for the present Kingdom of Glory. In any case, the Kingdom of Glory is still ahead of most guilds. Cigarette Butt said, "Summarize the experience and expand our advantages. Send the Elite Group 2 and 3 into the dungeon. Since we didn't get the first clear, we will try to get all the clearance records." Lin Jai had a good sleep and woke up to find that he had slept for 20 hours. After a casual meal and a good workout, he entered the game. Ding, you are now at Sky Provisions shop. Lin Jai found that the potion King 7 Ears was becoming more and more exquisite with his potion making. His words and behavior were becoming more and more similar. Potion King in his previous life and the current one were gradually overlapping, which made him feel kind of sad. What was needed the most for a sub-job was a mental state, a stable mind, a stable hand, plus the powerful aid of perfect potion mastery and the unique skills of 7 ears. If one had all that, the success rate of refining would naturally soar. The low-level poison antidote potion in the provisions shop were all manufactured by him. Morning, boss, greeted Seven energetically. Morning, as he greeted, Lin Jai checked the latest transaction records of the Sky Provisions shop and found that it was on track. Pawnshop trading mode was really the first in the game as many players were curious about it. From time to time, players tested the price for things that were not suited for them. They found that the price given by Sky Provisions shop was much higher than that of outside. Over time, it had become a fairly credible trading shop. The designated price set by Lin Jai would not cause any loss, it even made a lot of money. Although the bronze-grade equipment from level 3 to 6 was not very valuable, the profit was lucrative. A piece of equipment earned 30 bronze coins, and hundreds of pieces came down to a gold coin. Many a little make a mickle, quantity changed into quality, and it could be put into practice everywhere. In just a few days, the business volume in the Sky Provisions shop had reached 200 gold coins. The profit was as much as 20 gold coins. It was as if money appeared out of nowhere. Boss, some players have taken a lot of unknown goods to pawn and most of them have expired. How do we deal with it? 7 ears suddenly said, and many of them are special items. I can't evaluate them. I could only grit my teeth and spend 30 bronze coins to get them. Lin Jai took a look, and sure enough, all kinds of special items were piled up in the warehouse. In that way, it was urgent to upgrade the store. That's all right, take it. Lin Jai searched the warehouse for a while, and his eyes flashed according to the original price, taken as many as possible. As long as it's a special item, it's all in for me. There were many kinds of special items in the new age, and their roles were different. For example, in order to move lightly for a bandit, the equipped leather armor would generally expose elbows and other soft parts. Assuming that they were at that time in the mountains and forests to carry out missions, the most frightening thing was the poisonous mosquitoes. A mere bite of it would cause immense pain. Snapper, which was a special plant item, could be put into great use at that time. It adsorbed on the skin. If there was no food to fill its stomach within an hour, it would start to leach on players' blood. By sticking the snapper to exposed areas, let alone poisonous mosquitoes, it could even swallow a snake. What surprised Lin Jai more was that he found something else in the warehouse: hard rotten wood. The surface was rotten and the use was unknown. It was covered with knife marks, and it seemed that the owner had not spared much effort to test its use. But Lin Jai knew that this was the golden silk wood needed to make sub-legendary fire gun. The decayed bark on the surface could be easily peeled off by soaking it with an intermediate dissolving agent for 3 days. Boss, 7 ears suddenly blushed a little and said weakly, the low-level poison antidote potions we have are almost sold out. Lin Jai nodded. Understood, we will share the revenue. You will at least get a portion of what I get. 7 ears gave a dry cough and said, not this problem, what I want to say is that I'm the only potioneer here and I can't keep it up. Lin Jai frowned. It was indeed necessary to recruit a potioneer, but it could be put aside for now as it was not very urgent. Keep in mind that Lin Jai was still a poor man. A potioneer with some skills would cost about 7 to 80. That was not something he could afford. Lin Jai patted 7 ears on the shoulder. I understand, but have you ever thought about it? The reason why I only recruited you is to let your skill proficiency rise rapidly and strive to reach the intermediate level as soon as possible. I do not want others to have a share of your resources. After all, practice makes perfect. I was not going to recruit until another half a month. Now that you ask for it, I'll go and recruit some potioneer. Boss, wait, 7 ears was in a hurry. I can handle it. Lin Jai put the lineage potion recipe on the table satisfactorily and said, okay, then help me make hundreds of lineage potion. After fooling 7 ears, Lin Jai left the Sky Provisions shop with 20 gold coins that he had just withdrawn with joy. Ding. System announcement. Congratulations to the Player 18 Massacres for completing the job-changing mission and becoming a Retribution Paladin. As the first successful player to change a job, he is rewarded with disciplinary epi gold. The system announcement caused another uproar amongst the players. Job-changing missions required players to reach level 10. After that, one could find a job mentor to accept the mission. According to the grade of NPCs sought, missions were divided into 5 levels similar to dungeons: simple, normal, difficult, master, expert. Completion of simple mission would grant a player a job-changing certificate. Completion of normal mission would grant a player to learn an extra normal skill and training suggestions. Completion of difficult mission would grant a player mission for that job. Upon completion of that mission, one could receive items for the job. For example, a mount for forward charge paladin, summoned beast for summoners. It was the greatest goal for normal players to complete the difficult mission. shard of dark gold equipment, and its laid would be rewarded for master mission. A torn treasure map would be rewarded for expert mission. Looking at the reward, most players would choose the difficult mission as it was the most cost-effective one. 18 Massacres had chosen a simple mission and could only get a certificate for job changing. Moreover, because of the absence of firm belief in victory, 18 Massacres was not liked by the mentors in Holy Church. He could only eliminate their prejudice against him after completing a series of low-paid Holy Church missions. In Lin Jai's previous life, 18 Massacres had completed the expert mission. Again, history had changed. Lin Jai sighed for no reason. In the long run, it had a great impact on the strength of 18 Massacres, but now his fame was soaring in an instant. The first person in the ranking and the first person in job changing could revitalize the Kingdom of Glory. Very next moment, a post appeared on the forum. 18 Massacres will lead the elite team of the Kingdom of Glory to explore the difficult level of Castle Wood. Within half a minute, the wine god elder sent in a message. Fu Sheng, 18 Massacres is a very strong competitor. I'm not sure I'll get the first clear in the difficult level. Wine god added with a solemn face, my team is still in the exploratory stage for the time being. The strength of Timmy the werewolf is a little unsatisfactory. It was such a pain to suppress the reputation of the Kingdom of Glory. How could they be granted another chance? Lin Jai smiled and said, I'll give you a surprise. Hee hee. Wine god was stunted. In Blacksmith's shop in the City of Light, Blue's strong arms tempered the raw form of the sword regularly. The short sword was covered with a red flame of high temperature when it was completed. It was then put into the cold spring at the side. Sizz. A cloud of smoke rose. Done. Hey, don't go. I've still some more here. We must get the equipment. The blacksmith shop had been crowded with players since the Forger Blue had been upgraded. Because he was a pro, there was a limited supply of bronze items created by Blue, and the refresh time was uncertain. Many headhunters especially stayed there for a long time and immediately bought the equipment once it was refreshed. Blue carried the equipment outside and shouted, move away. After all, he had leveled up and he was very confident. Players flattered and laughed while moving aside. When the equipment was on the shelf, everyone rushed up. Business is good, isn't it? A familiar voice sounded. You don't say I'm Master Blue. Blue answered half angrily and quickly stopped the second half of the sentence after looking carefully. My lord, long time no see. Blue's personality was rather simple. In other words, he was stubborn. He believed that the reason why he could have a breakthrough was all bestowed by Lin Jai. In addition, Lin Jai had said at that time, I won't hold you accountable if you fail. The muscular and simple-minded man had been touched for several days. Players were shocked. The master's temper was notoriously bad. How could he be so polite to this person? Everyone was stunned when they saw the red name of Lin Jai. What? Entering the city with a red name? No, it's not a red name. It's almost purple. Has this guy killed hundreds of people? Yes, Lin Jai's red name had been hard to eliminate since he was outsmarted by the mission of the light priest Yatasha. However, he gained quite a lot of prestige. Entering the city with a red name was such a trivial matter. Lin Jai had long been accustomed to the envy and jealousy of the crowd. Master Blue, I want you to help me forge something, Lin Jai said, a portable guardian crossbow and 100 arrows. I don't have the materials for the time being, but I can pay you with gold coins. The so-called guardian crossbow was also known as the siege crossbow. It was heavy, long-ranged, and it could cause terrifying damage. It was the necessary weapon to bring down a city. Of course, its forging materials were also extremely valuable. That portable guardian crossbow, as its name implied, had greatly reduced its attributes in all aspects. The only special thing about it was that it could be carried by players rather than fixed on the wall. Of course, as a cost of lightness, the portable guardian crossbow could only be used 100 times before getting destroyed. The price of large equipment increased with the pricing system in the game. For example, when the players were still using mostly silver coins, the cost of a portable guardian crossbow was 15 gold coins. If Lin Jai did not have the title of Viscount and some friendship with Master Blue, he would not really want to get a huge crossbow at this stage. Only a senior blacksmith or engineer was qualified to forge a portable guardian crossbow. Blue scratched his shiny bald head in embarrassment. My lord, I know your dilemma. This is a special case. I sincerely hope you can help me. Lin Jai nodded. Rest assured, I can promise you that this crossbow will not be used in wars against other human beings or for research and sale. I can sign a contract with you. As an NPC, Blue had its own constraints, such as not being able to sell items beyond the level to players. But for Lin Jai, it was an exception. Well, come and get it in 3 hours. Blue gritted his teeth. The blacksmith shop in the City of Light was temporarily closed. All players were pushed out. What's the situation? I haven't bought any equipment yet. Ha ha ha, suit yourself. That's the karma for pushing me away. Lin Jai pulled on the cape hood while many players were shouting. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared in the street corner. 3 hours later, there was another world announcement. The Brotherhood, led by the Wine God Elder, had cleared the difficult level of Castle Wood. 2 minutes later, the Ironwall Empire, with the help of Linjai, cleared the difficult level of Castle Wood too. At that time, the Kingdom of Glory had only completed 85 of it. There was no doubt that 2 loud slaps had landed heavily in their faces. Dozens of bottles of lineage potion had been fed to Timmy. Killing the boss was simply as simple as cutting melons and vegetables. At the same time, the portable guardian crossbow Linjai wanted was also forged successfully. Linjai paid 15 gold coins for materials and 5 gold coins for forging. The 20 gold coins that he had withdrawn not for long had disappeared. Linjai sighed. What a spendthrift, then. He checked the attributes of the giant crossbow. Portable guardian crossbow, middle grade, no job restriction. Requires level 5. Strength 40 and above. Attack 10-10. Armor piercing plus 50. Armor ignore plus 50. Mid-air smash plus 50. Additional effect, portable guardian crossbows are allowed for disassembling, which takes half an hour to get disassembled and reassembled. Weight, 500 pounds. The damage of the crossbow was not caused by it, but from the crossbow arrow. The 100 silver crossbow arrows at hand were the ammunition to the guardian crossbow. Attack increased by 100. That was also the only weapon that the portable guardian crossbow could bear. Strong arrows such as the mithril arrows would cause this portable crossbow to explode once it was launched, not to mention the legendary elemental arrows. With Blue's help, the crossbow was quickly dismantled, taking only 10 minutes. If Linjai disassembled it alone, it would take half an hour. The parts of the portable crossbow were packed full in the backpack. Carrying 500 pounds of material had a huge impact on Linjai's movement speed, making him overweight and move like a crawling turtle. As players' level increased, bearable load increased accordingly. There was an upper load limit for each level. Once the load exceeded the upper limit, it would affect the movement speed of the players, commonly known as overweight. By the time Linjai arrived at his destination, it had been an hour and a half. If he was moving at a normal speed, it was estimated that he could have reached his destination 30 minutes, Forest City. Whether one was in the City of Light, Sunshine City, or in other cities, they could be teleported to Forest City. Forest City was inhabited by many decaying creatures. It was a degenerate city. It was said that there were many temples, bosses, hidden treasures, etc. In Linjai's previous life, a fatty wantless had explored the Forest City once and said that he had found an enclosed shrine, and there had been a soul of all god at the gate. Many players had treated it as a joke. Rottenwood could be seen everywhere. Sporadic buds seemed to be telling people that there was no lack of vitality here. It was worth mentioning that in the city, there was a hot spring pool for dark elves. By immersing in it, the recovery speed of players could be increased. Linjai walked towards the interior of the Forest City. The rocky ground was covered with sharp stones like bamboo shoots. This was a spawning ground for Agaricus spinosa. It belonged to undead plant, sleeping all year round. If players hit the sharp objects on the top accidentally, they would be cut, and the taste of fresh blood stimulated the awakening of Agaricus spinosa. The dense mushroom array was like mine array. Although Linjai's movement speed had decreased sharply, he still ran through the mushroom array with the memory of his previous life memory and continued to walk deep into the forest. Every step seemed to lower his altitude, but this was not an illusion. The Forest City contained a strange magic array of space. It was said that whoever unlocked the magic array could get a very generous reward straight away. Dong. Dong. The earth suddenly shook. Looking at the coordinates, Linjai knew that he was near. Broken limbs and flesh were everywhere. The broken wings of a bat fluttered vigorously. It grabbed a cat the size of a cattle and swallowed it. Blood splashed all over the place. It was a bat demon. Animal species would always evolve, perhaps due to magical mutations or because of devouring other species, as well as other reasons. For example, the well-known vicious bird had its leader evolved in wisdom and turned into demigods. It gave its power to the beasts, which practiced the druid way, so that the druids broke away from the status of beasts at once and became a species of wisdom, on an equal footing with humans. At present, this bat demon was a sad existence. Its life was full of huge tragedies simply because it had failed to evolve. It had swallowed up to tens of thousands of its fellows in the Forest City, and even a corpse of a middle-ranking mage. Thus, it had gained a fearsome magic power. It possessed half-human wisdom, but was driven by instinct, and had been nestled in the dark Forest City devouring creatures walking past. But it could not fly. Heavy head and great power became its fetters, making it lose the power to endure a flight. Bat Demon level 15 boss health points, 50-0. A boss with level 15 and above was considered as a silver boss. It was one of the few high-level gradeless bosses. It had a decent attack, but it had a lower respawn time 4 hours. Furthermore, there would be no equipment drop, nor did it drop any coins. The equipment enchantment scroll was the only thing that it would drop. Thus, players had a bittersweet feeling towards it. But this boss was the best choice for Lin Jai due to its high experience points. The rapid leveling up of 18 massacres put huge pressure on Lin Jai. Indeed, he could find legendary equipment shards, or even legendary equipment through his memory from the previous life, but both assembling them and unlocking the seals required time. Others were spending their time to become stronger. The new age had too many types of equipment, so it was not possible for someone to have them all. What Lin Jai lacked the most was time. He was worried, afraid, or even fearful of the development of the three big guilds. That was something Lin Jai had to stop in this life. The Bat Demon's zone of sight was very big. Once it spotted someone, the unlucky individual would be in dire straits. When the Bat Demon locked on its target, its ranged attacks had no object collision. Lin Jai would die instantly if he were to be attacked now. It's about time. Lin Jai chose a flat ground and started to assemble the portable Guardian crossbow.